This world is home to extraordinary beings. Immortals, shapeshifters, superhumans, and even mages. And then there's Leo, a hybrid living in their midst. He carries the power of two bloodlines, that of an immortal and a shapeshifter. They say if you chase two rabbits, you'll catch neither. But Leo is the exception. He chooses to seize both destinies. But what will be the ultimate price of uncovering the secrets behind his power? Someone once told me about the world before I was born. On a crowded street, everyone was lost in the glow of their phones. No one noticed the strange, dark smoke creeping along the ground. The world was just ordinary, before the black holes appeared. But then, one young man felt something was wrong. He glanced down, and his eyes widened in pure terror. His reaction finally broke the crowd's trance. People stared in fear at the bizarre, dark void materializing beneath his feet. Before he could even scream, the man was swallowed whole. Panic erupted as everyone scattered. From within the hole, a single arm began to stir. Pushing its way out, it twitched, then slowly took form. Moments later, a horde of vicious monsters swarmed out from the dark abyss. That strange black hole threw everything into chaos. It grew larger, consuming the entire main street, and it's still expanding even now. The scale of this black hole was unprecedented. It was a catastrophe. The Aurum forces tried to respond, but the sheer number of monsters overwhelmed their rescue efforts. A news reporter, live on the scene, suddenly went silent. The ground was left stained with blood amidst scattered belongings. The once bustling street was now utterly deserted, except for a single, injured child, gasping for breath on the pavement. The child looked up in a daze at the figure who had just appeared. This is the story of a world gone mad. A young man stood between the child and the roaring pack of monsters. He was completely covered, save for a chilling smirk on his face. Earth's black holes, gateways to another dimension. They appeared in the sky and even in the depths of the ocean. They also emerged right on the ground, where people walked every day. They were everywhere. From these portals, a countless number of savage, brutal monsters could emerge at any moment to wreak havoc. These invaders began to slaughter humanity, and as the world descended into a living hell, a new species was born. Psychic powers, ice, lightning. Those who could wield these extraordinary abilities were called superhumans. Those who couldn't die, even with severed limbs or pierced organs, they were known as the Immortals. And those who could transform into bears or wolves. These beings were called shifters. Finally, ordinary people who could use special skills were known as mages. Thanks to these superpowered individuals fighting back, the world found a fragile peace. That catastrophic year when the gates appeared became known as the Year of Terror. These transcendent beings used their phenomenal powers to fight the monsters from the 5 black holes. And when the dust finally settled, humanity's attention turned toward these special species. Those whose powers were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people were slowly ostracized from society. Rumors spread that they carried dangerous molecules and had to be isolated and strictly managed. Fear led to a great divide between the special and the ordinary. In time, these new species formed their own distinct organizations. Aurum, a lavish government-run high-rise, became the home of the state-sanctioned Immortals. The shifters allied themselves with multinational corporations, a faction known as KUS. As for the superhumans, they formed their own guild, Nick, and cloaked their activities using magic. Now, 20 years after the Year of Terror, life has mostly returned to a semblance of normal. People went back to their daily routines, but hidden in the shadows, some still conceal their true, extraordinary nature. They live right alongside ordinary humans. Leo was absorbed in his phone when someone called out, "Son." Without looking up, he mumbled, "Yeah." But then his father, Dean, suddenly got serious. "I have something to tell you. Listen, and don't freak out." He glanced at his son and dropped a bombshell. "The truth is, you're an immortal." Leo showed no reaction. He simply lifted his eyes to look at his dad. The next second, a scream echoed through the entire supermarket. "What?" While picking out a green onion, Dean explained, "I'm an immortal, so my blood must have been passed down to you." Leo was completely bewildered. "Why are you telling me this now, while we're buying onions?" Dean, still focused on choosing the perfect stalk, whispered a warning, "Don't tell anyone. Not even your mother knows." Looking utterly helpless at his dad's serious face, Leo shot back, "You're saying this in the middle of a crowded grocery store." His dad immediately lowered his voice. "I'm being quiet, so it's fine." But Leo, half doubting and half intrigued, pressed him. "But shouldn't immortals have perfect skin and handsome faces?" Hearing his son's question, Dean just flashed a brilliant smile, showing off his own charming features. "Right. You may not look like me, but you're still an immortal." He mused aloud, dropping the bombshell. "The immortal bloodline awakens on your 24th birthday. Let's see. Judging by your birth time, that means it's tonight. Around 11 o'clock. Leo Dew felt his energy drain, listening to his father's casual tone. He makes it sound so normal. Daniel Du fumbled with the onions for a moment, then remembered. Ah, I need to grab some garlic, too, he added quietly. Yeah, whole cloves. Your mother wants to prepare it herself. His dad chuckled sheepishly. I guess that means I'm on garlic peeling duty, Leo answered with deadpan certainty. You definitely are. As he picked up a bag of garlic from the display, Daniel Du's tone turned serious. Leo, don't you dare mention this to your mother. His expression grew heavy. Your mother doesn't know what I am. He let out a troubled sigh, muttering, if she found out, she'd probably divorce me. Leo glanced over at his dad, then casually called out, Dad, the cashier, was shamelessly eavesdropping on Daniel Du's confession. So Leo cut in, let's take this conversation outside. Juggling the groceries, Daniel Du returned the shopping cart, his eyes fixed on his son. A proud, beaming smile spread across his face. My son is so strong. He leaned in curiously. Immortals are usually born weak. Have you been working out a lot? Leo just managed an awkward laugh. Ha. I don't even exercise that much, he thought. My strength. Must be from that other thing. My second secret. No. Wait, that was my first. The two walked home in comfortable silence as night fell, a brilliant full moon hanging in the inky black sky. I had a secret long before I found out I was an immortal today. Pushing the door open, Daniel Du called out, Honey, we're home. My other secret is that my mother is a shapeshifter. Sunny Kang greeted them with a gentle, welcoming smile. You're back? She hurried over excitedly. Did you get the garlic? Daniel immediately handed her the bag. Of course I did. A disgustingly sweet, lovey-dovey scene unfolded before Leo's eyes. Leo watched helplessly as they flirted back and forth. Whole cloves, honey, not minced. And of course, they had no problem kissing right in front of their grown son. A sweat drop formed on his head as he interrupted. Hello? Your son is standing right here. Sonny just laughed and looked over at him. Go put the groceries away. A memory suddenly flashed in his mind. His own shocked voice echoed from the past. Wait, you're a shapeshifter? It was 2 years ago, back when Leo was still in school. He'd been rendered speechless, his confusion quickly turning into dread. His mother had added cheerfully, I can even do the Deverfall. His terrified scream had echoed through the gym. No way, you're not kidding about being a shapeshifter, are you? His mother, Sunny, had replied with unnerving calm. I am. And so are you. She did some quick mental math. A shapeshifter's power awakens on their 18th birthday. For you, that should be tonight. Leo rubbed his temples, trying to process the mountain of shocking news. Whoa, this is really sudden. Then, Sunny's voice had turned serious. And this is a secret you must keep from your father. Hearing that, he could only stare blankly. Huh? Her expression was grim, laced with conflict. Never tell him. Do you understand? The flashback ended, and he was back in the present, helping his mom put away the groceries. Just then, his mom called out, Honey, what kind of fruit do you want? He finished stocking the cabinet and closed it. I'm good, Mom. She beamed, wanting to be sure. Are you sure you don't want anything? Don't come crying to me later. Leo didn't ask for a thing, laying on the charm instead. I'm just grateful you brought me into this world, Mom. Sunny was practically melting. Such a sweet talker, just like your father, Daniel beamed with pride. No, he gets that good heart from you. Leo couldn't help but smile at the warm family moment. All right, you too. That's enough. He felt surprisingly calm, accepting this bizarre new reality, an immortal father and a shapeshifter mother. Yeah, my parents are definitely something else. The dinner table was covered with a few unusual-looking dishes. Just then, Sunny walked in carrying a birthday cake. He smiled as they both sang to him, but a question gnawed at his mind. But why? Are they both hiding their true selves from one another? Dark clouds drifted across the moon as the night grew late. His voice echoed through the house, followed by his parents' reply. Good night, son. After changing into comfortable clothes, he collapsed onto his bed. His eyes darted to the clock. It was almost 11. According to his dad, his immortal blood would awaken at 11 p.m. His mind drifted back to their walk home that afternoon. Dad, when you awakened, did it hurt? Daniel thought back for a moment, then answered nonchalantly, it was manageable. My blood suddenly felt like it was boiling, and then it went cold. The moment I felt the chill, all 5 of my senses became razor sharp. Leo pressed again, tilting his head. But, did it hurt? This time, his father answered slowly. Yes. I figured, Leo thought to himself. When I awakened as a shapeshifter, the pain was so bad I thought I was going to die. They continued walking, their footsteps falling in sync. A new question popped into his head. But, Mom's just a regular human. Are you sure I'll actually awaken? Daniel's reply was firm and unwavering. Absolutely. An immortal's blood is more potent than a human's, but then he suddenly fell silent, stopping in his tracks. His father waved it off. It's nothing. This isn't important. But he watched his dad's expression with suspicion. The older man lost in thought. Can I awaken as an immortal now that I'm a metamorph? Lying on the small bed in his room, he was lost in a sea of worries. What am I going to say if I don't awaken? After a moment of frustrating thoughts, he scratched his cheek and pushed it all away. Whatever. I'm going to sleep. The lights clicked off, and the ceiling fan slowly spun to a stop. I think someone once said this. In the world before, there were no invaders or black holes. No one knew if people like superhumans or immortals even existed. It was just an ordinary world. The clock struck 11, and Kwang Wai collapsed to the floor, his entire body trembling. He tried to fight back the agonizing pain. His breath coming in, ragged gasps mixed with stifled groans. He hissed out the words, "Dad, you said it wouldn't hurt." Veins bulged on Kwang Wai's arms from the sheer agony. He pulled his own hair just to distract himself, but it became unbearable, and he collapsed onto the floor. A moment later, he forced himself back up on his hands, his sharp eyes flashing. Sweat poured down his face as pain still coursed through his body. This story is about my extraordinary life in a bizarre world. 2 years ago. He stared at his hands, then his broad shoulders and the flawless muscles covering his body, utterly astonished. Kwang Wai looked at his reflection in the mirror, marveling at the perfect physique he now possessed. Whoa! A triumphant smile spread across his face. He'd just woken up, and his entire body was already perfect. He was completely lost in his own reflection. Just then, Sun Hai suddenly opened the bathroom door. You like it? Kwang Wai let out a startled scream, quickly covering his body in a panic. Mom, why didn't you knock? She covered her mouth, laughing. I was just checking to see if you were okay, and it looks like you're more than okay. She looked her son over, then asked curiously, So, how does it feel to be a metamorph? Kwang Wai shook out his hands and answered seriously. I feel like I have way more energy than before, and I think my hearing and sense of smell are sharper, too. Then, he abruptly changed the subject. Hey, why didn't you tell me? Sun Hai looked at him, confused. Tell you what? He remembered the horror of his awakening and his voice rose. That when I woke up, all my body hair would be gone. And that I'd throw up blood over and over, and it would feel like my muscles were being ripped apart. He remembered the panic of seeing his hair fall out. Lying motionless on the ground, every fiber of his being felt like it was tearing. Even now, the memory of the process terrified him. Drenched in sweat, he demanded, Why didn't you tell me I'd have to endure all that pain? His mother finally understood what he meant. Oh, that, she said, her face calm and unconcerned. Even if I had told you, what would have changed? Kwang Wai shot back in frustration. I could have at least mentally prepared myself. He needed to be absolutely sure he'd never go through that again. It's all over now, right? There won't be a second or third time, will there? Sun Hai stood at the door and reassured him. Don't worry, it won't happen again. This isn't a video game. Only then did Kwang Wai let out a breath of relief. Good. I never want to experience that kind of pain ever again. The flashback ended, and in the present, Kwang Wai was still curled up in agony. He trembled on the floor, his face soaked in sweat as if someone had thrown water on him, gasping for air. The next morning, a new day began. Kwang Wai pinched his own cheek and pulled, then let go. He could still feel the sting. Even though I'm an immortal now, I can still feel pain. He stood before the mirror, studying himself. My appearance hasn't really changed much. My vision works in the dark, and all my other senses, especially right now. A cat's meow echoed from outside the window. Kwang Wai flinched, quickly covering his ears in discomfort. My hearing has become incredibly sensitive. He curled into a ball, trying to calm his senses and regain control. Okay, just calm down. When I was a metamorph, I learned how to control my body. Kwang Wai began to trick his own mind, to distort the overwhelming noise from his sensitive ears. If I can just make myself think that my ears are far away. A moment later, he successfully deceived his own senses using the precise control he learned as a metamorph. He lowered his head with a sigh of relief. Now I can truly feel it. I've awakened as an immortal. Staring at his own reflection, a new worry surfaced. Can I really hide this? He was still lost in thought, when a voice from outside snapped him out of it. Kwang Wai, where are you? Come and eat, he called back from his room. Yeah, I'm coming. He walked out and froze, staring at a massive spread of food on the table. He asked in confusion, Is this all for breakfast? Then a happy smile broke out on his face. This is awesome. Sun Hai saw his reaction and smiled back. If it's not enough, I'll make more. Just let me know. Looking at the feast, he couldn't help but remark, Wow, I never realized how much we eat. I heard that metamorphs need a lot of energy. He eats far more than a normal person. But Dad's appetite is massive, too. Is it just a trait of our special species? Just then, Yu Donho turned to his wife with a worried look. My love, you're eating less than usual today. Are you feeling all right? Kansen Hui smiled cheerfully. There's still rice in the pot. I made plenty. Watching this unfold, Guang Yi was certain. My guess was right on the money. Suddenly, his father's voice cut through the silence. Ah, that's right. Yu Guang Yi. He quickly straightened up. Yes, father. Yu Donho calmly suggested, you should prepare for the civil service exam. Not only was Guang Yi stunned, but his mother also looked completely shocked. The civil service. Why so sudden? She asked. Yu Donho explained to his wife. If he follows this path, he'll have so many opportunities. But Kansen Hui immediately shot back. What kind of opportunities? He should be going to college. He's already 20 years old. Yu Donho disagreed firmly. No, college isn't that important. The skills a person needs are what truly matter. A government job is a good life. It's what I do, after all. Kansen Hui seemed helpless as she tried to explain her point. I'm not saying it's a bad path. I just don't want to see our son stuck in a Goshuan study hall at his age. Guang Yi watched in surprise as his parents argued. He doesn't need to go to a Goshuan. The boy is brilliant. It's so rare for them to disagree like this, he thought to himself, setting his chopsticks down as his mind raced. Immortals often work in government-related fields, so Dad is definitely trying to push me in that direction. But Mom, she clearly has another plan entirely. His mind flashed back to a day at the gym with his mother. Guang Yi was doing pull-ups. 14. 15. He spoke with a hint of disbelief. I used to not even be able to do 2 of these, but now I've done 15, and I'm not even tired. Kansen Hui explained from beside him. That's because shifters possess 3 times the strength of a normal person. She confidently flexed her own powerful muscles. There's a reason you've suddenly become so strong, you know. Of course, regular training sessions like this are also a factor. She stood before Guang Yi, her topic shifting back to shifters. Besides physical strength, there's one other thing that makes shifters incredibly powerful. He stopped his workout, looking at her with curiosity. What is it? Kansen Hui gave a short, simple answer. Instinct. A shifter's instinct is far sharper than a normal person's. There will be many times in your life when you must use that instinct to control yourself. Yu Guangyi nodded, only half understanding. Sharper instincts. I can't say I've really felt it. Kansen Hui's voice grew serious. It's just like now, but in some cases, it can become a real problem if you step outside the normal world. You must train to control your instincts. That's why I want you to go to college and get hired by a certain company. As she spoke, she jumped up to the pull-up bar herself. After listening intently, he was completely baffled. A company? Kansen Hai began doing pull-ups with ease as she explained. Your grandfather has connections to an industry that works with shifters. You just need to get into a normal university. And after that, I can get you inside. There, you'll be able to get the basic training that all shifters need. The memory faded, pulling him back to the family dinner table. Guang Yi was about to take a bite of rice when he suddenly heard. Instead of arguing, we should ask Guang Yi what he wants. Yu Don-ho seemed to think it was a reasonable idea and stopped arguing with Kansen Hui. All right then, let's ask him. As it became his turn, he looked at both of them, flustered. Me? Kansen Hui nodded and asked for his opinion. Yes, you. Yu Guang Yi, do you want to become a civil servant? He placed his spoon down on the table, thinking hard. What do I want? Of course, there's something I want. Now that I think about it, I've never told them. He lifted his head and announced his dream with a clear voice. I want to join United. A heavy silence fell over the room, as looks of pure shock appeared on his parents' faces. Kansen Hui's face darkened as she glared at her son. Is that so? A common naval soldier, with your skills. In contrast, his father seemed to be seriously considering it. The military. Kansen Hui glanced at her husband with a strained smile. He probably just hasn't thought it through. Not willing to back down, Guang Yi put on a charming expression to plead his case. Mom, I'm 20 now. I can think like an adult. Instantly, she raised her fist in a threatening gesture. I think you've lost your mind, my son. Guang Yi laughed nervously, avoiding her savage glare as he hesitated. Well, about that. Just then, Yu Don-ho spoke up, giving his approval. Becoming a soldier isn't such a bad idea. Kansen Hui couldn't believe it and yelled, What? Yu Don-ho asked his son in a serious tone. You're not just doing this for the looks, are you? Yu Guangyi felt a bit guilty and laughed. Well, that's part of it. Hearing his son's answer, his father nodded in agreement. That's fine, then. Though it's a bit strange for someone who's only 20 to be heading off to fight for their country, Kansen Hui was so shocked she shot up from her seat. But his father quickly chose his words to reassure and persuade her. It'll be all right. Not everyone gets sent to Somalia to fight pirates, you know. The boy can have a stable life. After his training and assignment, he'd eventually end up in the Navy anyway. Becoming a civil servant is the smarter path. His logic was sound, making Sunhai hesitate. All right, if that's what you've decided. Kaidu watched his father in awe. With just a few words, he'd settled everything. He makes it look so easy. Seeing that the two had reached an agreement, Kai tentatively asked, "So, is Mom on board with this?" Sunhai sat back down, her expression firm. "I am, but not right now." Kai understood her meaning immediately. "Right, I know. College comes first." But just then, Young Ho-do cut in. "No. The civil service exam comes first." Kai stared at his father, feeling powerless. Is he being serious right now? It's like he's sponsored by some exam prep company. Young Ho calmly laid out his reasoning. If you pass this exam, you can defer your civil service duties and still join the Navy. If you fail, your only other option is a job in the defense industry. Passing the exam gives you a massive advantage. Sunhai looked skeptical. Is that really true? Young Ho's voice was filled with certainty. Of course, it is. But Kaidu thought to himself, that sounds almost impossible. But if it's my father, he could probably pull it off. After all, he works for the government. After weighing his options, he finally agreed. All right, I'll take the exam. Only then did a satisfied look appear on Young Ho's face. I won't say it's easy, but it's not so difficult that you can't prepare for it. Kaidu nodded obediently. No problem. Then, his father casually added, by the way, clear your schedule for this Sunday. I've already found you an intensive prep course. You'll be studying there. Kaidu just nodded along. Yes, sir. And then, the reality of the situation hit both him and his mother at the same time. Kaidu asked in disbelief, wait, where is this place? A few days later, Kaidu was on a bus leaving the city far behind. As he leaned his head against the window, his father's words echoed in his mind. There's a man I know out there. He's a farmer now, but he has no desire to return to the city. Staring at the passing countryside, he wondered to himself, just how skilled is this guy? That I have to travel all this way to meet him? Bored, he started scrolling through his phone. It doesn't really matter anyway. My real goal is to join the UDT, not become a desk jockey. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. The screen displayed a news feed that was far from ordinary. As he devoured the information, his entire perspective began to shift. Maybe, what I truly want isn't to be a simple soldier. White holes, the Earth's new gates. Soon after their appearance, the International OPAC Alliance was formed. The black holes were where the invaders emerged from. They were tears in the sky, portals for monsters. But the white holes were different. They were portals leading to the other side. The white holes were gateways for humanity's expeditionary forces. It meant we could finally take the fight to the invaders' home world, a dimension they called the other side. A world filled with impossible minerals, resources unheard of on Earth, new flora, new fauna, an untapped treasure trove of potential. Kaidu sat frozen on the bus, his mind racing. The threat of the black holes might have faded. But now, humanity fights amongst itself for the treasures of the new world, and the ones sent to the front lines are the aberrants, individuals with terrifying power. Their abilities make them the perfect soldiers for this new war. Of course, he knew exactly what his mother was thinking. She didn't want him to fight. That's why he'd made a deal. He would follow the path she wanted for him, in exchange for her blessing to pursue his own dream, the dream of becoming a naval soldier. Kaido closed his eyes, reevaluating everything. In truth, I don't just want to be a soldier. I want to be something more. Meanwhile, in a remote countryside house, a phone was ringing. A man picked up. Yes, Sunbei. Your son. You really sent him all the way out here? His voice was laced with skepticism. The exam. Huh? You really want him to go through with that? Yeah. All right, leave it to me. He let out a dry chuckle. But don't think I'll go easy on him, just because he's your kid. Jandi sat on the porch, a smirk playing on his lips. Don't worry. I'll whip him into shape. Back on the bus, Kaidu had drifted off to sleep. By the time he arrived, the sun was setting. Jandi said nothing, just stared. Kaidu stood there awkwardly until the man finally spoke. And who are you supposed to be? Kaido quickly introduced himself. I'm Young Ho-do's son, Kaido. But Jandi cut him off. No, not that. You're an immortal, aren't you? But why are you so damn tall for one? At the man's strange question, Kaido looked down at himself. Well, I guess it's because I'm a half-blood. Jandi's expression was impossible to read. A half-blood. An immortal with mixed blood. Especially considering whose son you are. He sized Kaido up again, a doubtful look in his eyes. How could an ordinary human's blood possibly mix with that lineage? Kaido hesitated, unsure how to explain. Finally, he just stammered. My mother's blood. It's special, too. Jandi hummed, a low murmur. What a peculiar kid. Shaking his head, he gestured for Kaido to follow. Model. All right, fine. Let's go. Yu Guangyi asked with suspicion. Go where? The man shot back, his tone sharp. What do you mean, where? You said you came here for training. Guangyi stared blankly after him and mumbled, Oh, right. All around them were trees and mountains. At his father's request, he'd come to this remote mountain deep in the countryside, all to prepare for some civil service exam. The place was near Huixiong in Yi province. Following Dong Yi's lead, he studied the man's back intently. He could only assume this rugged man, who seemed to be part of the mountain itself, was going to be his master. He sized him up internally. For an immortal, he looked surprisingly young and handsome. Looking around curiously, Yu Guangyi finally spoke up. So, is there a shrine or something up here? Dong Yi just gave him a confused look. Why are you spouting such nonsense? Seeing he wasn't getting an answer, Guangyi pressed on. Then why are we even climbing this mountain? After a long trek, they finally stopped. We're here, Dong Yi announced. Yu Guangyi's face fell as he stared in disbelief. Before him was a rustic bamboo hut, a rack bristling with swords, and a pile of firewood. Guangyi let out a desperate cry. Father. Ignoring Guangyi's shock, Dong Yi commanded, Follow me. Guangyi couldn't help but panic internally. What in the world does my father want me to learn here? The master's voice cut through his thoughts. Have you awakened? Yu Guangyi told him the truth. Dong Yi picked up a twig, intrigued. Have you tested it? Guangyi met his gaze before admitting, I tried using a cutter blade on my wrist. It left a mark. But it healed incredibly fast. At that, Dong Yi suddenly grinned, waving the twig playfully. Do you know the true nature of an immortal's healing ability? Guangyi answered without hesitation. No. But the master just smirked and said, Yeah, me neither. Yu Guangyi stared in shock. What? Ignoring his student's outburst, Dong Yi began the lesson. Forget that. Listen, even if we don't know the how, we know the basic principles. Just like fixing anything else. First up, physical health. A stronger immortal body possesses a faster healing factor. Dong Yi used the stick to draw on the dirt as he spoke. Second, sensation. The more sensitive you are, the more pain you'll feel. But that pain allows you to instantly recognize an injury and control the healing. Basically, you'll know the second a bone is broken. After rambling on, he finally got to the point. Long story short, improving your physical condition and your senses will dramatically increase your regenerative powers. Outwardly, Guangyi nodded along. Right, I get it. But inside, he was screaming, Wow, I have absolutely no clue what he's drawing. He tossed the stick aside and looked at Yu Guangyi. Any questions? Guangyi immediately nodded, eager for an answer. Yes. There's one thing I don't get. Dong Yi raised an eyebrow. And what's that? Pointing at a path of knives embedded in the ground, Guangyi demanded. What does any of that have to do with me running on these? A look of understanding crossed the master's face before he explained. You're building your physical health and learning to control an immortal's body. But Yu Guangyi wasn't buying it. Yeah, no, I still don't get it. Annoyance flashed across Dong Yi's face. Damn it, why are you so talkative? You want to pass the exam, don't you? Guangyi shot back, not backing down. I do. But shouldn't we be, studying for it? The master stated firmly, This is studying. Guangyi replied, exasperated. The studying I know involves books and a desk. Now it was Dong Yi's turn to look confused. What are you talking about? You're trying out for the special immortal division. Hearing those words, Guangyi's mind went blank. What now? Dong Yi tilted his head. Did Ru Donho Sunbei not tell you? Guangyi answered honestly. He just said it was a civil service exam. The master's eyes widened in shock. Oh, is that right? He then explained in detail for Guangyi. It's basically like joining a special forces unit in the military. He could only scream internally, Father, what have you gotten me into? As his mind reeled, the master spoke again. So, are you in or out? If you're out, leave. He thought with a heavy sigh. I guess I'll only be free after I pass this insane test. Finally, he resigned himself to his fate. Fine. I'll do it. The moment Yu Guangyi agreed, Dong Yi tossed him a change of clothes. Here. Unless you want to destroy what you're wearing, take off your shoes and change into these. A few minutes later, Yu Guangyi stood barefoot on the cold earth. Well, I guess nothing's really changed, he thought. It's just that the exam is a little different than I imagined. He stood frozen before the path of upturned blades. Dong Yi urged him on from the side, Hurry up and run. My patience is wearing thin. Guan Yi took a deep breath, his eyes tracing a path through the sharp steel. Don Yi, meanwhile, sat down to calmly sip his tea and enjoy the show. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the mountains. When the screaming suddenly stopped, the master calmly called out, "Don't stop. You wouldn't take a break with an enemy on your tail, would you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the screaming started again. Fresh cuts ran from his calves to the soles of his feet as he collapsed to the ground, hissing in agony. "This damn thing. Just kill me and get it over with." But Jianji simply walked up with a word of praise. "You intentionally dodged a few of the blades, didn't you? Your reflexes are good. Most others can't even dodge one." His eyes drifted down to Kuang Wai's feet. The young man's mangled flesh was healing at an incredible rate, surprising him. "Your healing ability is also top-notch." Jianji then offered Kuang Wai some advice. "Your regeneration speed increases every time you heal an injury, so stop trying to avoid the blades. Step on them. Widen the wounds. Grind your feet into them on purpose, even if it tears your legs apart." Kuang Yi's ears rang as if thunder had just struck. This was insane. This guy was a complete psycho. But Jianji just kept pushing him enthusiastically. "Come on, don't overreact. Now run." After watching Kuang Wai for a while, Jianji wondered, who is this guy? Exhausted, Kuang Wai finally collapsed onto the ground. Seeing him worn out on the floor, the man reminded him, "Hey, you're an immortal. You're not going to die from something like this, so get up and keep running." Helpless, Kuang Wai asked, "How much longer do I have to do this?" The man replied casually, "You need to experience shock." He glanced at the blood-soaked blades and added, "Once you experience it for the first time, your tolerance for pain will skyrocket." These blades were designed to prepare you for the panic and shock of a real battlefield. Stroking his chin, he wondered, "But why are you going into shock? Doesn't it hurt?" Kuang Wai screamed back, "Of course it hurts like hell." He thought to himself, "Before I became immortal, I had the body of a shifter, and since shifters have incredibly tough bodies, something like this will never put me into shock, even if I did it my whole life." He slowly pushed himself up and asked, "Isn't there any other way to pass this test?" Jianji didn't answer, instead asking a question of his own. How fast can you run 50 meters?" He quickly replied, "In about 6 seconds." The man immediately offered a new solution. "This course is exactly 50 meters long. If you can cross it in under 6 seconds, you'll pass this part of the training." Kuang Wai was skeptical. "Just 6 seconds?" Jianji confirmed with absolute certainty. "That's right." He agreed without hesitation. A sly grin spread across Kuang Yi's face as he warned him, "Don't you dare take that back later." He got into position, calculating in his head. "I told him I could run 50 meters in 6 seconds. His expression grew serious. But that was just my average speed. As he prepared to sprint, Kuang Wai focused his mind. "This is going to hurt, for sure. But if I can block out my sense of touch as much as possible." He then exploded forward at his maximum speed. Smirking with confidence, he knew 6 seconds would be a piece of cake. Jianji watched, unable to hide his astonishment. Kuang Wai flew across the field of blades, his face not even flinching once. His pace finally slowed. He came to a stop, thinking smugly, that was definitely less than 6 seconds. Seeing the young man panting, Jianji let out a laugh. Kuang Wai heard him mutter, "What an interesting kid." Suddenly, Jianji shouted, "Again. Run it again." Kuang Wai yelled back in frustration. "What? Was I over 6 seconds?" He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. Then he heard Jianji's deadpan voice, "I haven't started the timer yet." A while later, the first training session came to an end. "Now, we'll begin the second one." Handing him a heavy chain, the instructor said, "Here, take this." Kuang Wai looked at it curiously. "What is this? A dog collar?" Jianji told him to wear the device and explained, "You'll need it for the second training session. Put it around your neck." Kuang Wai obediently followed the order but grumbled uncomfortably. "This feels weird. What are we going to do?" In the next second, he froze, stunned by the man's words. "Breath-holding training." He asked with a slight tremor in his voice, "So this is?" Understanding his fear, Jianji replied, "That's right." Then he held up a small button. "When I press this button, your neck will be constricted." Noticing Kuang Wai trying to remove the collar, he warned him, "Don't take it off. Put it back on. You already ran across a path of knives. You're not just going to quit now, are you?" Utterly defeated, Kuang Wai ran his hands through his hair. "Can't you just make me hold my breath underwater or something?" The man insisted. "You think that would be enough? This training is also about enduring being choked. If you pass out during a fight, it's all over." After a moment of silence, he continued to persuade him. "Just like with the blade exercise, you're concentrating too much on the fact that you might pass out. After years of brutal war against the special species, normal humans have learned how to deal with us. But shouldn't the opposite also be true?" He let out a sigh, adding one last thought. You might pass out, but you should be able to handle it for at least 5 minutes. He repeated the words before finally agreeing. 5 minutes. Deal. Wary of any tricks, the man added a stern warning. And I strongly suggest you don't try to forcefully remove that collar or steal the remote, unless you want a new hole blown straight through your chest. Still, this could also be a good way to train. He conceded with a quiet voice. All right, Dai asked one last time. So, are you ready? The moment Evan Du gave his assent, the man hit the activation switch. All right, let's begin. Just then, an elevator arrived, and the sealed doors slid open. Evan Du stood inside, his eyes curiously scanning the strange new surroundings. He stared at the treadmill and the rack of weights, utterly bewildered. Is this a training room? Carrying his suitcase, he wondered to himself, did they remodel the underground parking lot? Suddenly, a voice from beside him shattered his thoughts. So, it was you. Evan Du stood frozen, staring at the newcomer in disbelief. Diana Du casually rolled her wrist, sizing him up. You're Sun Hai's son, aren't you? Evan Du nodded quickly, his curiosity piqued. Yes, that's me. But I have no idea why my mother sent me here. The woman simply stood there, ignoring his question entirely. She said you've been studying for 2 days straight. Is that right? A body like yours is wasted if you don't use your head. Her words sent a jolt through him, triggering the memory of what he'd just endured on the mountain. He forced an awkward laugh. Ha ha ha. I can't exactly tell her the truth, can I? He thought, this is so unfair. Ever since I was a kid, my mother's philosophy on raising me was brutally simple. If you don't obey, you get a beating. Take responsibility for your own mistakes. After living by these virtues for 20 years, they naturally start to sink in. A younger, trembling Evan Du, suited up in combat armor, stared at his mother's gentle, smiling face. He didn't dare fight back, he could only obey. Because if he resisted, his mother would beat him black and blue. Snapping back to the present, he sighed in resignation. In a situation like this, refusal is pointless, isn't it? I should have guessed just by looking at this instructor. While he was still lost in thought, she tossed something at him. Here, catch. Evan Du stared at the device blankly before asking, I kind of have trauma when people hand me things like this. What is it? Diana Du explained simply. It's just a device loaded with measurement tools. Now, put one on your wrist and the other on your ankle. As he attached the devices, a suspicious look crossed his face. He muttered, Don't tell me. You're planning on training me? Her reply was swift. You'll have to pass a test first. He was taken aback. A test? What kind? She just pointed toward the treadmill. For now, just run. Evan Du glanced at the machine and under her watchful eye began the test. Timing him with her phone, she spoke again. I heard you don't do any training on your own. Her voice was laced with undisguised contempt, absolutely pathetic. Your heart rate is stable, so the hardware is decent enough. But is this really the best you can do after all this time? Evan Du was stunned by the sudden verbal assault. Why am I being put through this? Beside him, the woman let out a weary sigh. Unbelievably lazy. Is it because the world has already given you everything you could ever want? A thought crossed his mind. Wait, aren't we around the same age? Then it hit him. No, immortals and shapeshifters age slowly. Does that mean she's way older than she looks? After running for some time, he finally had to ask, Oh, how much longer do I have to keep this up? Seeing him slow down, Diana Du's face hardened. Hey, don't you dare stop. Keep running. She stood before him with a grin. First up is cardio. We're going to upgrade that body of yours, piece by piece. Diana Du flashed a wide, toothy grin that didn't reach her eyes. I'm going to rebuild you from the ground up. Evan Du froze for a second. Then he ignored her and just kept running. I don't need another mother. Thanks. She just burst out laughing at his remark. Is that because you're Sun Hai's son? You've got a sense of humor, don't you? Evan Du thought helplessly. I'm not kidding. The sky darkened into night. But Evan Du was still running. Beside him, Diana Du kept her vigil, her voice a constant command. Don't stop. Even my grandmother wouldn't be this tired after a short run. Panting, drenched in sweat, he heard her ask for the time. He gasped out the answer. 14 hours, 4 minutes, and 30 seconds. He pushed himself onward, finding it hard to believe himself. I've been running all night without a single break. Even training for Immortals has rest periods, but Diana Du just started in with her taunts again. Are you just going to rely on the body your parents gave you? Without proper training, you're nothing more than an amateur. She completely ignored his ragged breaths. Listen up and watch this. Her voice came from right behind him. This is flexibility training. We'll be practicing this later, so memorize it. Evan Du's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is that? How can a human body even bend that way? She continued her lecture, unfazed. You need to work on your flexibility. A rigid body puts you at a severe disadvantage in a fight, he scoffed internally. Disadvantage? What disadvantage? His legs kept moving, but his resentment was building. I really don't want to ask, but I'm completely out of steam. Even with the body of a shapeshifter, running for 14 hours straight is taking its toll. Just then, her voice cut through his thoughts again, asking for the time. The time? He shot back instantly. 14:10. In his mind, he muttered, I have to keep tracking the time, just in case she quizzes me. His eyes were glued to the video, trying to absorb every single movement. Behind him, Dukwai's voice was a constant stream of instruction. This training is absolutely brutal, but I can handle it. A fire ignited in his eyes. He remembered his time on the mountain, and that sensory training. Dai Dai had been a master at sealing off his own senses, but that wasn't enough. If too many senses were blocked, his movements would descend into chaos. His master's words echoed in his memory, clear your mind. Focus on the sense you want to seal, while simultaneously sharpening all the others. In other words, he had to master multisensory control. Panting, he focused on the clock. His sharp eyes were locked forward, memorizing the video, while his ears focused on his instructor's voice, all while running at full tilt. Once he understood how to control it, Dukwai continued running with ease. It was 4 different tasks at once. His body was on autopilot running, while the lecture and the video fed him information at different times. If he could just ignore the need to constantly check the time, the other tasks wouldn't be nearly as hard. The clock ticked on. 54. 55. The treadmill and the video continued to play on the screen. 56, 57, 58, 59. Nearly 24 hours had passed. Du Kwangwei took one final, deep breath and let out a roar. 24 hours. He collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. It was finally over. Glancing at her watch, she smiled and offered praise. Not bad, you did well. The sun's already up. Then, she gave him his next task. Time to stretch. Your body must become flexible. He quickly replied, yes, ma'am. In the training room, she asked, hey, you remember the video you watched? I'll demonstrate, so just follow my lead. Kneeling on the mat, she began to replicate every single movement. Du Kwangwei watched in shock, blinking his eyes. He thought, is she for real? How can a body be that flexible? Then Du Kwai ordered him to follow. All right, your turn. He quickly knelt, ready to try. Yes, ma'am. But the moment he tilted his head back, his entire body went rigid, unable to move another inch. She advised from the side. Don't force it. Flexibility takes time. We'll increase your range of motion little by little, by repeating the same pose every day. To put it simply, we're going to slowly tear your muscle fibers apart. As he strained to bend, he thought to himself, so, healing after tearing my muscles will increase my flexibility. He took a deep, steadying breath. In that case, I don't need to do this little by little, do I? An immortal's body heals incredibly fast after an injury. I just have to endure the pain for a moment. Just then, she watched in utter disbelief as he twisted his body into the perfect pose. She screamed, then rushed over worriedly. Are you okay? I told you not to force it. Who taught you to be so reckless? While trembling in the pose, he simply replied, yes, ma'am. She waved her hand and let out a small laugh. He looked up at his teacher and said, but, I did it, didn't I? She let out a short chuckle. What an interesting kid. He had managed the backbend perfectly, but now he couldn't get up. He had no choice but to ask for help. Could you please help me up? He asked, leaving Du Kwai completely exasperated. The day's training was finally over. That's enough for today. It's time to eat. A massive, fragrant roasted pig appeared. Du Kwangwei was stunned. We're eating an entire pig? Du Kwai immediately shot back. Hey, that one is mine. He followed her gesture to another side of the room. And this one is yours. The sight made him even more astonished. We're eating one whole pig each. She pulled on gloves excitedly. Eating is also part of the training. Get used to storing enough energy for the next session after every meal. Du Kwangwei couldn't help but yell. What are you? A bear that just woke up from hibernation. They both dove in, devouring the meal. She reminded him, don't clean up when you're done. Just leave it. 2 days a week is too short, we can't even get to the main event. With his mouth full of food, he replied, yes, ma'am. He thought to himself, this is delicious. How can a simple roasted pig with a few spices taste this good? Maybe it's because I ran all day without food or water. But this is seriously incredible. Just then, Du Kwai's voice cut in with a warning. Finish every last bite. If you leave anything, you're dead. Du Kwangwei replied earnestly, I was taught never to waste food when I was a child. He hadn't even finished his first bites, but she had already devoured her entire meal. Du Kwai instructed, I'm heading in. Once you're done eating, remember to shower and go to sleep. Not long after, Du Kwang-Wai changed clothes and sat alone in a room with stone walls. Lying down, he thought with an aching body. Well, this is way better than sleeping in the forest and being eaten alive by mosquitoes. He was overjoyed when he was allowed to use his phone. Plus, unlike with Master Die Don't Die, I actually get to use my phone here. Should I call my mom? He decided to do it. The other end picked up almost immediately. Oh, my son, how are you? Are you doing okay? Warmth filled his chest. She sent me away like this, but she's still worried about me. He put on a helpless act to complain. There's no way I'm okay, Mom. But before he could finish, Kanhai cut in. I've told that woman countless times not to be so harsh. I know she's my mother, so she'll go easy on me. But I'm still worried. Kwang Yai's face went blank. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He sat on the bed in a stunned silence as his mother continued. If she's too soft on you, tell her to be even tougher, okay? Will you do that for me, son? Oh, your father's here now, so Mom's busy. Kwang Ye's face turned pale with shock. But Mom, aren't you worried about your own son at all? After the second day of training, I started to figure things out. If an Immortals training regimen is based on insane acts, then a Shifter's training is based on sheer stupidity. How many pounds can a human possibly lift? What's the absolute max number of reps you can do in one set? Understanding and shattering your own limits, that is the true core of this training. We forced him to lift weights. I'm going to die. But the person next to him just cheered him on. No, you can do one more. Just one more. Kwang Wai stood before his mountain of a training routine. He couldn't help but feel a strange mix of wonder and science had been added to the Shifter's training, using all sorts of equipment and electronics. Then again, the Immortals training also used equipment. To crush me. Anyway, the conclusion I came to during all this was, she glanced at her phone, then delivered her verdict. Your reflexes are way too slow. She pointed to the barbell on the floor and gave another order. Lift this. Kwang Wai calculated. 20 kilograms, plus the bar. A total of 60 kilograms. He easily lifted the weight, thinking smugly to himself. Lifting, this is no problem at all. A Shifter's strength is 3 times that of a normal man. Just then, Gui commanded, now, follow me with it. Kwang Wai followed her step by step up a flight of stairs, where she gave her next order. Now, run with it. The command left him completely baffled. She just growled, run. Kwang Wai stood frozen, muttering, run. Here? His eyes widened in terror at the thin plastic beam stretching out before him. Is this the second round of insanity after that blade trial? She began her lesson. You need to balance your body. Always feel your center of gravity, and use your reflexes to handle everything else. He hesitated. Can I really do this? She stated simply. Just do it until it works. Inwardly, Kwang Wai couldn't help but size up the situation. Are they using the corner ledge of the basement? It's long, but it's only half a footstep wide, he asked tentatively. It's okay if I fall, right? She answered while watching a video, trying to reassure him. The chance of getting hurt from a 3-meter fall is pretty low, but don't run with the mindset that it's okay to fall. A Shifter's #1 priority is protecting their body. Kwang Wai grew curious at the sounds coming from her tablet. I wonder what she's watching? I thought she'd be checking my results or something. She continued to encourage him from the side. Getting injured on the battlefield is a huge disadvantage, because your body doesn't recover as fast as an Immortal's. He sighed in resignation. Well, what else can I do? Might as well just get it over with. He made a silent decision, because the teacher watching Netflix behind him was also saying, protect your body. But an Immortal like me can recover quickly, even from broken bones. So I'll run with the mindset that it's okay to fall. The moment he thought it, he took off running with a barbell. His eyes blazed as his 5 senses were heightened. The instant his foot touched the ground, he could feel the gravity. His enhanced senses could feel the pressure inside his shoes, and he found his center of gravity to maintain balance. Sweat was already pouring down his face. He thought that while most Shifters have excellent reflexes, they can't compare to an Immortal's ability to perceive the world so clearly. Kwang Wai moved with ease, without a single worry. I can do this. This is actually kind of fun. Besides, my feet aren't getting stabbed by swords this time. A short while later, Kwang Wai had completed the instructor's demand. He announced proudly, I finished it safely. Gui immediately ordered him to run again. 2 more times, go to the end and come back. Kwang Wai grumbled, fine. Watching him run off, she was inwardly astonished. The beam is only 4 centimeters wide and 50 centimeters long, but he can do it without falling even once. This time, she pulled out 2 suspended ropes and declared, I'm raising the difficulty level. The color drained from Kwang Wai's face. Ropes? He asked, stunned. You want me to run on? Those? Gui replied, that's right. This is a real tightrope. The name of this training exercise is wire walking. She praised him with a hint of satisfaction. The wooden beam just now was only the warm-up. Looking at your build, I didn't think you could do it, but you must have been born with amazing senses. Your balance is excellent. Seeing her place mats on the floor below, he asked in surprise, "There are mats this time?" She quickly explained, "They're very hard and won't break your fall, so be careful when you land on them. If you grab the ropes, your hands will get burned, so just let yourself fall." He had to ask, "And I'll be running and carrying the barbell, right?" Her voice softened slightly. "Start with just your body first." He stood there, thinking to himself, "After I get used to this warm-up, I'll have to carry the weights and run on that. But I'm not scared. Compared to the Immortals training, this is a piece of cake." He tried to balance himself on the rope, his heart pounding. But in terms of difficulty, this was hell level. This was far more difficult and complicated. He pressed his foot down, feeling the tension of the wire. But this rope was solid, barely even trembling. It wasn't like falling from a cliff, and there was no harsh wind. They even placed safety mats on the floor below. He took one gentle step after another. Suddenly, confidence surged through Du Quangyuan, his eyes blazing. This was nothing to be afraid of. His pace quickened, and he broke into a run. He just kept sprinting. But after a moment, he lost his momentum, teetering on the edge of falling. He quickly recentered his balance, deciding it was best to slow down. With light steps across the wire, Du Quangyuan's feet seemed to almost dance with every move. Watching him intently from below, she gave him a cunning smirk that sent a shiver down Quang Yi's spine. That day, the instructor watched me as if I were more interesting than the video on her screen, and she made me run that single wire all day long while holding a barbell. The next day, Dai saw him off with a smile, saying, "See you next week." Quangyuan simply bowed his head, luggage in hand. "Yes, sir." He then got in the car to go home with his mother. From the driver's seat, her voice called out, "Quangyuan." Kansen Hai asked her son curiously, "Are you curious why I'm making you do all these things?" He answered without missing a beat, "Of course I am." Her tone turned serious as she explained, "Because I can't bear to see my son getting pushed around like that." His mother continued, "You need to learn how to use your body properly. You're too weak right now." He was completely baffled by her words. "Weak? Me? If my friends heard that, they would faint from shock. My nickname at Cheonyu High is literally One Punch Man." He mulled it over. "Well, if this is how things are, I'll just have to train even harder. That way, when I join the UDT, I'll be an asset, not a burden. Even with this special power of an immortal that Master Dai told me about, I can definitely get into the UDT, right?" The two of them arrived at their apartment building. After devouring every last scrap of food on the table, he leaned back, satisfied. "Thanks for the meal, Mom." As Kansen Hai cleared the dishes, she asked curiously, "Have you been starving these past few days?" He laid on the charm, saying, "After these past 4 days, I've come to realize just how precious your cooking is, Mom." "Oh, right. Mom, I want to learn how to cook." Kansen Hai looked over in surprise. "Cooking?" He quickly explained. "Lately, guys who know how to cook have become a trend. Please teach me how to cook for my future wife." His mother gave him a serious, assessing look. "A man who can cook. That's not a bad thing. But first, don't you think you need to get in shape? At this rate, you'll just be the chubby guy who knows how to cook." He laughed cheerfully in response. "You're always so funny, Mom." But Kansen Hai's expression was dead serious. "No, I'm being completely serious. So stop relying on your transformer body and eating all day." Du Quangyuan gave a forced laugh, trying to change the subject. "But for now, let's cook first. Okay, Mom?" The memory of Dai's cooking sent a wave of fear through him. I get that food from a place of loving nature. And he remembered Master Dai's eyes practically glowing with excitement. A moment later, Kansen Hai sighed in defeat. "All right, fine." Quangyuan grinned happily. "Yes, the food problem is officially solved," he chuckled to himself. "As for the training, there's nothing I can do about that. I wonder what we'll be doing next week. Will it be the same as this week? Or some brand new form of torture?" Time flew by, and soon it was dark. He pushed the thought away. Whatever happens, happens. At that same moment, in another place, someone was intently sharpening a blade. As Du Quangyuan's thoughts lingered, he guessed with a sense of dread. Or what if? It's even harder than this week? And high up on the mountain, Dai waited with a sinister grin. Du Quangyuan let out a terrified scream. He finally slammed into the ground with a brutal impact, scattering the birds and animals in all directions. His body was covered in wounds. After a 4-day rest, his master explained that the previous session was just basic training, completely separate from the actual entry standards. In other words, his endurance and ability to withstand hardship were still pitifully low. He needed more training, So now, the mandatory courses begin. He concluded this from his past sessions. With that thought, he struggled to push himself up. He raised a hand to his head, sighing at the sight of his scratched-up palms. He thought to himself that this was probably normal for a Transformer's training. But aside from the absolute agony, this part of the course was almost bearable, mainly because it ended so quickly. Of course, the real problem was that this was only the basic stuff. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through his train of thought. He looked up to see a figure standing on the cliff above. "If you're finished, get up here immediately." It was Dai, his master, who trained Immortals. He held a sharp sword in his hand, his face completely devoid of emotion as he spoke. One of the key traits of an Immortal is regeneration. Getting shot is a minor inconvenience. Even if a bullet passes straight through you, you just have to regenerate the flesh and you're fine. But against weapons without firepower like this one, it becomes much more troublesome. It takes time to regenerate a completely severed limb. Quang Wai asked Dai, confused. "Is that why you told us we had to be careful?" A wicked grin spread across the man's face as he swung the sword in a few fluid motions. The air itself seemed to split where the sword passed, leaving a visible trail of light. You can withstand attacks that cause minor damage, but against a strike like this, you have no choice but to dodge. Quang Wai could only watch, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He was speechless, a silent scream trapped in his mind. My God, this man is a complete psychopath. Staring at the razor-sharp blade in the man's hand, he cautiously backed away, fear creeping onto his face. "So, what's the reason you pulled that thing out? And here I thought you were supposed to be smart." "Exactly. This training session is a follow-up to our blade work. Your job is to block this sword, deflect it, or take it from my hand." In that moment, Dai transformed into a true killer, his face stone cold and radiating pure murderous intent. With a flash of steel, he swung the blade right at Guang Yi. Luckily, he managed to dodge it just in time. Another slash came, and he evaded that one too, breaking out in a cold sweat. His opponent lunged again, unleashing a powerful downward slash. Guan Yi barely leaped back, escaping by a hair's breadth. Dai's voice cut through the air. "Your objective is to evade the fatal blows. If you can't dodge, then you must minimize the damage taken. You can't dodge forever, so you better get used to the pain. You look a little too comfortable. Let's begin again." Guan Yi furrowed his brow and answered firmly, "Fine." But inside, he was screaming. "How am I supposed to dodge any of this?" He planted his feet, bracing for impact as the blade sliced a deep gash across his chest. This time, his luck ran out. He stared in horror at the blade. His mentor raised the sword again, this time aiming for his thigh. "If I aim for your thigh or calf, use your shin to block the blow." The next attack came for his wrist. "Or, deflect it to the side," Dai instructed. Guan Yi collapsed to his knees, coming to a grim conclusion. "No matter what I do, I'm still going to get cut, at least. I'm surviving this blade training." Suddenly, a green light enveloped his wrist, and the wound sealed itself shut. Dai nodded, impressed. "Your regeneration is pretty good. Let's keep going." As he struggled to his feet, the light spread across his other wounds, knitting flesh back together, even as fresh blood continued to pour out. Guan Yi collapsed again, gasping for air. Blood loss. It's one of the major weaknesses of an immortal. Is that why you carry around those blood packs? For transfusions? Usually. But it's better to stop the bleeding first. Guan Yi was floored. "Wait, you actually do that?" "I was just joking." Guan Yi fell back, exhausted, as Dai turned away. "Let's take a break and eat." "Oh, what are we having today? What are you making? Instant ramen?" "No." The sofa unfolded into a flat surface. On the kitchen counter sat a full spread of ingredients and utensils. Before long, a delicious plate of pasta was steaming on the table. It was spaghetti with meat sauce, made by Guang Ji. A nearby sticky note held his mother's secret tip. "If you want to make something delicious, make something with plenty of sauce." Dai took his first bite, and it was like lightning struck him. As they sat together at the table, Dai finally offered his verdict. "It's good." Guang Ji was stunned. "Oh, so at least your sense of taste is normal?" Dai's voice dropped to a low growl. "What was that?" He was only surprised because immortals have heightened senses. "Since your taste buds are so sensitive, I just figured you wouldn't be able to eat food like this." Dai took another bite. Cooking is also a form of training. Guang Yi was bewildered. "This is training." He shoveled a huge forkful into his mouth. "It restores your stamina," he mumbled while chewing. And just like that, Guang Yi understood. The peaceful blue sky above them faded. A voice echoed, "Time to add one more thing." The two of them were back in the forest again. Guan Yi wondered, "Add one more thing? What's that supposed to mean?" Dai approached with the knife. "You've gotten used to blocking with your arms, so." Before he could even finish, he lunged. In a flash, he stood face to face with Guang Ji, their eyes locked. Guangyi's eyes went wide, completely baffled. All he saw was the blade, now dripping with fresh blood. It's time to train your internal organ regeneration. Guangyi crumpled to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. His opponent's voice was cold. Just wait. Regenerating organs takes much longer, which is why your basic conditioning is so critical. Sweat poured down his face as he gasped for breath. I couldn't even react. It was too fast. The question echoed in his mind. Just now. How? Did you do that? D&D replied calmly. You have to erase your presence. If your opponent has sharp senses, you must learn to conceal your aura. And how do I do that? The man hesitated. Guangyi's patience snapped. Damn it. You just stabbed a hole in my gut. The least you could do is give me a straight answer. The older man stammered. I understand. You see, blood was still pouring from the wound in his stomach. Dai tried to change the subject. Look, it's already healing. It's only healing because you stabbed me in the first place. Yes? Well. About that, look, do you want to learn how to conceal your presence or not? Guangyi stared at the man for a beat, then nodded without hesitation. A single, resolute word escaped his lips. Yes. 2 days later, in an elevator descending to floor B2, Guangyi stepped out. Teacher, he called out, I'm here. He took a few more steps forward when a hand emerged from the shadows, aiming a gun straight at his head. He wasn't surprised. So, today's training is a game. Is it? Survival, you say? The instructor's eyes went cold as she raised the gun. With zero hesitation, she pulled the trigger. A heartbeat later, a bullet tore past his head. Kai's soul nearly left his body, his eyes wide with disbelief. The pellet slammed into the wall, spiderwebbing the plaster. It was a modified gas gun, firing specialized training rounds. Dodge. The word had barely left her lips before she fired again. He managed a weak, helpless smile as a hailstorm of pellets flew his way. He desperately dodged each shot as they embedded themselves in the walls and floor. All the while, her lesson continued. Guns are lethal. A single hit can inflict serious damage. Now move while I'm aiming. He moved like lightning, darting across the room, seeking cover. And if you can't find cover, you better run so fast. I can't get a lock on you. Don't run in a straight line. Use a zigzag pattern. Never let them predict your movements. If you're about to get hit, tense your muscles and force a change in direction. Use the impact to propel your body away. After dozens of shots were fired, the first one finally grazed his arm. He flinched from the sting. The instructor yelled, "Don't get hit. One bullet is all it takes to make you powerless. If a hit is unavoidable, take it on a part of your body that won't leave you crippled." Something clicked in his mind, preventing the loss of mobility. It was just like how the Immortals fought. He remembered his training with blades against savage beasts, followed by endless running, escaping until he collapsed. He gasped for breath, then forced himself to run again. Learning from both sides taught him that the fighting styles of Immortals and Shapeshifters were based on their core traits. Instead of teaching him how to fight, they were teaching him how to survive. After the training, he grew stronger, his muscles forged like steel. The regimen continued with flexibility exercises, then being slashed with swords, and finally, being shot at in every conceivable scenario. But Immortals had to be wary of bladed weapons, which could cause massive damage. And when it came to firearms, a specialized gun was far more dangerous than a standard one. The final test was a close-quarters struggle to disarm his opponent and seize control. On the other hand, shapeshifters were more than willing to face blade users. All you needed to do was dodge and strike. A shapeshifter's reflexes and strength allowed for that kind of combat. For them, a gun was easier to handle. Its range was wide, meaning you had to get close to them to end the game. They just needed to create as much distance as possible, making it impossible to land a clean shot. Shapeshifters can't regenerate, so their every move is calculated to avoid taking any damage at all. By now, hundreds of spent pellets littered the floor. Kai was panting, completely exhausted. His teacher reloaded. All right, practice is over. He sat on the ground, scratching his head. How are we supposed to clean all this up? Then, the instructor gave a new order. Get up and run across that wire. Fine. Kai sighed, picking up a dumbbell as he pondered. At least this kind of physical training was better than stupidly injuring himself. He was now perfectly balanced on the thin wire. Suddenly, a demonic visage appeared above his head. Kai's eyes widened with terror and alarm. He instantly lost his balance and stumbled off the wire. He crashed to the ground, his face pale with panic as he looked around frantically. The instructor just stood to the side, watching it all. After a moment of shock, he pushed himself up, still shaking. She looked stunned, stammering. You could feel that? He had no idea what just happened. His jaw hung open as he stared at his teacher. For a moment, both were frozen in fear. Finally, he spoke up. What was that? That, she said, was bloodlust. I see you can sense it. Don't ever do that again. It felt like my heart was going to explode. I don't like it one bit. Behind her, the demonic aura appeared once more. "It gets better once you get used to it," she said. "And if you have a similar ability, things will become much easier. Let's continue the training." He didn't answer, just kept staring at the monster. The hellish shapeshifter training had begun. After 2 days, he no longer fell off the wire. He had even found a way to withstand her crushing bloodlust. As his teacher casually summoned her killing intent over and over, his mind screamed in terror. She just kept doing it. He grit his teeth and endured it, but thanks to that, his immortal senses were being sharpened. Kai could now perceive that bloodlust with his 5 senses, and use his 6th sense to react to it. By tensing his lower abdomen and holding his ground, he could harness a part of that feeling. He learned this painful lesson while running endurance drills with weights. Watching this sight, the instructor just crossed her arms and muttered. He actually did it. His training continued to alternate between the immortal and shapeshifter styles, and the immortal training felt like a punishment straight from hell. To develop his regeneration, he had to train against axes, spears, bows, and traps. He learned quickly that you must be extremely careful with traps. Judy pointed a finger to her head. "Once you're caught in one, it's going to be excruciatingly painful, and when that pain becomes overwhelming, your mind won't stay clear, which means anything causing continuous pain is far more dangerous than an instant shock." Janji's tone was grave. "That's usually how it works. Immortals fight while taking heavy damage. That's why you have to master your pain, because agony makes it impossible to think straight. And the next step in your training is to drink poison." Yeah, training a shifter is a walk in the park compared to this. You'll be training in weighted iron armor, with additional weights strapped to your ankles and wrists. Then you'll dodge live ammunition and walk across burning coals. Other days, it was brutal barbell drills. Of course, things were bound to change. During his training, his father left for a 10-day business trip. His parents shared a tender embrace, leaving their son brooding in a shadowy corner. "Mom, you'd think he was leaving for years or something." On the days she wasn't riddling his body with holes, she tutored him in weapons and martial arts. He started with a simple wooden sword. His instructor offered a rare compliment. "You're a quick study with firearms, aren't you?" He found it challenging, but not impossible. With that mindset, he poured everything into his swordsmanship. Perhaps thanks to the raw power and reflexes of a shifter, Guang Yi-Du was a natural. Other times, his instructor had him practice with firearms. They were only models, but they felt incredibly realistic. She watched him for a long moment before giving her assessment. "Martial arts training is fine, but that's something you can practice on your own. I can just watch a few videos and get it down. But shooting, that's different. It demands absolute concentration." He squeezed the trigger, and the shots rang out. His instructor stood beside him, completely stunned. That's what she said, anyway. But with his hybrid blood and the 5 heightened senses of an immortal, this was actually pretty easy for him. He trained late into the night, and 2 months flew by in a flash. He dragged himself home after another grueling day of training. His parents were relaxing on the sofa when they saw him walk in. Duan Ho called out, "Son, just getting back from the gym?" "Yeah." He thought to himself, "I finally get a break after a whole week of hellish training. But this break is just making me antsy. Don't tell me my body actually craves the pain now." "I really hope not." His parents offered some encouragement. "You look so much stronger now. Good job, son." What followed was a barrage of lovey-dovey talk that left him with no choice but to smile helplessly. Their love is so intense. So, why don't I have a little sister? A mountain of laundry piled up in the hamper, waiting. Guani stood in the bathroom, staring at his reflection in the large mirror. He braced his hands on the sink. His reflection stared back, looking utterly dejected. "Why can't I get a girlfriend? It's not like my standards are that high, so why am I still single? I don't want someone super fit and sexy like my mom. Just someone who's cute and mature. But she should also be charming. And it'd be amazing if she could cook. Having a few shared hobbies would be nice too. Oh, and I want her to look great in a pair of jeans. And if I'm dreaming, she should be smart and considerate, too." Suddenly, Kansen Hai's phone buzzed. She stood up and told her husband, "Honey, I'm just popping out to meet Himin's mom." "At this hour?" "Oh, right. Her kid's going through puberty now. She must be super stressed." Her husband instantly understood. "Ah, yes. The stressful years." Duan Ho watched his wife leave, and his gaze drifted to the phone she'd left on the sofa. Guangji stepped out of the bathroom, still dripping wet, toweling his hair. "Mom, I can't find the hairdryer anywhere." He scanned the empty living room, puzzled. Where did everybody go? He picked up the phone from the sofa. A text message glowed on the screen. He blinked in surprise. "A test tomorrow? It's been forever since I had to take one of those. This feels weird." All his friends wondered why he didn't apply to college after acing his SATs. That's the big scholastic aptitude test in Korea. He remembered their questions clearly. Are you seriously not even going to apply? You're crazy. Just let me see your score then. He wasn't ashamed of not using his high scores. He just had no desire to go to college. He had already forged his own path. His mind drifted back 9 years. The world looked like it was ending. It was the day the gates first opened, and he was buried beneath the rubble of a collapsed building. But from the moment he saw one man, fighting against an endless horde of invaders, he knew he had to become just like him. That day, he looked up and smiled faintly. Mom would be so sad if she ever found out. She said she wanted me to live a normal life, like before my awakening. Suddenly, he snapped back to the present. Speaking of which, where did Mom go? On a sidewalk lined with brightly lit shops, Guan Yi's mother walked along the street. Another woman approached, waving her over. Kansan, hi. The instructor stood under the night sky and asked, so what was your excuse for getting out of the house? She replied, I told him I was visiting a parent who lives nearby. On the table between them were beers and snacks. A voice cut through the silence. Aren't you curious about anything? Kansan Hai spoke up. About your son. The instructor took a sip of her beer. You never say anything about what your son is up to. The mother clicked her tongue. I just want him to make the most of his hybrid blood. No. A hybrid between a human and a shifter usually loses half of the shifter's abilities. Her eyes were filled with such deep sadness. So I decided not to ask, terrified of what I might hear. Elsewhere, a man was on a call, the voice on the other end frantic. What? Are you actually being serious right now? Duan Ho stood on the rooftop, his expression grim. Do you want me to rip off your limbs and toss you into the sea? The voice on the phone shot back. You seriously don't know. I figured you didn't call because you already knew. What are you talking about? Then, the caller revealed something that completely shook him. He's an irregular, you say. At a street-side bar, she mused, he doesn't need to be some gifted genius or anything. I just want my son to have the power to protect himself from those crazy science groups or whatever they are. The teacher slammed her beer down, her voice laced with anger. Those crazy science groups, there was a team like that a long time ago. Those damned fools were always trying to create a new species by fusing others with a pureblood, creating an irregular. Kansan Hai immediately pictured bloodthirsty beasts. But the woman was calm. Yes. And they failed. They ended up creating monsters that only had the strength of both species combined. They both picked up their beers. She continued calmly. Their experiments led to only one conclusion. Whether you're an immortal, a shapeshifter, or whatever else, if you try to create a new species from a human, you only end up weakening the original bloodline's power. The teacher, now slightly drunk, crushed the beer can in her hand. Your son is lucky, you know? The mother was confused. What do you mean? The teacher turned to face her. Your son is far more special than that. Meanwhile, Du Duan Ho was in utter shock. An irregular? Does that mean my son is only half as strong? I thought he'd be at least half decent since my blood is dominant. The caller immediately shot that down. No, it's the opposite. He has incredible potential. He's a prodigy, the likes of which I've never seen before. I even had to teach him how to conceal his abilities. Duan Ho was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. Is that true? The teacher explained, his physical body is what you call perfect. But more than that, Kun Hai nodded, cutting her off. More than that, he has a fantastic set of genes. The mother snapped, don't you dare use that word. He's not only smart, but incredibly talented. He even learned how to tap into his bloodlust. Hearing this, Kansan Hai was completely taken aback. Duan Ho gripped the phone, his voice a low threat. If you're lying just to flatter me, I'll make sure you're buried within 2 weeks. Kansan Hai, just like her husband, couldn't believe it either. This isn't a funny joke. Both of them said in unison. I'm telling you the truth. The man on the phone insisted their son was brilliant, and the teacher was even more certain. Your son is a genius. At those words, a relieved smile spread across both parents' faces. Once again, they spoke together. That's our boy. Du Quang Wai, exhausted, let out a huge yawn as he walked out of his room. He saw his mom and asked, Hey, where's Dad? He went out to work early. You should wash up and get some breakfast. Yeah, okay. Seeing the feast on the table, his eyes lit up. Whoa, is today some kind of special occasion? Kansan Hai simply said it was an important day. He immediately remembered. It was the day of the civil servant exam. His mother lectured him that to maximize the brain's potential, you need to ensure it has enough glucose. That's why you don't need to stuff your face with a ton of food for breakfast. But instead of easily digestible food, it's just like the CSATs. You'll get sleepy from eating too much or suddenly need to bolt to the bathroom. Of course, the training he had endured had nothing to do with using his brain and everything to do with survival. The reality of the special immortal exam was a river of blood. After stuffing himself, he thanked his mom. Kun Hai asked worriedly, Are you ready? Yep, I studied so hard that the material even pops up in my dreams. In reality, his dreams were of getting his legs cut off and his organs pierced. Despite his confidence, she was still worried he would fail and his father, Duan-ho, would be terribly disappointed. He knew his mom didn't want him to be a civil servant, but she didn't want him to fail either. She was cheering for him, but worried about his shapeshifter side. But I'm also an immortal, right? He smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, Mom." Kansen Hai, not entirely convinced, made him a promise. "If you lose, you and I will settle this in the boxing ring." He froze, stammering in fear as a terrible thought crossed his mind. She used her own brand of tough love. "If you don't want that to happen, you better pass." Du Kwang-Wai beamed, guaranteeing he would pass. He pushed the elevator button, casually humming a tune. Listening to music is the best way to deal with stress. But suddenly, he realized something. His immortal senses kicked in, and his demeanor turned serious. His throat went dry. When the elevator reached the 13th floor, he was still trying to act cheerful, singing to himself. Suddenly, a girl appeared out of nowhere, causing him to cough awkwardly in embarrassment. Kwang Wai instantly recognized the girl before him. It was Kang Jin. She started teasing him lightly. "If you want to confess your feelings to me, don't sing. With a face like that, you don't need to be a good singer." Kwang Wai broke into a nervous sweat, unable to look her in the eye. "Kang Jin, why do you even care about stuff like that? So you're not going to confess to me?" "Nope, why not? Haven't I told you my ideal type like a million times already?" She didn't care, grabbing his arm without a second thought. Kang Hyman declared confidently, "Do you really think a girl as smart, beautiful, and perfect as me is easy to find?" When they finally hit the ground floor, he shot her a look of disgust. "Don't ever say things like that in public. This world is dangerous now. Are you trying to get us arrested? And you call yourself smart? Do you have any shame at all?" And just like that, Guang Yi stormed off, leaving Hemin scrambling to catch up. She demanded to know where he was going. He gave a short, dismissive answer. "To the civil service exam site." Suddenly, Kang Hyman's eyes went wide with awe at a massive billboard for Eduan. Wow, their advertising is no joke. It's like they're trying to brainwash people. He stopped in his tracks. "Look, I'm busy. Just go to class." She shot back, "I'm a senior now. Next year, I'll be in college." He offered a deadpan congratulations. "When you get your ID, try not to waste your life on booze. You know you're only 1 year older than me, right?" He insisted the age gap mattered. She completely disagreed. She might be at an all-girls high school now, but she had no plans to attend an all-girls university, because next year, she planned on using her stunning looks to attract a whole legion of thirsty men. His only reply was a cold shoulder. "You should focus on studying first." As he turned to leave, she shouted, "But we're dating. You have to help me study. What's the point of having a smart boyfriend if I can't use him for things like this?" He scoffed, turning back with an icy glare. "And who said I was your boyfriend?" The poor guy had just hit his own self-destruct button. Hearing his words, she exploded with fury. Tang Hyman's specialty is a devastatingly high kick. Even as a high school senior, some things about her never changed. Elsewhere, the Bon bus rumbled down the street, stopping to let off passengers at the exam site. Yu Guangyi checked the time, 7:50. The exam didn't start until 9, so he was a bit early. What should I do now? At the entrance, he was met by 2 overly cheerful receptionists. Suddenly, a man's voice cut in. "Are you a candidate for the exam?" Guangyi nodded. "Yes." The man's brow furrowed, his face twisting into a scowl as if someone had just stolen his family's entire food supply. He asked suspiciously, "Can I see your examination documents?" Guangyi was completely bewildered. Why is he staring at me like I'm some kind of con artist? At the main hall, a receptionist's voice rang out. "Here you are, Mr. Yu Guangyi." "Yes, confirmed. Please take the elevator to the 9th floor." He looked around the floor, feeling lost, when a young woman approached him. "Are you a candidate?" It was Park Dagam, a technical guide. He simply said yes. "Let me see your documents," she demanded. After a moment of inspection, she finally spoke. "All right, confirmed." She pointed him toward the very last room down the hall. Guanyi sighed, feeling a wave of irritation and impatience. What a hassle. Are all the exams for the Immortals this tedious? The hallway stretched before him, long, dark, and utterly empty. Reaching the special examination center, he hesitated. "This is the room?" Yu Guangyi paused before the door, a deep suspicion growing. "Is it soundproof?" He imagined a scene of utter carnage inside, but this was the heart of JU City. The old forces. Is this the power of the world government? He took a deep breath, steadying his nerves as he opened the door. Okay, focus. The moment this opens, a knife could come flying out. Dodging it might be the first part of the test. But one thing's for sure. Horrors, just like the ones from my training, are waiting in there. But inside the silent, empty room, he froze like a statue. This wasn't it at all. Suddenly, a deep voice spoke. "You're the first one here." Guang Yi jumped, startled. He noticed the man speaking was completely bald. The man looked at him sternly. "Come here. Let me see your papers." But Guang Yi was completely mesmerized by the man's shiny head. He knew they had developed hair loss cures ages ago using materials from the White Hall. There were even cheaper versions with side effects, which could only mean one thing. This man was bald by choice. For fashion. The thought absolutely stunned him. The man's patience wore thin. "Candidate." Guang Yi snapped out of his trance. "Ah, yes. Here are my documents and my ID card." He couldn't help a narcissistic thought. Why so many checks? Isn't looking at my handsome face proof enough? The examiner just pointed. "Number 48. Over there." Guang Yi was surprised. This exam room was nothing like he'd imagined. It was filled with far too many chairs. He'd never seen anything like it in all his training, but he quickly shook the thought away. Once the real test begins, who knows what will happen? That bald man could suddenly pull a knife and lunge straight for him. Instantly, his senses went on high alert. He resolved to stay completely focused until the very end. That way, nothing could take him by surprise. But the anxiety was gnawing at him. Tense as if sitting on a bed of fire, he remained frozen like a statue. As the once empty room slowly filled with other candidates, everyone else was calmly reviewing their notes. But Yu Guangyi was sweating bullets, on the verge of a full-blown panic. Yu Guangyi, a 20-year-old man, was currently experiencing the biggest shock of his life. The examiner's voice boomed. "I'm sure you all brought one, but does anyone not have a pen?" All the other candidates remained completely silent. But Guang Yi, slowly, hesitantly, raised his hand. The examiner looked annoyed. "And just who the hell are you?" Guang Yi's face was a mask of pure, agonizing defeat. "I should have known, right?" Yu Guangyi felt something was deeply wrong, but he couldn't say a word. He was completely floored to hear this was the civil service exam. He had no memory of ever preparing for a test like this. The tutoring sessions he remembered were just an endless, non-stop gauntlet of suffering. He had overcome countless brutal trials and exhausting training, pouring his entire heart and soul into becoming something else entirely. To pass it, he'd been slashed across the chest, covered in wounds, all to get through the exam. But now, it hit him. Panic seized him when the proctor announced the test would begin in just 10 minutes. Because he was the first one here and had spent the last 50 minutes just staring into space. "I'm definitely in the wrong place." The proctor's voice cut through his thoughts. "Does anyone not have a pen?" He slumped in his seat. His last shred of hope was gone. Someone handed him a pen, telling him to take it. He stared at it. An ordinary pen, so it must be a written test after all. He scanned the room. The atmosphere felt like any other testing center. But what on earth were they studying? Would I get yelled at if I asked to see what they're looking at? His gaze drifted towards a girl nearby. He'd noticed it earlier, but everyone in this room was ridiculously good-looking. Some of them, like that handsome guy over there, could easily be idols. His eyes landed on Qi Nam. But among them all, the most captivating was Guang Yi. He couldn't help but stare. Damn that bastard, even the way he held his hand was perfect. It was like he was shooting a commercial all by himself. What is that glowing aura behind him? Qi Nam glanced his way, then coldly turned his head. Guang Yi sighed. Great. I hope he didn't get the wrong idea. A sudden chime grabbed everyone's attention. To Guang Yi's surprise, people started pulling out partitions. The panels slid into place, forming 4 walls around his desk. An announcement echoed. The exam will now begin. He guessed the partitions were for immortals with heightened senses, so that's why the desks are so far apart. Just then, a latecomer rushed in. Did I make it just in time? The proctor simply pointed him to his seat and started handing out the papers. Guang Yi was stunned. In any other exam, a latecomer like that would have been turned away instantly. He figured a test for immortals must be pretty lax. Okay, I take that back. Muttering broke out around him. He scoffed internally. Seriously, he'd rather be running through a gauntlet of blades than take this kind of test. At least then I could show them my talent for dodging blades. He read the first question and froze. It asked what to do for a small, coin-sized puncture wound. He was completely floored. What is this? Did someone just say this was hard? He wondered. The answer was option number 4. He reasoned that unless it was a special case, the second and third options would be more critical. But a coin-sized puncture isn't that large. Assuming it's a gunshot wound, the very first step is to apply pressure directly to it. Du Indi had drilled it into him. Whatever happens, stopping the bleeding is always the priority. Continuous blood loss leads to shock. Apply pressure, then find something to staunch the bleeding. His master had told him the same thing. But honestly, after running through a field of blades a few times, you learn that lesson on your own. Just stop the bleeding, and nothing else will happen. On to the second question. When losing blood at a high rate, what percentage of blood loss will induce shock? He blinked, confused. Another one like this? Are all the questions this simple? He'd never gone into shock before and used to get yelled at for it. Do and Dai's sarcastic voice echoed in his memory. Why aren't you in shock yet? How many more times do I have to stab you? How many more times are you going to stab me? The man said he must be an immortal, because otherwise, he's just a normal human. If he went into shock like a normal person, the answer would be 3. He moved on. Next question. You can't dodge an opponent's blade. What do? The answer was simple. Give them your arm. He'd been told countless times how crucial mobility is. He blazed through the questions. The next one was 1. Suddenly, he remembered a movie he once saw. The main character was born poor and entered a quiz show with a massive prize. That character answered every question using his own life experiences. This one's about poison. I know this stuff all too well. The people around him were sweating, struggling with every question. This test wasn't about book smarts. It was asking how well you could use an immortal body and how much you truly knew about it. He had used this body to endure the most horrific training imaginable. No, to put it simply, he literally returned from hell. A flood of memories from his training washed over him. The basics his master taught him, and the knowledge he gained through endless, brutal practice. All of it, every scar and every near-death experience, gave him the answers. He finished his test. He was absolutely certain. Practice is learning. He flipped the paper over and was taken aback. Whoa, there's another question on the back. An essay question? He read it quietly. How do you kill an immortal? This one, the answer is obvious. He finished writing and glanced around. Done. How long has it been? The proctor sighed. He still has another hour left. Did he just give up? Those who finish early may leave. Just turn your paper over and you're free to go. Guang Yi opened the door and saw the Nuna with the bob cut from the entrance. Gotcha. Da Gam greeted him with a warm smile. Have you read the agreement in full? I have. She handed him the contract. This covers the terms of service and a strict non-disclosure agreement. If you break the rules, the OFX will come for you. It doesn't matter if you're immortal or not. That sounded ominous, he agreed. Suddenly, Da Gam's curiosity piqued. You're a hybrid, aren't you? Yeah, that's right. A mix between a shapeshifter and an immortal. She smiled brightly. Good luck. He awkwardly thanked her. Could this be his big chance? Then again, she wasn't exactly his type. At the testing center, the bald proctor looked troubled. He read the applicant's paper, completely baffled. Who is this young man? Suffocation, freezing, incineration, pulverization. All are deadly threats to an immortal. Suffocation leads to unconsciousness, frozen solid by nitrogen or consumed by fire. The body can't function normally. And it certainly can't regenerate while being ground to dust. But if you ask for a single, guaranteed way to kill an immortal, there is no concrete answer. The proctor knew from the start that the question was a trick. It had no real solution. Most immortals are dangerously ignorant about their own safety, so they design questions about weapons and dire situations to test their awareness. What will permanently damage an immortal's body? That was the true heart of the final question. Their bodies can regenerate, but that doesn't mean they are invincible. Once an immortal understands that simple fact, they can avoid death without memorizing every single method of execution. He glanced at Kwang Waidu's information. I heard he's a hybrid. Part immortal, part human. His physical abilities are likely weak, but his intelligence could be extremely useful. The proctor sighed, finishing his grading. And now, for the impression score. He was the first to arrive and the first to leave, without even bringing a pen. 15 days later, a notification lit up Kwang Wai's phone. He calmly announced, Mom, I passed the civil service exam. You did? That's wonderful. He continued. And it's not just that I passed. What is it? The exam website announced that he had passed with the highest score in the nation. Sun Hai was floored. The highest score? She slammed her knife on the table, snatching the phone from his hand. Sun Hai excitedly called Don Ho, shouting about buying beef. Premium Korean beef. Kwang Wai's face lit up. He meekly asked to loosen his belt, but Sun Hai said he could only wear a stretchier one. When Don Ho got home, Dad, you're back. Kwang Wai rushed to greet him. Dad, welcome home, son. But the boy's eyes were glued to the bag of meat, making his father sigh in defeat. You could at least say hello to me first. Premium beef. The family started grilling meat and drinking beer to celebrate. Don Ho and Sun Hai were beaming with pride. I knew you would pass. Of course. Whose son is he? He's our son. Kwang Wai replied humbly. The questions were easier than I expected. And you're more brilliant than you think, Don Ho said with sincere care. Now that you have the results, the interview is next, right? Just the interview and it's all over. Yes. The two adults discussed his future. Which department will he join first? He'll definitely start in a public corporation under the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. I'm not really sure, he replied. Really? Sun Hai liked his casual attitude, but to Quang Wai, it felt like he was dodging the question. He sank into thought, wondering why the government and the OFX even needed immortal civil servants, and what kind of work they would do. He frowned at Do and Ho. I have so many questions, but I know Dad won't give me a straight answer. What is it? Dad, can you give me some tips for the upcoming interview? I don't know anything. Quang Wai dressed sharply in a suit. It was a short time after celebrating his top score on the written test. He had received a message with his interview date. The interview was being held in the same building as the exam. In the end, his father refused to give him any real information. He only said that interviews are usually about personality, but to have answers prepared just in case. After all, this is the real test. Sun Hai was anxiously thinking about calling her son. Then, with a gentle, loving smile, she encouraged him. You can do this, my son. Hearing her words filled him with confidence. The elevator descended to the first floor, and he looked around, taking everything in. He stopped in front of a reflective door to admire himself. He thought, looking this handsome, I could probably debut as a celebrity. Kang Hin saw him and immediately came over to tease him. He accused her of stalking him, but she explained she was just passing by. He shot back. It's the weekend. Instead of wandering around, shouldn't you be studying? You're a high school senior, you know. She suggested he become her tutor, but he just waved his hand dismissively. I don't have the time. She didn't forget to compliment his suit. It looks good on you. He smirked, his ego restored. I know. In a towering skyscraper, the special recruitment interview waiting room. Quang Wai watched the other diligent candidates and wondered if he should even sit down. He scrolled through articles on big corporate interviews, and that's when he spotted a familiar face, the arrogant rich kid from the evaluation center. The guy glanced over, his eyes full of disdain, then immediately looked away. Rage flared within him at that blatant disrespect. He swore he wouldn't sit next to that jerk this time. It wasn't because he was afraid of being compared, of course. As everyone settled in, a staff member stepped out. Candidate number 48, Quang Wai Du. Quang Wai walked in, his expression serious. His eyes immediately locked onto Jiang Nan. With his pale skin and fiery red hair, the guy looked like a walking candle. He then noticed the woman beside him. It was Barda Jiam, the proctor from the evaluation center. So now she's one of the interviewers. The air in the room was thick with tension. Barda Jiam started the questions. What was your motivation for applying here? If he said his dad told him to apply, he'd be kicked out for sure. So, he gave the most polished corporate answer he could muster. I wanted to test my limits, to see how far I could push myself in a challenge this difficult. And I also want to make my dream a reality, to fight for my country and protect its people. Jiang Nan's face was taut like a bowstring. How much would you sacrifice for your comrades? Quang Wai answered calmly, I don't know. It would depend entirely on the situation. So you're saying you have no intention of sacrificing anything at all? He immediately shot that down. No, I'd find a more practical solution instead. His answer hung in the air, met with stunned silence. It was definitely a provocative response. The interview continued with a series of trick questions. Your mother and your lover are drowning. Who do you save first? I'd save them both at once. I'm an excellent swimmer. 1 bullet left, but 2 targets. What do you do? I'd shoot one and throw the gun at the other. Hearing this, Barda Jiam's imagination ran wild. A smile crept across her face, and she covered her mouth, trying to stifle a laugh. Maybe his answers weren't exactly by the book, but that's just how his interview went. A few days later, he was deep into a video game, when he suddenly leaped onto his bed, bursting with laughter. Seeing him lazing around after the interview, Connie told him to go outside. He insisted he had a plan, but his mom wasn't having it. You know what happens if you fail, don't you? A date with me in the training yard. And we'll end the night with a private boxing lesson. But he insisted he had his own plan. Today was all about serious business, which, for him, meant eating, sleeping, and resting. Hearing this, his mom's eyes narrowed, her muscles bulging. Suddenly, my hands are getting really itchy. Where should we go? How about some mountain climbing? It's been a while. Let's go out and have a little chat. She warned him to be careful out there, because venomous creatures are especially dangerous for shapeshifters. If you fall under their control, terrible things could happen. He just scratched his head, completely lost. At best, you get attacked. At worst, their venom hinders your regeneration. Then, his mom began to tell a story. You know the stories about wolves howling at a full moon? There was once a shapeshifter child who couldn't control their instincts and cried out to the moon one night. And in that very moment, the moon was full. If you can't hold back your emotions, just go outside and scream it all out. But he tried to argue. But on the news, all the major incidents are caused by mages and other supernaturals. I've never actually heard anyone howl at night. Connie explained there's a way to suppress those urges and control oneself. Suddenly, it all started to make sense to him. After his awakening, she often took him mountain climbing. It must have been training for his self-control, while also helping him clear his mind. He could even use his energy to enhance that training and strengthen his control, and that was the real issue. This is why I keep telling you to get a girlfriend. If you don't find someone, you're going to get rusty. He was rendered speechless, completely helpless, as his mom continued to press the issue. Honestly, getting rusty might be the better option for you. Genetically speaking, you're a walking disaster. And with that, his spirit was completely crushed. She even started questioning if he might be gay. He shot that down immediately. But Kumi was genuinely worried. She insisted he needed to get out more. She asked what his plans were. He then remembered getting a congratulatory notice, along with a document he needed to review. He picked it up, feeling a bit dazed. A 5-week orientation training course. What could they possibly teach for over a month? Must reside in dorms during the probationary period. Then, his eyes landed on a line that made them go wide. Annual salary for new recruits. 60.5 million won. Physical training expenses covered. Hazard pay provided separately. And cultural and recreational activity fees also covered. After probation, a private office and a company apartment nearby. All other activity expenses are covered as well. The list of benefits went on and on. This fee covered, that expense paid. It was an unbelievably generous package. Work for over 18 months, and you're exempt from military service. But his dream was always to be a soldier. Still, reading the scroll-like list of benefits, his eyes lit up with pure excitement. What in the world is wrong with this company? Are they completely insane? They're about to shatter the entire work ecosystem in South Korea. The recruiter, Da Jiam, kindly asked if he had any questions. He requested permission to show the documents to his parents. Her friendly smile hid words as sharp as a razor. If you want your mother to face a life sentence in prison, then by all means, feel free to show her. It would certainly make for a beautiful memory, wouldn't it? She had a knack for saying the most insane things, with the most disarmingly cute expression. So, telling his mother was out of the question, but the benefits were just too good to pass up. He simply told her he was aiming for a top spot in administration and security. Hearing this, his mother, Kang Gun-hai, found it almost laughable. He was spouting such grand ambitions, just like any young man would. For someone who truly wants to contribute to society, I believe this level of dedication is absolutely necessary. He just wanted to work for a company that recognized his true worth. It definitely wasn't about the money or the free housing. Losing her patience, she stood up while he continued to ramble on. It's all thanks to my brilliant father and beautiful mother. Of course, naturally, it's all because I inherited my parents' superior bloodline. She softened, saying warmly, I'm just so happy you're my son. So she still loves me, despite my terrible jokes. If a child like you were in a group of shifters, she began, trailing off. He confidently reassured his mother, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. He truly felt lucky to have been born a hybrid. Shifters must constantly battle their primal instincts, and immortals have to face dangers beyond imagination. He'd heard that many shifters possessed incredibly violent instincts, and that immortals were plagued by overwhelming sensitivity. But he wasn't like either of them. His shifter instincts were so manageable that he could keep them in check just by browsing online. He was just like a normal 20-year-old, and his immortal sensitivity was surprisingly easy to soothe. He was confident he could excel anywhere, and that's why he could tell his mother with a steady voice, you really don't have to worry. I know I'll do great, no matter where I am or who I'm with. A new day dawned, thick with heat and exhaustion. Meanwhile, Du Kwang-wai sat on the bus, enjoying the ride. Summer had arrived. Finally, a sweet escape from the scorching sun. He could just relax in the air conditioning of the massive, company-chartered bus. Half the passengers were immortals, heading to the same orientation site. They were there to guide the new recruits. He hadn't been able to do it back at the testing center, but on a bus like this, he could easily tell who possessed a pure bloodline. It was in their distinct appearances and the strange aura surrounding them. It was a dead giveaway of their pure-blooded heritage. He could sense it all through his 5 enhanced senses. And, of course, his immortal intuition. With a sigh, he glanced at the empty seat beside him. It was the only one left, which meant he was stuck sitting next to that prince from before. Just then, the introduction started. It seemed like everyone else was already making friends, but he just sat there, sulking in the corner. You should try to make as many friends as possible. Don't judge people by their first impression. Sometimes, people who seem off at first turn out to be really good people. And the opposite is true too. That's what his father, Duan Ho, had always taught him. He could almost feel his father affectionately ruffling his hair. My son, you've grown so much. You're even taller than me now. Just don't act like a child in a grown man's body. Have you been sleeping well? Yes. You're already doing so well. I couldn't manage that at your age. Back then, his father had terrible trouble sleeping. Everything was a sensory overload, especially being able to hear every single sound the neighbors made. A shifter uses self-restraint to control their instincts. So how does an immortal suppress their heightened senses? He had always wondered about that. I use earplugs and an eye mask, his father explained. I also refused to touch anything that wasn't a microfiber blanket, but none of it really worked. The rich ones just buy a single-story house and build a soundproof room right in the middle, something a poor immortal could never afford. He remembered his father laughing carefree as he said it. If you keep struggling with insomnia while trying to live like a normal adult, you'll eventually figure something out. Or you could just go train on a mountain for 3 years. He fell into deep thought. Controlling one's senses sounded incredibly difficult. But for him, it came as naturally as breathing. A shifter can control every single muscle in their body. Controlling his senses was just like folding his ears or flexing an isolated muscle in his back. As the thought crossed his mind, he felt a surge of gratitude for his mother. Everyone is sensitive to something, Duan Ho had said, so you just have to find your own way to control it. But his father never told him exactly how to do it. Where's the fun in that? Snapping back to the present, he decided to talk to the guy. He gave a friendly wave. This is the 3rd time we've met, right? The guy just stared at him, confused, before dropping a single, ice-cold sentence. Do I know you? The friendly expression on his face instantly froze. He just run straight into an iceberg. He definitely run into an iceberg. Still, he tried to strike up a conversation, but the guy wouldn't even give him a glance. They'd already crossed paths twice, and both times, the guy had just scoffed at him. Still, Guang Yi tried to be friendly back at the interview screening. But now, the guy acts like he's a total nuisance, saying, "This is the first time I've ever seen you." Just one sentence. And Guang Yi knew everything. It seems this so-called prince has the memory of a goldfish. The jerk was rude to him first, which officially makes him a piece of trash. Ignoring the arrogant prince, he wondered if he should greet the person sitting behind him. She also had blonde hair, but he could tell she wasn't a pure blood. In the end, he decided to say hello to the ice-cold girl. She fired back. "You're a half-blood, aren't you? Your father is an immortal, your senses are dull, and you come from a wealthy family. I bet you only accepted this job for some special condition, and you don't even know our destination, do you?" In reality, he took the job because he had high hopes for the company. She just called him a child. Rage simmered inside him, but he couldn't do anything but curse inwardly. "Dad, I've met another rude girl. This one must think she's Sherlock Holmes. Such brilliant detective work." She continued her analysis of him. "You have 0 observation skills. Immortals are extremely sensitive. That's why everyone sits in the back, away from the windows, where the sunlight piercing the blinds is agonizing. Even a conversation like this is irritating. I know because I'm sensitive. Those kids in the box snacking and talking, they're half-bloods. So shut your mouth." What an oblivious blockhead. She cut him down without even blinking an eye. At her words, the entire bus went silent. Guang Yi wanted nothing more than to punch her right in the face. But, fundamentally, she was right. His dad once said his nickname when he was dating was the king of sensitivity. If Guang Yi unleashed his own senses, these people would suffer far more. And just like that, the entire bus fell deathly quiet. Now, even opening a bag of chips would make him their mortal enemy. Suddenly, he felt a strange rumbling from within. A friendly gas bubble spoke up inside him. "Hello, Guang Yi. I'm your friend, made of nitrogen, methane, CO2, H2O, and more. May I please be released?" The timing was impeccable. 2 liters of soy milk for breakfast was a terrible idea. He shot a glance at the girl behind him. "All right, if you're that desperate to get out, then launch your attack on our little friend back there." A pungent aroma filled the air, and her face immediately twisted in disgust. Everyone else on the bus reeled back. She snarled through clenched teeth, "You disrespectful pig." With his revenge complete, a satisfied smirk spread across his face. A few hours after the biohazard incident, the bus finally reached its destination. He set his suitcase down and walked with the rest of the group. He looked around, completely lost. Where are we? What is this place? Did they just rent an apartment complex? Suddenly, a young man called out, "Hey, musclehead." Bang Guai-Te asked, "What did you eat this morning?" Kim Do-han chimed in, "Was it indigestion?" He smiled cheerfully. "Just a normal biological phenomenon. These must be the 2 half-bloods from the back of the bus." They introduced themselves, 21-year-old Kim Do-han and 23-year-old Bang Guai-Te. As it turns out, Bang Guai means fart in Korean. He immediately shot back, "You should have been the one to drop that bomb, Ha-young. My name is Du Guang Yi. I'm 20. Why argue with an elder? Once we get there, none of this will matter." Guang Yi was confused, but still, this is supposed to be a company orientation. We should at least be polite and use names, like Guai or Guang Yi. Bang Guite said, "This place is a type of training facility." Hearing that, Guang Yi's eyes widened. A sharp voice barked an order. "Fall in. 5 rows and move." He looked around, stunned. There were 100 people. They recruited a lot, but why did they all look so weak? Already out of breath from a light jog? Seriously. He suddenly realized the speaker was the bald proctor from the screening center. The red-haired guy and the purple-haired woman were there too. Li Jiangmo announced, "For the next month, every single one of you will be completely reborn. We've barely even started, and I'm already incredibly disappointed. What do you plan to accomplish with such pathetic stamina? When I was your age, I wasn't this pathetic. Everyone, turn around. Do you see those 3 trees over there? The first 15 people to reach them, run." At his command, everyone took off, running for their lives. There went Guai Te and Du Han, along with the 2 rude jerks from the bus. Everyone's really trying their best. He just jogged calmly. It was no exaggeration to say he could probably hop there on 1 foot and make it halfway. Maybe he'd been through too much, because a situation like this felt strangely peaceful. Well then, maybe I'll aim for 14th place? He had judged too soon. Who would have thought the orientation would become a brutal training camp? His mother's words rang in Guang Yi's ears. "You must never let anyone know that you are a shapeshifter," he'd asked her. "So what if I'm discovered?" Her reply was brief. "It will be very troublesome." Confused, he pressed her. Is there a better reason than that? She had only asked a question in return. How do you think humans see shapeshifters? In their eyes, people like Guang Yi were nothing but ticking time bombs, potential criminals just wait. A monster waiting to break free, a madman howling at the full moon. He was a dangerous man, with 1,000 different triggers that could send him plunging into the abyss. Knowing this, Guang Wai made a silent vow. He would bury this secret deep, carefully controlling every ounce of his strength and speed. Just as planned, Guang Wai crossed the finish line in a perfectly average 14th place. His performance was flawless, and he had to see the act through to the end. He gasped for breath, forcing exhaustion into his limbs to blend in with the suffering crowd. No one could ever discover the secret he held. The moment they finished, everyone fell into formation under the piercing gaze of the instructor. But before they could even catch their breath, a new announcement echoed. "All of you can go home right now. You people have absolutely 0 fundamental skills." The instructor's razor-sharp gaze swept over them, his voice dripping with contempt. "Don't like what you hear? Fine. Get on your faces and start doing push-ups. On 1, you shout 'I am.' On 2, you shout 'a moron.'" The chant was designed to humiliate, but everyone complied, doing push-ups as they shouted. The instructor called the cadence, and they followed. Even Guang Wai had no choice. Still, he had more than enough energy to let his mind wander. These major organizations sure have some bizarre training methods. When he'd searched online for stories about these company orientations, everyone talked about playing games and starting secret office romances. What a joke. Lost in thought, Guang Wai messed up the chant, and the demon-like instructor was on him in an instant. "Are you an idiot? You can't even follow a simple count?" Guang Wai had to thank her for the kind words that put his heart at ease. As the push-ups continued, another recruit's arms began to tremble, on the verge of collapse. Without thinking, he let a curse slip out. A booming shout echoed, "Halt," and everyone froze. A pair of boots strode across the floor, stopping right in front of the recruit who had sworn. "Back in my day, this never would have happened. But now, it seems we have recruits who think they can curse at their instructors." The kid panicked, shouting, "It wasn't me." The instructor crouched down beside him, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. "Don't scream. Do you want to shatter the eardrums of every pureblood here? Or is there just something fundamentally wrong with your personality? Do you just enjoy disturbing your comrades?" Another instructor's voice boomed for everyone to hear. "There will be no more shouting. Around here, we speak softly. That is the rule." The long set of push-ups was pushing many to their absolute physical limits. The instructor continued to stalk the lines, correcting form. Guang Wai had to maintain his act even with his superior stamina. He couldn't afford to stand out. Seeing the other supposedly immortal recruits looking so weak, he forced a little more strain into his performance. Just then, the instructor's voice cut through the air again. "If this were my generation, you'd all have been kicked to the curb by now. Things have gotten soft. I'm going to give you 2 choices." The instructor asked the recruit who swore if he wanted to leave or accept his punishment. Of course, the kid chose the punishment. As soon as he confirmed his choice, the instructor administered the punishment on the spot. Only a sickening sound reached Guang Wai's ears. He was stunned. The sound was unmistakably that of a hand being broken. Overwhelming curiosity compelled Guang Wai to risk a glance. 2 instructors were on the kid. One clamped a hand over his mouth while the other reminded him not to scream. "They're insane," Guang Wai thought, his blood running cold. They break his arm and he isn't even allowed to scream. Sure, you could probably hold it in, but the pain would be excruciating. After the punishment, the instructor announced, if any of you break the rules here, the penalty will begin with broken bones. So if anyone else feels like breaking the rules, be my guest. Cursing is a 2-point deduction. Shouting is a 1-point deduction. Fighting among yourselves is a 5-point deduction. Let what happened here be a lesson. But Kwang Yi's secret glance hadn't escaped the instructor's watchful eyes, and he was asked, in a voice dripping with mock affection, did you enjoy the show? Not at all, Kwang Yi screamed internally. He let his guard down. He had no idea someone had been watching him. The instructor slowly walked up to a raised platform, not forgetting to call him useless one last time as he finally ended the push-ups. The instructor introduced himself. His name was Lai Jiang Mo. From now on, they were to address him as Instructor Lai Jiang Mo. He signaled to the woman beside him. She stepped forward to elaborate. Instructor Lai Jiang Mo will be responsible for your physical training. All of you here are currently just rookies. You must achieve a minimum basic level to be able to carry out your assigned missions. The purpose of this orientation is to help you reach that level. Kwang Yi listened intently. If the instructors were divided into good and bad, he guessed this woman was the good one. Her voice was pleasant and calm. My turn, she said. My name is Ba Jia Jiam. I will be your technical instructor. She then stepped back as another instructor came forward. My name is Jiang Chu Nam, and I'm going to kill every last one of you. His introduction was met with dead silence. Ba Jia Jiam quickly stepped in to clarify. That's not what he means. Instructor Jiang Chu Nam will teach you how to manage your immortal bodies. Looking at that expression, who would believe that? Did this company hire a serial killer as an instructor? Lai Jiang Mo surveyed them one last time. If anyone wants to quit, leave now. He made it clear that he wouldn't care if they all walked out. In fact, he'd probably be thrilled to have less work. But for the offered benefits, who would want to leave? Not Kwang Yi. The only way he was leaving was with a bullet in his head. I'm terrified, but it'll probably be fine. I can't just give up on being an immortal. No one even flinched. Not a single person tried to leave. At that moment, our guide pointed us toward a new path. Li Jiang roared, "Welcome to hell." We were assigned to dorms, 10 people to a room. The guide led us to our new home and told us to change into our uniforms and wait. Kwang Yi couldn't shake the feeling this place was ripped straight from a horror film. At least he was rooming with Duhan and Kui Tae. He just prayed he could avoid the others. A bunch of rude little punks. Duhan muttered to Kui Tae as he went to shower, while the others got settled. Kwang Yi checked on the guy next to him. Hey man, you doing all right? Kangyu trembled, claiming he was fine, but he was drenched in sweat and could barely breathe. Turns out, not all immortals are built the same. Kwang Yi scanned the room, sizing everyone up. One guy looked like he had some kind of royal blood, like the Deputy Prime Minister of the Arab Emirates or something. And those two, over there, were they brothers? They looked identical. He could already imagine their nicknames being Jade and Cotton. And then there was that cute girl. 7 guys and 3 girls in total. You'd think they would at least give us separate rooms. How are we supposed to get changed in this setup? He turned and spotted another room, but the sign was so badly written. Changing room looked more like display room. Before he could even move, Miho shot him a warning. Don't you even think about looking in there. He scoffed. Please, as if I'd want to. Like I'd ever believe you, she retorted. You have 0 credibility. Kwang Yi wanted to cry for his mom. My own son is being treated like a criminal. He had to hide the fact he was a shapeshifter. What was he going to do? Just then, the cute girl stepped in, breaking the tension with a smile. Looks like we'll have to follow a lot of rules here. Her voice was absolutely captivating. He wondered if she was a singer. Kinam's voice cut in, cold as steel. From now on, watch your powers. If you break the rules, I'll kill you. Maiho immediately agreed. One by one, the others all voiced their agreement. They can't be serious, right? Kwang Yi wanted to shut Miho up. He looked at Duhan and Kui Tae what happened to their camaraderie from 2 hours ago. Everyone had agreed, and now they were all staring at him. Kinam's eyes were like daggers. Rule 1, don't break the rules. And don't forget to brush your teeth. Personal hygiene is the absolute minimum. Everyone agreed, but why were they all staring at him? Was it because of what happened on the bus? It was an accident. He was a very clean person. But whether he liked them or not, these were the people he was stuck with for the next month. As long as he was here, he had to find a way to get along. So, he had no choice but to agree. At mealtime in the cafeteria, the guide laid out the plan. Each dorm has 10 members. You will be numbered 1 through 10. After you eat, each team will select a leader. Kwang Yi noted the food was completely unremarkable. When it came to choosing a leader, one person's ambition was clear. Miho immediately nominated herself for the position. He was instantly baffled. Where did she get the confidence to do that? Then another member spoke up. It's because of her bloodline. And just like that, everyone else agreed, but he wasn't having it. She seemed way too arrogant. A leader needs to bring people together, he argued. We should choose someone more compassionate. Miho didn't even bother arguing. Well, one thing's for sure, she sneered. It's not going to be you. Around here, nothing is more important than Bloodline. With that, she completely dismissed his opinion. Kuang Yi was too stunned to argue back, but her smug attitude made him want to drop her precious Bloodline in the middle of an 8-lane highway in Gangnam, and see how well it organized itself then. Kuang Yi fell silent. He decided to just let them do whatever they wanted. After lunch, they were issued some supplies. Just some cheap shirts and shoes. The training didn't start right away like he'd expected. The day flew by. All 100 of us were gathered again and given our daily necessities. After a quick shower and some rest, it was time for dinner again. We had to learn a few basics before bed. All eyes turned to the monitor. An instructor appeared on screen, pulled up a chair, and sat down. I'm sure none of you came here without knowing the name of our company. Kuang Yi genuinely had no idea. He leaned over and asked Duhan. Duhan looked at him like he was insane. But from Kuang Yi's perspective, everyone here was a little crazy. The instructor finally revealed the name. Huaijian Information and Communications. This training session is a recruitment process for Huaijian. But make no mistake, Huaijian Information and Communications is a government-funded corporation. Though you won't be civil servants, you will be working for the nation. Our duties are one and the same. With that said, he paused. Our recruitment standards have become a bit lax recently. Back in my day, the instructor continued, if you couldn't walk on the edge of a blade, you wouldn't even dream of setting foot in this company. Kuang Yi rolled his eyes. The classic back in my day speech. How many times would he have to hear this garbage? The instructor ended with a warning. Like it or not, you will learn. The speech was short, but it felt like something was missing. In any case, it seemed the instructor had nothing more to say. A woman named Da Jiang must have felt he missed the point. Figuring the stiff old man didn't know how to connect, she appeared on the screen to add her own thoughts. Let me be clear. Huaijian's goal is to teach you how to use your powers responsibly. Remember that. After the broadcast ended, it was finally time for bed. He lay down, letting his body rest at last. It felt surprisingly comfortable. He figured he might actually get a good night's sleep. But starting a new dorm life is never easy. The room was filled with hypersensitive people, making it a chaotic hell of noise and clashing personalities. Duhan lay next to him, making small talk, but there was no real warmth. Just as his dad predicted, it would take at least 3 years to overcome this insomnia. The oldest one here was Bang Kui T, at 23 years old. Everyone was likely at the peak of their sensitivity. In other words, this place was no different from hell. Duhan stared blankly at the ceiling. Would another sleepless night pass? Kuang Yi turned to him, whispering a question. If we can never sleep, how are we supposed to keep living? Duhan had one last resort, and Kuang Yi guessed exactly what it was. A precise strike that could knock a person unconscious. He confirmed Kuang Yi's guess, admitting it was one way to do it. Since they were all immortal, there would be no lasting damage. But not everyone could be knocked out and just fall asleep. If you didn't control your strength, they could be out for way too long. As he spoke, he turned his back to Kuang Yi. At that moment, Kuang Yi got out of bed, thinking that if it was just a way to fall asleep, it was worth a shot. Then, right in front of Kui Tae, he knocked Duhan clean out, wishing him a good night and sweet dreams. Kui Tae was terrified they'd actually use such a method. It was completely insane. Still, he had to ask, wait, are you some kind of human sleeping pill? Kuang Yi whispered back, you want to try? Sui Tae started to say something about a dream he'd been having, but Kuang Yi didn't give him the chance. He swiftly wrapped an arm around Sui Tae's neck in one decisive move, and just like that, another one was sent to dreamland. As an afterthought, he asked the rest of the dorm if anyone else wanted to dream. To his surprise, a lot of them did. After a series of sharp thuds echoed through the room, nearly everyone was dreaming, leaving only 2 people awake, Miho and Ki Nam. Miho, who always wore a scowl when looking at him, still needed to sleep. With that same annoyed expression, she had to admit the turtle actually had a talent. She had to rely on Kuang Yi for her dreams. He didn't like her attitude and wondered why she thought he'd ever help her. Mio was confident, saying it was only natural since they were roommates. If he helped her sleep now, she would return the favor someday. It was a cold calculation, but it benefited them both. After thinking it over, Kuang Yi agreed to the deal, but a mischievous glint in his eye hinted at a less than gentle plan. He walked over, rubbing his hands together. All right, let me give it a try. And then he used a special method on her that no one else in the dorm had experienced. It was a taekwondo chop, a sharp blow with the side of his hand to the back of her neck, delivered with a bit more force than he'd used on the others. Miho was out cold. He felt a surge of satisfaction. justifying his deliberate actions by telling himself this absolutely wasn't violence. It was just his sleep-inducing principle. Only one person remained, but he refused the offer. So, it was time for Kwang Wai to go to sleep himself. The next night, thanks to this interactive method, everyone in Squad 3 slept soundly, all except for the one man who kept refusing him. Kwang Wai watched him with growing fascination. A man so stubborn he could resist the sweet temptation of a good night's sleep. He couldn't wait for nightfall to see how long the guy could last. The first class with Instructor Lat began with a run. This was just the warm-up, yet someone was already wondering if this was hell. It seemed they'd forgotten Li Jiangmo's welcome speech. Basic physical training included weightlifting and running. The second class was led by a woman with short hair. Who else could it be but Bac Da Guillaume? She strictly explained that the training wasn't for their immortal bodies, but to understand that humans have countless weaknesses that demand attention. The first weak point, the chin. A classmate with a wrestling background warned Kwang Wai not to hold a grudge, no matter how hard he got hit. After getting into position, the guy lunged at Kwang Wai with incredible speed. Kwang Wai recognized the technique and launched a counterattack, but unable to adjust his strength in time, he might have gone a little overboard. He considered himself pretty lucky. He wondered if he could pull it off again. This was close-quarters combat training. The third class was run by Kang Ju Nam. He introduced the most challenging training yet a tradition for the undying, walking on blades. He wanted them to run across a floor covered in upright knives. The color drained from everyone's faces. A quick glance revealed the blades were 3 centimeters long, which meant the instructor's blade was probably 15 centimeters long. Though it was a slight exaggeration to pressure the trainees, he had to act like he was in absolute agony. Once you step onto the stage, every step has to look professional. After 1 week of adapting to dorm life, Kwang Wai opened the door. He was still thinking about Ki Nam and wondering if he would refuse again. Today, he decided he would ask twice. The sight of the man's defiant posture filled him with a strange excitement. The air in the room was thick with tension. He whispered to Duhan, "What's wrong with Miho now?" But it wasn't her. Someone who couldn't sleep had snuck out last night while the rest of them were dreaming. Turns out, people in the next dorm couldn't sleep either. They started trouble, and a fight broke out. And who do we know that can't sleep? The squad leader. The very man who refused him every single night. Because of him, some of the others were giving their squad strange looks today. Kwang Wai stared at the dark circles under the squad leader's eyes. He didn't need him to say a word. A single glance told him everything he needed to know. Footsteps were approaching their dorm room. And from the sound of them, they were not friendly. He wasn't the only one suffering. Ki Nam knew this was his own burden to bear, and he refused to drag anyone else down with him. And that was just like him, the undisputed king of selfishness. The door creaked open, revealing a squad with eyes just as haunted by sleep deprivation, led by Team 1's leader, Mun Si Nam. They all stared toward the entrance as Mun Si Nam's brow furrowed into a menacing scowl. "Which one of you is Du Guangyi?" The squad leader's voice boomed aggressively. "Who here is Du Guangyi?" Guangyi stepped forward, silently cursing. "Did that bastard sell me out?" The exhaustion had made his gaze terrifying. He asked again, just to be certain. Guangyi confirmed his identity. "Yeah, that's me." "So what?" Hearing this, the squad leader's aggressive demeanor faltered. He hesitated, then with an awkward expression, he muttered, "I need." Guangyi froze completely. Behind him, Duhan was desperately trying to stifle a laugh. It seemed everyone was taking Mun Si Nam's words the wrong way. But Guangyi was into girls, so he couldn't possibly grant that kind of request. Mun Si Nam quickly clarified, "No, not like that." He wanted to be put to sleep, because he heard everyone in Guangyi's room slept soundly. No one on Team 1 could get any rest. If this kept up, they wouldn't make it. Just one look showed how exhausted and dazed they were. Since it was just that, Guangyi agreed to help. But how did this guy even know to find him? He had no idea the rumors had already spread like wildfire. It was Kim Do-han. He was the one who spilled the beans. That's why the culprit himself was sitting there, snickering to himself. That explained why he phrased it so strangely. He was afraid Guangyi would refuse to help. Besides, it wouldn't take long. He might as well help them out. That night, just as they'd hoped, Guangyi went down the line, putting Team 1 to sleep one by one. As he moved from one person to the next, it was like he was presenting a special product. "My dream," he'd whisper, sending them into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, after a night of deep sleep, Mun Si Nam looked like a new man. He was practically glowing and seemed much more approachable. He came over and clapped Guangyi on the shoulder in praise, but his choice of words was still incredibly easy to misunderstand. Soon enough, the daily training resumed. Instructor Li Gangmo immediately started laying on the pressure. "How long are you maggots planning to die on the warm-up course? Is improvement a foreign concept to you?" His eyes landed on Kang Byuzum, who was falling behind due to his large frame, and he couldn't resist a few sharp jabs. "Can't control your weight? Is it laziness, or are you just being defiant? Then he issued an order to everyone. Anyone who doesn't make it back on time will face the consequences. Guan Yi saw Buzum's pace falter. He was leaning against a tree, gasping for air. Guan Yi jogged over to see if he was all right. Worried he'd get Guan Yi in trouble, Buzum waved him off. Just go. You'll be late because of me. His will was broken. He figured he couldn't finish anyway, so he was just giving up. But Guan Yi refused to let him quit and sought to ignite a new fire in him. He urged him to become a man who never knows the meaning of quit. But Kang Buzum had zero faith in himself. Guan Yi countered that if he planned to quit, he never should have started this training in the first place. I'll finish it with you. He pulled Buzum along, coaching him step by step, showing him how to pace his breathing and conserve energy, his constant encouragement keeping Kang Buzum moving. Instructor Lee watched them return. A part of him surely approved of Guan Yi not leaving a teammate behind, but rules were rules, and discipline had to be maintained. They didn't make it back before the time ran out. Both of them were penalized, 5 points deducted. Kang Buzum, gasping for air, managed to speak. This is insane. Guan Yi, you should have left me. Don't apologize. Don't even think about it. I'm fine. Just make sure you can finish the run tomorrow. Kang Buzum couldn't understand why Guan Yi would go so far for him. If you need a reason, it's because I'm a human being, not some empty shell. Besides, we're roommates. Looking out for each other is just what we do. In truth, helping someone on the verge of collapse is like saving a drowning man. You don't need a reason. He didn't need a justification, and how Buzum took it was up to him. At the end of the day, in the locker room, Du-Han asked if he was still on duty for Team 1. Their squad leader still needs it, too, he added. Those dark circles under his eyes are almost down to his chin. Of course, Guan Yi continued his nightly rounds with Team 1. As for their leader, every night Guan Yi would offer, and every night the man would just glare at him, arch an eyebrow, and turn away. Du-Han couldn't help but be impressed. You two are incredible. One guy who can put anyone to sleep, and another who can endure not sleeping for so long. He noticed Guai-Te looking completely drained nearby. Du-Han filled him in on what happened. Earlier in the mess hall, Guai-Te accidentally bumped into Miho, causing her to drop her wallet and revealing her name. He tried to use returning it as an excuse to talk to her, but she completely ignored him, and ever since, Guai-Te had been in this pathetic state. Guan Yi patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't act like it's the end of the world over something like this. It's not like we don't know what she's like, right? Guan Yi was about to say that Miho has a nasty personality, but he was completely off the mark. Guai-Te wasn't sad, he was just stunned that her name, Miho, was as beautiful as she was. He must have hit his head during training. Guai-Te couldn't hide the pure adoration in his eyes. He'd finally met his perfect type. Guan Yi tried to talk some sense into him. But Guai-Te, already blinded by infatuation, snapped back. What do you even know about Miho? But when Guan Yi turned the question back on him, Guai-Te had no answer. All right. As he turned the corner to his room, he was about to continue his warning. But the sight down the hall completely stole his words. The rumors had blown completely out of proportion, claiming that getting knocked out by him was so refreshing it left zero side effects. A massive crowd swarmed Guan Yi, leaving him frozen in place. How did so many people get here? Squad 5. Squad 4. Even trainees from other squads were all desperate for one of Guan Yi's dreams. His brain immediately looked to Yu-Han, the original guinea pig, who could only offer a shrug. The mob in front of him was staggering. Going one by one would take far more time than he ever imagined. To land a perfect knockout, he had to carefully regulate the force of his arm, tailoring it to each person's physical condition. And so his nights became unbelievably busy. As darkness fell, his new catchphrase would echo through the dorms. Here is my dream, someone complained, asking if he really had to say that. So, he changed the title to Here is Kang Dong-jin's Dream. Guan Yi went on his rounds, blessing the sleepless with peaceful slumber. Yet, through it all, he never forgot the final task he had to accomplish. With the work finished, he returned to his room, his gaze once again falling on the squad leader. Young Ki-Nam remained silent, his back turned away, giving the same cold reaction as always. And that was precisely why he couldn't bring himself to hate the man. Such an interesting character was truly exhilarating. The more he did this, the more tricks he learned. Instead of going room by room, he had them form a line to be knocked unconscious, after which someone would carry them to bed. And thus, the legend of an unbreakable partnership was born. Even the drill instructors couldn't stop this phenomenon, since most of the trainees relied on Guan Yi's magic touch to finally enter the world of dreams. And just like that, he became a star. They called him by many different nicknames, like Sleeping Pill, My Dream, and the God Hand. And before he knew it, his official title had become Grass Blind. He had a perfectly good name, you know, but they completely ignored the one his parents gave him. Moon Si Nam smiled and asked if he wanted a choco pie. Guan Yi naturally accepted. He wasn't sure when the orientation training had officially begun, but everything seemed to be drawing to a close. Various images were displayed to help them identify the different invader species. That was the name humanity gave to the creatures from the black holes that invaded their world. The instructor began his lecture on the history of the enemy's arrival. It had been 20 years since the first black hole appeared. In that time, many new invader species had emerged. Humanity used a numbering system to classify them. The first species was named Number 1, and the higher the number, the more recently the creature had appeared. You can review their appearances and effective countermeasures on your tablets. The species listed are the most common ones you'll encounter. You'll be fine fighting them, as long as you're careful. But even an immortal can die from a moment of carelessness. However, there are certain named invaders that demand an immediate retreat the moment you see them. The Blue Knight is a dangerous species that emerged from a massive black hole during the Giant Gate incident, an event that killed around 500 armed soldiers. You can identify it by the hovercraft on both of its legs and its two metallic wings. Its speed can reach up to 150 kilometers per hour. Kuang Yi studied the device intensely. This lesson was the culmination of all their training about the invaders. Through this training, Kuang Yi finally began to understand. Huisong Telecom, an administrative department under the security agency, was a company that entered white holes to monitor the invader species emerging from the black holes. It said that humanity's security agency had reached a new level of power, but the invaders were still a massive threat to society. Because of that, society still needed people to watch them. And Huisong Telecom was one of the companies that handled that job. Kuang Yi was genuinely thrilled to learn this. He used to think the salary of an employee there would be insanely high. But now, he didn't need the UDT or the army anymore. On the podium, the instructor lectured tirelessly, reminding everyone that there would be a test. Kuang Yi still couldn't help but wonder why his father had sent him here, placing his own son in this kind of danger. After hitting the halfway point of orientation, new training sessions were added. The instructor's lecture on invader species was one of them, and the second was a presentation by Baek Dae-ram on combat support items. She held up each item one by one, explaining its purpose, its usage, and its mechanics. For example, the blood pack. When you're in danger, just open it and stab it into your arm. It will automatically locate a vein and begin supplying blood. AB8 is made by mixing a specific ratio of an awakening agent and a sedative. You add crushed enzo leaves, and if you inject it into your arm, air pressure will force the drug into the drug then enters the bloodstream to drastically enhance your physical abilities. It's more commonly known as a combat drug. Kuang Yi was floored hearing this. So many special substances existed. Baek Dae-ram smiled sweetly, but her words were anything but. If you use the correct dose, it's not addictive. But if you overuse it, even an immortal will be dependent on the drug for the rest of their life. That smile combined with that message was absolutely terrifying. Next, she introduced a few other types that restored stamina, though none of them sounded healthy in the slightest. This place was like an addict's paradise. Finally, Instructor Jiang Zunan moved them onto live fire exercises with actual firearms. Even as they took their firing stances, the instructor's warning echoed in their minds. There's a world of difference between practice and a real battle, so they had better pay attention and learn this right. Afterward, it was back to the grueling cycle of running, weight training, and flexibility drills. Kuang Yi kept helping Kang Bueng, and soon, their other classmates began to pitch in as well. As he grew accustomed to this chaotic environment, the number of people needing him to help them sleep at night began to dwindle. Eventually, everyone became strong enough to pass the final running exam. Even Kang Bueng managed to clear it on his own power. And just like that, an entire month had passed. The training program was officially over. The head instructor praised them, noting that not a single recruit had dropped out despite the hellish trials. He congratulated them all on becoming the newest employees of HWAIM Company. A wave of joy and relief washed over everyone. At last, they were official employees. Instructor Jiang Zunan then gathered them to announce the final results of their training. He announced that their rank would determine which department they were assigned to. Furthermore, there would be special rewards for the top 3. The moment Kuang Yi heard rewards, his eyes lit up. To him, there was nothing better in this world than cold, hard cash. He could guess first and second place, but he had a flicker of confidence about the third spot. Could it be him? But then, a completely unfamiliar name was called Kim Hyomin. The guy had barely even been a background character in this story. His hopes shattered instantly. The instructor praised the boy for his performance and offered some words of encouragement. He was told that if he applied to any department he wanted, they would give his application special consideration. Kim Hyomin immediately requested to join the security team. The instructor skillfully rejected his request. Hearing this, Kuang Yi felt like this Hyomin guy was a bit of an idiot. How did someone like that manage to place third? Second place went to Doan Ki Nam, the same guy who always treated him with disdain. But it made sense. He was from that bloodline. Kwang Yi hadn't really understood what that bloodline meant before, but Du-Han had given him a quick crash course on the subject. Dong Ki-nam hailed from a main branch, a pure-blood lineage. The fact that he was the son of a rich family was just a minor detail. The blood he possessed was a superior, high-grade pure-blood type, allowing him to recover faster and possess far greater sensitivity than any mixed blood. That was the very reason they were so much better at controlling their immortal bodies than anyone else. But this Dong Ki-nam was the purest of the pure, even among the other purebloods in the entire country. Hailing from one of the top 3 pureblood lineages, he never slacked off and consistently achieved the highest ranks in training. You could call him a natural-born genius. Dong Ki-nam was without a doubt a talented individual, but his relentless drive to climb even higher made him a truly perfect specimen. Even though Kwang Yi couldn't stand the guy, he had to admit that the rank was well-deserved. Cute suddenly realized something. If the brilliant Dong Ki-nam wasn't number 1, then he might have a chance, right? Kwang Yi and Du-Han could only look at him with pity. The poor guy must have hit. Were these 3 even really friends? By Kwang Yi's deduction, if Dong Ki-nam was second, then first place could only be Mio. And just as he predicted, her name was called. She was rude, completely lacked empathy, but was an absolute super genius. During the team-based training, Mio would abandon her own teammates if they were dragging down her score, and she would tell off anyone who tried to speak with her. She claimed she was only focused on training and had no time for small talk, a total bookworm with a nasty, difficult personality. But it was that ruthless efficiency that earned her the top spot. Everyone applauded and congratulated the winners. As the 3 of them stood on the podium, he felt a strange sense of connection to all of them. But for the life of him, he still couldn't remember the name of the guy in 3rd place. After the ceremony ended, they were given free time until 2 in the afternoon the next day. Du-Han had no idea what to do. Kwang Yi suggested they throw a party, while Cute wondered if they could even get alcohol here. As they were debating, an instructor called out to Kwang Yi, asking if he had a moment to talk. Before they could even figure out what was happening, another instructor approached, handing Kwang Yi a phone number and telling him to call after he left the facility. Du-Han and Cute were completely baffled, thinking he must have done something wrong to be called aside privately like this. Why did they immediately jump to that conclusion? Looking at the paper in his hand, Kwang Yi understood. That instructor wanted to recruit him. There were a few things he'd been curious about from the start. This whole orientation was supposedly designed to measure the trainees' potential, all to cultivate the best immortals. But was that really the whole story? The 2 people who planned this orientation had another agenda entirely. Moon Si-nam cheerfully came over to say his goodbyes. He said that thanks to Kwang Yi, he was able to sleep soundly throughout the entire training period. One after another, more people came to say goodbye, giving Kwang Yi their contact info and promising to see him again at the company. This was getting insane. He might have wanted first place, but he definitely didn't want this kind of popularity contest. There were more important things at stake, like securing a good path for his future success. When he returned, Du-Han asked if he'd run into trouble, wondering what took him so long at the store. He could only sigh. What do you want me to do when I'm this popular? They opened the bags of food Kwang Yi brought back, picking through them with a few minor complaints. Suddenly, a sharp voice boomed ATTNATANTA, causing the entire room to snap their heads. A man in a sharp suit and glasses appeared at the entrance. No one had even sensed his presence until he was right upon them. The moment he spoke, they understood. This was the power of concealment. Then, from behind the man, another voice echoed. I heard there were many talented individuals in this batch. Then, the owner of the voice appeared, introducing himself as the president of HWAM Media, Nam Mung Jin. It's a pleasure to meet you all, he proclaimed. With an authoritative voice, he commanded, everyone, on your feet. Attention, and they all snapped into a military salute. In that moment, Kwang Yi's mind raced, recalling what he knew about Nam Mung Jin. He'd seen his name on the board before, 8 years of experience on the emergency response team. A first-generation immortal, one who had survived the most terrifying chapters of history to make it to the present day. And now, he was one of the top 10 immortals from the old guard, currently serving at the Korean branch office. Kwang Yi remembered the president's smug grin, but his thoughts were shattered as the man's voice cut through the silence again. Why is everyone so quiet? I'm not here to punish anyone, he said with a smirk. Did you enjoy the training? The group answered in perfect unison. Yes, sir. Hearing this, Nam Mung Jin let out a scoff. Don't give me that, he chided. What's so fun about getting torn apart just to be healed again? Painful enough to make you wish you were dead, wasn't it? Hearing these words of empathy, Bang Sui-Ti dazedly nodded his head. Kim Du-Han felt a wave of despair, elbowing him to shut him up. Knowing exactly what was happening, Kwang Yi sighed to himself. Poor Kui-tae. His life at this company is going to be a nightmare. Seeing the rookie's innocent expression, the president let out a hearty laugh. You're honest, I like that. But you should learn to work hard. It'll save your life one day. Trust me. This is precious wisdom from a senior. Then, Nam Mung Jin called out for Don Ki Nam. He immediately shot up. Sir, yes, sir. The president shook his hand, offering praise. You did well. Don Ki Nam replied, Thank you, sir. Next, he turned his attention to Kwimi Ho, and the two exchanged a few words. Kwang Yi was confused, quietly wondering to himself, why is he really here? Was it just to say hello? Did he just come to see the faces of the top-ranked trainees? He must have too much time on his hands. Just then, Nam Mung Jin's eyes landed on him. Du Kwang Yi. Not believing his own ears, Kwang Yi pointed at himself. Du Kwang Yi? The president asked. You're of mixed blood, aren't you? He replied, Yes, I am. Hearing the answer, a calculating glint appeared in the president's eyes. Not bad. A rapid-fire questioning began. Age? 20. Yes, sir. What about a girlfriend? I don't have one. The president delivered his assessment. Excellent. The perfect age for a workhorse. Hearing this, Kwang Yi's mind reeled. Excellent. What the hell is so excellent about that? I want a girlfriend. And why does he keep staring at me like that? The pressure is killing me. The president turned to leave, tossing a final wink over his shoulder. I'll see you at the office. I'm leaving now. I left a gift, but don't get too drunk. Suddenly, every single gaze in the room was fixed on Kwang Yi. Kim Do-han asked in a panic, Who are you? Are you the president's secret son? Why was he talking to you and even winking at you? Kwang Yi calmly explained, I've never met him before in my life. Maybe he just took a liking to me. Besides, isn't he married? I heard he has a daughter. One of the others questioned him suspiciously. Where did you hear that? That's not on the company bulletin. Just then, a crate was kicked into the room. The delivery guy gave them a warning. You guys are lucky. But if you're all completely wasted tomorrow morning, I'm not helping, so don't overdo it. Kwang Yi felt a spark of excitement. Is it alcohol? I was so disappointed thinking this party would be dry. Over on the other side of the room, Bang Kui-tae nervously approached Kwimi Ho's bed. While scrolling on her device, she shut him down with a single word. No. But he kept trying to persuade her. It's our last day. Don't you want to have a drink with us? She only offered a few cold words in return. Alcohol makes people stupid. I have no interest in it. Seeing his crestfallen expression, Kwang Yi felt a pang of pity and sighed. There he goes again. Kim Do-han added, That makes a total of 16 times. He's been shot down every single time. Kambaru-do opened the crate and gasped in surprise. This isn't alcohol. It was blan, a mental cocktail that was a favorite among immortals. It completely dulls the senses and induces a state of vertigo, allowing even immortals who suffer from chronic insomnia to finally get some sleep. Kwimi Ho grabbed 2 cans and handed one to him. There are exactly 10 cans. I guess it's one for each of us. After checking for info online, Kim Do-han was stunned. Each one of these cans costs 3 million. Kwang Yi took his can and marveled. To think he'd give us a gift worth 3 million. That man is on another level. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed as a can hit the floor. The sound came from Do Ki Nam's direction. He lowered his head, his face dark. He shot a hateful glare at Kwang Yi and cursed, You worthless bastard. The words hit Kwang Yi like a physical blow, leaving him stunned. Is he talking to me? But just like that, Do Ki Nam collapsed onto his bed, out cold. Someone commented, amazed at the drink's power. Before, even the slightest noise would wake him up. Look at that. This stuff works like a charm. A mumbled curse escaped his lips. You petty little brat. Someone else turned to Kwang Yi suspiciously. Did you bully him or something? You were the one deliberately shuffling around in your slippers on your way to the bathroom in the middle of the night, weren't you? Kwang Yi shot back. No, that's just a habit I picked up from watching Don Ki Nam. The guy popped open his can. Yeah, right. At that moment, Kwimi Ho approached with her drink. Hearing the footsteps, Kwang Yi looked over. Kwimi Ho stared down at him with her usual cold expression. Thank you for everything, she said plainly. He calmly replied, Oh, is that so? Suddenly, she handed him a neatly folded piece of paper. This is to repay my debt to you. Kwang Yi reached out and took it. She added one more thing. Only you are allowed to read it. Nearby, Bang Kui-tae's jaw dropped as his eyes went wide, staring at the note, was in his hand. Bang Sui-tae's voice trembled as he stammered, This is impossible, right? She shot back, clearly annoyed. What did I just tell you? He slicked back his hair with a smug grin, loving the attention. I told you to give up, didn't I? But he refused. With a face that disgusted, how could I ever give up? Fed up, Yu Guang-yi stood and walked away, muttering, You should take a look in the mirror first. From his bed, Kim Do-han cracked open a can, chiming in, You're both just as bad. Furious, Bang Kui-tae chugged the entire can. I can't think straight anymore. He opened the note. It stated clearly that Director Nam Mong-jin has a habit of handpicking new employees to watch closely. If they pass his test, their future in the company is set. But if they fail, they'll face countless obstacles. You should be careful not to tell anyone else. Guan Yi glanced behind him, wondering to himself. So that's what this is. But how could she know? Seeing Kim Mi-ho fast asleep, he started connecting the dots. The way she wrote about the director, along with her habits, it felt like she knew much more than she was letting on. She must be hiding something. Maybe she isn't as cold as I first thought. He turned to face Bang Kui-tae and spoke, "Congratulations. It's not a love letter, you know." But Bang Kui-tae, practically floating, insisted, "Then let me see it." Still, Guan Yi flatly refused. The rejection sent him into a spiral. "You bastard." "No, wait. I mean, thank you. Thanks for being so thoughtful." "No, that's not it. You idiot." He finally sputtered, collapsing onto his bed and muttering, "That jerk." On the other bed, Kim Do-han was simply enjoying the show. Ah, this is the life. Guan Yi just stared, feeling completely helpless. He downed his own beer and passed out cold. His first day on the job was in a towering, state-of-the-art skyscraper. Stepping inside, he saw the sign, Security Team, number 3. Dressed in a sharp suit, Yu Guangyi began his search. This must be it. Security Team number 3. He saw manager Lee Yongbong at a desk, head in his hands, scowling in frustration. Is that the manager? I should probably introduce myself. But then, he noticed something that made him freeze. A man turned towards him, a sly smile on his face. It was Lee Dong-hun. His eyes narrowed as he picked up a desk phone. But whatever he heard on the other end made him explode with rage. His eyes bulged as he screamed into the receiver. "Are you kidding me? A rookie? You can't be serious." He shot up from his chair, yelling, "You know what our team is dealing with, and you send us a brand new guy. You can't do this. I've told you countless times. Send us someone with experience, someone ranked first or second, at least. A manager shouldn't be like this." Beep. "I'm not cussing." A woman with red hair spoke with icy calm. "Sit down." Her words left Guang Yi completely bewildered. Du-ah didn't even glance his way, just kept working. The moment he sat down on the chair, she immediately stood up, approaching Lee Yongbong to ask, "What should I do with him?" The manager just cursed under his breath, "I don't know." So she turned to Lee Dong-hun. "Sunbae." He just sighed, annoyed. "I don't know what you want from me." "Helpless," she declared. "Fine. I'll train him myself." A terrible feeling washed over Guang Yi. He thought, they definitely assigned me to the wrong team. Just then, a voice cut through the tension. "You, Guang Yi." He snapped out of his daze and looked up. "Yes, I'm the new hire, Yu Guang Yi." She stood before him. "I'll tell you what needs to be done." Then, she dropped a thick yellow file on his desk. "This is the Huagua Gym personnel registry. Memorize everything in it by tomorrow, then burn it." Guang Yi was floored. "Tomorrow?" She pointed to the bank of phones. "Aside from going to the bathroom or to eat, do not get up from this chair. These are the security lines, and these are the regular lines. When you get a call on a security line, answer. State you're the new hire, and transfer the call to the person they're asking for. The transfer instructions are written on the phone. When taking a regular call, you are forbidden from mentioning Immortals, Metamorphs, or any of this company's real business. Understood?" He looked down. "Yes, I understand." As he picked up the file, everyone went back to work. She grabbed her coat. "I'm heading out to investigate." Guang Yi stared at the mountain of paperwork before him. He sat in a daze, completely tuning out. The office chatter around him. "Heard you snagged a good one. You must be Kim Nam. It's a pleasure to meet you. If you want to know anything, just ask." Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. The manager's secretary. What about lunch? Later that evening, at a different location, he slammed his glass down on the table. Everyone was gathered around a barbecue grill. He asked grimly, "Let me ask you something. Did you all get screamed at in the face today?" Kim Do-han just kept chewing his food. "Of course." Bang Kui-tae looked surprised he even had to ask. Obviously. Guang Yi was baffled. But why? The other man crossed his arms. "Well, I did hear something." He then continued, "It's time for the Rookies podcast segment. Apparently, Director Nam Mong-jin himself decided which department you'd be assigned to." Guang Yi pictured the director's shrewd face. He probed, He personally assigned me there?" The man nodded. "That's right. He usually listens to employee requests when it comes to department transfers, so this isn't the first time he's interfered in these matters. But the real problem is your department, the Operations HQ's External Security Team number 3. 3 figures were silhouetted against fire and smoke. Regular operations are dangerous enough, but external security is reserved for the absolute elite of the elite. Kim Do-han added grimly, the work is brutal, and it demands an insane level of skill. And external security team number 3. Famous for tormenting rookies, he moved in to haze the new guy, but was stopped by a shocking sentence. The boss is calling for you. Hearing this, the bully was completely stunned. Later, at a team dinner, a colleague warned him, that manager is a real monster. He crushes new recruits so mercilessly, they nicknamed him the Presser. And then there's a senior who looks exactly like a panda. Turns out, he's a top executive at the company. A true prodigy. Kim Do-han bluntly confirmed it. Who in this industry doesn't know his name? He gets scouted with huge offers every single year. Gwang Yul was floored. For real? He thought to himself. So everyone agrees he looks like a panda. He asked. What about the other senior? His colleague whispered. Senior Done. She's one of them. His mind immediately flashed to people with immense power. The superhumans created by a special, experimental drug. It's a serum developed by ordinary humans, designed to suppress the powers of supernatural species. It can be taken as a pill or injected directly. However, it's a strictly forbidden substance. The truth was, this special drug was the product of secret experiments combining magic and alchemy, conducted completely outside of government oversight. No one knew if these trials were tested on humans, or what other inhuman acts were committed in the shadows. Thinking about her, Gwang Yul fell into a heavy silence. The truth was undeniable. Senior Done was a mutant. Kim Do-han leaned in and added, her nickname is the Cleaver. New recruits get chopped up by her before they're even sent to the presser. Gwang Yul could only stare, completely speechless. A single word escaped his lips, Avenger. His colleague jumped. What did you say? Just then, a man in leather shoes approached their table. The panda announced, I am CEO Nam's Avenger. Hearing this, Dune froze solid. He raised his glass seriously and declared, but the presser, the cleaver, and the panda are the true Avengers, not me. Little did he know, she had heard everything. A dark, chilling aura exploded from her as Kim Do-han and Bang Guai-tae stared in absolute terror. Sensing the crushing atmosphere, a pale Gwang Yul turned around, only to meet her ice-cold stare and razor-sharp eyes as she warned, I told you not to dig into my identity. All three were in deep shock, their faces drained of color as they watched her leave. Suddenly, the restaurant owner set down a plate of peanuts. She placed a hand on his shoulder with a look of pity. It's on the house. The dish was steaming hot, the smoke rising ominously. He sighed internally at the perfectly roasted, delicious peanuts. Looking at you guys, he thought, I know my life is officially over. People on the internet always say, when work gets tough, just tell yourself that labor is a joy, a glorious thing. Gwang Yul closed his eyes, forcing a relaxing smile. Just imagine you're the prince of a powerful, oil-rich nation, but your king and father sent you to experience the commoner's life to build character. It doesn't matter whether other people like you or not. At that moment, his phone rang. He answered it. This is the new employee, Du Gwang Yul. The voice on the other end replied, This is Director Park Gwang-soo from Support Team 1. Connect me to Kim Dune. He complied. He made another call. Support Team 1, Manager Park Gwang-san speaking. Hearing the wrong name, she corrected him instantly. It's Park Gwang-soo, not Park Gwang-san. And he's a director, not a manager. The others chimed in, useless. Absolutely hopeless. He screamed in his head, You people, I'm a prince. I'm a prince. After that, it took days just to memorize the company books and call lists. When his team members were absent, the other seniors taught him a lot, even helping with his clumsy typing and showing him what it truly meant to be a team. Lee Yongbong, the pure-blooded manager. To Gwang Yul, this man didn't act like a superior at all. He'd shoot Gwang Yul a look of pure disgust whenever he walked by. His only saving grace was being the best close-quarters combatant in all of Hua Guajin. He always wore that look of contempt, but every one of his stats was SSS rank, making him the most elite warrior in Hua Guajin. His favorite phrase was always on the tip of his tongue, useless. He was like a cockroach you just couldn't kill. The man with the deep dark circles under his eyes was Lee Dong-hun, the half-blood deputy manager. He muttered and grumbled all day long, but he was actually a genius who handled all incidents at the personnel tower. However, he always complained his fighting skills were awful, so he gave up on them. He poured all his energy into working with his mind. Gwang Yul watched him watch anime and complained, I don't know how smart he is, but he sure loves anime. The last one was Kim Done, the mutant employee, and one of the rarest ordinary people in Hua Guajin. She was also exceptionally talented. She coldly handed him a document. Turns out she came from an elite special forces unit, A rank in combat, B rank in sniping. She raised an eyebrow and reminded him, using your brain is the essence of being human. Besides the manager, she was one of the most outstanding employees here. She would investigate a case in an instant, but she spoke with absolutely no humanity. Guang Yul leaned his head back in his chair, frustrated. Genius always comes with a price. What good is talent if your personality is trash? After his first week in the massive building, he was in the surveillance room. The door creaked open, and the two people inside turned to look. Seeing 4 people enter, the manager asked, "Team 3. Li Yongbong replied simply, "Yeah." Guang Yul immediately recognized the man in the sunglasses. He introduced himself, "I'm the new employee, Du Guang Yul." The man nodded in understanding. "Li Dong-hun, what about the others?" The manager told him they'd already returned to their duties. Just then, an operator spoke into the mic. Increasing gravity levels. On screen, Keenam donned strain under the... He stared back, utterly confused. What the hell is this place? A staff member turned to explain. "This is our gravity control device." But before he could finish, Dong-Hoon Lee cut him off with a sharp gesture. I know. The staffer looked flustered. "But we have a newcomer." Dong-Hoon sighed wearily. "Just give him the short version." That was an order. The staffer spoke clearly. "Once inside, you'll experience extreme gravitational force. The current record is 9 Gs. You'll perform a simple test, run in place, do push-ups, and complete 3 wall circuits." The operator then asked for a volunteer to demonstrate the test. When everyone refused, all eyes fell on the new recruit. The staffer praised Keenam's effort, but the manager said flatly, "Keenam is on our team. He can handle 5 Gs. The operator immediately cranked the machine to 5 Gs, and the crushing weight slammed down. Seeing this, Kwang Yi bit his lip to keep from laughing. Done, standing beside him, spoke in a cold tone. "You find this amusing?" Her words made him flinch. It was a clear warning, and he had no choice but to obey. Inside the chamber, Keenam struggled to move, but his body finally gave out and he collapsed. Dong-Hoon Lee smiled brightly as he shoved him forward. "Your turn. Try to put on a happy face." Suddenly, Yongbong Lee added a taunt. "He's much better suited for your team, don't you think?" The words made Kwang Yi freeze in his tracks. Kwang Yi stepped inside and stood perfectly still, his expression grim. Watching the monitor, Dong-Hoon Lee asked, "Isn't this a bit much?" He heard her and answered bluntly, "There are plenty of people who snap when they can't handle reality." "Have you already forgotten?" Done added an ice-cold remark. "An obedient dog is better than a useless one." The man felt a wave of helplessness. "But he doesn't understand our intentions. He'll surely come to hate us for this." Then he declared flatly, "This line of work is no place for greenhorns." He frowned, his expression serious. "It's better for him to quit now than to become a berserker." A berserker is an affliction that only affects immortals. It drives them into a violent frenzy, stripping away all reason. They must constantly inflict pain on others just to regain their composure. An immortal who succumbs to this sickness becomes a slave to their own violent desires. Yongbong Lee thought to himself, if he quits, he'll go back to the intel department where it's safer. For a half-blood rookie with no outstanding traits, that's the most suitable path. He couldn't help but curse internally. What was C.L. thinking, throwing a brand new recruit in here? Suddenly, the operator's voice cut in. "He's holding up pretty well." The manager's eyes snapped open in doubt. "Raise it to 4 Gs. The technician immediately complied. Dong-Hoon Lee glanced over, unsurprised. The fact he hasn't fainted is impressive, she assessed. Not bad, but still not outstanding. Watching Kwang Yi continue the test, he decreed, "Our team needs people who are combat ready from day 1, not some kid who needs to be trained." Yongbong Lee was shocked. He's not even wavering. He quickly asked, "What's his speed like?" The operator answered awkwardly, "Like he's at 2 Gs. "Keep raising it," the manager ordered. The gravity climbed from 5 Gs to 8, but Kwang Yi continued the test without any issue, only breaking a light sweat. This impossible display left the 3 team members utterly astonished. The staff member turned around, stunned. "I've already raised it to the maximum setting." The display board showed the internal gravity was at 10 Gs. He stood there with his arms crossed, lost in thought. Could it be? Inside the gravity chamber, Kwang Yi-do performed the movements with an eerie calm. But in his mind, he was silently raging about their comments from before. "Hey, Mr. Manager, why are you treating me like this? What if I'm stronger than Keenam Do-en? And you, Panda Face, you just love getting under my skin, don't you? You better hope I don't see you outside. And you, Ice Princess, Kim Dong-Hoon Lee. All right, you're a bit nicer than the others. At least you answered my questions. But could you stop being so rigid and maybe buy me a drink sometime? And none of you even care if I'm okay. You're all bastards. No, you're even worse than trash." The gravity inside the chamber began to increase again. This time, Kwang Yi-do finally felt his body growing heavy. He thought, "I can feel the pressure building. I wonder what G-force I'm at now. This reminds me of the shifter training course." An untrained immortal body is no different from a normal human's. Under this kind of pressure, a person's organs feel like they're being crushed. It's understandable why Ki Nam Doan passed out. I bet even Du Han Heung or Gyu Hong wouldn't last more than a few seconds. I'll have to ask them about it later. But how long am I supposed to keep this up? I'm just trying to do what Ki Nam Doan did. But fine. I'll show them exactly what I'm capable of. Suddenly, a voice came over the speaker. Employee Kwang Yi Do. What is 8 times 9? Kwang Yi wondered. Do I look like someone who can't do simple multiplication? They didn't ask Ki Nam Doan questions like this. He replied, 72. Dong Hoon Lee remarked, that was too easy, wasn't it? That kid showed unusual results at the academy. His exam scores proved it. Move on to double-digit multiplication. The operator asked, 12 times 22. Kwang Yi Do answered instantly, 264. Everyone was completely shocked. Dong Hoon Lee immediately asked, are you sure he's not just spouting random numbers? Lee Dong Hoon quickly explained, there's a serum that can boost both mental and physical power, but you'd have to be a billionaire to even think about buying it. Lee Yongbong shot back, a physical scan will tell us if he's juicing or not. Lee Dong Hoon wondered, but what if the results come back negative? Lee Yongbong paused. Honestly, I have no idea. Just then, a staff member announced that the training session was over. Yu Guangyi flexed his hand, thinking, after level 2 gravity training, I feel so incredibly light. I was only in there for a moment, but I'm definitely stronger than before. It must be because I'm just a rookie. The staff member's voice came over the intercom. I'm opening the door. Please exit. When the door hissed open, Yu Guangyi was stunned. Lee Dong-hoon was waiting for him with a towel. You did a good job. The sudden change in her attitude left him completely speechless. Huh? Lee Dong-hoon greeted him. Oh, Yu Guangyi. Seeing him just standing there dazed, Lee Yongbong snapped. What are you staring at? If you're done, get back to your position immediately. Lee Yongbong turned to a technician. Let's see the records for the new batch of recruits. Let's hope they're not dead last. The staff member thought to himself. The records? Yu Guangyi stared at Lee Yongbong. Why did he stop yelling at me? His reaction is so different now. All I have to do, he resolved, is be just a little bit better than Dukinam. Lee Dong-hoon gestured for them to leave. Let's go. But the technician called out, recruit Yu Guangyi. Yes, you. New recruit Yu Guangyi. The staff member introduced himself. I'm responsible for the machinery here. As part of the infrastructure team, Yu Guangyi, totally confused, just repeated his own name. New recruit Yu Guangyi. Lee Yongbong cut in impatiently. Show me the records. Now, the technician tried to clarify. No, what I mean is, find me when you're training alone. Lee Dong-hoon quickly grabbed Yu Guangyi and pulled him away. Come on, let's go. As they left, he thought, the senior technician actually seems to like me. And the team manager is checking my performance records from behind the scenes. This is great. I'm so proud of myself. This is the exact opportunity I was hoping for. How dare they look down on me for all this time? Suddenly, Lee Dong-hoon called out his name. Yu Guangyi. He replied instantly. Yes. Her sharp tone immediately cut him down. Since when do you respond with a simple yes when called? Straighten yourself out. This isn't a playground or a school. This is a workplace. Yu Guangyi snapped to attention. I apologize. Then she added, you did well today. Her words echoed in his mind, did well. She just said I did well. Does that mean I'm finally being recognized as part of the team? Lee Dong-hoon called to him. What are you standing around for? We have work to do. Yes. From this moment on, I'll give it my all. But this wasn't what Yu Guangyi expected. Lee Dong-hoon slammed 3 massive binders onto his desk. Here, she said. Memorize all of this. He cursed internally. I should have known this was coming. He asked aloud. What is all this? The first covers the invader rankings, the second is on pharmaceuticals, and the third details equipment, structure, and usage. And you want me to memorize everything? To what page? Lee Dong-hoon's response was ice cold. Everything. Yu Guangyi tried to calm himself. Okay, I can probably get through it during my 3 months of training. I'm giving you 4 days, she said. He screamed in his head. Is this panda-eyed woman crazy? Is she running low on bamboo or something? What good will memorizing this do? Just then, Lee Yongbong walked over. It seems our new recruit thinks this is all so unfair. Rankings are crucial. You can't fight an enemy you don't understand. You need to learn them, unless you want to get digested and reincarnated as a pile of crap. Lee Dong-hoon continued, knowing which pharmaceuticals are compatible with your body is also essential. Going into the field without knowing about pharmaceuticals is no different from fighting barehanded. Lee Dong-hoon added, and you can't use your weapon properly if you don't understand its internal structure. Knowing how to use something and truly understanding it are two different things. Just do as we say. He thought to himself, ah, right, they have a point. Yu Guangyi suddenly spoke up, challenging them. But 4 days, I'll only need 1 day. 2, tops. I'm wondering why you all are here and not at Harvard. Li Donghoon replied flatly, I will test you in 4 days. Li Yongbong smirked. A simple test is boring, isn't it? For every single mistake you make, you get 1 hour of special training. Yu Guangyi thought, that's way too much. Li Yongbong pressed him. Can't do it? In that case, you should just quit. Yu Guangyi stared at Li Yongbong without saying a word. Then he steeled his resolve. I'll do it. The three of them now watched Yu Guangyi from the observation room. The staff member was typing at the console. Li Yongbong asked again, what's his rank? The technician sighed. You've asked me that 12 times already. Have I? Li Yongbong replied. The technician gave him a look. Wow, you seem pretty excited, don't you? Li Yongbong answered calmly. No. I'm just surprised that idiot is actually so powerful. The staffer said, he's a special case, almost like he was born this way. Perhaps he was created through some special method. Immortals are rarely this strong, and there's always a limit to how much you can train a body. But if he was born with this power, he's a true gem. If you kick him off the team, send him to mine. Li Yongbong turned to walk away. Keep up the good work, the technician thought. Team manager Li Yongbong. Is he going to train him personally? The compression chamber is about to get busy. Yu Guangyi sat there in a daze, thinking to himself, why do they even call this an internship? It's a set period. A chance to learn the ropes and see if you're even cut out for the job. Online, they say it's a process where you learn and slowly adapt to your new role. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going through. To get into Weizin, you have a lot to learn. Done asked, what material is used for reflective and bulletproof armor? Du Guanyi answered, a polymer and Kevlar fiber blend. Beside him, Li Dongbong chimed in, try to remember. It's not that hard. Done just stared at Du Guanyi, who added, it's a material even more durable than diamond. It can resist all melee weapons like knives and swords, as well as bullets, and it helps regulate body temperature so it doesn't drop too low, especially in a cold environment. Hearing the correct answer, Done nodded. Li Dongbong then called out, number 64. Du Guangyi wondered, 64, what's that? Come on, Guangyi, you can do this. He blurted out, steel rims for a car. Li Dongbong pressed him, are you sure about that? With false confidence, Du Guangyi replied, I'm sure. Li Dongbong's eyes narrowed. Really? Du Guangyi thought to himself. Actually, I'm not sure at all. But screw it. Yes, he said. I'm positive. Li Dongbong just stared him down. You're pathetic. Has anyone ever taught you not to state things you aren't certain of? Go accept your punishment, kid. Yes, sir. Du Guangyi got up to face the consequences. The tests had started 4 days ago. Every day, they'd ask him 10 questions, and on average, he'd get about 3 wrong. Du Guangyi thought to himself as he ran. So what's the training regimen for today? Huazhen invests a fortune into its employee facilities, so they have tons of diverse, high-tech training gear. In the physical enhancement room, Baek Dakyum greeted him. Welcome, Mr. Guangyi. Hello, team manager. What's the deal? Training so hard you forgot to eat? Bao replied, I just want to give it my all. I can't tell her it's because I keep bombing the memory tests. I see. Well, it's good to see you anyway. Over in the endurance training room, Kang Junam sat meditating and said, embrace the pain. Du Guangyi walked over and bowed. Hello. Kang Junam sighed dramatically. Ah, so you're still breathing. He probably thinks this is his way of being friendly with a junior. But you've got it all wrong, manager. There was also visual acuity reflex training, sensory control training, holographic combat simulations, and so much more. The staff member in the gravity room sighed. You again? Du Guangyi replied, yeah, my muscles are killing me. The staffer looked completely fed up. All right, look. You know endurance training is limited to once a week, right? I know. The other managers in training started to look at me like I was a psycho. Back at his desk, a thick binder had been placed on his keyboard. What in the world is this? Du Guangyi glanced up at Li Donghoon, who was grinning from ear to ear. Seeing that smug face, Du Guangyi felt a sinking feeling. Oh, this can't be good. Li Donghoon sneered. If it's too overwhelming for you, you could always just quit. Young Kinam and Kwimi Ho have already memorized all of it. Of course, they have. Just what you'd expect from the number 1 and 2 ranked trainees. Rage simmered inside Du Guangyi as he stared at the pages. The very next day, I got 4 questions wrong in a row. Du Guangyi dragged himself home, completely exhausted. He greeted his mom, I'm home. His mother replied, "Welcome back, honey. Dinner's ready." "Where's Dad?" he asked. "Your father's been traveling a lot for work lately," she said. As he ate, Du Guanyi realized, "I haven't even seen his face in a whole month. I really wanted to ask him for some advice about work, but of course, I can't reveal any company secrets to him." This was its own special kind of lie detector test. Du Guanyi started, "Hey, Mom, at work. The company is being pretty rough on me." "Oh, really?" his mom replied. "Are they hitting you or something?" "Whoa, no," Du Guanyi said quickly. "It's not like that. They're just really intense with the intern training." His mom smiled. "That just means they're starting to recognize your potential." "But Mom, it's so hard." She offered her simple advice. "If it's too hard, then just quit." He felt a wave of helplessness at her words. "Mom, I can't do that. It's too big of a risk." What am I even supposed to complain about?" "Never mind, it's nothing." His mom asked, "Is it about money? Are you short?" "That's part of it, yeah. But it's more than that. This is the path I chose, and I believe this is the fastest way to reach my goal. That's why I can't give up just yet." The next day, Du Guanyi returned to headquarters and threw himself back into the endless cycle of questions, work, and grueling training. 2 weeks had passed since he first started. Du Guanyi glanced at the clock. "Okay, I think I finished all my assigned tasks and memorized everything on the list, so now there's nothing left to do." Du Guanyi opened up his training manual. Wazan has a total of 4 main headquarters, and the external security team is responsible for 3 primary roles. First, disaster relief and rescue in their designated sectors. They were deployed when the Earth breach black holes first appeared in those sectors. Second, neutralizing special terrorist threats. However, this duty is usually handled by Security Team 2. The police force obviously has a similar unit, much like our own Special Immortal Task Force. And third, support. They provide assistance to other teams as needed. Normally, purebloods are scattered across various teams. But our team is unique. It's led by a pureblood manager, with a half-blood as the assistant manager, a mutant senior agent, and now, a half-blood rookie. This team is definitely a mixed bag. It's all just miscellaneous work, so the foreign security team's main role is providing support. Du Guanyi wondered, "Is this all I'm ever going to do? Should I go train?" Just as he stepped outside, he overheard a conversation. "Is that true? That's so strange. Just think about it. Are you sure he wasn't just scamming you all for money?" "That's what I was thinking, too." He saw the team manager talking with that jerk from before, and they both saw him. Li Yongbong sneered. "It's the rookie." Du Guanyi replied flatly, "Yes, I'm new." Du Guanyi, heading to practice? "Yes, I was about to go loosen up. Having fun? It's all right." Li Yongbong then asked out of the blue, "Back in school, did you ever bully anyone?" Why is he asking that all of a sudden? Guanyi thought, but answered, "No." Yongbong pressed, "You never went around terrorizing the neighborhood or picking on kids. From what I heard, you were quite the troublemaker." Guanyi calmly replied, "There was no such thing as bullying at my school." Li Yongbong scoffed, "Really?" "Yes." "And why not?" Guanyi said, "Because I didn't allow it." "Didn't allow what?" "Bullying other people." "And they just listened." "Yeah? Are kids that stupid these days?" "Yes. If I told them not to do it, they wouldn't dare. I can't stand bullies. For instance, people who scam others for money. And those who curse all the time." The manager chuckled. "It sounds like our new guy was actually the one doing the bullying." Li Yongbong cracked his knuckles. "So, can you fight?" Guanyi replied, "A little." "Then how about a match?" Everyone nearby was stunned. But Guanyi didn't back down an inch. "Fine." Li Yongbong asked, "Are you sure?" Then, a sinister smile spread across his face. He turned to the crowd, asking if they wanted to come see the show. Miho looked bored and thought with a sigh, "What an idiot." Yongbong's voice boomed with challenge. "I'll see you at the training center at 3 o'clock. Go get some food before then. But don't eat too much, or you might puke it all up." Guanyi remained respectful. "Yes, sir. I understand." He ordered Miho to assist him, but she coldly turned away, saying just one thing, "I'm busy." So he threatened her. "Don't you realize I'm in charge of your performance reviews?" Suddenly, she was in the mood to help. He then said he would put Du and A on the reserve list. Miho couldn't care less and just ignored him. With pure contempt, he sneered, "You're going to back out because you're scared, aren't you, rookie?" Guanyi's eyes blazed with determination. "That won't happen. You can count on it." 5 minutes before 3 o'clock, Du Guanyi and Miho waited with serious expressions. She broke the silence, asking why he would do this. Why did he agree to a duel? He answered slowly, "It's not that complicated. You do what they tell you don't do what they forbid, and you give your superiors whatever they want." She asked hesitantly, And the team leader, he wants to fight you? Guangwai sighed warily. I think he really wants to beat me down. Miho stared at him with sympathy, staying silent. After a moment, she finally spoke up. You have every right to be angry. But he denied it. I'm not. You can say that, but you're obviously furious. That's when his anger finally broke through. Hey, I told you I'm not. I just want to see the skills of the S-rank team leader for myself. The man they say is the strongest in all of Huajian. Li Yongbong reminded him to warm up, but Guang Wai had already stretched before arriving. Behind them, Dune said confidently, Yongbong, try not to permanently disable him. Mi Ho, on the other hand, told Guang Wai, don't overdo it, just try to last as long as you can. After they both confirmed they were ready, Yongbong provoked him to charge. Guang Wai tensed, taking each step with caution. His opponent watched with a casual air as Guang Wai took a boxer's stance and shot forward like a flash of lightning. Li Yongbong didn't even see him as a worthy opponent. This was just the opening act. A jab flew straight at his face, fast as a phantom, but he dodged it with a simple tilt of his head. Guang Wai then unleashed a combo of high and low punches, throwing in kicks to create a relentless attack. But the other guy didn't get a single scratch. He unleashed a furious barrage, and with each blow, Yongbong took a step back. He was losing his patience. Can't you even scratch me? He dodged every single blow. Guang Wai circled him, thinking to himself, I just need to land one hit. He deliberately left an opening, repeating a series of punches. Li Yongbong watched in silence, before lunging forward to deliver a counter. The two men struck at the exact same moment, with the exact same move. The shocking outcome left everyone watching completely stunned. Yongbong's blow was overwhelmingly powerful, sending Guang Wai flying backward. Guang Yi's eyes flew open in fear as he staggered, his arm completely numb from the impact. His head was spinning. This feeling, he couldn't quite remember the last time he felt it. He just remembered experiencing this exact sensation once before. As the memory resurfaced, the image of Li Yongbong began to blur. It was the first time his mother, Kang Sun-hee, had taken him to the training center. He remembered her words as if it were yesterday. Son, fix your stance and stand up straight. Back then, when he was beaten just as dizzy as he was now, people had tried to defend him. They told his mother not to push her son so hard, but her reply was merciless. It's fine. I'm not raising my son to be weak. If you're careless, you take a hit. It'll be worse for him if I go easy on him. At the time, he was only 15 years old. After taking his mother's blows, all he could do was gasp for air in terror. He had talked back to her, and as punishment, he was dragged to the training center. Returning to reality, his mind was in chaos. This was the first time anyone had ever landed a clean hit on him. Aside from his mother, how could this happen? How was he the only one getting hit? Captain Lee asked smugly, what's wrong? You all right? Should we keep going? Or should we just call it a day, rookie? Evan pieced together the moments before he was stunned. They had both thrown a punch at the exact same time. But Captain Lee had opened his palm and caught his fist with lightning speed. Then, he twisted his arm until it broke and slammed an elbow into his head, sending him reeling. The snap of his own bone echoed in his ears. The pain was blinding. But the move was so fast, so clean. Even with two good arms, he couldn't have countered it. Captain Lee read the shock on his face and spoke. What's the matter? Annoyed that you're not used to getting hit like this. Kids these days are so damn arrogant. The captain let out a challenging whistle as the grim reality of the situation sank in for Evan. He'd only wanted to test the man's skills. After all, this was supposed to be a fight between an immortal and a shapeshifter. He thought it would be an easy win. He had been far too cocky. Stomping his foot hard on the ground, he raised his fists once more. This time, I'm getting serious. Let's go again. A sinister, dismissive smirk spread across Captain Lee's face. Kumi and Jenna watched the fight without expression. Evan Young threw the first punch with crushing force. Captain Lee simply crossed his arms to block the blow. A murmur went through the crowd. This new guy is interesting. Looks like the captain has the upper hand, though. Evan's fists flew with such ferocity that the wind itself seemed to follow his attacks. And yet, the captain dodged every single blow. Evan forced himself to remain calm. A steady mind is crucial in a fight. But Lee was trying to distract him, to throw him off with meaningless taunts. Why are you even here? For the money, Evan ignored him, focusing everything on heightening his senses, trying to predict his opponent's next move. Lee suddenly roared in anger. You're too naive. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Evan. He could feel it. This was a hidden ability. Still, he pushed his own senses to their absolute limit, but he wasn't prepared for what came next. His eyes widened in shock. Captain Lee launched a kick, aimed directly at his throat. Evan snapped his head back, dodging by a hair's breadth. The captain continued his verbal assault, or is it for some ridiculous hero complex? Cold sweat dripped down his face as Lee unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks, forcing him to retreat again and again. He was just too fast. Evan couldn't find a single opening to counterattack. How could this man possibly be faster than him? He was half-shifter. He was supposed to be the one with superior strength and speed. Or maybe his bloodline wasn't the gift he thought it was. Both of his instructors had told him he'd only mastered the basics. His teacher had wanted to show him more, but there was no time. And now, his opponent was a pureblood, one who had been training his entire life. He had to admit it. The team captain possessed S-rank combat skills, but that didn't mean he was going to give up so easily. He lunged forward, pouring his last ounce of strength into a devastating punch. But the captain simply tilted his head, effortlessly avoiding the blow. He even had the nerve to ask casually, "If it's not for money or heroism, then what is it?" Gently, he caught Evan's wrist. Evan tried to pull away, but his grip was like iron. Eye to eye, Lee continued to provoke him. "Do you just want to hear pretty girls scream your name? If that's the case, you'd have been better off becoming a businessman." That was the last straw. Evan gritted his teeth in fury, unleashing another attack to shut him up. This was the fastest path to what he wanted, to who he was meant to become. Suddenly, his eyes shot open in disbelief. A fist slammed into his eye before he could even react. Another blow to the stomach sent him flying. But this time, as he fell back, he reached out and locked Lee in a desperate embrace. Turning the tables, Evan asked, "And why are you here?" The captain roared, "You really don't know." "It's my sense of duty." Then he grabbed Evan's wrist again, gritting his teeth in a furious growl. "That hurts, you bastard." Despite the agony, Evan stubbornly believed he was stronger. A pain grunt turned into a blood-curdling scream. And suddenly, the entire crowd fell dead silent. Evan Young collapsed at Captain Lee's feet. The captain let out a sigh of relief. A team member hesitated, then asked, "Team captain, did you really use that just to fight a rookie?" Lee furiously cursed under his breath. "That bastard. He deserved to die." Someone else commented calmly, "This year's hazing was actually pretty interesting." The person next to him gasped in shock. "This year? You mean, this has happened before?" Hazing the rookies is a tradition in External Security Team 3. They have to fight to crush the newcomers' spirits and teach them a lesson or two. But it seemed Captain Lee felt a flicker of pity. His arm is broken. His ribs are cracked, too. That damned fool. He's an idiot. Seeing him lost in thought, Jenna called out, "Team Captain." He shook his head. "Yeah, get him to the doctor. He probably won't wake up for half a day." Kumi immediately spoke up. "Let me take him." Lee agreed. "Fine. I'll handle your report." Jenna, looking worried, asked about Evan Young's condition. The captain hesitated and looked down. Model. Lee Dongbong's ambush failed. The rookie concealed his own energy, fighting back with raw skills he knew surpassed his opponents. His potential, his willpower, his fighting spirit. It was all deeply impressive. A question surfaced in his mind. Have I ever met anyone like him before? He was lost in the thought. The kid fought as if he'd been raised on beatings. Not just random brawls, but proper, disciplined punishment. Even the sensory-altering skill he used had been affected. To beat a mere rookie, he was forced to unleash that powerful technique. Don Ah's voice pulled him back to reality. Everyone around them was watching him, silent and wary. A sudden rage flared within him. He cursed at Kwang Yi. That bastard was actually eager to land a hit on me. He simply dusted off his hands and turned to leave. Take him to the doctor, then get back to work. Lee Dongbong heard that even Doan Ki Nam couldn't touch his manager during their fight because of that sensory confusion skill. Yet he'd been forced to use 3 skills against Kwang Yi. Another rookie. He thought Doan Ki Nam was supposed to be the best of them, but Kwang Yi was on another level. In the meeting room, also used for training, Bang Chul Tae and Kim Do-han looked exhausted. He didn't even have the energy to open his eyes. Bang Chul Tae complained about the rookie's heavy workload. Team leader Kim Do-han was supposed to teach them today. But as he rambled on, Kim Do-han was fast asleep, oblivious to everything. Kim Do-han's control over his senses was truly impressive. Spotting Du Kwang Yi entering, he quipped, "Oh, look who's early. I thought you wouldn't make it on time." Du Kwang Yi didn't say a word. He just took a seat at the head of the table, his expression ice-cold. Everyone was baffled. Kimmy Ho observed quietly with a blank stare, while the others watched with caution. From start to finish, Du Kwang Yi wore a menacing look. Silence truly is the most terrifying weapon. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened with a glare. He recalled his confrontation with Lee Dongbong. He had asked what it was. The man had calmly folded a piece of paper while being interrogated. "That final technique. The one that knocked me out. Were you hiding a club or something?" A smirk played on Lee Dongbong's lips. He asked slyly, "The final technique. You really want to know?" Kwang Yi's gaze was firm and deadly serious. He didn't say no. He just asked a question. Are you happy you beat me? You're always hungry for a win, aren't you? Hearing that, he turned to leave. A single thought in his mind. Unbelievable. But then Lee Dongbong called out to him. Hey, rookie, does this place look like a school to you? Did you think I'd just answer because you asked? Then I'd say, our little Kwang Yi is so slow. Maybe I should just tell him. Is that what you expected to happen? He wanted Kwang Yi to discover it for himself and then write a report on it. Hearing this, Kwang Yi flinched. A report. He had to figure out what knocked him unconscious, write a detailed report about it, and he had to do it all himself. His voice dropped, turning cold as steel. And if you're wondering why you have to do this crap, just give up. I'll transfer you to another team if you want. I don't care what the chief's orders are. Make your choice. Now. Those words, sharp as blades, left him in silent contemplation. Back in the present, Kim Himo was reporting his findings. The drone of his colleague's voice faded into the background. Du Kwang Yi was lost in thought, still wrestling with what happened with the Immortal team's manager. The man had knocked him out with a single blow. When he raised his hands, it felt like lifting solid rock. It must have been his insane physical conditioning. Kwang Yi listed the possibilities. A headbutt, a kick, or maybe a hidden weapon. But he quickly dismissed that. The manager wouldn't need to stoop so low. He remembered the words spoken as the man walked past him. His mind drifted back to the offer of a transfer. Meanwhile, Kim Himo continued his report on the Prophet Project. Suddenly, Kim Hee-ho raised her hand to speak. According to her, prophets did, in fact, exist. Himo agreed, clarifying they weren't the kind you'd find in fantasy novels. All prophets claim the future is in constant flux, that it never stops changing. Therefore, pinpointing a single outcome could create a splintered future. She dismissed the idea with a cold tone. Predicting the future is a lie, but if only a few know what's to come and say nothing, it becomes the truth. That very hypothesis was the foundation of the Prophet Project. Kim Do-han was still out cold, but Bang Chul-tae blushed as he stared at her. That's the woman I love, he thought. She asked why the project failed. Kim Himo's answer was simple, the human brain. To put it plainly, the thoughts inside our heads are not always reality. So when you look inside the mind of a precog, you find countless things they believe to be true that are actually false. However, many of their predictions seem plausible, and they were deceived, leading to catastrophic losses. What one person believes is true can seem completely absurd to another, and that is the root of all human misunderstanding. His gaze fell upon Du Kwang Wai, who was brooding darkly in a secluded corner, and in that moment, everything clicked. He finally understood the teachings of D. Don D. The core principle of the trace is to disrupt perception. The senses of an immortal are exceptionally sharp and powerful. That's what allows them to shield their thoughts from others. It was like a bolt of lightning struck his mind. The principle of the trace itself was the key. If he applied it differently, its power wouldn't stop at just blocking senses. What if it could feed the opponent false information? He was certain he could have caught him then. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Kim Hee-mo announced the lesson was over. When he looked up, Du Kwang Wai had vanished. He strode toward the office, convinced he had finally unraveled the mystery. To create a fake trace by using the principle of the trace itself. The answer lay in his opponent's right hand. He immediately began to write his report, but suddenly, he paused. A critical question remained. How did his opponent know the exact timing? He would have needed to predict the moment of attack to counter it. If tricking an immortal's senses was that easy, their kind would have wiped out all other species long ago. He must have known it was coming, waiting for the perfect moment to end everything in a single blow. He stared intently at Li Yongbong, making him uneasy. But he was still lost in thought. There was something more to it, something like a premonition, an intuition. It was the kind of power only possessed by seasoned veterans, those who had survived countless battles and lived to tell the tale. For now, he couldn't rely on intuition or read his enemy's movements, still wrestling with how to use it against an immortal's senses. Suddenly, his eyes flew open as he shot to his feet, his heart pounding with the thrill of a new discovery. With the thought that he could do the same, he made his move. A colleague tried to stop him jokingly, but he paid him no mind, charging straight for Li Yongbong. Startled, his target kicked his chair back, sliding across the floor to dodge the attack. As he slid, he cursed under his breath. Is this bastard insane? Fear flashed in his eyes as Du Kwang Wai's determined face emerged from the chaos. He was furious, his killing intent surging. The world fell silent as he maximized his senses, filtering out all external noise. He focused only on the enemy before him. He predicted the manager's next attack would come from the left, and in that instant, he threw a punch straight for his face. But suddenly, he was staggered by shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. His opponent simply smirked, a look of pure contempt on his face. He had missed again. Even after his careful calculations, he couldn't land a single hit on Li Yongbong. He could feel his opponent's power pressing in from all sides. The sudden shift caused his eyes to widen in panic. An uppercut exploded from below. Kwang Wai couldn't react in time and was sent flying backward, his feet scrambling for purchase. The blow was so painful he had to brace himself against a desk. Lee Dong-hun and Do-na watched, utterly stunned by the scene. But somehow, he had managed to reduce the damage from Lee Yongbong's attack. It was a feat that mystified everyone watching. Even Lee Yongbong was bewildered, having no idea what he was trying to do. Kwang Wai just darkly mentioned the report for their homework assignment. He painfully massaged his bruised mouth after the brief battle. Then, with a dead serious and hollow gaze, he spoke. This seems to be the more accurate answer. A confused colleague chimed in. You're insane. Soon, others agreed he was acting crazy and needed to see a psychiatrist. Hearing this, he felt a wave of shame and dejection. But then, Lee Yongbong's voice cut through the noise. Your answer is correct, Kwang Wai jolted, his mind filling with question marks. Looking at the unserious man before him, he realized he was more concerned with the mess. He irritably ordered Kwang Wai to clean it all up. He then turned and asked if anyone else was busy today. After getting his answers, he coolly walked out of the room. Do-na assigned the cleanup duty to Kwang Wai, telling him to put everything back in its exact place. Lee Dong-hun quickly ran after Lee Yongbong. What was that just now? He asked. Do-na realized it was like a fake trace. Lee Dong-hun was incredulous. Did you teach him when we weren't looking? That was impossible. Lee Yongbong wasn't the type to do that. But he had acknowledged Kwang Wai's attack as the answer to the report. He just smiled cheerfully and explained that it was too impressive not to. Lee Dong-hun then brought up his raw physical abilities. Do-na remarked that in that aspect alone, he was one of the strongest in the entire company. But where did that power come from? As he walked, Lee Yongbong pondered the situation. Kwang Wai hadn't truly learned the fake trace yet. His movements were still so crude. If he were a properly trained pureblood, his execution wouldn't have been so clumsy. He had simply acted on a sudden idea he just had. At this thought, a meaningful smile spread across his face. A plan was clearly forming in his mind. Meanwhile, back in the office, Kwang Wai was still busy with the cleanup. He grumbled under his breath, completely frustrated. The team manager was the one who kicked the table. The next day, Do-na was shocked. The rookie is on a D-rank mission. Lee Yongbong grumbled back that they were short on personnel, and Jia Lee was taking him. A moment later, Do-na called for Kwang Wai to join her as an elevator descended to the 6th basement level. The silence between the two was heavy, the air thick with tension. When they reached the armory, she told him to get his equipment. He quickly followed her orders, selecting all the necessary gear for the mission ahead. Geared up and ready for war, the two of them were an intimidating sight. A voice crackled to life over the loudspeaker, echoing ominously. Kwang Yi and Do-na stepped out of the vehicle with an air of pure confidence. Do-na reported in. Unit 1 and 2 had arrived at the mission coordinates. The non-contact watchtower hotline had been activated. One meant a single invader, but it hinted at the possibility of more to come. The breach's opening speed and type suggested the invaders would emerge in a straight line. The so-called non-contact watchtower was the blaring speaker system. He seriously recalled his training, piecing together the information. Taking a deep breath to steel himself, he remembered the HG Gate incident from 9 years ago. Back then, a similar breach had opened right before his eyes. And in that terror, he found a strange sense of relief. He had decided then and there to live a life dedicated to wiping out every last one of these bastards from the black holes. And today, he was taking the first step into that new life. But he couldn't help but notice. The breach he saw back then was much, much larger than this one. Kwang Yi timidly admitted to Do-na that he was nervous. She paid him no mind, continuing her report. Her coldness made him feel incredibly awkward. Shaking it off, he focused and joined her in the official report. He pointed out a critical detail. The black hole was growing. Do-na immediately reported the anomaly, requesting urgent backup. After receiving the video feed, an enraged Lee Yongbong ordered them to pull back immediately. Reinforcements were on the way. Checking the status, the waveform confirmed the hotline's danger signal. A waveform meant a full-blown invasion was about to pour through. He wondered aloud if they were actually retreating. Do-na remained silent, her expression unreadable. He thought back to the satellite map they reviewed on the way here. A residential area was just 4 to 5 kilometers away. There could be civilian casualties. Sensing their hesitation, Lee Yongbong repeated the order to retreat. Backup was 15 minutes out, but the black hole was expanding by the second. Lee Yongbong screamed at them to follow orders. But it was too late. The black hole began to churn violently. The first invader, a blind hound, was clawing its way out. The situation was spiraling out of control. Kwang Yi hesitated, frozen. If they didn't get in the car and leave now, they would become the primary targets. Kwang Yi couldn't believe this was happening, how quickly things had gone to hell. Fewer than 1,000 people died in traffic accidents last year. With advancements in AI and science thanks to materials from the white holes, traffic fatalities were down, but the number of deaths from invaders still ranged from 5,000 to 10,000 every single year. Deaths from disease and accidents had plummeted, but deaths at the hands of invaders remained constant. Sacrifice was inevitable. It was a calculated loss. The corporations valued their immortal squads too much to risk them for mere civilians. He was already by the car when he realized with a jolt that Done hadn't moved an inch. On the comms, Li Yongbong had completely lost his patience. The blind hound burst from the portal, only to be violently thrown back. It was Dune. She had calmly put a bullet right between its eyes. The harsh reality hit him. The companies prized the lives of their immortals far more than a few dozen civilians. But he got into this business precisely because he hated that kind of reality. Snapping back to the present, he drew his weapon and got into a fighting stance. With extreme caution, he couldn't resist a joke. "Hey, Sunbae. Mind if I fall for you?" Li Yongbong could only scream in helpless frustration. The comms were so loud, they had no choice but to turn them off. Done with his agent's insubordination, Li Yongbong sat in grim silence. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession as they reloaded on the fly. The monster was riddled with wounds, but it was still just as ferocious. They had decided to fight, but the breach was only predicted to release about 10 invaders, so they were low on ammo, carrying only 2 pistols. However, because the breach was now a waveform, the number of invaders would be in the hundreds. His eyes sharpened with a mix of murderous intent and uncertainty. What was the right move now? Kwang Yi and Done unleashed a relentless barrage, every shot hitting the blind hound's weak spots. He was down to his last clip, with only a single bullet left, as more monsters poured out. He turned to Dune. "You have a plan, right?" Her plan? Kill every monster while they were busy feasting. He stared at her nonchalant expression, unable to believe what he was hearing. Done kept firing with deadly focus, but Kwang Yi's gun was empty. As he fumbled for more ammo, she suddenly missed a shot. The ferocious blind hound charged straight for her. To her partner's absolute shock, she met it with a palm strike that dropped it dead on the spot. She followed up with a vicious elbow to another beast, sending it crashing to the ground. Wary, Kwang Yi quickly moved in to cover her. Her fighting style was breathtaking. In his eyes, she was absolutely incredible. With his immortal senses, he could feel a change coming over her. Her strength was far beyond that of a normal human. It was like she was some kind of mutant. The gun in Kwang Yi's hand was now completely useless. He figured Done now saw him as nothing more than bait for the monsters, but he was an immortal and a transmuter, and he was definitely not bait, a chance to unleash his power. But he had a duty to fulfill as a divergent. With that resolve, he threw himself at the monster. In an instant, he snapped its leg with his bare hands, but across the field, Done was swarmed by the beasts. One of them lunged at her. Clinging to her dog with one arm, she dodged, pulling a small knife and sinking it into the creature. One by one, the other monsters were thrown back. After dealing with them, she sat down, looking completely lost in thought. Kwang Yi watched it all with utter admiration. The distance between his senior and the enemy closed in a heartbeat. She was always calculating, always choosing the most advantageous position. That's why her combat skills were ranked A-class, but his focus on her had broken his own concentration. A beast's jaws clamped down on his arm, sending agony through him. He immediately drew his knife, stabbed it straight in the eye, and kicked it away. That searing pain was a brutal reminder to stay focused. The plan Done had laid out sounded insane, but it was their only option. He took a deep breath, expanded his senses, and concealed his presence, blending it with the wild bloodlust he'd learned from his mentor. He stomped his foot, ready for battle, deciding to become the bait. "Over here, you bastards." Done, surprised, actually praised him. He yelled, "Senior. Instead of praising me, how about a little help?" One of them had already sunk its teeth into his elbow. He struggled to shake it off, but it was no use. He only broke his bone in the process. He tried to slam its head down, but others swarmed in, biting his leg and shoulder, leaving him no room to react. By the time he threw one off, he was covered in wounds, the pain so intense he wanted to scream curses. A desperate voice cried out his name, "Yu Kwang Yi." In that moment, every single beast turned its attention to him. He gritted his teeth against the pain, but he was used to ignoring it. Just forget it, he told himself. Just for a little while. Opening his eyes, he forced himself to stay calm, to keep a level head and calculate. He blocked only the fatal blows with his fists, feet, knees, and elbows. He used his entire body as a weapon. If he missed even one, innocent civilians would suffer, so he couldn't let a single one get past him. Fueled by that thought, his eyes blazed with ferocious determination. Maybe both he and Done had lost their minds. Gunshots rang out nonstop. The beasts shrieked in pain and finally collapsed. The rescue team had arrived to help. all of them in disbelief that they had survived the fight. Yu Kuang-yi was panting, drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted and in agony. Do-ne rushed over, worried, but he asked a single question that froze her on the spot. Did you kill them all? His body was a canvas of deep gashes. How could any human being endure such unbelievable pain? Yet, after hearing Do-ne's answer, he smiled with satisfaction as his world faded to black. It seemed the situation was over. They had sent 2 teams because it sounded severe, but in reality, all it took was a few handguns. The rescue team captain's eyes widened in shock as he surveyed the scene. There were at least 200 Hellhound corpses, and those 2 had handled them all barehanded. If there had been 10 skilled immortals, it would have made sense. But here, there was only 1 divergent and a newly joined immortal. He had to confirm it with Do-ne. Was it really just you and Yu Kuang-yi who did all this? She looked down at Kuang-yi's unconscious form. It wasn't the 2 of us. He did it all himself. Inside meeting room 3, Li Yongbang seethed with the fury of a demon king. As Yu Kuang-yi and Do-ne reported the communications failure, the man's rage simmered into a mock. So, because the line was disconnected, our little Kuang-yi here decided to ignore my direct orders. Is that it? The anger blazed in his eyes, a twisted smile forming on his lips as he snarled. Damn it, I wish my own reason would just get disconnected, so I could beat you senseless and then claim I don't remember a thing. The man's expression sent a genuine chill of fear down his spine. As tension filled the air, Do-ne stepped forward to take full responsibility. The man, still wearing that demonic face, simply asked for her position. You're a grade 1 agent. Everyone knew that. But when he asked how she planned to take responsibility, she fell silent, bowing her head. Losing his patience, he turned to leave, warning her that the disciplinary committee would be in contact. When you come to the office tomorrow morning, report to the investigation team. And this time, it won't be a simple written apology. Then, his dark gaze fell on Kuang-yi. Do you think you fulfilled your responsibility? Kuang-yi answered bluntly and decisively. No, sir. The man scowled again, ordering him to submit a written report every single day, starting tomorrow. Kuang-yi couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't being sent to the disciplinary committee. Enraged, the man granted his unspoken wish but demanded the report first. The 2 of them watched impassively as his retreating figure disappeared. The day he returned to work, everyone already knew what had happened. Kim Yoo-han explained that there were no real punishments for interns, and if there were, it usually meant termination. The grade 1 agent, Kim Do-ne, his senior, had shouldered the entire responsibility. Even though Huazim Telecom was connected to the government, it was still a for-profit organization, and this, perhaps, was the price for breaking the rules. The mission took its toll. But in return, he and Do-ne saved a life. He replayed the entire chaotic battle in his mind. In the end, he knew one thing for certain. He had fulfilled his duty. The realization left him stunned, completely dazed. He had actually done it, but exhaustion was weighing him down. Suddenly, a hand reached out to him. It was Kim Do-ha. She was still at the office. She quietly approached him and offered words of genuine praise. You did a great job today. His eyes widened in shock. The woman who was normally so cold and distant in every situation was now smiling at him, praising his excellent work. Her words echoed in his head. Just that one simple phrase erased every doubt he'd been wrestling with. What they did today was the right thing. He smiled gratefully, thanking her. Later, his mom called, asking if he'd taken any pictures. He hadn't snapped any photos of the senior colleague he praised all through dinner. He wondered why his mother would even ask. She immediately started scheming, wondering if Do-ne could become her future daughter-in-law, but she was just his coworker. Hearing his mom trying to play matchmaker left him frozen and helpless. Then, his thoughts drifted to the disciplinary hearing tomorrow. He had no idea what was coming. The atmosphere in the hearing room was incredibly tense. The chairman's voice cut through the silence, announcing the meeting had officially begun. Even team leader Li Dongbong sat in silence, listening to the case against Kim Do-ne. The chairman addressed her. During yesterday's afternoon expedition, you ignored a direct retreat order from your team manager. Is this correct? Without a trace of fear, she answered decisively. Yes, that is correct. Li Dongbong tried to speak up for her. Something like this happens from time to time. A colleague immediately shot him down. Please conduct yourself with professionalism. He sighed in frustration, insisting he wasn't wrong. Next, Yu Guangyi was called in. The committee immediately asked, were you forced by Do-ne to stay and fight? He boldly refuted the woman's threatening words. Do you have any idea what happens when a new intern causes this much trouble? He argued it was the best possible action for the situation. The other man grew furious. What does a mere intern like you know? Li Dongbong interjected once again, deeply annoying the person beside him. I've been training that kid for months. Of course he knows. Then Guanyi spoke clearly. We saved a civilian. His statement silenced the entire room. Li Dongbong's voice boomed with authority. That's obviously the most important thing. Have you all forgotten the point of our missions? If saving people isn't important, then what is? The chairwoman could no longer tolerate his outbursts and immediately ordered him to leave, but he argued right back at her. This hearing is about a member of my team. As the team manager, I am required to be here. She snarled at him to be quiet. What? Does it sound like I'm about to get beaten up? Is this some kind of fascist regime? Guang Yi listened, completely helpless, screaming internally, please don't go. His leader might act cold, but he was fiercely protective and pleaded for them to be let off easy. Just docking our pay for a few months will be enough. The chairwoman seemed reluctant, but finally, she nodded in agreement. Guang Yi and Simon Dong stood there, completely dumbfounded. Afterwards, Li Dongbong shot a glare at the committee. How can anyone work when you all have faces like you're at a funeral? Try to be a little flexible, will you? Got it? As Guang Yi and Simon Dong walked away, Simon couldn't help but worry about the consequences. He agreed that protecting your subordinates is good, but felt that Li Dongbong had gone way too far. If this keeps up, his performance review would be thrown in the trash. Still, Guang Yi was moved that his hot-headed team leader had protected his team, no matter what the cost to himself. Simon Dong couldn't walk with him any further, as he had to get back to work. But just before they parted, Simon stopped him. Later, when Li Dong-hoon saw Guang Yi, he asked what had happened. Strangely, all Guang Yi said was, the manager is trying his best. Yet Dong-hoon seemed to understand everything he meant. Was there anything else? He asked. Guang Yi fell silent, remembering why Simon had stopped him earlier. He had asked if Guang Yi wanted to join the investigation team. That question had been weighing on his mind ever since. But in response to Li Dong-hoon's question, he simply said, no, nothing. Not long after Yu Guang Yi returned, manager Li Dongbong and his senior, Kim Dona, also came back. Li Dongbong was grumbling about wanting to quit. Seeing his manager so irritated, Li Dong-hoon was completely confused about what went down. It turned out that Dona was suspended from all missions for 1 month. Hearing this, he felt a pang of regret, but was powerless to do anything. Li Dongbong just said to forget about it, but then cursed under his breath. Those bastards. They only know how to target people's weaknesses. The punishment wasn't that severe, but the atmosphere was awful. Guang Yi felt dejected, thinking they were too angry to even explain things to him. But still, he knew returning to his daily work routine was for the best. He wrote a formal apology letter as soon as he got back. He acknowledged that no one should overstep their boundaries during a mission. The incident happened, he wrote, because he hadn't tried his absolute best. He promised to be more careful next time. After reading the report, Li Dongbong exploded. Are you insane? But in his defense, Guang Yi had never written an apology letter before in his life. The manager was furious, so Kim Dome once again started a private training session with him. She unleashed a continuous flurry of punches as he dodged non-stop. She taught him he needed to rely on his immortal senses. There are 0 openings in the manager's attacks, and if an offer does come, it's a trap. Guang Yi took the advice to heart. He had to admit, Li Dongbong was terrifyingly smart. She even gave him a few tips for dealing with the manager, so he drafted yet another apology letter. But the moment Li Dongbong read the letter, an indescribable rage exploded from him. Words were no longer enough. He lunged forward, his fists flying without mercy. Guang Yi instinctively went on the defensive. As each punch flew, he tilted his head, narrowly dodging every blow. He tried to counter, of course, but a chilling fear told him what was coming next. A low attack. Recalling Du Yeon-ah's advice, he instantly spun around, desperate to evade. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he grabbed Guang Yi's shoulder. Then a devastating blow from behind sent agony shooting through him. Li Yong-hun checked his phone. 6 minutes and 1 second. That was a new personal best for Guang Yi's endurance. The other employees cheered. They'd all placed bets on how long he could last. Guang Yi clutched his throbbing back. The manager was an absolute monster in a fight, but this was just another day for Huijim Company's external security Team 3. His apologies were starting to sound like Kim, so Un's confession letters. Guang Yi, Li Dongbong called out. Exhausted, Guang Yi answered. He turned to find his manager's face was a thundercloud. What did Shimo Dong say to you? Shimo Dong, the assistant manager of External Investigation Team 2. A few days ago, he tried to recruit Guang Yi, but then he just laughed it off as a joke. Guang Yi's blood ran cold. How could Li Dongbong possibly know about that? A sinister smirk twisted the manager's lips, his voice a low, threatening growl. So, the recon team made you an offer, did they? You little bastard. Guang Yi stared, completely dumbfounded by his manager's explosive reaction. And speak of the devil, Shimo Dong himself appeared, his cheerful greeting slicing through the thick tension. Without warning, the manager launched himself forward. He slammed a vicious kick into Shimo Dong, roaring, "You piece of garbage." Everyone else seemed to understand why, but Kwang Yi was frozen in place, completely lost as to what the hell was going on. Shimo Dong crumpled in pain and confusion. Li Yongbong's voice dripped with fury. "I heard you were sniffing around my rookie. Is that true?" Suddenly, another man's voice boomed the manager's name. He stood there, scowling at the scene. Kwang Yi and Li Yongbong both stared, bewildered. It was Baek Pilo, manager of the— "What do you think you're doing?" he yelled. Li Yongbong just shrugged, his face devoid of emotion. "It's just a broken arm. Don't be so dramatic." Baek Pilo's gaze was razor-sharp, brimming with killing intent. So, he knew everything. He pointed out that Li Yongbong was overreacting to a simple joke. The furious manager demanded to know if Pilo was the one poaching his rookie. Baek Pilo looked completely unconcerned. After all, Li Yongbong was infamous for his brutal treatment of new hires. They even called him the human grinder. He freely admitted it, saying it would be better for Kwang Yi than suffering under the slave-like conditions of Team 3. Li Yongbong's voice was a guttural snarl. "He is mine. Whether I grind him into a pulp or work him to the bone, he belongs to ME." Then he turned, his glare sweeping over everyone as a clear warning to any other team that had ideas about poaching Kwang Yi. Kwang Yi just watched with a deadpan expression, thinking to himself, "Yeah, you're a complete psycho. But since when did I ever belong to you?" The two managers continued their heated argument. Pilo championed the right to choose freely, telling Kwang Yi not to be afraid to speak up for himself. But Kwang Yi just stood there, completely silent. All eyes were on him, waiting for his decision. It felt like being caught in some bizarre power struggle. After a moment of awkward silence and scratching his head, he finally decided. There was no reason to hesitate. A psycho manager, a vice manager with permanent dark circles, and a cold-looking sunbae with a hidden warm heart. He was being squeezed from every direction. There was nothing tying him to this place. And yet, he stood tall and announced loud and clear that he was staying. Baek Pilo was stunned by the sudden 180. Manager Baek Pilo was notoriously bloodthirsty, earning him the nickname The Royal. He was a ridiculously talented immortal. Pilo even wondered if he was afraid of the director, but Kwang Yi decisively shut that down. For the first time, Li Yongbong looked at him differently. When it came down to it, Baek Pilo was no match for manager Li Yongbong. Sure, he was a crazy antisocial bastard, but in a fight, the man was an absolute monster. Seizing the moment, Li Yongbong made a ridiculous face, mocking his rival. Yeah, his personality was definitely a problem. Baek Pilo demanded to know why. Kwang Yi simply explained that he still had a lot to learn here, even from a madman who starts fights and then demands an apology letter. Hearing that, Pilo was left completely speechless. Humiliated, he just turned and walked away. "Hey!" Li Yongbong screamed after him. "You think you can just waltz in and out of here whenever you want?" Then, his eyes landed on Kwang Yi. "Of course you're staying," he said with absolute confidence. A wave of doubt washed over Kwang Yi. Had he made a terrible mistake? Even assistant manager Lee Yong-hun could see it. The manager was actually proud of Kwang Yi. But then, his eyes fell on the computer screen, and the apology letter Kwang Yi was drafting. Kwang Yi quickly explained it was an unfinished draft. The manager's anger vanished, replaced by a twisted, demonic grin. "You little punk," he snarled. "You're dead meat." Lee Yong-hun and Kim Do-yeon simply looked away, wanting no part of it. But as the beating began, one of them noticed something. He immediately called for the manager, bringing the chaos to a sudden halt. Curious, he walked over to get a better look. A heavy silence fell over the team. They didn't know who to send on the mission, since Do-yeon was unable to go. The task fell to Kwang Yi. Hearing about a new assignment, he seriously asked for the details. Lee Dongbong informed him he'd have to go undercover as a human inspector at the airport. At the airport, they had already identified their target. She was the one who possessed the unique shape-shifting ability. That's what she looked like in their intel video, but she had likely taken on a different appearance by now. Of course, a shapeshifter could become anyone they remembered. Their target was a mercenary trafficking classified information. The superpowered SWAT force was the one who requested assistance on this case. UAZ was also deploying their own shapeshifter for the job. Shapeshifters are experts at tracking by smell, so they'd probably hunt her down using her scent. No matter what form they took, their scent would never change. The other teams sent Ki-nam and Miho as reinforcements. The office staff couldn't believe a rookie was being sent to work alongside the elite unit. Du Guangyi grumbled, wondering if he was even needed for this mission. Lee Dong-hun immediately explained the situation. A minimum of 3 immortals were requested, all on the same level as Yeong Ki-nam, but there weren't enough trainers available this term. That's why they had to form a team of 3 rookies. He worried that sending just 3 newcomers would be far too dangerous. But he was told that while on the outside he was an immortal, on the inside he was still just a rookie. Guang Yi was baffled, unsure if that was a compliment or an insult. Li Dongbang assigned him to protect young Qinam, and Guang Yi let out a foolish laugh. Yeah, right. Get ready for my resignation letter tomorrow. Kim Him Mo introduced himself. He was from the analysis team and would be commanding this operation. He gave a quick report on the mission. He glanced at Du Guang Yi and asked, "So, you got stuck with this because of your discussion with manager Li Dongbang." The commander understood immediately. He then announced the official briefing would begin. The location for this operation is Incheon Airport. They would have to wear plain clothes to avoid drawing attention. Once on site at 10 a.m., they were to join the SWAT team already there. They greeted the operations team captain, L.H. She gave the order that once everyone was ready, they must move to their designated positions immediately. Kim Him Mo would be getting on this bus. Team Captain O.T. And she would monitor the situation from the airport security room and maintain contact. Guang Yi and Miho were assigned to watch gate number 5. Qinam would track the target from the travel agency counter, where she had already set up. Kim Him Mo sternly reminded Beta 1 not to get in his way. Hearing this, Guang Yi cursed under his breath, infuriated. Suddenly, 2 towering figures started walking toward him. It seemed SWAT had also hired bodyguards from a UAC subsidiary. Guang Yi's guard went up. He cautiously observed the massive muscles hidden beneath their ordinary clothes. One of them stepped forward, introducing himself as part of the bodyguard team. Guang Yi immediately recognized him as a shapeshifter. Since they were part of the mission, he told himself to be extra careful. Suddenly, Guang Yi asked Kim Him Mo why Qinam was the one assigned to the agency counter. Young Qinam was clearly displeased. He was furious that Guang Yi used his name so casually and demanded everyone address him with proper respect. Kim Him Mo just gave a helpless smile and explained, "An immortal with special psychic abilities was recommended, which is why he's stationed at the counter." Guai Miho complained about there being 4 immortals on this one mission. Young Qinam shot back a sarcastic retort, saying it was more like 1 immortal and 3 empty-headed fools. Kim Him Mo continued the briefing, explaining that while hunting the target, they also had to assist airport security with crowd control. Arrogant and impatient, Yang Qinam stormed out. The moment Him Mo finished, Gui Miho added that he needed to be tougher for the mission to succeed. The atmosphere in the room turned incredibly awkward. Du Guang Yi immediately started talking trash about the 2 who had just left, while Kim Him Mo could only let out a weary sigh. It turns out, he was only a half-blood immortal, but he then felt relieved, knowing that at least Guang Yi was genuinely powerful. Guang Yi emotionlessly thought to himself, "A naive deputy manager and 2 rabid dogs. I wonder if this will be okay." The next day, at gate number 5, a strange man approached Wai Miho and asked for her number. She bluntly told him she was married, but he refused to believe her. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling the man. "Honey, is something wrong?" Du Guang Yi appeared, a dark cloud hanging over him as he demanded to know who the guy was. Terrified, the man stammered an apology and ran for his life. An awkward silence fell between them after that. Then, getting serious again, Guang Yi scanned the area but saw no one suspicious. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. Beta 1 has spotted the target. Light blue shirt, blue jeans, male, approximately 30 years old. Hearing this, Team Captain Li Jihai and Yong Qinam exchanged serious glances. The bodyguard team also confirmed the visual. They quickly located the target in the crowd. Du Guang Yi tried to observe him closely but couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary. Abruptly, a voice next to him made him jump. "I don't understand why Qinam receives such special treatment. It's simple. The only difference between them and him is being a half-blood versus a pure blood. But really, the difference. It's a sensitivity, a slight twinge, not something overwhelmingly powerful. But the psychic abilities of a pure blood are truly on another level. To them, even water has a distinct feel, and they can sense the unyielding nature of a stone. They can be distinguished. Their perception of the world is on another level." The order came crackling through the comms. "The Guardians have confirmed the target, with an 80% probability. Team O will move into neutralize, all other units will observe only." He seriously contemplated the word sensitive. Suddenly, his father's words echoed in his memory. He had taught him that being extremely sensitive was the mark of a powerful immortal. But people with such gifts often have rotten personalities, so he should be glad he wasn't like that. At the time, his father had seemed relieved. But there was also a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The difference between mixed bloods and pure bloods can be seen in their aptitude. Their speed at learning and executing skills are on completely different levels, but he possessed that same speed. He remembered his sparring matches with manager Lai Dongbang. Before, he thought things would be fine as they were, but now he wondered if he should truly test his limits. They had begun their operation. They approached the suspect, announcing it was an emergency and requesting everyone's cooperation. Seeing the guns and the dangerous-looking agents, panic began to spread through the crowd. But Du Kuang-Wai was lost deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide open as if he'd finally figured something out. He spoke into his comm, "Beta, are you certain? Is there really only one target?" His question sent a shockwave through the entire team. Du Kuang-Wai pressed again, his voice urgent, "Beta, are you absolutely sure there's only a single objective?" Before they could understand his meaning, a soldier prepared to fire. Don Ki Nam lunged forward instantly, and in that moment, all hell broke loose. A hail of gunfire erupted. The suspect used the chaos as a chance to escape. One agent tried to stop him with a gun, but an enemy attacked from behind, landing a devastating chop. Seeing this, Du Kuang-Wai and Quimmy rushed in to provide backup. Suddenly, he froze in fear. A man with a knife was about to ambush Quimmy, spitting insults as he lunged. "You filthy, mixed blood." But her reflexes were faster. She ducked under the attack, then immediately swept his legs out from under him. Beta 1, reporting. All hostiles are espers. Kuang-Wai took off at a dead sprint. He'd sensed multiple presences from the start, but now he could feel them with terrifying clarity. He couldn't even count how many there were. He'd have to take them all down alone. But damn it, they were scattering. Gritting his teeth, he pursued them relentlessly. 2 days before the mission, Kim Hai-mo had reviewed the files of the 3 new recruits. Every one of them was special. Disregarding his aptitude test scores, Don Ki Nam was a true talent, a special immortal with a pure blood lineage. Quimmy was the same. She might be a mixed blood, but her intelligence and decisiveness were second to none. And the last one was the most exceptional of all. He flipped to Du Kuang-Wai's page and began his assessment. Recently, everyone had been talking about his morning sparring matches with the team manager. It seemed he was doing it to learn the manager's techniques. And Li Dongbong, knowing this, still accepted his challenges. On top of that, the kid is strong, a natural fighter, and friendly. Exactly the director's type. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Jiang Chunam approaching. Reviewing the new recruits, are we? Du Kuang-Wai. He's a lot like you were as a rookie, isn't he? Am I wrong? Hearing this, Kim Hai-mo glanced down and smiled softly. Looking at Kuang-Wai's photo, he replied, "You're right." Back in the present, Kim Hai-mo moved to enter the fray. But Lai Dai, he blocked his path. He spoke urgently, "I can't get a grasp on the situation from out here. I have to go in." He had planned to let Kim Hai-mo handle the reports, and he also needed to check on Don Ki Nam. Suddenly, he detected another suspect. He could feel their presence but hesitated to give chase. Stabilizing the area was the top priority. An image of Du Kuang-Wai flashed in his mind. He immediately gave a new directive. "Beta, this is a command. Proceed to left, gate 8, immediately. I'm authorizing combat. Just get the situation under control. Beta 1, report damages." As Beta 2 reported in, Kuang-Wai's voice cut through, firm and serious. "I am intervening in this situation." Beta 3, roger that. A brutish thug threw a vicious punch. The other man quickly created an invisible shield to block the blow. He then reached out his hand, and a surge of electricity enveloped the goon, paralyzing him instantly. Don Ki Nam was wounded. He reported in, his voice strained. Beta 1, 1 OP staff member and 2 security personnel are injured. Quimmy's voice followed. Beta 2, this is an ambush. The targets who fled are circling back to attack. It looks like they want to divide our forces. As she was reporting, the thug from before shakily got to his feet, raising his knife for another attack. Instantly, a Guardian agent leaped out, delivering a powerful kick to the man's back. She continued her report without even flinching. There are a total of 7 hostiles. The main objective is to capture the Shapeshifters. Beta 0, have Beta 1 fall back, observe, and prepare for new enemy waves. Don Ki Nam gritted his teeth against the pain. Beta 1, I can still fight. Beta 1, that was an order. Nearby, another thug got his hands on a gun, roaring in fury. You damn bastards are dead. Of course. We have to fall back now, or it's too dangerous. Suddenly, Kuang Yi's voice boomed. Listen up, newbie. While the thug was distracted, Kim Hai-mo crept up from behind, quickly clamping a hand over his mouth to silence him. Another thug spotted them. You bastard. When did you? Kim Hai-mo coolly drew his weapon. He calmly put down the target without a shred of hesitation, then quickly gave the signal. They've been neutralized. The elevator was ascending. A mysterious figure dropped his belongings, sighing in exhaustion, thinking he had finally escaped. But suddenly, Kuang Yi calmly stepped forward, startling him. Still running, are we? You're persistent. Are you immortal or something? Don't you recognize my face? The man fell silent, observing him, before letting out a confused grunt. That response infuriated Kuang Yi. Are you saying only good-looking people can be immortals? The man shot back. If you're immortal, Why are you chasing me? Kwang Yi threatened. I've got a whole team on their way for backup. Suddenly, the man's expression turned serious. Hey, don't you think it was a huge mistake to chase me all by yourself? Kwang Yi was baffled, until his eyes widened in sheer shock. The man's muscles were swelling, shredding his clothes to pieces. He let out a sinister laugh. You fool, I'm a true pureblood with overwhelming power. You think immortals can't die? Then I'll just have to crush your skull. Faced with the man's demonic visage, Kwang Yi remained silent, his face an unreadable mask. He figured backup wouldn't arrive for another 5 to 10 minutes. After a quick calculation, he said with confidence, seems like more than enough time. The thug collapsed to the ground. Li Dai arrived with the support team and gave the order. Get the injured members out of here, and remember to clean up the scene. Kim Himo muttered. There are no shapeshifters around here. Just as Kim Himo suspected, they were stalling. Someone must have gotten away. A massive foot stomped the ground. The thug now stood like a giant demon, a savage grin plastered on his face. Are you ready? Everyone says immortals can't be killed, so let me crush your skull and see if that's really true. The words had barely left his mouth when he threw a punch, but quick as a flash, Kwang Yi dodged, grabbing his wrist in one smooth motion. The giant was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief that Kwang Yi could stop his attack with just one hand. Kwang Yi's voice was dangerously low. Wondering why you can't pull your hand back, even with all your strength. You bastard. He squeezed the thug's wrist, forcing a scream of agony from his lips. When he let go, the man's wrist was already bruised and purple. The giant stumbled back, and Kwang Yi lunged forward in a blur. But the thug aimed a devastating kick in retaliation. Kwang Yi recalled his training. Every technique has its own momentum. All you need to do is apply force to redirect an opponent's attack. With that thought, he used his hand to deflect the giant's leg, setting him up for a powerful uppercut from below. The tremendous force sent the massive creature flying into the air before he crashed back down in a heap of pain. I've practiced that move countless times. This shouldn't take more than 3 minutes. But the support team is still a ways out, Kwang Yi asked. So, what should we do now? You planning on staying in that form? There's a bag in the corner. He casually sat down. A shapeshifter can become anything they see, right? But I heard you can only mimic the appearance of steel, not actually become it. The burning lighter was right in front of the bag, but it didn't move. Only when Kwang Yi brought the flame closer did it finally surrender in fear. You should have done that sooner. I have some questions for you. Get that lighter away from me first. And even if you ask, I don't have the answers you want. It would ruin my life, but I can compromise. Before it could even finish negotiating, Kwang Yi cut it off with a single, cold phrase. I don't care. Can you turn into something smaller, like a cigarette, for example? The bag flinched. I can't. This is my limit. Really? Then change back into a person. When it didn't move, Kwang Yi's voice grew sharp. It hesitated, then asked if it could borrow some clothes. Kwang Yi just stared, completely confused. At last, the support team arrived. Seeing the bizarre scene, they were all completely stunned. Kwang Yi, acting casual, just said, Oh, you guys are here. While everyone was wondering what was going on, he gave a formal report. Beta, reporting in. This bastard tried to escape and picked a fight, so I had to beat him into submission. As for the bag he was carrying, that's the red-haired shapeshifter. Understood. Good work. Just then, young Kinham shuffled forward. With everything already resolved, he felt useless and didn't say a word. Kim Himo quickly rushed over to intervene, but the sharp-tongued Kwang Yi leaned in to taunt young Kinham. You can thank me for that. Humiliated, he exploded in anger, yelling, Get lost. Kim Dio asked Kwang Yi, Did you say you were the one who beat him? Yeah, just got lucky. But he couldn't resist taking another jab at young Kinham. I succeeded because I wasn't distracted by the thrill of finding the enemy, unlike someone else I know. Hearing that, everyone muttered about how petty he was. Someone praised him. You're actually a pretty funny guy. He replied, I'm hilarious. Beta, do you know the person? Don't you know who you just took down? He turned, his expression blank. The red-haired girl was shocked, assuming he was already aware. That was Nadaban, a level 3 wanted criminal, better known as the Rhino. Taking down a scumbag like him carries a pretty hefty reward. Hearing this didn't surprise him much. He figured the guy had to be tied to a terrorist group or was a serial killer at the very least. The guard captain was impressed. He's a seriously powerful criminal. To defeat him is truly remarkable. Everyone just assumed it must have been a bloody, brutal battle, and that his immortality was the only reason he was unscathed. But none of them knew the truth. The fight had ended with a single punch. Kim Himo thought to himself that bringing the new guy along was definitely the right call. He then turned to strike a deal with LH. We've already achieved our objective for this operation. Besides, we didn't bring any of our usual equipment. She was not pleased to hear that. An immortal fighting barehanded isn't exactly a major achievement. you know. Kim Himo just gave her an innocent smile. You shouldn't just blurt out the truth like that. She sighed, finally giving in. She pointed a finger at Kwang Yi, asking his rank. He immediately introduced himself loud and clear. New employee, Yu Kwang Yi. Back in the office, Li Dongbong cornered him. Why are you going around shouting your name everywhere? You trying to become a star or something? He quickly defended himself. It's just a habit. The manager shot back sarcastically. I thought your dream was to become a successful businessman. Kim Himo's investigation revealed that the criminal Kwang Yi captured was a former member of the terrorist organization, Bohm Thus, and the ones who hired that shapeshifter were from the very same group. She was clearly holding onto a major secret from the psychic organization, and it seemed to be a top-class secret at that. Li Dongbong asked him again, Are you happy you caught a terrorist? Kwang Yi grinned, full of excitement. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Li Dongbong then ordered him to write up the report, but he didn't seem to care. The name Bohm thus echoed in his mind. A terrorist organization and a group of mad scientists. Twisted minds who wanted to grant all of humanity a special power, like gods bringing fire down to the world. He scoffed. This world is full of sick people. Suddenly, Bilo's voice snapped him out of his thoughts, calling his name and telling him to come with him. He had just sat down, still dazed and confused about what was happening, only to find himself facing a man whose face was as tense as a violin string. Nam Mong Jin, the chairman of Huayom Telecom, spoke with a stern voice. Have a seat. Kwang Yi replied respectfully. Yes, sir. New employee, Yu Kwang Yi. Permission to sit. Do you introduce yourself like that to every cop and shapeshifter you meet? That was just a one-time thing. The chairman let out a chuckle. I understand. To be human is to make mistakes. Someone without a single flaw would be incredibly dull. I heard you captured a terrorist. What do you want as a reward? Hearing this, Kwang Yi was stunned as he picked up his teacup. He wanted a promotion to assistant director. The chairman called him greedy. This single achievement isn't enough for that kind of promotion. But for a rookie, it's still incredibly impressive. Kwang Yi asked why the chairman wanted to see him. The man replied, Because I'm very proud of you. He then asked what Kwang Yi liked. After a long silence, he gave a one-word answer. Money. He gave part of his reward money to his mother, and felt a deep sense of happiness seeing her smile. After the airport incident, several new missions popped up. Now he finally understood why the cold-hearted senior Don A was always so busy. They captured 5 special-class criminals in just 3 months, and he took part in over 10 operations to stop black holes. And through it all, he realized one thing. His manager was unbelievably lazy. The old man even hated his reports. Why did you write about me picking my nose and falling asleep in your report? Huh, I was just reporting the facts. These guys were so loud. He no longer went down after just a few simple punches and kicks like before. His manager never sparred with him for more than 10 minutes, but in those countless 10-minute duels, he realized something. He had never once seen the manager's power even hint at reaching its limit. 3 months after the airport mission, Done's face was flushed with anger as she growled through gritted teeth. I'm going to kill every last one of them. During lunch, Lee Dong-hoon commented, She gets like this every time she drinks. She just says that. It's become a habit when she's drunk. She'll sober up eventually. Just leave her be. Hey manager, do you think I'll get a girlfriend next year? Lee Dong-bong sighed. I'm not a fortune teller. Can't you just say something to reassure me? Li Dongbong turned and threatened Kwang Yi, telling him if he got too drunk and did something stupid, he'd personally beat him down. The clueless rookie just stuffed his face with food, thinking confidently that since he was part shapeshifter, how could he possibly get drunk? He thought a meal with Immortals would be different, but it was just quieter than the usual company cafeteria. The only reason it was so loud was because of her drunken rambling. Slamming his cup down on the table, he let out a weary sigh and stared straight ahead. He was intensely curious about just how much he had changed. Ever since his first fight with Li Dongbong, he wanted to have a serious match with him, a true battle where rank didn't matter. Li Dong-hoon and Doan-a didn't react at all. Li Dongbong just asked, Are you drunk? No, I'm not. A few minutes later, he cheerfully called him out to the training center. The air in the room was suffocatingly tense. He taunted. Need some more light? Don't need it, he shot back instantly. Closing his eyes, he thought about how utterly dull all his previous fights had been. With a confident smirk, the man issued his challenge. Bring it on. Soon, only the brutal sounds of combat echoed from within. Outside, Li Dong-hoon watched in silence. Li Dongbang went for a knee strike, but his opponent was faster, driving a sharp elbow straight into his gut. A powerful kick sent him flying. His opponent's right arm was clearly broken, but he knew he had to get on the defensive now. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. You let your guard down. The words were a blur as his opponent lunged, a fist rocketing toward his face. Quick as lightning, he snatched the incoming fist. His sharp eyes immediately spotted the real danger. The man was already moving to strike with his other hand. He stared in utter disbelief. It was the very same arm he had just shattered. A devastating blow connected, sending him sprawling to the floor. At last, the victor let out a sigh of relief. That bastard Lee Dong-hoon stepped forward, asking the manager, "Did you just use it?" "No, but your arm is broken. He's the first one since you," the man said. "This feels different." He cast a cryptic look at the fighter on the ground. "Yes, very different indeed. Here's the list of new recruits from Human Resources. Thanks. Is this the one the CEO personally selected?" "Yes. Give me his file." Kim Dong-chul scanned Yu Guangyi's profile, assessing him. Marksmanship, B rank. Close quarters combat, B rank. Overall combat ability, B rank. Not bad. His immortality potential is pathetic compared to his combat skill. With a stat this low, isn't he basically considered useless? I heard he slept soundly through the entire orientation. Mission completion efficiency, C rank. I have no idea how he managed to score so high in External Security Team 3. Assistant Manager Kang gave him a near-perfect score on the final mission. Kim Dong-chul fell into thought. Conduct, B. Responsibility, D. Teamwork, D. Work ethic, F. Decisiveness, A. The kid was failing in almost every category, but one note jumped off the page. Exceptional immortality. It was an addendum from Team 3's manager, Lee Dong-bang. He sighed, exasperated. A psycho who's good at fighting but has zero self-control, and his immortality potential is rock bottom. We should just cut him. Elsewhere, Yu Guangyi was getting anxious, wondering what criteria they were even using to evaluate immortality potential. Lee Dong-hoon came over to him. "What have you been doing since the orientation? Is there some mistake on this evaluation?" "Well, since you didn't participate in the disciplinary committee meeting, even though you were marked present, they didn't take you seriously. So this evaluation is basically trash." He seriously thought his responsibility and teamwork deserve a much higher rating. But that committee meeting carries a lot of weight. And this work ethic grade, that's because you're always antagonizing the manager. Imagine if every morning you heard your neighbors screaming like a slaughtered pig and you had to listen to it for 2 months straight. Would you be happy? Still defiant, he shot back. At least my decisiveness was rated high. He then wondered why there was a note about his drinking ability. The team manager suggested adding it, he was told. He said, "It's something you are exceptionally good at." Overhearing this, the manager laughed. "Our little failure here is an amazing drinker." Guangyi then had another question about the red number 1 next to his name. Lee Dong-hoon explained, "It means the person in charge has marked you." Guangyi figured it meant he would be the first to be fired, since red is a bad omen. Then he realized the true meaning. It means, Lee Dong-hoon clarified, "If you don't perform well in the upcoming evaluation, you will be the first one fired." Those words hit him like a ton of bricks, freezing him on the spot. An announcement came over the PA system. "All employees, please gather in the underground training facility. We will now begin the competency evaluation test to make final decisions on your appointments." Kim Joo-han and Bang Chul-tae came over to sneer. Well, look who it is. Potential unemployed, number 1. Yu Guangyi sat dejectedly in a corner. "I thought no one else could see my evaluation. There are always ways. So the company's confidential information just gets leaked like that?" They quickly moved in to comfort him. "Hang in there, you bastard. You can do it." "Yeah, don't be down. I'll buy you a meal." Guangyi sulked. "I haven't actually been fired yet, you jerks." An employee stepped forward. "The test will begin immediately. Please move to your designated positions." Guangyi asked them, "Have you guys seen the movie The Sixth Sense? Why do you think that movie is so great? Because the main character is a ghost." "No," he said confidently, turning his head. "It's because of the twist." The doors then slid open, revealing a room packed with people. Even Namgung Jin was there. "I'm just a little curious," he said. "I couldn't possibly miss something this interesting. After all, this is a match between our strongest rookies." And as expected, Yoon Ki-nam chose Yu Guangyi as his first opponent. Guangyi taunted him playfully. "My dear little Ki-nam, did you miss me that much? Don't act like we're close. What the hell is with this dear little Ki-nam crap?" Suddenly, their gazes locked, sharp and intense, ready to clash at any moment. Both of them took their fighting stance. Guangyi exploded forward, lunging at his rival. His mind flashed back to his talk with the head of the disciplinary committee. She had asked, "What is the difference between these cards?" The first one on the left, and the third one in the second row, counting from the top. The fifth plate had a center mark. The sixth was even thicker, 3.48 seconds. The observer was stunned. His speed. It surpassed even an S ranker. He unleashed a devastating horizontal strike, completely masking its trajectory. A phantom punch aimed straight for his opponent. He dodged with blinding speed. The camera feed flickered, then went to static. The technicians panicked. Is it broken? No, it's not broken. Another stammered. It's more than that. Not 12 Gs. This was triple the average power of a rookie. He shot an uppercut straight for his enemy's throat, but his opponent refused to give in, launching the same attack again. He dodged effortlessly, then slammed a palm into his back before the guy could even blink. Stamina, stability, reflexes, reaction speed. Impossible. Every single metric was off the charts, far beyond the average scores. Could he be rated? SX. The staffer couldn't believe his own eyes. Keenam's eyes shot open in pure shock. He was forced on the defensive, desperately dodging every blow. Just as he tried to track his opponent's movements, Guang Yu's voice echoed in his mind. Sorry, Cam. I haven't used my ability yet. I can't let them know I'm a shapeshifter. He knew that if he went all out, he was stronger than any immortal here. This was his pride, and he couldn't hide it any longer. From this moment on, I'm holding nothing back. In that instant, he poured every last ounce of his strength into one final, decisive blow. The punch connected squarely with Keenam's face. The evaluator's verdict was clear. His power level exceeded all known standards. Li Dongbong confronted Guang Yu, his voice laced with fury. You knocked out Keenam's front teeth and broke Neo's jaw. Are you proud of yourself? Guang Yu replied calmly. You forgot one thing. Yute is in a coma, too. That was only because he dared to shout, if you want to touch Baiho, you'll have to kill me first, breaking your colleague's teeth. Are you some kind of gangster? He corrected Li Dongbong once more. No. I am Guang Yu, a third-class employee. Should I knock your teeth out, too? I'm going home. Guang Yu walked away calmly, but a sleek car suddenly pulled up beside him. A man inside greeted him cheerfully. I'm Kim Dong-chul. If you're heading home, why not ride with me? Your employee, Guang Yu, correct? I'm developing a project, and there happens to be an open spot. Really? I was hoping you would fill that position. The sudden offer was confusing, but the man explained with a mysterious air. You can continue your normal work and just volunteer when the project kicks off. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. The man beamed. Excellent. By the way, do you enjoy eating meat? The strange question immediately put Guang Yu on high alert. After a while, Guang Yu stepped out of the car. The man immediately made a call to a mysterious person. Yes, Mr. Executive Director. That's right. It went very smoothly. The kid is just as talented and prominent as I mentioned. But as for that gift, I'm not sure if he understood its true meaning. His tone turned strangely serious. Back at home, Gun-hee wondered why the director would gift him BBQ meat. Guang Yu just guessed it was a reward for his hard work. After the intense evaluation, he was officially made a third-class employee. The promotion granted him access to more classified intel on the internal network and a much bigger paycheck. He even moved into the company's residential building. His new place was just a 5-minute walk from work, but of course, his parents started nagging him again. If you have an accidental child, just make sure the mother is beautiful. His new team, however, had very little work. Don't you feel bad for Dong-hun? Work harder, get lost. Li Dongbong announced a team meeting. Guang Yu recalled a past conversation, wondering, why doesn't our team have any actual achievements? Because we haven't done anything for them. He remembered proudly. What about all those confidential cases and special criminals we helped catch? We were just backup for those. It doesn't count. Then why don't we do anything else? His innocent question made her pause. The higher-ups don't like our manager, so they refuse to assign us any work. Hearing this, Guang Yu froze for a full 5 seconds. So that's how he treats everyone. But the team still functions even without any accomplishments. That's right. The assistant manager takes on odd jobs from other teams and completes them for them. Dong-hun. This. Yeah, just leave it there. Guang Yu went to talk with Li Dong-hun, assistant manager. Is there anything I can help with? The man felt guilty for saddling the newcomer with basic paperwork. Guang Yu, you can do better than this. Frustrated, he asked, can our team really just not work? When do we ever work? Occasionally, he said with a hopeful smile, when the team manager brings in a major mission. Li Dongbong announced a team dinner for that night. The location, Dong-hun's house. Instantly, everyone showed up. Guang Yu was stunned. This is the assistant manager's house? Of course not. This is our off-site meeting room, codenamed Dong-hun's house. Li Dongbong plugged a USB into the computer and the projector lit up. He called for everyone's attention, his voice booming. This is a new material discovered in the white hole. It's called Aeon Stone, a substance capable of storing aura. The word aura echoed in Guang Yu's mind. A unique energy radiated by those with power, completely unlike any other known ability. Li Dongbong explained, you can infuse your own aura into the stone, fundamentally changing its energy signature. Correct. The analysis team believes Aeon Stone will usher in a new era of energy, a new energy source. It seems not all stones hold the same amount of power. Li Dongbong smiled in agreement. Of all the stones found so far, the highest publicly announced rank is AA. A single D-rank stone can power a flight from Incheon to New York, and the efficiency nearly doubles with each rank. So a AA stone has enough power to take down an S-rank transcender. Hearing this, Kwang Yi was completely stunned. Li Dong-hoon then spoke up. He means S-rank Aeson stones have been found, but their existence is being kept secret. Li Dongbong didn't answer, but gave a solemn nod. There are at least 50 such stones. The psychics were the first to discover them. They tried to hoard them, but someone inside their company leaked the secret. Because of the leak, the psychics asked A-Force for help, and America's Immortal Special Forces were assigned to protect the Aeson stones. Receiving a few stones as a protection fee will just be a matter of negotiation and diplomacy. That was all the intel from the meeting he attended today. Now, their main topic could shift to what's for dinner. He pressed a button on the display. External Security Team 3. A detailed plan for harvesting Aeson stones appeared. All three of them were taken by surprise. He asked Li Dong-hoon, "We can add Don-ah and Kwang Yi to this, right? I'll look into it. But if we want to create a scenario where we can intervene, then yes, it's definitely possible." He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Li Dongbong was pleased. "All right then." But Kwang Yi suddenly cut him off. Looking completely lost, he asked, "So, what do we do now?" Li Dongbong replied, confused, "We work." Hearing those two words, a smile crept onto his face. "What are you smiling about?" "Nothing. I just think this is pretty cool. For some reason, seeing you smile is irritating." He then declared with a serious face, "Regardless, we're getting those stones." 2 days later, a piercing scream echoed through the air. "Stop right there." I said, "Stop." The confused guard turned around. In a restricted area, someone was clinging to a tree. Before he could even yell at the man, another voice shouted, "Get out of the way." Kwang Yi and Kim Duen-ah rushed onto the scene. This was the Immortal Special Action Force. The man immediately took off running. "These lunatics. Why are they chasing me all the way to the White Hole?" The two agents glanced at each other, putting on an over-the-top, surprise act. "Hey, where'd he go?" "I'm not sure. Looks like he went in there." The two guards, shocked and panicked, screamed for them to stop. They reached into the White Hole and began to vanish as the guards yelled, "You can't go in there." A bullet ripped straight through its head. Everyone, weapons ready, scouted ahead. Left and right entrances are clear. No sign of invaders. Spotting walls lined with glowing stones, they reported back. Neurostones located. Beginning transport immediately. Drones are ready for extraction. Li Dongbong frowned with concern. Everything was going too smoothly. Now, Li Dong-hoon's side of the plan had to succeed. Meanwhile, he and Don-ah were pursuing the suspect. He recalled Li Dong-hoon's instructions. About a kilometer from the White Hole, there's a suspected thief. Chase him into the restricted zone and follow him into the hole. In an emergency, special forces are authorized to enter restricted areas. Kwang Yi reached out into the empty space. "He's not here. Whether the guards stop you or not, you must enter." The two stepped into the haze, but it only brought a wave of dizziness. It felt like someone was spinning his head like a top, like a block of metal was crushing him. Everything blurred. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the haze. Doubt crept into his heart, but he forced himself to focus. The image of the person grew clearer. Kwang Yi's eyes shot open. A red-haired man in a respirator mask asked in shock, "Who are you people?" He was still lost in thought, ignoring the hostile glares from the group. They looked like guards from the psychic's company. He glanced at Don-ah, whispering, "Senior, what should we do?" Seeing her, frozen in shock, he grew worried. "Senior." Seeing the two ignore him, the red-haired man roared in fury. I asked, "Who are you?" He had no choice but to step forward and explain. "We're from the Immortal Special Forces. A criminal slipped in here, and we're in pursuit." The man scoffed, "Criminal? You're the only ones who came in." Kwang Yi knew it was a lie and challenged him. "Are you harboring a special class criminal? From this moment, the Immortal Special Forces will assume partial command of this operation to apprehend the fugitive." The man's face darkened. A flame erupted in his hand as he roared, "Do you think you own this place?" Seeing this reaction, Kwang Yi's expression turned serious. He tried to respond, but the man wouldn't listen, screaming, "Shut up. I'll count to 3. If you're not gone, you're all dead." Without letting him say another word, Kwang Yi initiated the plan to subdue the uncooperative subject. He tossed down a smoke bomb, and thick smoke billowed out. The panicked red-haired man stumbled back, forcing the hooded figure and Don-ah to cover their faces. He placed a hand on her shoulder, whispering, "It's me." Nearby, the red-haired man swung his flames wildly with his eyes shut tight. "Damn it." He dropped to one knee, unable to stand it. While he was distracted and cursing, Kuang Yi immediately threw her over his shoulder. Run. Elsewhere, a convoy kicked up dust on a rugged road, soldiers armed to the teeth guarding precious cargo. Li Dongbong couldn't hold back a curse. The man beside him asked, confused, "Is something wrong, Manager Li Dongbong?" He replied coldly, "Too much dust. I'll be the only official support." He had made his stance perfectly clear during the last meeting. During the chaos of a minor incident, Kim Doa and the so-called loser would steal several boxes of divine impulse stones. The magic talismans on their chests would send a signal when the person holding the other half came within close range. When the signal activated, it meant they had both infiltrated successfully. But if it got wet, the signal would be faint. At that moment, the device in his hand beeped. The leader sensed something was wrong. An unusual signal in the area. And emerging from the dust cloud was a horde of monsters. Their eyes blazed, their smiles twisting into horrifying grins. They knew what was coming. Number 12. Orcs. Over 20 of them. All units, open fire. The beasts charged forward with savage fury as the soldiers unleashed a storm of bullets. At the same time, deep inside a white cavern, a ferocious monster roared. This was number 22. The lionfish worm. Kuang Yi drew his blade, his body coiled and ready. It lunged forward to attack, and he instantly closed the distance, carving intricate patterns into its hide. In agony, it swung its sharp, spiked tail around. The blow slammed into him hard, but he had already plunged his blade deep, slicing a beautiful arc through the air. As the lionfish worm thrashed wildly, he quickly retreated. Not far off, Doa watched in silence. There were too many surprises. It would take her 45 minutes just to be able to stand and walk again, to hear and feel everything after entering this other world. Even an immortal needed to cross between worlds dozens of times. Only then could they shake off the crippling headache in under 5 minutes and finally wield a weapon. But even then, they'd still need at least half an hour before they were truly combat ready. Watching his every move, she thought to herself, eliminating the psychic company's agents should have taken 2 days, minimum. But he handled it with a single smoke bomb. Based on how Kuang Yi was fighting, he was clearly testing out his newly acquired skills against an enemy he had never encountered before. Doa watched, hesitating, her gaze fixed on his silhouette as she questioned herself. How many more surprises was he hiding? He saw the monster twitching on the ground, and in front of her stunned eyes, he broke the silence. How many immortals does it take to capture a number 22? She answered. An uncountable number. He sighed, so cold. Kuang Yi sheathed his sword. It's fine. I can wait until the plan succeeds to get my praise. Then he looked straight ahead, his voice filled with confidence. Let's keep moving. A day after entering the other world, the two journeyed deeper into the unknown. After studying the map in his hand, Kuang Yi turned to her. It looks like there's a small cave behind this hill. We should rest there for today. Their mission was to follow the trail and wait for the signal. He recalled the meeting with Li Dongbong, who had pointed to the map and given his orders. Chase the soldiers moving the divine impulse stones, predict their route, then get there ahead of them and wait. Then, he had added with emphasis, something is bound to go wrong. Use that opportunity to seize the stones. The memory faded. Sitting by the fire, Kuang Yi spoke. Sometimes I think our manager is a little bit insane. Doa's expression was a mask of indifference as she coolly corrected him. Not sometimes. Always. She sat huddled in place, adding more. I think that all the time. Hearing that, he cracked a smile. I knew it. Time passed. It was their 4th night in the other world. A fire still flickered inside the cave. He lay in his sleeping bag, deep in thought. They didn't show up today, either. The cave fell silent. He found himself contemplating their situation. A man and a woman, alone in a tiny cave. It feels like some kind of bond developing between us is inevitable. Then, Kuang Yi glanced over at her, a new thought crossing his mind. Why is she doing this when she isn't even an immortal? He finally spoke up. Sunbae, are you still awake? Doa didn't even turn around. It wasn't until he said, I want to ask you something, that she finally shifted to face him. He wanted to ask her reason for being in this line of work, but she asked for his instead. He gave a vague answer. World peace. She fell silent, then replied with a single, chilling word, revenge. Kuang Yi rested his head on his arms and sighed. We really are complete opposites. Unwilling to continue, she cut him off. Go to sleep. Outside, a peaceful silence blanketed the night. But as time crept by, he suddenly felt that something was terribly wrong. His eyes snapped open. As he shot upright, he saw she was already awake. How many? She whispered. He replied softly. 2. At that moment, 2 men were approaching. Spotting the cave, one of them stopped short. Inside, our pair had already drawn their weapons, ready for battle. The dark-haired man raised his gun, his voice cautious. Someone's in here. They stormed in, aiming their weapons at her. Don't move. Drop your weapon and walk slowly towards us. Dowa did as they said, her eyes scanning for information. Who are you? She put her hands behind her head and stepped forward. The dark-haired man ignored her, firing back his own questions. That's what I want to ask you. Where did you come from? Are you alone? The bald man moved deeper inside to investigate, completely unaware that Kwang Yi was lurking in the shadows. The instant he let his guard down, Kwang Yi made his move. He slammed the man's head against the rock behind him. The sound made the dark-haired man whip his gun around in a panic, but unfortunately for him, Don-A seized his wrist. She snapped it with a sickening crack, then dropped him with a single blow to the face. In a heartbeat, the tables had turned. She aimed her gun at him, a clear warning. Don't move. His bald accomplice was already pinned down. Checking their gear revealed an automatic rifle and a radio, which meant a sniper was in play. They were stripped of everything but their shorts and shirts, held at bay with their own weapons. Don-A began the interrogation. What is your objective here? Is there anyone else with you? What are you talking about? The dark-haired man said helplessly. We're just here to make some money by taking out a few intruders. Hearing this, the main character was stunned. Freelancers? At a time like this? No, that couldn't be right. They have the same objective we do. In the chilling silence, he understood. They came to steal the Divine Spirit stones. Remembering the man's words, he thought to himself, a mere coincidence? Looking at how well prepared they were, this was no accident. Quinn looked up and called out, Senior. Don-A was silent for a moment, then made a decision. The plan had to change. Elsewhere, through a thick cloud of dust and smoke, a mountain of a man blocked the group's path. Liu Dongbong's expression was grim, his brow furrowed in frustration. Well, this is a surprise. Seeing the man's unmoving, stone-cold face, Dongbong spoke. I thought the higher-ups had no interest in the Divine Spirit stones, but the man's emotionless mask shattered, replaced by a sadistic grin. I'm so happy to see you. You damn pieces of trash and your mutant freaks. If you hand over the goods and leave quietly, I'll do you a favor and only execute half of you. Annoyance welled up inside Dongbong. This is a real problem. He has the advantage of time and position, and he even has no build-do. I never expected someone this powerful to show up. The leader of the group put his hands behind his back and spoke. I'll admit, the Divine Spirit stones are incredible. But are they really worth you showing up in person? Recognizing the signal to stall for time, Dongbong's face turned to ice. He understood. Keep him talking. He immediately began to taunt the man. Little Pooh must be pretty bored these days. Huh. The mockery worked. The man roared in fury. Dongbong, I'm 2 years older than you. Completely unfazed, the leader continued. What does age matter when you act like a child? His second-in-command immediately chimed in. It seems Little Pooh doesn't grasp his current situation, does he? I heard our Little Pooh was busy hiding out in the Philippines. When did you get back in the country? As the two sides argued, Dongbong nodded, giving the signal. Dong received the command and carefully backed away. The leader's voice turned threatening. I told you that the next time we met, I would rip your head from your shoulders. They continued to bicker back and forth about age. The man snarled, his teeth grinding. You're still playing brothers with a mere human, you little brat. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the tension. That's enough. Everyone turned in confusion towards the sound. In a flash, someone was taken down as she spoke. You are all making a grave mistake. She arrived with Luo Chen's people. Did you really think things would be different just because a few of you managed to hide your presence? Then she snapped her fingers, giving the order. There is no way you're getting out of here alive. Give up. Liu Dongbong's brow furrowed with worry. They already knew how many of us there were and what our destination was. Our information was leaked. There's a traitor among us. A subordinate holding a radio spoke. Code JEP. Initiated. The man fell silent, lost in thought. Can I force a breakthrough? I could escape with the stones, but less than 25% of our forces would survive. Liu Dongbong gripped his gun tighter. I don't like those odds. From the radio, a voice crackled. Plan name. The three of them waited anxiously for the next words. But what came next left him stunned. The subordinate spoke into the radio, confused and angry. What the hell are you talking about? Fire. Suddenly, a bullet tore through the enemy's thigh, making him scream in agony. Rose stared in shock, her eyes wide. But Liu Dongbong wore a triumphant smirk. He closed his eyes, his voice dripping with disdain. Dongbong, you bastard. What a ridiculously A sinister look crossed the man's face. But I have to admit, it was decent. Brat. The woman whipped her head around in panic. Could it be that just moments ago, she was in the crosshairs of Done's rifle? A few hours earlier, on a mountain overlooking the ambush point, two figures were on watch. One of them lowered his binoculars. Suspicious. Did you hear something? The other snapped into a ready stance. Are they invaders? I'm not picking up any signals. The man turned, trying to convince his partner. I'm sure I heard something. Before he could finish his sentence, Quinn descended like a shadow, slamming him into the ground with a powerful blow. Stunned, his partner panicked and raised his rifle, but Quinn's blade was already flashing through the air, slicing deep into his side. He dropped his gun, crying out in agony. The first man, pinned under Quinn's foot, stammered, Who are you? Quinn's voice was menacing. You don't get the situation, do you? We're the ones asking the questions now. All you have to do is answer. Just then, Doane calmly strolled over. In moments, the two men were stripped of their gear, their hands and feet bound tightly as they lay on the ground. After checking their equipment, Quinn reported to her. 1 superhuman sniper and 1 mixed blood immortal guard. This is the 5th location. Should we find another one? She considered the information, then stood to survey the area. We've already checked all the potential firing positions. He replied. It seems they weren't lying. There are no other snipers here. Suddenly, a voice crackled from their radio. Code JEP. Begin the assault. From this intel, he knew one thing. They were already prepared for war. Doane removed her gear. It was time for them to get ready, too. After a moment of assembly, he was stunned by the result. This was her primary weapon. Jenna smirked with confidence. Its name is the Sand Hippo. Back in the present, Rose scanned the area with suspicion. All of our snipers have been neutralized. Who could have done this? Just then, their leader roared an order. Immortal Task Force, assemble in battle formation. Everyone, weapons up. Prepare for combat. On the other side, the enemy scrambled for cover in a panic. A bewildered Rose retreated to the rear. A voice crackled through the radio. We're here. She screamed into the mic, demanding to know who it was. He delivered a suave line before his tone turned serious. The finest gentleman of this generation. Realizing she'd been played, her face twisted with fury. You bastard. With that, she gave the order. Kill every last one of them. Her squad unleashed a constant hail of bullets. The Immortal team fired back in kind, while others charged forward, blades drawn. She turned to 2 of her subordinates. Pinpoint their location and send Vivi 7. They immediately complied. Yes, ma'am. Seeing her attempt to flee, Dongbong laid down, suppressing fire. Where do you think you're going? But every single bullet was deflected by Panyudu's axe. Rose's eyes glinted menacingly. That's your opponent, Dongbong. A wicked grin spread across his face, his expression turning utterly sinister. Looks like Big Brother is busy, huh? I guess we'll have to talk later. The man gritted his teeth, snarling in rejection. Don't you dare call me brother. He spat the words with venom. You're the real bastard here. Triggered, his pupils constricted, and wielding 2 axes, he charged with savage fury. The 2 sides clashed violently. As gunfire erupted nearby, Doane stopped. Time to move to the next point. Hearing her, he shouldered his pack and got up. Right. Suddenly, he sensed footsteps. Quangwai flinched. They're here. Not far off, 3 figures were approaching. The pair quickly dove behind a large boulder. He was stunned. What? Are they trying to force us out this quickly, to reclaim the upper hand in this fight? Vivi 7's cold voice cut through the air. Finding you was quite the challenge. As he cautiously observed the trio, he was confused. They only sent 3 of them, and the 2 in the back don't even look like fighters. The man shot him a contemptuous glare. By the way, what's your relationship with the one behind you? Confused, Quangwai glanced over at Doane. Remembering the time he carried her, he replied bluntly. She's the one who was practically sleeping on my back earlier. The man's voice dropped to a furious growl. Someone like you? Quangwai was taken aback. What's that supposed to mean? The words had barely left his mouth when Vivi 7 lunged at him. How dare you? He threw a powerful punch, but Quangwai swiftly dodged. The fist slammed into the solid rock, and suddenly, a tuft of fur sprouted from the attacker's elbow. Seeing this, Quangwai stared in disbelief. Did fur just grow from his elbow? The man threw another heavy punch. Quangwai barely managed to block it, stumbling back several steps from the sheer force. Suddenly, Doane cried out. They both froze at her shout. She unloaded her clip at him, but he dodged every single shot. A chilling thought crossed her mind. He's tracking my aim and dodging before I even fire. This Vivi guy's reflexes are insane. Quangwai threw a punch of his own. But it was just the opening move. The real blow slammed hard into the man's chest. But before he could retract his fist, the man caught his wrist in an iron grip. Quangwai froze. A flash of fear shot through him. He was stunned as Vivi's voice turned guttural. You should have stayed out of this. His body began to transform, erupting in thick fur. His eyes glowing red, the werewolf roared. She is my target. You're just an app. It hit him with dawning horror. This thing was a shapeshifter. The beast swatted him aside, sending him flying through the air. Quangwai slammed into the ground, skidding across the dirt. Doane dropped her rifle and rushed to his side. Quangwai. She drew her sidearm, her voice filled with rage. You son of a bitch. Even dazed, his mind was racing. The uneven fangs, the patchy fur. I'm certain of it, he thought. This is a half-blood shapeshifter, an artificial lab creation. The beast stared them down with savage hunger. Quang Wai staggered to his feet, putting himself in front of her. Get behind me. Duane stared at him, confused. We have to fight together. You can't take this thing alone. But Quang Wai's expression was dead serious. Just stick to the plan. Seeing his resolve, she hesitated for a moment, then made her choice, moving back to give them space. The two opponents faced off. Quang Wai's voice was ice cold. What's your name? Were you hoping for a meal? The beast snarled. You are the meal. Quang Wai simply stood his ground, silent. His instincts were screaming at him. This creature wasn't some special hybrid. It had lost all reason, completely driven by its own ravenous hunger. A drooling, starving monster created by human hands. Quang Wai looked up, his face filled with disgust. How pathetic. Vivi-7 bared its fangs, its sharp claws extending as it charged forward. It launched a sudden, ferocious assault. Quang Wai's eyes widened in horror. He leaped backward in shock, but the beast was too fast, its attack knocking his hat clean off. As his hat fell to the ground, he thought, that was way too close. So this is the one they sent to eliminate us. The others must just be here to watch. They must think this one creature is more than enough. He watched as Vivi-7 revealed its truly monstrous form, letting out a savage roar. From behind, Duane watched in shock. The sheer, crazed bloodlust was overwhelming. She felt like her entire body was paralyzed by the pressure. Her eyes locked onto Quang Wai, a wave of worry washing over her. Can you really handle this? The beast licked its chops and lunged forward, swinging its claws wildly. Quang Wai ducked under the blow and drew his pistol, a new resolve hardening within him. Sorry, but I've dealt with your kind before. He fires multiple rounds at the creature, but Vivi blocks them with its bare hands. Suddenly, the creature lunges forward. With a single swipe of its claws, it shears the barrel clean off his gun. Stunned, he stumbles back. The monster reaches out to grab him. But Guang Yi ducks under the attack and rushes in, landing a powerful blow to its side. As he pulls his fist back, he notices something strange. The spot he struck has turned a stark white, becoming incredibly hard. His punch only left hairline fractures. His eyes widen in shock. The monster swings its arm in a vicious counter, but he is already moving, leaping backward to safety. Suddenly, sparks of energy crackle from the impact zone, and the white hardening spreads across its entire body. Guang Yi grows wary, realizing what this is. This power allows the user to alter the very composition of their bones. The creature's entire body is now encased in a nigh-impenetrable armor. He didn't want to admit it, but the truth was undeniable. This thing was a hybrid experiment. Elsewhere, the battle rages on. One of the enemy grunts takes a direct hit and goes down. Li Rong Bong and an enemy named Nobu are locked in a tense standoff. The visor on the enemy's helmet is cracked. He sneers, Vivi, you said? Sounds like the name of a child's toy, don't you think? What is that supposed to mean? Nobu raises his axe, a mocking grin on his face. What's wrong? Worried about your little friend? Li Rongbong remains perfectly composed. Maybe I am, he says coolly. I'm just hoping one of you goes down soon. Nobu's grin widens. I like the sound of that. I don't know how many fighters you brought, but we sent a monster that's truly unbeatable. He could take on an entire army by himself. With that, he charges forward, dual axes raised high. I guarantee your friend is about to become his next meal. But Li Rongbong just smiles cryptically. An entire army, you say? That thing isn't even strong enough to handle my partner. Back at the other fight, Guang Yi unleashes a barrage of blows on Vivi, stunned by the creature's sheer resilience. The shaping ability to harden its body, combined with the incredible stamina of it transformed, it's a devastating combination. Vivi's eyes gleam as it raises its razor-sharp claws, bringing them down right on top of him. But Guang Yi is confident. I have a skill I learned on my own, too. He reacts instantly, using his vanishing step to disappear without a trace. Confused, Vivi scans the area, searching for him. Just then, Guang Yi reappears, striking the creature from behind. He pulls back his fist, his expression grim, as Vivi whirls around in a furious rage. Guang Yi moves with blinding speed, using feints to disorient it, while landing a relentless series of blows all over its armored body. Suddenly, a piece of the white armor shatters and falls away, revealing raw, red flesh underneath. The monster lets out a panicked shriek. His plan is working. Guan Yi gives it a provoking smirk. That armor of yours is tough, so I'll just have to keep hitting you until it breaks completely. Enraged, Vivi-7 becomes agitated, letting out a roar from its maw of razor-sharp teeth as it charges forward. Guang Yi's expression turns serious as he stares it down. He focuses all of his senses, concentrating on a single living target to predict its next move. An image flashes in his mind's eye, the creature lunging forward aggressively, its claws outstretched, and him, only able to raise a hand to defend himself. His eyes flash with understanding. He analyzes the creature's posture, the shift of its gaze, and just as predicted, it attacks exactly as he foresaw. The monster seems to sense something is off, its face twisting into a scowl. But it's too late. Guang Yi has already raised his fist and brings it down hard on the creature's head. Caught completely by surprise, Vivi 7 takes the full force of the blow. Guang Yi looks up, lets out a long sigh, and collapses to the ground. Man, I'm exhausted. The other two enemies see that Vivi 7 is down. They draw their weapons, a sword and a gun. He's worn out. Let's finish him. They're confused when they see him just sitting there. What they don't see is the faint smirk on his face as he tilts his head, giving Don A the signal. I was worried you two might run off. A single gunshot rings out, and one of the thugs drops. The other one panics, wildly firing his weapon. Damn it. But his aim is wild. Not a single shot finds its mark. In a flash, Guang Yi is on him, forcefully slamming the man's head into the dirt. Calm down, Guang Yi says. I don't enjoy this any more than you do. Pinned down, the man begins muttering a strange chant. Guang Yi stares, confused. Suddenly, Do-A screams, "Move!" He dives to the side just as she fires her pistol, finishing the man with one shot. Afterwards, she explains. That was their self-destruct incantation. Guang Yi complains, exasperated. You almost shot my hand. I had faith you'd get out of the way. Her words take him by surprise. She glances over at the fallen Vivi 7. That takes care of that one, and this one. Without another word, she turns to leave. The situation's resolved. The rest of them have retreated. Let's go. Guang Yi can't help but smile. He knows that, in its own way, that was a compliment, even if he's not sure how they succeeded. Back at the other battlefield, the fight is over, but not without casualties. Li Rongbong recalls the arrogant look on his opponent Niu Yu's face and his parting shot. I'll let you go this time. Li Rongbong scowls, thoroughly annoyed. He's still acting high and mighty, even as he's running away. Just then, his superior approaches him. Manager Li Rongbong, who were they? The ones who took out their sniper. Li Rongbong replies matter-of-factly, Kim Do-A and Du Guang Yi, my subordinates from Security Team 3. The superior thinks to himself, his expression serious. They saved us. I'm not one to forget a debt like that. Such an outstanding performance. I'll make sure those two receive an excellent evaluation for this. Suddenly, a red-haired man appears, pointing frantically. Wait, the Immortals. Li Rongbong sighs, completely exasperated. Are you still here? So that's what happened. After the battle, Dong Bong slyly pocketed something from the case. He thought no one was watching, didn't he? But the moment someone noticed something was off, he just whistled and played dumb. Back at the office, Li Donghoon leaned back in his chair, a smirk on his face, leading a team into another dimension through a white hole just to catch one criminal. That guy must have been one hell of a runner. Good work. He turned to Guang Yi and said, I'll handle the report tomorrow. You can head home for today. Guang Yi hesitated, his mind racing. How can I possibly tell them the mission was a failure? Meanwhile, Li Donghoon cheerfully threw on his coat, humming a tune as he headed out the door. Looks like I get to leave early, too. He wondered if he should just keep quiet. Outside, the sky was already growing dark and heavy. Did you know employee satisfaction rates are higher the closer they live to the office? He heard Dania say as they walked down the street. That's why I like the dorms. It's just a 5-minute walk. Guang Yi turned to her. You're heading that way, right? So she finally spoke up about today. He watched her, confused by her sudden silence. Sensing the heavy air between them, he pressed, What about today? Dania turned away, avoiding his gaze. I trusted you. With those final words, she walked away, leaving him stunned on the street. Moments later, as she opened her apartment door, her body gave out and she collapsed to the floor. A cold sweat broke out on her skin as she realized the side effects of the special serum were kicking in. She struggled to prop herself against the wall, gasping for air. I'm not as weak as I thought. I didn't have to use much for my first time, and it's all thanks to him. She recalled their tense confrontation from earlier, trying to calm her racing heart. I trusted him. Why did I say it twice? Her thoughts spiraled, endlessly questioning herself. Is it because I feel guilty? If he were just an ordinary immortal, would he have been fooled by a shapeshifter? Recalling their walk, a sudden realization struck her. But then, a mysterious smile played on her lips. Then again, he's not normal at all. I'll have to take him out to dinner sometime. The next morning, Guang Yi stared up at the office building and let out a heavy sigh. What now? A sense of dread filled him as he walked through the doors. The theft of the Divine Impulse Stone. The company must have hushed it up, but they definitely saw me there. His expression hardened, his gaze turning serious. As long as I don't mention the other dimension, I should be fine. I just need to come up with a good excuse. After reviewing the file, the woman pushed up her glasses and said, "There are no issues here. You're dismissed." Then she added, "The association had a few complaints, but considering the circumstances, your actions were deemed perfectly justifiable." Huang Yi was completely bewildered, having no idea what was going on. When he opened his phone, he was flooded with messages of praise and playful teasing, leaving him even more stunned. The moment he sat down at his desk, Lee Dong-hoon walked over. "The company is giving us a bigger bonus of divine impulse stones. Without you two, the mission would have been a total failure." Seeing Huang Yi's confusion, he decided to spell it out. "Your performance in the other dimension was outstanding. A promotion is your reward." Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed through the office. A voice called out his name, Huang Yi. They both turned to look. It was none other than the security director of the Research and Development Center. Huang Yi recognized him instantly as the one who led the main assault team. The director thanked him, handing over a holster containing a unique sidearm. Stunned, Huang Yi took the weapon, a pistol with a blade affixed to the top. Lee Dong-hoon's eyes went wide, shouting, "That's a slack night." Huang Yi was floored. "Why are you giving this to me?" The director began to walk away, then paused, looking back over his shoulder. "Consider it a token of our gratitude." And with that, he was gone. Lee Dong-hoon immediately pointed at the gun. "That thing is worth at least $10,000. Huang Yi's jaw dropped at the price tag, but his senior wasn't finished. "And coming from him, it's worth even more than that." Then he dropped another bombshell. "You and Dania are getting promoted." Just then, Dong Bong walked up with a sour look on his face. Huang Yi was happily admiring his new weapon. "I was just lucky. I didn't really contribute that much. It was all thanks to Dania and you, sir." This humble act only seemed to infuriate Dong Bong more, causing him to curse under his breath. He brushed past them, his voice dripping with contempt. "And you think this is a good time to be celebrating? This is exactly why you're such a brown-noser." As Dong Bong stalked away, Huang Yi quietly asked Lee Dong-hoon, "He's just jealous of me, right?" But his senior just replied, "Get to your report." His good mood deflating, Huang Yi sighed to himself. "Right, the report comes first." His fingers flew across the keyboard as he thought, "A great report is an honest one." But then he froze, his expression turning grim. It suddenly hit him. The battle in the other dimension. The ambush failed because he and Dania showed up at that exact moment. More agents would have survived if the plan had gone off without a hitch. But if that had happened, the outcome of the entire mission might have been different. He thought back to Dong Bong's words, "And you think this is a good time to be celebrating?" A sharp glint appeared in Huang Yi's eyes. What did he mean by that? He continued typing, his mind racing. Looking back at the entire situation, there's only one possible explanation. The mission details were leaked. There has to be a mole inside the immortal forces, especially after realizing there was an inside man. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Under a bright full moon, deep within a model, a roar of frustration shatters the bar's quiet buzz. Lee Yong-byom slams his glass on the table. "The damn executives get rich, while we work like dogs." Beside him, Lee Dong-hoon tries to calm him down. "It's not worth it." He just motions for another drink. "Hey, that's enough," Dong-hoon warns. But Yong-byom fires back. "Why are you being so cheap? You're the one who got promoted." Dong-hoon immediately orders 4 more plates of pork belly from the waitress. He sighs, shooting his friend a tired look. "This one meal is going to bankrupt me." And of course, more alcohol follows. Listening to them, Huang Yi just buries his face in his hands, exhausted. By now, he's completely wasted, his face beat red. "This damn company has a mole, doesn't it?" He suddenly slurs, "Should we just go and catch the bastard? Why not aim higher, like the executives?" Huang Yi suggests. A light bulb goes off for Yong-byom. "That's it," he shouts. "I never even considered that possibility. We should write up a full report." He stumbles over, slinging an arm around Huang Yi. "Imagine their faces when I submit something like that." "Yes, we understand." He mimics a condescending voice, "But you see, that's just a trivial issue. Minor errors like this happen from time to time. It sounds serious, but we can avoid a lot of headaches if we just let it go. So just drop it, okay?" He pats Huang Yi's head, rambling. "That's exactly what those bastards will say. You understand." Huang Yi's face pales, a somber thought crossing his mind. Why is he directing all of this at me? Later, on his way home, Yong-byom's drunken rant echoes in his mind. A troubling thought surfaces. His salary is higher than mine, so where does all his money go? He remembers what Lee Dong-hoon said, too. Terrorism has evolved these days. They even use investment firms. What if they're not depositing their own funds? What if they're laundering money stolen from the executives? Yong-byom's bitter words came back to him. No one would have to work for this damn company ever again. The memory sent Kuang Yi deep into thought. Elsewhere, a phone rings and an older man picks up. I was just calling to see what you were up to, Kuang Yi says. I see, Duhan replies. So this is a convenient time for you to call, huh? From the background, Seon Hee could already tell who was on the line. Feeling guilty, Kuang Yi apologizes. I'll try to call more often. Then, he gets to the real reason for his call. There's a bad guy. Everyone knows he's guilty, but nobody can touch him. What am I supposed to do? From the other end of the line, his uncle teases. Did you pick a fight with the heir to the Samsung group? If you did, we might have to disown you for a little while. It's not like that, Kuang Yi protests, completely exasperated. After listening for a moment, his uncle offers a single, cryptic phrase. In that case, go for the shins. Kuang Yi is left completely stunned by the advice. The shins? As Dohan reaffirms his statement, the meaning slowly begins to dawn on him. So, if you can't attack the head, you attack the legs. He quickly says he'll call back, hanging up before his uncle can get another word in. He immediately dials his manager. Lee Yong-biom answers, annoyed. What now? Where are you? Kuang Yi asks, his voice laced with urgency. Yong-biom scoffs. I thought you weren't coming back to the bar. If you show up, you're paying. Kuang Yi speaks into the phone as he runs. Manager, why did you assume the mole was one of them? Hearing this, Yong-biom freezes, his drink halfway to his lips. As he sprints through the streets, his thoughts race. There's definitely a mole. Hypothesis 1, the mole is a high-ranking executive, someone beyond the reach of the Anworm security team. Hypothesis 2, the mole has no direct ties to Permit. If he were a loyalist, the government would have already made a move, even if he were a top executive. Hypothesis 3, the mole is simply working with Permit. He collaborates with them, but isn't part of their organization, which leads to the final hypothesis. He's doing it for the money. Kuang Yi lays it all out over the phone. The executives need a place to hide their dirty money, and a terrorist group like Permit is the perfect off-the-books bank. In exchange, they turn a blind eye to Permit's activities. Hearing this, Lee Yong-biom suddenly stands up. Where are you right now? Suddenly, the door to the bar bursts open. Kuang Yi steps inside, his eyes sharp. If you can't take out the head, you cripple the legs. He makes a bold proposal. So why don't we just steal the money from the mole? Lee Dong-hoon stares at him, baffled. I thought you went home. Yong-biom picks up his glass, then sets it back down with a clink. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he walks toward the door. We'll discuss the details tomorrow. At the M&S corporate headquarters, a massive building on a main street. The receptionist looks up in surprise. A figure in a black hoodie steps through the entrance, carrying a duffel bag. The security guard does a double take. When the hell did he get in here? Hey, who are you? The guard demands. In response, Kuang Yi draws a pistol and shoots him directly in the thigh. The second guard's form begins to shift. Fangs lengthen and claws extend from his fingertips. Just who the hell do you think you are? He snarls. Kuang Yi pivots, delivering a brutal punch that sends the creature crashing to the floor. He then pulls a tactical rifle from his bag, aiming it squarely at the manager. Seeing the manager's hand inching toward a panel, he speaks. Don't even think about hitting that alarm. He racks the rifle, the sound echoing in the lobby. Allow me, he growls, before unleashing a deafening volley of automatic fire into the ceiling. Panic erupts as everyone drops to the floor. Everyone on the floor. Hands behind your heads, he commands. Don't make a single sound. The first person I hear gets a bullet in the skull. His voice is ice. Start praying. Don't move, don't even think. And then, time rewinds. The meeting begins. Their target, MNY and Boss, the nation's second largest financial group, a private lender and bank. Lee Dong-hoon explains with his arms crossed. It was founded by the terrorist organization, Permit. Including their first branch, they have 3 locations total. Let's take them down. You were about to say that, weren't you? Kuang Yi listens intently. He hesitates for a moment before explaining his own plan. Normally, we trace the money's origin and track its flow with help from the Financial Services Commission, but that method is doomed to fail. We're also short on time, so we need to take the fastest route. If we can't get the drop on this imposter, then we just hit them with overwhelming force. At these words, Lee Yong-bong and Du An-na are stunned. He looks at them blankly. What's with those faces? Dong-hoon marvels. Truly incredible. He's on board with the plan, but she remains completely stoic. So you're not a complete moron after all. Kuang Yi calmly asks, did I really seem like that much of an idiot to you, Sunbae? Just compare yourself to how you used to be, he says flatly. Kuang Yi recalls himself muttering nonsense and bickering with Yong-bong. He seems a little spaced out, then declares confidently, I thought I'd already made an impression. As an incredibly intelligent individual, Dong-hoon retorts, Truly intelligent people don't need to say it. Suddenly, Li Yongbong voices his own suspicion. What's your reasoning? Why bring up the imposter now? Kuang Yi answers bluntly. It hit me suddenly. After listening to you whine every single day, our team leader really got cleaned out. Dong Hoon's face darkens with anger, but Kuang Yi adds, basically, you got robbed too. In this plan to strike at their nerve center. Once he grasped the enemy's encroachment, Li Dong-hoon was all for it. That's right. Kuang Yi declares with confidence. As a loyal member of this team, I've been giving it some thought. I asked myself what I could do for teammates whose hard work was stolen by the company. Hearing this, Li Yongbong falls silent. Yongbong turns to the leader. Dong-hoon, write up the plan. Dong-hoon looks puzzled. What about official authorization? The team leader assures them, I'll handle that. He stands up to delegate tasks. Do-ah-na, you're on intel. Shake down some informants. She accepts without hesitation. Roger. Kuang Yi looks to his leader. What's my role? Dong-hoon replies with a scowl. You're the centerpiece. He points at Kuang Yi with a cryptic smile. With a face like that, you're obviously the main character. Kuang Yi just stares back, completely baffled. Back in the present, a security camera feed shows a masked figure. A voice asks, have we found that bastard yet? Another responds, we've checked every camera in the area. Nothing new. The captain stares at the empty safe, lost in thought. He cracked the safe in 5 minutes. Used the camera's blind spot to vanish. This guy is a pro. Just who the hell are we dealing with? A subordinate rushes in. Captain, we have an emergency. I'm aware, he snaps. The subordinate stammers. No, sir. It's not about this. The MNY and boss in the Suyu district. It's also been hit. The captain freezes, his eyes widening in disbelief. Across the city, another location is engulfed in flames. Every last bill in the safe turned to ash. Kuang Yi walks out of the inferno without a scratch. He remembers that this was all his idea. But then he recalls Li Yongbong's manic grin and his chilling words. I bet they never imagined we'd hit 2 places at once. And in that moment, Kuang Yi is certain. The man is completely insane. The branch manager stares at the blaze, his voice trembling in horror. You burned all the money. Are you insane? Kuang Yi just walks past him coolly. Probably. Mission complete. Kuang Yi bolts from the scene, ducking into a nearby building. Moments later, he emerges, having already changed into a fresh set of clothes. He's carrying a bag and a suitcase, looking like any other person. Then he spots a motorcycle parked nearby, waiting for him. Du-ana lifts her visor. Get on, and don't make a sound. Before the mission, Li Yongbong had submitted their plan, but the assistant director rejected it outright. I'd sooner resign than approve a crazy plan like this. But Dong-hoon bowed his head and made a vow. If this final plan fails, then all of us, myself included, will be finished for good. The last incident forced countless agents into retirement for months. Glancing at the proposal on his desk, Dong-hoon pressed on. Our first target is the MNY and boss in Hapyeong, then Suyu, and Gangnam. Of course, no civilians will be harmed. The assistant director angrily flips through the pages, reconsidering. Li Dong-hoon continues. Think about the disappearance of the Special Immortal Force and the Psychic Association. If we launch our counterattack now, no one will suspect a thing. We have to strike back. Finally, the assistant director gives his tacit approval. Do whatever you want. I'm washing my hands of this. And after the incident, a barrage of articles floods the news, dominating the top headlines. The culprit remains unknown. In just 10 minutes, 2 banks were hit by coordinated attacks. After seeing the report, the assistant director grits his teeth in fury. Those crazy bastards. They actually went through with it. Meanwhile, the team is just finishing up dinner. Kuang Yi beams, a cheerful smile on his face. Thanks to the meal, team leader. But as they leave the restaurant, Li Yongbong starts nagging him. You idiot. I told you to grab some of the cash. Kuang Yi just chuckles. No can do. I can't bring myself to become a thief. Yongbong is still fuming, as if that money wasn't dirty to begin with. Kuang Yi then notices Du-ana with her head down and asks, Sunbae, are you drunk? Du-ana looks up and grins. We punched those bastards right in the face. And damn, did it feel good. Kuang Yi chimes in. One day, I hope you'll be there to help me smash that captain's face in. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his face hardening. One more thing. Don't get too comfortable. Especially you, rookie. Hearing this, Li Dong-hoon just laughed and nudged his arm. You're the new stinky kid around here now. Congratulations. Kuang Yi shot back, clearly annoyed. With congratulations like that, I don't feel very grateful. But deep down, a small warmth bloomed in his chest because he finally felt like a real member of the team. The next morning was peaceful. Inside the elevator, he couldn't hide his joy. a smile still lingering on his lips. Seeing this, Bang Guai-Te asked in surprise, "Did something good happen?" He answered nonchalantly, "It's nothing. You really expect me to believe that? It's written all over your face." But Kuang Yi just made an excuse, claiming he just washed his face. The other man just sighed and let it go. But when the elevator doors opened, he and the others froze at the scene before them. The other members of Security Team 3 were being interrogated by a group of strangers. A cold investigator scanned the room. "Do any of you have anything else to say?" Enraged, Lee Dong-hoon shot up from his seat, shouting, "This is pointless." She spoke with a flat voice. "I'm asking Manager Lee Dong-bong." Kuang Yi, completely lost, asked, "What's going on?" Hearing him, she turned and replied, "An internal corruption investigation. Is the rookie involved in this too?" A man sneered, covering for him. "He's only been here for 6 months. What could he possibly know about corruption?" The investigator's face darkened, his voice a clear threat. "Go tell that to your superiors." After the investigators left, Lee Dong-hoon and Du Ah-na stood up and followed them out. Lee Dong-bong walked past Kuang Yi, his words cold. "Just do your job, newbie." And with that, he was left alone in the office. During a breakout on the balcony, 2 men exchanged words. Upper management just ordered an internal corruption investigation. He couldn't understand why. The other man replied that there were no details. Don Ki-nam opened a can, saying, "In this line of work, we often have to do dangerous, illegal things. If you dig too deep, we'll all get caught." Kuang Yi asked with a hint of doubt, "What happens if we get exposed?" The man continued, "If you're lucky, you'll just be fired or suspended. But if you're not, you become a criminal. And where do criminals end up?" He grew pensive, thinking, "We agreed to rob a bank just to catch an imposter. Now the management team is being interrogated. This can't be a coincidence." Kuang Yi asked anxiously, "What's going to happen to me?" After finishing his drink, the man tossed the can into the trash. "This will be the last time the manager gets to play the hero. Just pretend you don't know anything." Annoyed, Don Ki-nam started to leave. "Stay quiet, don't do anything but breathe." Seeing a questioning text from Gong Moon headquarters, he was filled with regret, blaming himself. "Did I just do something incredibly stupid?" He told himself, "My plan to catch the imposter has ended up putting all my colleagues in a terrible position." Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly recalled Lee Dong-bong's words, and it was like a switch flipped in his mind. The lesson was clear. He still had to rob the bank and protect the main location. Meanwhile, at the Money Vash company, someone spread a stack of documents on the table. Staring into the man's grim face, they asked, "Are you going to admit you have more than this? Even if only half of these documents are true, you're facing at least 10 years in prison." Lee Dong-bong immediately denied it. "I don't know what you're talking about." The other person grew agitated, their voice laced with a threat. "Don't make this more complicated. If you just admit to a few of these charges, we can take care of the rest." He picked up the thick stack of documents, frowning as he said, "I want to know who ordered this investigation. I don't want to hear anything else." The other person called out, "Manager Lee Dong-bong," but he didn't even flinch. "There are things even the CEO doesn't know. A lot of this is just speculation. Am I right?" The investigator shot back, "You know this will only get harder for you if you keep acting this way." He brazenly tossed the documents onto the table. "This isn't going to be easy for you, either." Then, the investigator said something that shook the room. "There will be a formal hearing. Is that what you want?" Hearing this, Lee Dong-bong's composure finally broke as he asked for the time. The investigator replied, "In 2 days." He crossed his arms and thought, "That's not enough time. There's only one trump card left to play." At that same moment, Nam Mong-jin gazed out the window, "Coming all this way just to talk to me. Isn't that a little reckless?" Employee Yu Kuang Yi stood in the CEO's office, asking bluntly, "You've been watching me this whole time, haven't you?" The man remained silent, only glancing over. Kuang Yi spoke calmly, "There must be a reason. I want to prove that reason was a good one. Please, trust me and allow me to do one thing." Hearing this, Nam Mong-jin let out a smirk. He flipped through a document and said, "There's a hearing for the members of Security Team 3. You'll be excluded, which means you have only 40 hours. Though Kuang Yi hesitated slightly, the CEO spelled out his unspoken plan. "You want to rob the terrorist's bank with no support whatsoever and bring that imposter right here to me." Kuang Yi stammered, trying to deny it. "No, that's not what I said." But the CEO paid him no mind. "You have to pull that off for me to even consider this plan. Understand?" Kuang Yi pleaded for some assistance. "I need at least a little bit of support." Nam Mong-jin's refusal was absolute. "No support. I've been watching you because I believe you have something that I'm looking for. What I need is to catch the rat that's spoiling everything." Hearing this, a new depth appeared in Kuang Yi's eyes as he finally agreed. "All right, I'll handle it." As he left, the door clicked shut. Pilo sighed, remarking, "He's so ruthless." The man froze and asked, What did you say? Pilo offered his assessment. You know he won't be able to do it. Jin Nam leaned back comfortably in his chair. Underestimating others is not a good habit. But Pilo disagreed, citing the subject's condition during the last test. His performance test ranking and what he pulled off in the plan. He's an A rank, no doubt, but he still hasn't broken through that wall. Jin Nam glanced over, probing. Why do you think I chose him? Pilo teased back. Is he your long-lost son or something? Jin Nam flatly replied, no. He then added calmly, the kid's just a master of deception. I just gave him a little support back then. Unconvinced, Pilo pressed on. But I couldn't do that, not with my position. He then argued, would it be any different if he were an easier person to deal with? Jin Nam just smiled mysteriously. It would make a world of difference. Meanwhile, Kai sent Miho a text, asking to meet on the rooftop. Soon enough, she arrived. He looked over at her. You should answer your messages. I was looking all over for you. She crossed her arms, her voice cold. I was busy. Make it quick.
The money incident. The rescue during the terrorist attack. That was my doing. Hearing this, she snapped. You're insane. He held out a data slate.
This is the plan, approved by the CEO. The objective is the money and a full rescue of the main site. He looked at her with serious eyes. Join me, and let's take that place back. She just called him a lunatic, but still took the slate to review it carefully. He pressed his advantage. You can pay me back, and you'll impress the CEO. What better opportunity will you get? She asked, who was in command. Kai confidently pointed to himself. When she asked about the rest of the team, he pointed right back at her. Hearing that, Miho immediately tried to leave, but he grabbed her arm. There's one more, she said, her tone icy. Who? Kai replied, the guy who taught me. Looks like a real fool. Just then, that same man was relaxing in a park cafe. Seeing Kai approach, Mr. Dung spoke. We were supposed to meet somewhere else. Why are you here? Kai came closer, laying on the charm. I was a little worried. Sir, you're a legend in this field, a true artist even in retirement. This whole heist would go so much better with your help. The man shot him an irritated glare. You make it sound like some tall tale, especially after I already told you all about it. Kai grinned, slinging an arm around his shoulder. Just one time, please? Mr. Dung asked. And if I refuse? Kai's eyes widened in a mock threat. Can't say no if you're in heaven, can you? The older man cursed in frustration. This is exactly why I don't work with government types. Kai laughed it off. Just kidding. Come on, decide quickly. The man's face twisted in annoyance. Trapped, he could only agree. Kai beamed. I knew I could count on you. Not long after, the group was on a rooftop, observing the MMY Corporation. Through binoculars, they could see heavily armed security. The headquarters had beefed up its defenses, but this is clearly their entire force. All because of that prediction. Mr. Dung noted. They never had security like this before. Now they're everywhere, and the security system is at maximum. He sighed. Even a team of 5 like us couldn't get through that. Miho spoke coolly. It's been like this recently. Mr. Dung smirked. Exactly. What we need is to start a war, and then melt it down. He analyzed the situation. Standard methods won't work. If everything operates like a precision security system, then we just have to break it before it even begins. That's why we start a war. Miho glanced at the gear behind them. Mr. Dung imagined the walls disintegrating and melt it down. In the chaos of battle, we'll melt the protective wall behind the main building and go straight in. Our anonymous superhuman will handle that part. She casually asked about this person. He replied, they come and go as needed. She simply said, fine. Kai lowered his binoculars. The main cause is the Neuro-Impulse Stone. The Psychic Association is going to lose their minds over this challenge. We're going to shatter that prophecy. Miho seemed a little impressed. Even for a veteran superhuman, this plan is almost too simple. Kai immediately countered, sometimes. Simple is the most effective. She remained calm. We're just throwing ourselves into the fire. He then offered her the binoculars. This is why I asked for your help. Your quick thinking is exactly what we need for battlefield support. She suspected he'd been watching her, but he replied, I heard it all from Duan. At that name, her expression soured. Miho pulled 3 masks from her pocket and handed them out. Wear these. They're light and they won't fall off easily. She thought they looked perfect. Kai asked, who designed them? Mr. Dung grunted. I did. Got a problem with it. Kai took one and put it on, his eyes taking on a mysterious glint. None at all. All right, let's move. Fully geared, he stepped forward, raising his rifle as he advanced. I'll get as far as possible before they even show up. A guard spotted an anomaly nearby. But before he could react, Kai took him out. He raised his weapon, shifting into a ready stance. But Kai was already on him, slamming a knee into his face. The two falling bodies made a loud thud, startling the other guards. Kai landed in a three-point stance and roared, "The tiger is here, you bastards." The protected area was zoned in multiple colors on a map. Manny and the boss were protected by a separate security force. The woman was in charge of the surrounding area. Miho took out a pen. "Guess we don't have to worry about civilian casualties." She drew on the map, dividing it into 16 zones. "Memorize these locations. Just give me the sector designations." "I'll give you the insertion order." Kwang Yi nodded. She grabbed her mask and turned to leave, but his voice stopped her in her tracks. He tossed a small vial her way. "A combat stimulant. Use it." As he walked away, Quimmy downed the entire dose in one go, crushing the empty container under her heel. The drug was codenamed X8. Its street name, Popcorn. It overclocked the user's physique, sharpening their senses to an unpredictable edge. She could feel her body humming with new power as she raised her binoculars, spotting Kwang Yi already engaged in a storm of gunfire below. Her mind flashed back to Kwang Yi's fight against Don Ki Nam. The man went down in an instant, a one-punch knockout. He always aced every evaluation. His observation skills and rapid-fire planning were terrifying. During their last op, he single-handedly captured the Grade 3 criminal known as the Rhino. Shaking off the memory, she reluctantly admitted it to herself. The guy was a monster. Sector 3, she spoke into the comms. "You have 256 seconds to engage. Move." An enemy opened fire. Kwang Yi parried the shot with the butt of his pistol, then instantly planted a bullet right between the man's eyes. A guard lunged, trying to restrain him, but Kwang Yi kept up the gunfight with one hand while effortlessly neutralizing the attacker with the other. All the while, Quimmy's voice was a constant stream, directing the chaos to mask the heat signal. From the rooftop, Quimmy's mind processed every variable. She cut through the noise, her voice sharp and clear. Right turn. Engage. She knew she had to read the entire battlefield, feeding him the perfect intel to orchestrate a symphony of destruction. Suddenly, she spotted a flicker of movement. "Careful," she yelled. "Pillar to your left." That was all the warning he needed. In a single, explosive movement, he vaulted behind a wall, a hail of bullets tearing through the air where he'd just been. The moment the final shell casing hit the floor, a black smoke grenade bloomed. Through the haze, the enemy gunman stared in shock as a blade erupted from the smoke, shattering his goggles and embedding itself in his skull. His rifle clattered to the ground. Quimmy smirked from her perch. The knife was Kwang Yi's. That tiger certainly knew how to hunt. A voice roared, "Get him!" A flood of guards poured into the corridor, weapons blazing. But Kwang Yi was already a ghost, disappearing into a narrow alleyway. The squad leader motioned forward. "Targets in the alley. Move in, cautiously." 3 of his men advanced, hugging the walls. The point man peeked inside. "It's empty," he reported back. "No sign of the target. He's cloaking his presence. He's in here somewhere." Another guard hissed. They scanned the ground, completely oblivious to Kwang Yi clinging to the wall right above them, his pistol aimed down. He sent 2 silence rounds into the rear guard, dropping him without a sound. The leader spun around, startled by the sudden thud. What the before he could finish? Kwang Yi dropped from above, a phantom of death descending to finish the job. The last guard tore off his helmet, his body twisting and contorting as he transformed into a snarling werewolf. It lunged, claws aimed straight for Kwang Yi's heart, but he stopped dead, his eyes widening in horrified realism. The creature's massive, fur-covered hand was caught in an iron grip, trembling uncontrollably. A single word escaped Kwang Yi's lips, an immortal. "I don't know how I can ever thank you," the creature snarled. Kwang Yi's fist crashed into its jaw. "By taking off your helmet," he said. "That's thanks enough." Just then, another shooter opened up from down the hall. Kwang Yi instantly yanked the werewolf's body in front of him, using it as a living shield. A glint appeared in his eyes. With a powerful heave, he hurled the massive creature at the gunman. Quimmy's voice crackled in his ear. "Watch your head." He dropped just as bullets zipped through the air above him. His eyes narrowed. "Snipers?" 3 snipers emerged from the shadows, their voices cold. "Keep this up, and we'll punch your ticket to the afterlife." Kwang Yi glanced at them, then at his watch. It was a trap. "Time's up," he muttered. "Go to hell," one of the snipers roared. As they unleashed a torrent of fire, Kwang Yi was already executing a flawless tactical retreat. Quimmy's voice was urgent. 2, right corner. 1 more behind you with an axe, ready to swing." Kwang Yi drew his pistol, ducking under the whistling arc of the axe, and fired a round point blank into the attacker's gut. The man screamed as he collapsed, the smell of burning flesh filling the air. His teammates stared in horror. He didn't get to stare for long. Kwang Yi leaped out, putting a single, fatal shot right through him. As the body hit the floor, Kwang Yi was already moving, following Quimmy's new directive. "Parking garage, top floor of the adjacent building. Find the target and extract them. Now!" Elsewhere, security comms descended into chaos. Are the remote restraints active? We tried. He just powered right through them. Is he really an immortal? How can one be so powerful? Just then, they spotted him. Freeze. Another voice cut in, this one dripping with menace. Or I'll blow you and this whole car to kingdom come. A man with wild blue hair, flanked by his crew, stepped forward. The hell are you doing on our— Get lost, all of you. While the cops and the local thugs started arguing, Kwang Yi simply placed a hand on the police car. Spiderweb cracks spread across the metal frame. Don't you dare talk back to me. The blue-haired man screamed. You're all disgusting. A sudden groan of tortured metal silenced them all. They stared in disbelief as Kwang Yi lifted the entire police car over his head. The crowd was stunned into silence. The gang leader was the first to snap out of it. Shoot him, he shrieked. Kwang Yi's expression hardened as the security team opened fire once more. One of the other guards raised a specialized rifle. The blue-haired man's eyes went wide with panic. Wait, is that a banana clip? He stammered. But it was too late. The trigger was pulled. A missile-like projectile screamed through the air, aimed directly at the car Kwang Yi held as a shield. Miles away, the ceiling of an observation room trembled slightly. Operator Dung watched the monitor, a look of pure awe on her face. He's an absolute monster. Seriously, he's using his powers to melt the wall. Thanks to him, I'm pretty sure someone's gonna find us. Suddenly, the man cries out, confusing his partner, who asks, What is it? Staring at the massive hole in the wall, he replies, There's a second one. He states plainly that it's the back of the safe. Melt that one, too. His partner agrees instantly. Inside, Runa calculates their next move. Everything was going perfectly. The problem is, he's worried about Kai. He has no idea that after the missile strike, Kai collapsed to the ground, one arm completely destroyed. Will he even make it here in time? A massive section of the wall had crumbled from the blast. Kai, writhing in agony, desperately drags himself across the floor. He vows that when he gets back, the manager is going to pay. Shaking, he forces himself up, muttering to himself, I'm gonna make him treat me to barbecue, and max out his credit card. Seeing him rise, a security guard remarks, You must have awakened a long time ago. Did you really think an immortal couldn't die? The man frowns, his mind racing. This kid's combat skills are exceptional. More than half our forces are isolated and unable to fight, and that explosion was powerful enough to punch a hole right through the wall. The surrounding structure is fractured and broken. But Kai stands tall and calmly declares, Saint Sun is angered. That is why I'm here. The guard is stunned, letting out a curse. The police officer tries to calm himself. This kid is insane, but he's also incredibly clever. He picks up his phone and sees a warning sign. We have someone just like that on our side, too. Intelligent and insane. A message flashes on the screen. Ho's assistant has been found. He thinks back to two figures emerging from behind a green-haired swordsman who stepped through the hole in the wall. Meanwhile, Kimmy Ho is startled as a shapeshifter throws a punch right at her. She quickly ducks to dodge the blow. She's completely bewildered. Where did he even come from? He gives her no time to process, spinning to swing his fist again. A powerful blow that sends her flying backward, skidding across the rooftop floor. He moves as if he knows everyone's position from above. There must be a spotter, someone with a bird's eye view who's not in the fight. Watching her struggle to her feet, he analyzes the situation. This area only has a few tall buildings. It won't be hard to narrow down the options. His eyes sharpen with a predatory glint. Don't you agree? Kimmy Ho knows exactly what kind of monster he is. But looking at the cracked wall and floor, she realizes. So, he burst in from a blind spot I couldn't sense. He scoffs arrogantly. You're from the Special Immortal Forces, aren't you? You'll fetch a high price. A flicker of confusion crosses her eyes. Just then, a sword pierces through Kai. He cries out in agony as his attacker laughs with glee. I've been dying to know who's behind that mask. His whole body trembles, a fresh wound carved into his face. He hid his presence. This guy, he's an immortal. The security guard asks with suspicion, Who the hell is that? The police officer smirks, answering only in his mind. The two highest-ranking officers of the Promity security team. If they're making a move, this is already over. Let's rewind a few days. Kai approaches with a friendly smile. Hey, could I get a copy of that report? The assistant replies, Sure. As the printer whirs to life, Kai probes a little deeper. You've heard about everything that's been going on, right? He leans against the desk, frustrated. You know who's leading this terrorist organization, and you're doing nothing. Can't you just tell me? When he gets no response, he keeps pushing. You're the type to have a lot of secrets. I'll start a rumor that you're a really scary guy. Then, he suddenly brightens up. How about I call you Big Brother? The assistant, focused on his documents, flatly refuses. Kai pleads, just help me out this one time. This is for the chief executive officer's sake, too. Even indirect help would be enough. just once. The assistant remains silent and simply walks away. As he approaches the elevator, he thinks to himself, this kid is a rare breed. In a situation like this, he's asking if he can call me Big Brother. Recalling Kai's innocent smile, the assistant thinks, he's just like a child. But on second thought, he felt the kid wasn't wrong. What's the harm if he has good social skills? With that, a small smile plays on his lips as he picks up the phone. I'd like to request approval for something. Back in the present, Kimmy-ho faces the shapeshifter. She thinks, only 5 minutes left. I knew my life would be on the line helping Kai. Staring at the monster's razor-sharp claws, she mutters, but the price for this favor is way too high. Suddenly, the assistant appears from behind the shapeshifter. I'm a very busy man. His words stop the creature in its tracks. Both fighters look over, completely stunned. She finally senses his presence. The assistant cracks a fiber whip straight through the monster's arm, severing it completely. The creature's eyes widen in disbelief. Who are you? The assistant grips the handle tightly. Someone whose identity cannot be revealed. He slams the whip on the ground, explaining, you don't want any news of this getting out. Recognizing the weapon, the monster backs away to escape, but not before leaving a threat. I'll remember your face, but the words have barely left his mouth. When a devastating slash cuts across his body, he lets out a single cry before collapsing to the ground. The assistant adds one final comment. I just said we don't want any news of this getting out. The blade from the whip embeds itself in the wall. Kimmy-ho realizes he had been luring the monster, forcing it to escape in a pre-planned direction. The assistant retracts his weapon and walks over. Are you hurt? She replies, I'm fine. You're the CEO's assistant, right? He immediately shot down her words. Someone already asked me to protect you. He stood before her, adjusting his glasses with a cryptic gaze. Meanwhile, Kwang Yi was still pinned down by the blue-haired man's sword. The man sneered, toying with his prey. Now then, let's take off that mask. Suddenly, the man noticed a movement in his throat and his expression shifted. Did you just swallow something? He asked with suspicion. In an instant, Kwang Yi's hand shot out and gripped his shoulder. Just before the explosion, he had hidden a small pill in his mouth. It was HCS3, a high-grade super-calorie recovery agent. It numbs pain, triples the user's strength, and rapidly regenerates the body. In that moment, muscle fibers began to weave and stretch, forming a brand new arm. Kwang Yi grabbed his opponent's bicep with both hands, leaving the man completely stunned. A wave of pure killing intent washed over the man, paralyzing him with fear. He couldn't even move his hand. How is he this strong? In a single, brutal motion, Kwang Yi ripped both of the man's arms off. Agony shot through him as his eyes rolled back, screaming while sweat poured down like rain. He didn't forget to add a final kick to the man's face for good measure. His opponent was sent sprawling to the ground, utterly defeated. This brutal display sent a shiver of fear through the security team. The officer was in disbelief, an elite member of their team, taken down just like that. A glint shone in his eyes as he issued a challenge. Who's next? They answered with a hail of bullets, but he simply blocked them all with his hands and lunged forward. He leaped onto the roof of a car, kicked off a wall, and launched himself into the fray. With both hands on his sword, Kwang Yi flew forward, slicing off one man's arm. Then, he flashed through their ranks like a blur, his sword lightly severing the arms and legs of several more guards. He suddenly stopped, sensing a projectile flying toward him, and instantly raised his sword to block. Unfortunately, an arrow pierced his thigh, the hook tip tearing all the way through. Kwang Yi's gaze fell on the bolt stuck in his leg. That's a weapon for hunting immortals, the guard with the crossbow warned. You'll be in big trouble if you pull it out. Besides, you can't move now anyway. Seeing this, the officer yelled in frustration, but the guard just snapped right back at him. Do you have any idea how much those hooks cost? But a sudden sound cut their argument short. Kwang Yi ripped the arrow from his leg and tossed it on the ground in front of them. As the arrow clattered to their feet, the entire group was horrified. The guard ordered them to finish him immediately. The officer was stunned by his action. He just ripped it out with brute force. Kwang Yi lowered his head as they suppressed him with their psychic powers. One guard sat down, channeling the power of ice. The other raised his hands, preparing to unleash a torrent of flames. Kwang Yi was trapped, his leg frozen solid by the ice, about to be turned to ash by a massive fireball. But then he moved, and the ice around his leg shattered. He broke free of their powers, dodged the fireball's devastating explosion, and charged forward with his sword. Seeing this, both of them reeled back in shock. A fearsome light burned in Kwang Yi's eyes as he let out a furious roar and completely wiped them all out. Later, by a section of molten wall, Dong Ko waited with a bag over his shoulder. As Kwang Yi approached, he asked, "How'd it go?" Hearing his voice, he turned around and took in Kwang Yi's slightly battered appearance. Dong Ko spoke first. "I was about to give you 5 more minutes. If you didn't show, I was taking my cut and leaving. Noticing his torn sleeve, he asked, "You didn't leave a mountain of bodies back there, did you?" Kuang Yi found this amusing and replied casually, "No one went to heaven." Kuang Yi walked over to the safe. "Just a few injuries," he said. "Modern medicine is more than capable of fixing them up." Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to something, a stark white safe. Seeing it, Dong Ko let out a low whistle. The rich really are something else. The safe was made of adamantium. Kuang Yi thought to himself, they made a safe out of an absurdly expensive metal. He touched its surface, thinking, I feel like I'll regret this for the rest of my life if I don't open this. Then, he poured all his strength into trying to break the door down. Seeing this, Dong Ko immediately stopped him. You could drop an atomic bomb on this thing and it wouldn't even get a scratch. Then he asked, "Do you want me to open it?" Hearing this, Kuang Yi was surprised. He set his bag down on the ground and stepped forward to analyze it. Adamantium's intense durability also makes it difficult to work with. You can't forge it into complex structures. Dong Ko took out a lockpick and fiddled with the lock for a moment. In an instant, the lock clicked open. "Easier than a gym locker," he remarked. Kuang Yi praised his skills, and Dong Ko couldn't hide his proud smile. As he opened the door, he peered inside curiously. Let's see what they were hiding in here. His eyes immediately fell upon a scroll. Kuang Yi took it out, examining the material. This scroll is made from the hide of an invader, he thought. It can't be burned or soaked. When he saw what was inside, Dong Ko was astonished. Are these the tears of henna? While he was muttering, Kuang Yi read the inscription on the scroll and froze. He quickly tucked it away. Dong Ko closed the safe door. I'll lock it up before we leave. This is a treasure that cannot be burned. Just then, a voice cut through the air. That's enough. Hearing that voice, Kuang Yi's eyes shot open. That voice. The person was none other than Dong Ki. As a pureblood, he was forced to bear double the responsibility and grow up under the crushing expectations of his clan. Following in the footsteps of his ancestors, he was forced to climb ever higher on the ladder of social status. However, the moment he was defeated by Kuang Yi, he had failed. And now, their paths were about to cross once again. Whispers always followed him. They mocked his abilities. Calling him nothing more than a rookie, he told himself to ignore it. That was the only way to rise. All he needed was a chance to prove them wrong. Just then, his superior approached. Gear up, he ordered. We're being deployed as backup. A heist was in progress at the central bank. The scene shifts to utter chaos. He arrived to a scene of destruction. Wounded guards were being carried away. He scanned the area, thinking, this has to be just a simple robbery. A guard glanced at the hole in the wall. That guy was a maniac, he muttered. Forced us to retreat, erased every trace before vanishing. While the manager spoke with security, Kinim quietly assessed the unfolding situation. The security team was hit hard, but the investigation squad looked untouched. After a tense exchange, the manager declared, we'll handle this ourselves. But Kinim was lost in thought. This is my chance. A chance to prove myself. The words echoed in his mind, prove myself. Stepping inside, he was still fixated on that single thought. When the manager suddenly asked, what's the status? Startled, Kinim replied, he's not here. The manager sighed. He probably escaped. Hearing this, Kinim just lowered his head in silence. As the others began to leave, his mind raced. Why stage a terror attack at a place that guards such critical assets? But what if this was all just a diversion? He glanced over. Captain, before we leave, can I check one more place? The flashback ends. Kinim leveled his gun at Kuang. Instantly, Kuang shoved Dong aside, yelling, run. Kinim drew his second pistol. I won't let either of you escape, he snarled. Without hesitation, Kuang drew a knife and hurled it straight at him. Kinim deftly dodged the attack, but the knife still sent one of his guns flying from his hand. Enraged, he aimed his remaining pistol and fired 2 shots. Kuang blocked them both with his forearm. But then, another bullet grazed past him. Kuang saw its form clearly. His eyes widened. An octopus round, a bullet that shatters into 8 fragments. Kinam's eyes glinted with cold resolve. His voice was a threat. Kneel, if you don't want every muscle and nerve in your body torn to shreds. Hearing this, Kuang stared at him, stunned, clutching his wounded arm. Kinam repeated his deadly ultimatum. Kneel, or I'll tear you apart. Kuang refused and lunged forward. Kinam scowled, unleashing a hail of bullets. Kuang vaulted behind a wall, narrowly escaping the deadly barrage. Seizing the moment, Dong leaped through a hole in the wall, trying to escape. But Kinam's eyes caught the movement instantly. Knowing Dong was the new target, Kuang burst from cover. Kinam saw him and swung his aim, firing again. Kuang had no choice but to block a bullet aimed right for his head. He finally understood Kinam's true goal. Rage boiled within him. From the very beginning, he was after me. Hiding behind the wall, he lifted his mask. At least Dung got away, he thought, biting down on the pain in his arm. Now, I just have to deal with Kinham. He tore off a piece of blood-soaked skin and spat it on the ground. He didn't come here alone. His backup has to be nearby. Kwang's mind calculated. I need to end this before they arrive. He remembered the old saying, if you don't want to get shot, learn how to outrun the bullet. He pulled his mask back down and exploded from cover, rushing forward. He weaved left, then right, perfectly adjusting his speed to evade every shot. In an instant, he closed the distance to Kinham. Before Kinham could even react, a powerful punch smashed into his face, sending him flying backwards. Kwang looked down with sharp eyes. Not bad, he admitted. Just before the punch landed, Kinham had pulled a stiletto, aiming for his cervical vertebrae. If he hadn't reacted in time, even with his healing factor, he'd have been a useless pile of flesh, his brain severed from his body. One of Kinham's eyes was already swelling shut. He ground his teeth in fury. You. Kwang cut him off with a vicious kick to the jaw. Kwang coldly pulled out the stiletto. I dodged it, so it doesn't matter. He knocked Kinham unconscious, leaving him on the floor. He quickly left the scene and saw Dung off safely. I'll have to lay low for a while, he said. Dung picked up his bag. See you around. Then he darted into an alley to change his clothes. Disguised as a delivery worker, he rode to a motel. After sunset, he settled in. He knew a trail would appear after 12 hours. Inside the motel room, he turned on the news. On screen, a reporter was covering the terror incident at the bank. Despite a massive manhunt, the culprit has escaped. He shut off the TV and answered a call from Quimio. I met with the secretary, he sighed. It's confusing. He acted like nothing even happened. She asked, annoyed, how exactly did you convince him? But she waved it off. What were you looking for? She asked curiously. Kwang was surprised by the question. Quimio began her analysis. If you only hit one MNY branch, it just makes the boss look like a fool. But that's not what's happening here.
Then she reached her conclusion. You did this to provide evidence. 4. Security team. 3's evaluation. Tomorrow.
He sighed internally. She was too sharp. A board member used the wrong seal, he admitted, finally revealing what he had taken. She was shocked it was only that. Well, my debt is paid, she said, and hung up. He was surprised she didn't ask more questions. As he sat on the edge of the bed, Kwang Yi knew he was on his own now, but the secret was already out in the open. He weighed his options, knowing he couldn't trust anyone on his team. Should he come forward as a witness and reveal everything? But would they believe a mere level 2 employee over one of their own? His thoughts were a tangled mess. He collapsed onto his bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering what his father would have advised him to do. He pictured his father's kind face, his wise words echoing in his mind. Son, if you can't find an answer, overthinking will only lead you astray. Find someone who knows. With that thought, he silently sifted through his memories, searching for the one person who could help him. Elsewhere in the city, an incoming call buzzed through a headset. Inside a gym, Dagam answered with a simple hello. The man on the other end tried to flirt, but she shot him down instantly. He then stated bluntly, I'm not into people older than me. Still on the treadmill, she cut straight to the point. Why are you calling me? He said he needed to ask her something. Holding her earpiece, she warned him. Don't cross the line. Keep work and your personal life separate. Unfazed, he calmly asked, can you take a look at... Time passed. Inside the imposing company headquarters, everyone had taken their places in the disciplinary hearing room. Lee Dong-hoon let out a weary sigh. Beside him, Lee Dong-bong's face was a rigid mask of contemplation. Executive Director Kim Dong-cheol and Guide Lee Kang-mo were both present. They weren't the problem. The real issue was Director Mei-jin, who was presiding over the hearing. Observing the old man's grim expression, he realized this was a man that even the powerful CEO Nam Gong-min wouldn't dare to cross. Even in handcuffs, he still carried himself with the dignity of a guide. It was Kim Dong-cheol who broke the tense silence. Are you certain the commander of this mission is innocent? The secretary began his report. I admit, I don't understand how this mission was conducted. They only requested an unofficial mission. But before he could continue, he was cut off. Director Mei-jin looked down. Dagam. She began her statement. The matter at hand is disciplining the employees who aided the terrorists against MNY and our CEO. She added, I don't know why they targeted those 2 locations, but they did plan the attack. The old director's voice was laced with suspicion, probing for a weakness. But headquarters was also attacked yesterday, and they were here all night. Dagam confirmed. That is correct. The director, unconvinced, pressed her. Are you absolutely sure it was them? Yes, she replied. We have a witness. At those words, Lee Dong-hoon flinched. This is unfair. I haven't had time to prepare a rebuttal. She glanced at him coldly. You'll have your chance, after the witness has testified. The director asked skeptically. And who is this witness? She announced. Level 2 employee Yu Kwang-yi from External Security Team 3. Seeing he wasn't present, she went to call him, but it seemed he overslept. She was right. At that very moment, Kwang-yi was frantically throwing on his clothes. When they heard he overslept, the three executives were taken aback. His own team members, however, weren't surprised at all. Suddenly, a soft chuckle echoed through the tense room. A nearby secretary had to quietly remind his boss to be serious. Nam Gung-min offered a cheerful apology, but couldn't hide his amusement. To be late for the very hearing that will decide his entire team's fate. Hearing this, Lee Dongbong sighed and cursed under his breath. Just then, Kwang-yi arrived and gave a formal introduction. Greetings. Level 2 employee, Yu Kwang-yi. Director Maj. The reason for your tardiness, his answer was blunt. I overslept. Brushing that aside, the director got straight to the point. Did External Security Team 3 participate in the terrorist acts against MNY and the CEO? His answer was immediate. Yes. The director declared. Then there's nothing more to discuss. The three executives watched in silence, but Majin pressed on. And you, Yu Kwang-yi, were you involved? Yes, he said again. Lee Dongbong was stunned into silence. From the back, another figure stared intently at him as the verdict was handed down. From this moment on, Level 2 employee Yu Kwang-yi will be considered a criminal accomplice. But before the director could finish his proclamation, Kwang-yi's voice cut through the air. Wait, that's not right, he shouted, his voice ringing with conviction. I was the one who raided headquarters yesterday. The moment he spoke, every eye in the room locked onto him. Their expressions were a mixture of stunned silence, utter shock, and for some, calm, knowing observation. Nam Gung-min, however, simply smiled in anticipation. Let's see the performance you have planned. Standing tall in the center of the room, Kwang-yi declared once more, I am the one who raided headquarters yesterday. Reaching into his jacket, he produced a document. I found a few things inside the safe. Kim Dong-cheol asked skeptically. What kind of defense are you trying to mount? Holding up the scroll, Kwang-yi replied. I can prove this entire operation was conducted for a justifiable reason. Do you really think that bank is just some ordinary financial institution? Dagam shot him a warning look. It doesn't matter what that bank does. Committing an act of terror based on mere suspicion is illegal. That's true, Kwang-yi conceded. However, according to our own laws, under extremely special circumstances, such an action is permissible. A slow smile spread across Dagam's face. Nam Gong-min let out a low chuckle. Chapter 8, Article 12, the Extremely Special Circumstances Clause. That corporation is incredibly dangerous, Kim Dong-cheol interjected. Kwang-yi unfurled the scroll, then read this for yourselves. The words on the page were chillingly clear. We possess the radiant aura that banishes all darkness. We hold the supreme authority to educate the ignorant masses. This, Kwang-yi explained, is the immortal creed of the immortal supremacists. They believe that only those descended from the bloodline of immortals are worthy of existing on this earth. Recalling that night's phone call, Director Kang explained, this organization is a cult, but it's closer to a terrorist group. The contents of that scroll are their commandments. Evan Kwang was still confused. He sat in the interrogation room, studying the photo from a corner. I don't get it, but the supreme apostle of this immortality cult believes they must follow these commandments to prove their worth. Seeing the back of the scroll was completely blank, Agent Park explained there's a special ink called holy water that only reacts to the blood of an immortal. The name of the supreme apostle is undoubtedly written on this scroll in that very ink. Back in the hearing room, Lee Kangmo asked in shock. That scroll was in a bank safe? Mon probed, trying to sound casual. Have you checked the name on the commandment scroll yet? Evan Kwang replied, yes. Before he could finish, Kim Dong-cheol cut in. Wait a minute, he pointed to himself. I'll check it. Agent Park carefully handed it over. Kim Dong-cheol took the scroll and asked, does anyone have a knife? Mon, standing beside him, reached into his jacket. I do. Then, in a flash, he swung the knife, slicing it straight across Kim Dong-cheol's throat. Caught completely off guard, the blade hit its mark, and crimson blood erupted. Instantly, Mon yanked the knife free, and, with a sideways glance, hurled it directly at Lee Kangmo, who barely managed to block it with his arm. After the throw, Mon lunged forward, slamming his knee into the embedded knife. Sensing another attack, he ducked his head low. He narrowly dodged a kick from the old woman known as the matron. Mon smirked and reached into his coat again. Seeing this, she knew what was next, but he suddenly kicked her straight in the stomach. She was sent flying backward, but luckily, Evan Kwang was there to catch her. Taking advantage of the chaos, Mon vanished in a blur of motion. He bolted toward the window. Evan was stunned, thinking he was trying to escape through it. Just then, a figure shot past in a blur. Evan felt a rush of wind as the person passed by. It was none other than Lee Yongbong. He raised his leg high, aiming to bring his heel down on Mon's head. Sensing the attack, Mon spun around, gripping his knife tightly, but there was no one behind him. While Mon was distracted, Lee Yongbong landed a vicious kick to his right calf. Enraged, Mon swung his knife wildly, only for Lee Yongbong to kick his other leg out from under him. Overwhelming pain sent Mon collapsing to the floor. Lee Yongbong casually walked back toward the group. You want more? I can wait. By now, everyone was on high alert. The assistant had already pulled out a restraining cable. He rushed over to Kim Dong-chul, frantically asking, Sir, are you all right? Glancing at the scroll, the assistant gasped. Kim's blood had soaked into the paper, and now the names were clearly visible. Mon, seething with rage, ground his teeth. To be defeated by a low-level employee, he spat out one last threat. I'll remember you. Evan Kwang stood there, listening, and replied with a deadpan expression. Go ahead, but I'm already taken. Finally, Mon was cuffed and escorted away by 2 agents. Agent Park approached Evan with a warm smile. Were you late because you were preparing for a counterattack like this? Evan shook his head. Nope, I just overslept. Before she left, she smiled cheerfully and said, You did great. Nam Min gave him a knowing smirk, his tone full of approval. Today was interesting. See you later. The assistant turned to give instructions. For the next 48 hours, there will be no leaks about this incident. I expect your full cooperation. Everyone shouted in unison. Understood. The 4 of them were left standing in the room. Doan Ah came over to praise him. Lee Dong-hoon cheered happily. Our Evan Kwang is the absolute best. Suddenly, Lee Yongbong's voice boomed, You damn monkey. Evan heard it and glanced over. The atmosphere fell silent. Lee Yongbong was staring daggers at him, and Evan just blinked back in confusion. Then, he said something that shocked everyone. You should probably go take a shower. All of a sudden, Doan Ah turned to reason with him. Evan saved us this time. You didn't even believe he could pull it off. Hearing that, Lee Yongbong flinched, realizing his mistake. He felt a pang of guilt and started to walk away. I can't imagine how my own escape would have gone if I had chosen to jump out that window. He stopped in his tracks and muttered, Good work. Evan was a little surprised, then suddenly pointed at him and teased, Who are you? Why do you have the same face as our team manager? Are you wearing a mask? He successfully got under his skin. Lee Yongbong's face twisted in a furious sneer. A stream of curses erupted from his mouth, so loud that even people outside could hear. It's been a while since you've had a proper beating. You're asking for it, aren't you? Evan just shrugged. That's only because you can't beat me. And so, the impersonation incident came to a close. Our team was ordered to enforce a media blackout, so we all got 2 days off. The official announcement stated that Director Mon had taken a leave of absence due to health problems. The truth was completely buried. But when the whole team returned to work, everyone understood that External Security Team 3 was involved in Director Mon's sudden departure. It was an unspoken truth. In the group chat, people kept asking for details, but Evan just replied that he didn't know. No one could dig up the specifics of what really happened. Evan leaned back in his chair, thinking, so boring. It seemed our peaceful days were back. But then, the sound of footsteps echoed. He sat up to work. As the footsteps grew closer and closer, he had to look up to see who it was. When he saw the face, his eyes went wide with shock. The noise caught the attention of Doan Ah and Lee Dong-hoon. A chair clattered to the floor as a man aggressively grabbed Evan by the collar. Evan remained calm and snarked, Get a new hairstylist? Yeon Kinam's voice was a low, furious growl. You're the one who did this to me. Yeon Kinam tightened his grip on Evan's shirt. You're the reason I ended up like this. Evan played dumb and asked, What? He gritted his teeth and shouted, You were the one who kicked me in the head back then. Evan refused to admit it, smirking back. What nonsense are you talking about, model? What about it, buddy? His voice was a low threat, refusing to back down. Keep playing dumb, I'll just tell everyone. A defiant glint sparked in his eyes. I have no idea what you're talking about. The man's brow furrowed in pure rage. Just as their fists clenched, ready to fly, Lee Dong-hun leaped between them, pushing them apart. Calm down. You can't fight at work, even if you have issues. Then he placed a hand on Ki-nam's shoulder. We need to talk. Annoyed, Ki-nam still agreed to go. He watched in silence as the man walked away, unable to resist one last taunt. Almost got to say goodbye to your star player. Hearing that, the man's anger flared again, his eyes burning as he turned back. But Lee Dong-hun held him back. Easy. He's always had a sharp tongue. Honestly, I want to punch him most days too. Lee Dong-bong sat with his chin in his hand, lost in thought. He said he met Doan Ki-nam at the bank. Maybe that's how it all went down. Finally, he spoke up. You'll make enemies acting like that. Or is that what you want? But all he got in return was a friendly smile and a casual shrug from Kwang Yi. A moment later, walking down the street, Kwang Yi sighed in relief. Thank God he's not going to spread rumors. Walking with Doyenne, he recounted the situation. I was seriously considering punching him out and tying him up. And yet, when the assistant director asked to speak with you, you went completely silent. She remembered him sneaking around, completely ignoring them no matter how much they provoked him, even when he was seething with rage. Kwang Yi looked up, wondering what the manager had said. We're here. He waved goodbye, but before he took more than a few steps, Doyenne called his name. Then she asked, Want to get some ramen? Hearing that, his eyes widened in shock, thinking she was making a move on him, and so he followed her home. Steam billowed from the boiling pot on the stove. He sat at her table, watching her cook, his mind racing. Get some ramen. Did she really just ask me that? He wondered, his eyes fixed on her back as she stood by the kitchen counter. Knowing her personality, she probably doesn't even get the hidden meaning behind that phrase. And yet, she invited me into her home. He thought with a blush, my heart's pounding. This is my first time in a girl's house. He remembered Kang Mi-ho's annoyed expression. But this woman was a total exception. Kwang Yi was still lost in his own world. She likes me. Is that what this means? Doyenne brought over 2 bowls of noodles and noticed his flustered state. What are you thinking about? The bowls were empty. The meal was over. And nothing happened. He was completely bewildered. This feels no different than grabbing a bite at a cafe near work. Her voice cut through his thoughts. There's something I need to talk to you about. Hearing that, he was stunned. Could it be? Then she said, Come to my room for a minute. The moment he heard those words, Kwang Yi's eyes went wide. He couldn't process it and immediately tried to stop her. We can't do that. Doyenne froze mid-step. He stammered, Sunbae, you're a great person, but you're just not my type. But she just walked to the door and snapped. Stop being weird and get in here. He had no choice but to stand and follow her. The door opened, and he stepped right in behind her. He was baffled by the sight of a large board covered in photos and information. What is this room? Moving closer, he asked. What is all this? Doyenne faced the board. These are the currently known members of Permit. She tapped the board with a warning. They might start following you, so you need to be especially careful of these 3. Looking at the photos of 1 woman and 2 men, he couldn't help but wonder who they were. She didn't answer, only warning him to run if he ever saw them. Kwang Yi glanced over, confused, and noticed a happy family photo on a cabinet. But she quickly turned it face down, saying sternly, You need to be wary of the others, too. Understood? He just stared. Sunbae. Unwilling to say more, Doyenne asked him to leave. Flustered, he could only agree. The door opened. But before he left, she placed a heavy mission on his shoulders. You must destroy Permit. At her words, he froze. Then a smile crossed his face. I promise. He understood now. That room, filled with clues, was her final, untouchable boundary. Walking down the hall, Kwang Yi thought to himself, she wants revenge. In short, Permit is a criminal organization. An enemy that must be eliminated. As her junior, I should help her in any way I can. After punching in his passcode, he suddenly stopped. He felt it. The lock had already been opened. Someone was inside his home. Doyenne's warning echoed in his mind, and he immediately became cautious. The door creaked as Kwang Yi pushed it open, carefully peering inside. When he saw Doan Ki-nam standing there with a glass of water, he didn't even try to hide his disappointment. The other man was just as stunned to see his hated rival was his new roommate. The main character lunged, and Ki-nam rushed to meet him, their fists clenched as they charged at each other. Most of the staff housing units were double rooms. He'd originally gotten this room because a new roommate was scheduled to move in within a month, but who knew it would be our beloved Doan Ki-nam? In the end, it was Doan Ki-nam who ended up on the floor. Ignoring the unconscious body, he calmly sat on a chair and muttered, What a worthless piece of trash. Elsewhere, Lee Dongbong sighed, cursing his fate. A black hole had opened, and a swarm of monsters was pouring out. The most aggressive monster received a lead bullet right between the eyes. As it collapsed, he held his gun, grumbling in frustration. I only got called in because I was the closest. Does that even make any sense? I already finished my quota, and I'm a team manager, for crying out loud. Kim Bai-ho forces a smile and explains, the black hole's position shifted unexpectedly. And besides, you're the most reliable person I know. With the monsters gone and the black hole shrinking, he adds, thanks to you, this cleanup went flawlessly. But Lee Junbong shakes his head. You guys never really needed me. He trails off, hesitating for a moment. Who knows when? 2 parallel gates might suddenly burst open. Frowning, he asks, how many times have parallel gates appeared before? Kim Bai-ho replies with a grave tone. Twice in Soon, 8 times in South Korea alone. A single gate is already a bizarre phenomenon, but for them to appear back-to-back like this, it means a new type of phenomenon has been officially named. Lee Jung-bong remains silent at the news, simply turning to walk away. I'm heading out. Your team owes me one for this. The other man agrees, deal. Then he turns to his subordinate, ordering, pack everything up. We need to contact the cleanup crew. As Lee Jung-bong walks away, hands in his pockets, his mind is heavy with worry. A new classification. If this becomes the new normal, how many more lives will be lost? Just then, a ferocious-looking Yang Ji-nam appears. He throws a wild punch, screaming, I'm gonna take you down. But Kwang Yi effortlessly sidesteps, catching his arm and locking him in a chokehold. Once Yang Ji-nam is unconscious, Kwang Yi gently sets him down in a chair. Lee Dong-hoon glances over. What was all that about first thing in the morning? Kwang Yi nonchalantly points at the unconscious man. He was just trying to get friendly, but Lee Dong-hoon knew it wasn't that simple, so he presses. What happened this time? Recalling the previous night, Kwang Yi casually replies, last night, I just knocked him out. He was the one who tried to punch me. For some reason, Lee Dong-hoon felt they were getting along. Just then, the manager of Team 1 approaches. Is Ji-nam around? Kwang Yi playfully covers the unconscious man's ears. Shh, you'll wake the baby. The manager sees this and chides him. Stop picking on him. As the manager carries Yang Ji-nam away on his back, Kwang Yi replies with a straight face. I'm just showing my appreciation. After all, nobody makes a better punching bag. The manager just glares back over his shoulder. Lee Dong-hoon sighs, completely drained. I'm glad you and the manager get along. But why are you fighting with Ji-nam? Noticing an empty desk, Kwang Yi asks curiously. Hey, where is he? Lee Dong-hoon says he went out on assignment. Kwang Yi turns back to his desk, thinking, no wonder it's so quiet. I haven't heard him swear all day. The moment he logs on, his screen is flooded with messages. All of them are job offers. He thinks to himself, completely baffled. Who are these people? He complains out loud. How did this spam get through our firewall? Lee Dong-hoon spins around in his chair. A hacker like that needs to be caught immediately. Then they both pause. Lee Dong-hoon sighs warily. I just got a few emails myself, from a bunch of smaller companies. Kwang Yi looks at his screen and it clicks. In this massive corporation, Maison had been a director. After his departure, other companies and guilds scrambled to find out what happened, including the folks over at Warham. They couldn't get a handle on the situation. Kwang Yi stares at his screen, deep in thought. Some people have already jumped to conclusions, which means they'll want to scout me out. A wild idea sparks in Kwang Yi's mind. A grin spreads across his face as he wonders aloud. Should I be nice and go pay them a visit? Lee Dong-hoon replies, deadpan, I'll review this one first. Kwang Yi is confused. Suddenly, Lee Dong-hoon announces a support call from the police. A breach just opened up in the area. Seeing them turn towards him, he adds, Yeon-ah, Kwang Yi, get to Dongdaemun Station immediately. Over at the station, a massive rift hangs in the air, with 2 police officers standing guard outside. In front of it, 2 figures are assessing the scene. Yeon Jung-tran is observing them when he hears a voice from behind. This will be a problem if things escalate. As Kwang Yi and Yeona approach, he speaks first. We can't use any kind of explosives here. Yeona adds, which means, we have to wrap this up quickly. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, long time no see. Kwang Yi and Yeon-ah turn to look. Yeon Jung-tran stares intently at him. Kwang Yi. He smirks. Still the same as ever. Kwang Yi brushes past him. None of your business. The man mutters something under his breath. Kwang Yi glances back coldly. Let's just focus on the job, old man. He circles Kwang Yi, looking him up and down. You have such a plain-looking face. Kwang Yi remains completely unfazed. I meant an extraordinarily plain face. He continues his probing. You don't look very bright, either. Are you really the famous Kwang Yi? Kwang Yi fires back with a question of his own. What? Am I your type or something? Just then, a crack appears on the rift's surface, slowly splintering outwards. The other agent calls out a warning. It's opening. C-Class. Slime. Number 3. A viscous fluid oozes from the rift. That's poison gas. Fall back. It's a decomposer slime. The man raises his flamethrower and introduces himself. The name's Yeon Jung-tran. I'm only 25, so don't call me old man. Kwang Yi looks a little sheepish. Ah, my bad. Yeon Jung-tran lets it slide. He starts to move, then turns back with a grin. Coming here for support was totally worth it. I finally get to meet a celebrity, like you. Let's chat after we're done here. With that, his flamethrower roars to life, incinerating the piles of decomposer slime. Feeling the intense heat, the slime quivers and tries to retreat, but it can't escape the inferno. The agents use their flamethrowers to burn every last bit of slime. Then, the hooded figure waves a hand, bending the flames to surround the rift itself. Kuang Yi watches in awe, thinking to himself, he's controlling the flames with just a gesture. He's wiping out any that were left. And that suit must be made of special material. Huh? Sensing the man's curiosity, he spoke. I am the mortician, Kim Mang-kwon. Not missing a beat, the young man introduced himself. And I'm the sexy representative of the Special Immortals unit. The mortician stepped closer. So the rumors about you being strange are true. Our hero thought to himself, that's rich coming from a mortician. Suddenly, a glint flashed across his glasses. Come join my company. You would be a perfect fit. Kuang Wai was stunned. Out of nowhere, Kim Mang-kwon shot back a question. Why else would I come to a C-rank gate? Seeing them, Don Dung-chan was startled and shouted, Mang-kwon, how can you be scouting in the middle of a mission? The man elegantly adjusted his glasses. My work is finished here. I just need to spray some fire to clean things up. Even as he fought, he yelled, Kuang Wai, don't listen to a word he says. Then he threatened the other man. Maybe I should roast that mouth of yours shut. Don Dung-chan laughed defiantly. Is that a threat? You've lived long enough. It's about time you crossed over to the other side. The tension between them was electric. The two began a fierce battle to recruit him for the XQ company. They went back and forth, one making an offer only for the other to immediately counter it. Kuang Wai felt helpless. I guess I should be happy, he thought, but it's just plain weird having two grown men fighting over me. He glanced at Don A, who remained completely still. His senior showed zero interest in the squabble. Her gaze was locked onto the dark void of the gate. Without warning, a massive, slimy creature oozed out. The two recruiters suddenly noticed it, reaching for an unsuspecting staff member. Dashing past the bickering duo, Kuang Wai leaped into action. He snatched the staffer away, saving him from the monster's clutches. He shouted a warning, everyone, fall back now. Don Dung-chan cursed in frustration. And here I thought today was going to be an easy one. From deep within the rift, powerful slimes began to emerge. Kim Mang-kwon immediately started analyzing the situation. A. Double gate, an overlapping rift. Expect all kinds of slimes. He reached back, grabbing the two weapons slung across his back. Don Dung-chan called out, Brother Mang-kwon. The mortician shot back, annoyed, I am not your brother. Then he tightened his grip and charged forward, slashing into the monster. He helped the staff member to safety. Get over here. The man was still shaking as he stammered, Thank you. Sensing a strange new danger, his eyes widened. He threw his body in front of the man, shielding him from slimes that were spitting projectiles like guns. A few shots rang out, completely obliterating the slime swarm. Kuang Wai looked over, surprised. What was that? You're using the expensive rounds. Don A explained from behind him. An overlapping rift, also known as a double gate. It happens when a new gate opens inside an already existing one. As a hail of bullets tore through the endless stream of slimes, she calmly continued. There's no way to predict them, so our only option is to dispatch more forces than necessary to every single gate. We don't need to join the main assault. Just handle the stragglers. Kuang Wai asked, surprised. Just the stragglers? Shouldn't we be helping them? Done's reply was ice cold. No. At that moment, a massive slime was vaporized by 3 precise shots. They're using XQXQ 3000 micronuclear synthesis laypin rifles. She added, XQ is the wealthiest organization on Earth. He sighed to himself. This really makes us look poor. As he gunned down another slime, he asked, Is this all we're here for? Support forces are on their way, she stated. He began to ask, from which team? But he was cut off by a familiar voice. Hey, you bastards. Hearing it, Kuang Wai let out a long sigh. Lai Dungbong's voice boomed through the station. Is this a kidnapper's den now? Did I raise him with my own 2 hands just for you to poach him? Don't you dare touch my dog. Try it again, and I swear I'll go berserk. He declared, I am Li Dungbong from the Special Immortals. Just then, a slimy blob leaped up from behind Dune. It was an exploding slime. Before it could self-destruct, Kuang Wai caught it and crushed it instantly. Lai Dungbong stood off to the side, arms crossed, barking orders. If it's about to blow, you're supposed to shield it with your body. Kuang Wai sighed in frustration. If you're just going to stand there and watch, why did you even come? He replied, to beat up all the thieves. And by thief number 1, he was clearly pointing at Don Dung-chan. At those words, the recruiter panicked and turned to Kuang Wai. You're Lai Dungbong's teammate? In that case, please forget my earlier offer. His attitude flipped in the blink of an eye. All Kuang Wai could do was stay silent. Kim Haimo, still firing nonstop, made an observation. This is weird. The gate has been open for 2 hours. Kim Mang-kwon, skillfully manipulating his flames, demanded, "Analysis team, what's the slime count inside the gate?" The analyst was pushing so hard his nose began to bleed. I'm not sure." Those words sent a shiver down everyone's spine. "What do you mean, you're not sure?" The analyst stuttered, "I can't get a reading. I've never encountered a gate signature like this before." Kwang Wai's face grew grim. He turned to Lai Dong-bong. "What's the real reason you're here?" The man calmly explained. "When this gate appeared at Dongdaemun Station, dozens of others, large and small, opened up all over the country. Half of them are double gates, and this one is the largest of them all." Kwang Wai was in shock. "Then that means?" Don-A's movements slowed as she spoke. "Double gates are a new, abnormal phenomenon." Lai Dong-bong reminded him, "And you know what abnormal phenomena can lead to." The horrifying realization dawned on Kwang Wai. Mutations. Unstable transformations can occur. Or worse, the emergence of an entirely new species. As if on cue, a powerful earthquake erupted. The entire station shook violently. But the real fear was what was about to come through to their side, and what would become of the gate itself. Suddenly, the dark veil shattered wide open. Kim Himo immediately radioed for backup. "Target location, Alpha 14. Nemesis has breached gate number 3. Don-A turned to him. "We have to fall back." But he was completely frozen, rooted to the spot. She yelled his name again and again, "Du Guang Wai." His eyes shot open in pure terror. This suffocating aura, this crushing pressure. It was the same as that day, the same dread he felt as a child, facing the monsters from 10 years ago. Before them, Nemesis emerged. A colossal, star-shaped slime covered in countless eyes. It clawed its way out of the dimensional tier. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. The metal ceiling buckled inwards, sending shattered concrete raining down. And then he saw it. A monster unlike any other. Just like that day, it began its relentless advance. His ears were ringing, a high-pitched whine that drowned everything out. Dizziness washed over him. His legs screamed in pain. Guang Wai was trapped beneath a slab of concrete. His body was a canvas of pain and injury. Fear was the only thing he could feel. Questions echoed in his mind. What time is it? Where am I? Mom? Dad? Where are you? Help me. As the monsters closed in, the terror became unbearable. Tears streamed down his face. His only thought was, I don't want to die. Somebody save me. That nightmare was seared into his very soul. Suddenly, a sharp prick in his arm. An injection. A voice cut through the haze, Du Guang Wai. The words jolted him back to reality, his face smeared with blood. Don-A placed a hand on his shoulder. Get a grip. Look at me. Who am I? He managed to answer. Senior. The scene came back into focus, everyone fighting Nemesis together. He remembered what happened just before. He'd taken a direct hit to shield one of the association agents. Don-A cut through his thoughts. Nemesis' tentacles release a psionic agent that attacks the mind. I just gave you a serum. It boosts your resistance to mental assaults. Guang Wai stared at the empty syringe in her hand, stunned. When did you even get that? Just then, the support team stormed in. One of the new arrivals shouted, We have to break through its barrier. A flame sorcerer commanded, Psychic Team 1, rotate out with Team 2, incinerate the tentacles. A tank from another squad yelled a warning. Its eyeballs are charging, laser fire incoming. Don-A grabbed him. Let's pull back. The support team can handle it now. He stared back in disbelief. Just leave them? His eyes fell on a hunter clutching a grievous stomach wound. Another lay screaming in a pool of their own blood. Guang Wai yelled, They're getting overwhelmed. How can we just abandon them like this? The creature's maw drooled a thick, bubbling foam, then spat a massive glob into the crowd. An unlucky agent was caught directly in the blast. He let out an agonizing scream as his legs dissolved. Nemesis charged forward hungrily. Someone shouted, It's corrosive acid. Everybody, move back. Don-A grabbed his arm tightly. Where are you going? Guang Wai looked up, his eyes burning. If we run, that man is going to die. She saw the fallen agent, helpless at the monster's feet. She pleaded with Guang Wai. If you go over there, you'll die with him. Guang Wai stared at the man's suffering face. And in it, he saw himself as a child, desperately fighting for a chance to survive. He pulled his arm free from her grasp and charged forward. Don-A's desperate calls faded behind him. Instantly, 2 new tendrils shot out from the creature's body. The tentacles whipped towards him. But Guang Wai scooped up the wounded man and dodged, just in time. He yelled to a nearby hunter, Cover me. The hunter stared, shocked by his recklessness. This kid is insane. Before he could finish, Guang Wai was already on the move. He successfully grabbed the agent. But the momentum sent them stumbling back. In that split second of vulnerability, a tentacle snaked around Guang Wai's leg. The monster started dragging him away, but a sudden hail of gunfire shredded the limb, freeing him. Li Dongbong watched the severed tentacle drop to the ground. He cursed under his breath, that reckless fool. He did it again. Seeing the barrier flicker, he roared, "Don't let up. Keep firing. We need to shatter that shield." Suddenly, Guangwei spoke up. "I'm borrowing your blood pack." Before the other hunter could react, Guangwei snatched it and was gone in a flash. Just then, Nemesis's eyes began to glow. Beams of pure energy shot out from its countless pupils. A collapsed agent lay directly in the path of a deadly laser sweep. Guangwei leaped, shielding the agent with his own body. The laser sliced through him, completely severing one of his arms. The beam seared across the ceiling, raining down more debris. The falling chunks startled an injured flame sorcerer who was leaning against a pillar. Guangwei jumped again, shielding the sorcerer. "Can you move your hands?" he yelled. The man was stunned, but Guangwei gave him no time to process. He barked an order, "Inject this person with the blood pack. Now." He gently laid the other agent down, handing the pack to the sorcerer. Guangwei then grabbed the sorcerer's collar, forcibly using the man's own psychic energy to seal his severed arm. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he hoisted the sorcerer onto his shoulders. Then, he lifted the other agent as well. "Just hang on," he grunted. The strain was too much. He coughed, spitting a mouthful of blood. The sorcerer's voice trembled. "If you save us, you'll die." "Why are you doing all this?" Guangwei answered without a shred of hesitation. "Because it's my job. I need the money. But I also have to wipe out these invaders and save everyone I can," Guangwei declared with absolute confidence. "And of course I'm going to live. I was born for this." With that, he ran, carrying 2 men and escaping from Nemesis' reach. A member of the X-Axis squad ran up to them. "We'll take them from here." Together, they carefully lowered the 2 injured men to the ground. The sorcerer couldn't help but stare. "You're insane." Guangwei finally collapsed, breathing heavily. As the sorcerer opened his mouth to speak, Guangwei cut him off. Of course, the man looked at him, completely bewildered. Guangwei smirked. "You were about to thank me, weren't you?" The sorcerer nodded. "Yes, get up." Anna, standing behind him, called out to Guangwei. She stepped forward, shoving a large vial at him. "If you're planning on ascending to heaven," she snapped, "do it somewhere else." Flesh was already regenerating on his arm. He grabbed the vial and pulled it free. "I don't plan on dying just yet." Suddenly, a shout cut through the chaos. "It's breaking." Their attention snapped towards the front. "The barrier is at its limit. Attack the cracks." The Namet's barrier began to splinter. A bullet struck it dead on, and the creature's eyes blazed with fury. It launched its massive body forward, crashing down onto the floor and shattering the ground into a massive crater. The creature whipped around, its tentacles lashing out, cutting down everyone in their path. Seeing the carnage, Don Dong Tran swore under his breath. Like a wild beast unleashed, the monster rampaged in every direction. Then it slammed its weight down, crushing someone beneath it. Chaos erupted as people scrambled for their lives. The psychic squad needs to hold the line. Get the white phosphors here, now. Meanwhile, he was on the sidelines, helping carry the gravely wounded to safety. He gently laid his comrade down. A member of the Siwazi squad approached, holding a vial. "You should wait until you've fully recovered." But he ignored the warning, rushing back into the fray. The Name It, its mouth dripping with blood, stared down its next prey. The victim's voice trembled with terror as he cried out. It raised its leg to crush him, but Guangwei shot forward, throwing the man over his shoulder. Its prey had vanished. Enraged, the creature swung its tentacles. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through him. His eyes widened in horror. A tentacle had pierced straight through his abdomen. Out of nowhere, a gunshot rang out, severing the tentacle. He collapsed to the ground, but still managed to gently set the wounded man down. Li Yongbong strode over, his voice cold as ice. "So if you don't listen to orders, get him out of here. And you, too." Guangwei was stunned. How were there suddenly 3 or 4 duplicates? It was like an entire squad was advancing. He thought, are there a dozen managers here? The creature's eyes were shot with blood. With a single swipe, it destroyed several of the clones. Another wave, and the rest vanished into thin air. The barrier shattered. Seizing the opening, Li Yongbong unloaded his clip into one of its eyes. "Over here." Kim Mangquan, controlling the flames, yelled out, "Focus your attacks on that spot." Beside him, Don Dong Chun's eyes lit up with excitement. He drew his weapon and charged forward. His injured teammate could only grimace in pain, unable to move. Guangwei's face darkened as he gasped for breath. Recalling the scene from moments ago, he wondered, what did the manager just do? It felt like he was everywhere at once. While the clones distracted the Namet, the real body was nowhere to be seen. He touched the wound in his gut. "I can still run," he thought. A determined glint appeared in his eyes. I can do this. As he shot forward like an arrow, his comrade was too shocked to stop him. The creature identified its target and turned, but the clones relentlessly swarmed it. It swung a tentacle, obliterating one of them instantly. Li Yongbong's strategy was precise. Once the starfish-like beast attacked one clone, the others would target its weak point, effectively trapping it. Gunfire rained down upon it. Meanwhile, Quang Wai was evacuating the wounded, one arm slung over his shoulder, the other around a comrade's waist. All around them, the fallen lay still, their life force fading. I will get them back. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself onward without stopping. Though exhaustion gnawed at him, he kept running. Even as blood poured from his own wounds, he pushed on. Li Yongbong couldn't watch any longer. He grabbed Quang Wai's arm, forcing him to a halt. Stop. It's over. The entire station was a scene of utter devastation. After a moment of silence, Quang Wai asked, "Did we win?" With a deep, somber gaze, he replied, "We didn't lose." He turned just in time to see Quang Wai collapse, the answer hanging in the air. Those words echoed in his mind. We didn't lose. Only later would he understand their true meaning. Mankind has never truly destroyed a name it. They simply returned to where they came from. Nevertheless, we did not lose. Watching the grievously injured young man drift into unconsciousness, someone asked, "What's his name?" Li Yongbong seemed surprised that he wanted to know. Clutching his own wound, the man replied, "I need to know the name of the person who saved my life." But Li Yongbong scoffed, "Saved your life? Don't be ridiculous." Don Dong Tran, covered in blood, answered, "It's Quang Wai." An old man pointed in shock. "You mean he's the one from the rumors?" He bluntly confirmed it. A dark-haired man, being supported by another, approached Li Yongbong. "Please, extend my gratitude to him. I almost didn't live to see my daughter be born." Li Yongbong's reply was cold. "I'm not a messenger." Noticing Don Dong Tran looking over at Quang Wai, he added a threat. "If you even think about moving him, I'll deal with you myself." The man sighed in exasperation. "He's absolutely reckless." Kim Mangquan added, "That kid doesn't fit in with Spia Onyx at all." Hearing this, Li Yongbong fell silent for a moment before saying, "He just does what he thinks is right." Meanwhile, Quang Wai remained lost in a deep, oblivious sleep. Three figures gathered in one place. On June 11th, a new species of Namit appeared in Seoul, Republic of Korea. 0 fatalities. A few days later, Quang Wai was back to his lively self, slamming down a mug of beer with a hearty laugh. Someone spoke up. "You must be feeling better now, huh?" He replied cheerfully. "It's been 4 days." "Of course I'm fine." Kim Duan cautiously asked about the starfish creature. Quang Ye's expression darkened. It was awful. Recalling the day of the battle, he began to speak. "I finally understand why we've never managed to cash in on a Namit. When it screamed and attacked everyone with its tentacles. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps." After hearing the story, Kyle stated with absolute certainty that was definitely not some newly emerged Namit. Quang Wai was stunned. Then why is this the first officially recorded battle with one? Kim Do-han explained grimly that the 2 gates had also opened in other sectors, but they had managed to avoid a direct confrontation there. The starfish was defeated and retreated into the abyss, but when the portals closed, it was left to wander aimlessly in the void. It finally escaped through a gate that the other closers hadn't seen. His buddy Bang glanced over. His curiosity piqued at the mention of the gate closers. He replied, "That's what they call them. They can seal dimensional gates whenever they want. Only rookies like us are kept in the dark." Kyle absorbed every word. After they had devoured their meal, Jinwoo Kim proposed, "All right, ready to bounce." He cheerfully agreed, but then a crucial issue popped into his head. "Wait, who's paying for this?" As they started to leave, Bang reminded them, "Hey, what did our friend who got a fat bonus for doing nothing say earlier?" He continued, "With the intel we just provided, you should feel ashamed asking us to pay." At that, Kyle froze. "Are you seriously expecting me, the junior member, to treat you guys?" Jinwoo Kim shot back with a friendly grin. "We're just colleagues." Dejected, Kyle reluctantly pulled out his wallet. But then, the waitress called out cheerfully, "Excuse me, the gentleman over there has already taken care of your bill." Kyle followed her gaze to a man with striking purple hair, who turned and offered a faint smile. Jinwoo Kim nudged him, teasing, "Got yourself a new boyfriend?" Kyle froze, his expression unreadable. "I'm leaving." As the man walked away, Kyle quickly followed. "Excuse me, you're that police officer from before, right?" He remembered the absolute chaos. The man who had saved him when the twin gate opened. The man replied with cold indifference, "You're welcome." But a question ignited in Kyle's mind. "That's strange. I remember you being just a regular cop. So how did you get into a restaurant that only serves awakened individuals?" The man stopped dead in his tracks. He turned with a sinister grin. My apologies for inviting you like this. From the surrounding darkness, Crocodile and Rose emerged. With a piercing gaze, Rose spoke first. It's been a while. Hearing that familiar, condescending tone, Kyle shot back sarcastically. It's a bit chilly out. You'll catch a cold if you keep following me around. Then he spat. You bastards. Rose snarled through gritted teeth. Crocodile coldly reminded her, don't forget our purpose here. A memory flashed in Kyle's mind. The photo of this man pinned up in his senior's office. What do I do now? She had warned him to run if he ever saw him. Just then, the man began to speak. Allow me to properly introduce myself. But Kyle wasn't listening. There's no escape anyway, he thought. Something about this ex-cop feels deeply wrong. The man continued, my name is. In that split second, Kyle lunged forward. But Crocodile's hand shot out like a viper, intercepting his arm. The man's eyes widened in shock, his gaze unreadable, as Kyle ripped his arm free and instantly leaped back. Crocodile's expression hardened. A prosthetic, he thought. I grabbed the decoy. Out loud, he remarked, not bad. Kyle's face darkened. I'm in a really bad mood, but internally, he was shaken. In that one brief moment, I felt it. If he had been a split second slower, he would have been torn to shreds. The thought sent a chill down his spine. If he hadn't reacted instantly, he would have been done for. The man seemed surprisingly calm. I'm quite impressed. I didn't think you would improve so quickly after only a year. He then stated, I should explain the situation first. My name is Stephen Choi. I work for a small, but very busy, headhunting agency. He continued, we met once before, but things got a little sidetracked that day. Simply put, when someone desires a talented individual, I'm the one who brings them together. Stephen looked Kyle dead in the eye with a formal offer. I want to introduce Kyle, a rank 2 agent from the Special Immortal Forces, to PM. Rose cut him off, her patience worn thin. That's enough talk. Stephen shot her a warning glance. You're aware there are certain fees, even for inefficient performance, correct? She spat back with disgust. You greedy pig. She turned back to Kyle. You heard him. This is a golden opportunity, but you're choosing to be difficult. Kyle held up a hand, rejecting the offer flatly. I already have someone I like. Rose snapped back in fury. As if I was offering myself to you. Kyle replied nonchalantly. Well then, problem solved. Goodbye. But as he turned to leave, his entire body locked up, his fists clenched, trembling. As a terrifying thought crossed his mind, he could feel it radiating from Crocodile. A savage and overwhelming killing intent. An immense pressure exploded from Crocodile as he growled, You'll make your decision after you hear us out. Rose took over the negotiation. We promise you a high-ranking position if you work with us. Kyle tested the waters. How much? Though annoyed, she replied, that can be arranged. He played along, probing further. So, you're saying you'll make me rich? She promised he'd never have to envy the rich again. He then asked about women, and she told him he could have as many as he desired. Finally, he switched the topic to housing. Rose immediately reeled off a list of the most luxurious properties. The choice is yours. Kyle then inquired about vacation benefits. She promised him a life beyond his wildest dreams. Kyle's expression turned serious as he gave his final answer. I refuse. Rose's face instantly twisted into a scowl. Let me be clear. You completely let her down. I thought about it, and even if you were my type, you really think she'd stand a chance against me? Her face twisted with rage at his reply, but a man called Crocodile just shook his head. It's useless trying to reason with him. The three of them turned to leave, but she couldn't resist a parting shot. You'll regret this. This was your last chance. As they left, Kwang Yi let out a frustrated sigh. Being this talented is such a burden. The next morning at the company, he was met by a chorus of cheerful greetings from his colleagues. It's the savior of Dongdaemun. You're here, hero of the Westgate. Kwang Yi stared back, completely lost. The what now? The girl with purple hair explained, that's what everyone's been calling you since that day. Kim Do-han clapped him on the shoulder. What's with that look? Surprised to hear it. Hero of the Westgate, I was dying to tell you yesterday. Strolling into his office, Kwang Yi wore a smug grin. Oh, stop, you guys. I'm getting embarrassed. Lee Dongbong shot him a skeptical look. You? Embarrassed? Since when? Kwang Yi leaned in with a smirk. Guess what happened yesterday? He spun around, brimming with confidence. I never thought something like this would happen. He paused for dramatic effect. Bermuda personally offered me a job. The room suddenly exploded with laughter. Lee Dongbong was practically in tears. Wow. Did anyone else get a personal invitation? The others roared along with him. Du-ah thought to herself, are they just wandering around scouting everyone they see? The men then unleashed a barrage of taunts at him. Kwang Yi just looked bored, completely unbothered. A senior officer barked, new assignment. Follow me. Inside the elevator, Li Dongbong's curiosity took over. So, Bermuda gave you a job offer. Did they offer anything else? Quang Yi could tell immediately this guy wasn't going to drop it. He turned to Du Ah to explain. By the way, he was there too. The one you and your sisters warned me to avoid. The one from the picture hanging on the wall in your room. At his words, all three of them froze, their eyes widening in utter disbelief. Sensing the immediate shift, Quang Yi was confused. Whoa, why did the atmosphere just turn to ice? Her face hardened as she demanded, which one of them was it? Recalling the man's brutal aura, he answered, crocodile or something like that. The absolute monster built of muscle. Li Dongbong was shocked he returned in one piece. Quang Yi calmly replied, he didn't seem like he wanted to kill me. But Du Ah's eyes blazed with a fierce light, her teeth grinding as she suppressed a wave of pure hatred. As they stepped out into the hall, he was curious about the mission. So what's the job this time? Li Dongbong's answer was simple, a rescue. Quang Yi pressed on. Rescue who? The officer elaborated, there's an asset hiding in the mountains with critical intel. The pieces started to click into place. So this isn't a rescue, it's an abduction, isn't it? Just then, a 3D hologram of a man materialized before them. The assistant began the briefing. This is Dr. Bang, the target of your mission. I'm sure you've all heard the name the Breach Closer, right? This man was the lead scientist supporting the Breach Closer during his time in Europe. He announced, your mission is to find and extract him. That's all the intel we have. Mission starts now. Quang Yi turned to his teammates with a grin. See, total abduction. She tried to shush him, but the assistant's sharp ears caught it. He scowled down at them, then spun on their leader. Li Dongbong, do you even train your subordinates? Li Dongbong just smiled brightly. He's trained well enough to become the hero of Dongdaemon. The assistant snapped, I wasn't asking you. Quang Yi immediately put on a cooperative act. Sir, yes sir. Understood, the assistant growled. Managers need to get their teams in line. Li Dongbong shot back, annoyed. I'm listening. I'm sure he's paying attention, too. Hearing what was clearly an excuse, the assistant roared with fury. Below, Quang Yi was lost in his own thoughts. Rumor has it the chairman's political power has been slipping. Ever since he spent a fortune funding that last anti-terrorist rescue. Watching this guy practically foam at the mouth, he pieced it together. He's giving us this illegal mission to make sure our team doesn't gain too much influence. A sharp voice suddenly snapped Quang Yi out of his trance. He instantly perked up, clenching his fist with enthusiasm. Yes, sir. I heard and have memorized the entire plan. The mission is a, quote, rescue, unquote. But the real objective is to capture the doctor alive. Hearing this, the assistant got so furious that his hair seemed to stand on end. Veins bulged on his neck as he ground his teeth with an audible crack. Unable to contain his rage, he ripped his shirt open, letting out a demonic scream. Have you all lost your minds? Quang Yi watched in awe. Whoa, so cool. The assistant shrieked, you don't care because the chairman has your back, right? Is that what your captain taught you? Deciding to pour more fuel on the fire, Quang Yi quipped. You seem to have some anger management issues. At the blatant mockery, Li Dongbong jumped in to argue. The assistant's face twisted into a snarl. You little brat. The two men exploded into a screaming match. If no one had held them back, they would have ripped each other to shreds. Quang Yi casually added, Captain, you're supposed to help the weak, you know. Du Ah grabbed his arm, her brow furrowed. That's enough. Unable to win the argument, the assistant roared, Sit down. Did I say this meeting was over? Get back here. Li Dongbong stormed out, kicking the door open in frustration. Newbie, go get your weapons, Quang Yi asked. Which ones? His captain replied, Anything but the standard issue junk. Go with Du Ah. He asked excitedly. You mean a personalized type? His captain scoffed. In your dreams. If you want one of those, you buy it yourself. Then what is it? Quang Yi pressed. Just go and see for yourself, he grumbled. The two took the elevator down to the 6th floor. He probed for information. So there are other types of weapons besides standard and personalized. She nodded. Yes, although they aren't free. Before them, a girl with white hair leaned on a massive weapon. So it's you, the hero of Dongdaemon or whatever. This was Kang Jung-ha, a lead engineer for Warham. A voice cut through his thoughts. Introduce yourself. Snapping back to reality, he responded, Yes, sir. I'm Quang Yi from Team 2. The manager sent us. She offered him a blade with an enigmatic smile. This is pure adamantium, she explained. The best non-custom weapon you'll ever find. She elaborated, I forged it to a client's specifications, but they were all furious. It requires immense focus to wield, draining too much stamina. He took the weapon, examining it with a critical eye. Quang Yi felt its weight. The balance was strange, completely unsuited for conventional combat. I'll have to get creative, he thought, then declared, "I'll take it." Hanakan's voice was sharp with assessment. "You've trained a lot, haven't you?" He just smiled and confirmed it, knowing it was more than training, it was his half-human bloodline. His eyes fell on a gun case. "What's that?" he asked. "Just for display," she replied. Looking at the firearm, she explained, "It's solid adamantium, far too heavy for any normal immortal." "You don't think so?" Kwang Wai grabbed the gun, his muscles straining. With a guttural roar, he successfully lifted it high. "Seems possible to me." Hanakan's eyes lit up with genuine delight and admiration. "You really are strong." He steadied the gun's stock. "What's this part for?" She suggested it would probably be more effective as a club. Dana glanced over, calculating. "If that's all adamantium, it's worth at least 300 million. Kwang Wai was stunned. "What? 300 million? Kwang Wai stared at the weapon in his hands. For her, money was never the issue. The only thing she cared about was whether he could actually use it. "It's not impossible," he admitted. Hearing this, Hanakan's excitement grew. "Are you sure?" He hesitated. "Yes." A strange thought crossed his mind. Why are her eyes sparkling like that? She touched the gun reverently. "The weapons I create are like my children. It pains me to see them born without a chance to shine." Then she moved in close, her voice a low whisper. "How do you think a mother like me would feel?" Of course, he had no idea. In a shocking move, she gave him the gun, leaving even Dana speechless. The two women seemed to be on the same wavelength, chatting excitedly about how a gun is useless on its own. Hanakan agreed, telling him he had to give it a name. Back at the office, Dana explained the whole bizarre encounter. Li Dongbong merely glanced at the weapon in his hands, not looking too surprised. Kwang Wai turned around and saw Ki Nam standing there. He froze in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" "None of your business," Ki Nam snapped back. Li Donghun stepped in to explain. "He'll be providing support for this mission." Kwang Wai couldn't understand. "Does it have to be Ki Nam?" The man himself just sneered. "That's right. I'm your Ki Nam now." A cold realization hit our hero. Did they bring him here just to sabotage me? Kwang Wai kept his cool, throwing a verbal jab. He may be lacking in skill, but he sure does try hard. Provoked, Ki Nam's face flushed with anger. Kim Mi-ho quickly intervened. "Since everyone is here, let's go over the plan." Everyone nodded in agreement. A team member asked worriedly, "Are you really letting a rookie handle support?" Ki Nam shot back. "If you have a complaint, become the team captain." In the meeting room, the map clearly showed the guards protecting the target's house. "We have their positions, but did they hire mercenaries?" Kim Mi-ho pointed at the map. "They've turned the entire mansion into a fortress." Another agent spoke gravely. "There's one group we could track, Blue Thaw." Li Donghun explained. "They're one of the top 5 mercenary groups in America. The group has 3 core members, but the rest are local to Korea, with an estimated total of 20 operators." The mood in the room grew heavy. Ki Nam, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly looked up with a sinister smirk. "So the higher-ups are already setting us up for failure. Those bastards." He looked at Kwang Wai and called him rookie, but our hero didn't react. It was only when he snarled "you bastard" that Kwang Wai's head snapped around in annoyance. Ki Nam pointed to him and another agent, issuing an order. "You two will go on recon. Ambush them before they can call for reinforcements." "Where are we going?" Kwang Wai asked, startled. Suddenly, Li Dongbong shot to his feet. "The main team departs tomorrow. You two leave now." Kwang Wai was shocked. They had to leave immediately. Ki Nam sneered. "Any complaints?" Kim Mi-ho looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes. He sighed. "I really don't want to do this." A short time later, they found themselves in a dark forest, with only the moonlight to guide them. The two of them looked up at the mansion and were left speechless. It was located in the middle of a mountain. "We have to climb that to get there?" Suddenly, a ringtone shattered the silence. Kwang Wai pulled out his phone. "Sorry, I have to take this." Kim Mi-ho was bewildered. "Right now?" Looking at the caller ID, Kwang Wai replied, "If I don't answer, my life is in danger." He thought nervously. "She said she's been feeling a little lonely lately." "Hello," he answered. On the other end, San He's gentle voice asked, "Are you busy?" He laid on the charm thick. "No matter how busy I am, I always have to answer a call from the most beautiful woman in Dongdaemun." But his mother wasn't one for simple praise. A compliment like that demanded an. Hearing her response, he felt a wave of anxiety. She asked cheerfully, "Are you coming home this weekend?" Kwang Wai was confused and asked what was going on. But when she said it was for no reason, he felt a deep sense of dread. This was a bad omen. He remembered calling his dad earlier, mentioning how his mom had been on edge. His father, Wan Ho, had stroked his chin thoughtfully, suggesting it was just loneliness. But Kwang Wai insisted it was her fault. Not hearing a reply, San He's voice fell. "You can't make it." Kwang Wai scratched his head and sighed. "I can." Then, with grim determination, he said. "I'll be there, no matter what." He gasped for breath, struggling to keep up with Guang Yi. The scout turned back to check on him, but the man just waved him off, clearly not in the mood to talk. Guang Yi stared off into the distance and dropped a bombshell on his assistant. "I think we climbed the wrong mountain." Luckily for him, he was just joking. Kim Hai-mo collapsed onto the ground, finally understanding Li Junbong's pain. He had no idea what was going on, but the man offered no explanation. Guang Yi accepted his orders. After scanning the target through his binoculars, he returned to make his report. "I've got eyes on 2 of them, but if you included everyone inside the camp, the numbers were much higher. This place was more fortified than a mercenary guild. This doctor must be incredibly rich to afford this level of security." After confirming the layout, Kim Hai-mo decided to observe for another 3 hours. During that time, the 2 of them analyzed the situation, searching for an infiltration route. According to Guang Yi's surveillance, there was only one entrance, surrounded by dense forest. Hiding in the woods would be useless against snipers, making a stealth approach nearly impossible. But the main road was wide open, covered by a machine gun nest. However, the gun's firing angle was all wrong. The entrance was clearly a death trap. Guang Yi saw how relaxed the guards were near that path. It was a dead giveaway that something wasn't right. The flanks, on the other hand, were heavily guarded. There could be snipers, machine guns, or even elite mercenaries, but the layout was too chaotic to pinpoint their exact locations. When Guang Yi finished, he noticed Hai-mo staring at him with a look of pure shock. The team leader actually offered him a job in the analysis division. Based on that one observation, Kim Hai-mo was worried that keeping him in the field was a complete waste of a brilliant mind. Reporting back to the squad, Kim Hai-mo delivered the intel. The place had traps, machine guns, and about 40 elite soldiers. Everyone was impressed by the detailed report, but he didn't take all the credit, acknowledging Guang Yi's critical contribution. The manager, however, refused to praise a rookie and immediately turned hostile. He mockingly asked for his opinion, calling him a factory farm chicken. That bastard. He was really asking for it. Guang Yi proposed a plan. "We launch a full frontal assault." The idea left everyone completely speechless. They thought he was insane. Given the situation, it was a suicide mission. Li Donghoon said he knew the terrain and would come up with a real plan, but Li Jungbong cut him off, insisting he could handle it. Only young Ki-nam cursed Guang Yi out for being crazy, while the others just pretended they hadn't heard a thing. But Guang Yi had his reasons. A sneak attack was exactly what they'd be expecting. An unpredictable, head-on charge was their only real option. More importantly, they had never fought as a team before. A complex strategy would only lead to disaster. Li Jungbong thought the plan was completely insane, but he gave the final order anyway. The time was 4:45 in the morning. At 6 o'clock sharp, the operation would commence. The attack sequence was set. First, take out the snipers. Then, eliminate the machine gunners. And finally, the entire team would charge straight through the front gate. Kim Hai-mo and Young Ki-nam took the sniper rifles, ready for silent takedowns. Dun-A was assigned to the heavy machine gun. And as for Guang Yi, he had to take full responsibility for his words. He and the manager would lead the charge from the very front. The operation began. They took out the snipers and machine gunners flawlessly. The enemy didn't even sound the alarm until they saw 2 figures sprinting toward the entrance. Intruders. The mercenaries knew that path was a minefield. Only a total moron would charge through there, so they weren't the least bit worried. But as the 2 intruders got closer and closer, not a single mine went off. That's when the order came to open fire, but somehow, not a single bullet hit its mark. To dodge with such impossible accuracy. This was the G-spot. Right before the mission, the manager had tested Guang Yi with a series of quick attacks. It started with a jab to the chin, then strikes from both sides. Guang Yi weaved left and right, wondering why Li Jungbong was suddenly attacking him. The final blow was an axe kick aimed at the back of his neck. He spun, catching the man's leg just an inch before it could crush him. In that single moment, he had seen it. The G-spot in his opponent's movements. And now, he could use that same intuition to identify the exact location of every mine. The enemy commander ordered them to detonate the claymore mines, blowing up the path to stop their advance. Their bizarre movements made the enemy question if they were even human, or were their eyes just playing tricks on them. Crossing an active minefield without setting off a single one. Was that something a human could even do? The massive explosions alerted everyone inside. A soldier ran up to get a report. How many are attacking? Is it an entire army? But the answer he got was beyond belief. There are only 2 of them. They had detonated the mines just to take out those 2 guys. The soldier who pushed the button was in a state of shock. As the smoke and dust settled, he saw Guang Yi still standing there and couldn't believe his eyes. Meanwhile, Guang Yi was furious that Li Jungbong had just used him as a human shield. An idea popped into his head. He told the manager it was time to return the enemy's warm welcome. He raised a heavy rifle, took aim. and squeezed the trigger. But the kickback was unimaginable, sending both him and Lee Jungbong flying backward. The gunshot rang in his ears. The recoil was like a miniature cannon, so powerful it tore his sleeve and gashed his arm. The wound wasn't a big deal. Thanks to his immortal body's regeneration, he just needed a little time to heal. The manager looked at him like he was a complete moron, which was fair, because Guang Yi was actually trying to think of a cool name for the gun. That one shot had blasted a massive new entrance directly into the enemy's base. He was ecstatic that his first time using it had been so effective. Lee Jungbong wasted no time, yelling at him to get up. Keep your eyes forward and just run. Guang Yi staggered back to his feet. Get up! They're coming right for us. So why are we running? Didn't the manager say we were going to fight back? But Lee Duongbong had only asked for his opinion. He never actually agreed to the plan. Then why didn't he say something sooner? So what the hell was their real mission out here? The answer he got was simple: to seize the advantage. Just then, a blade whistled past Kuang Ye's right side, cutting the conversation short. An enemy was closing in from behind, hurling a spear as he flew through the air. Was that a special ability or some kind of telekinesis? Lee Duongbong could only see that this rookie was a frog in a well, totally clueless about the dangers of the world. The bald enemy in the red bandana was relentless in his pursuit. He unleashed a volley of deadly spears aimed right for them. Luckily, Kuang Wai's reflexes were sharp enough to dodge everyone. But even in this crisis, he had to ask his manager if he was born with such a foul mouth. Lee Dongbong immediately proved him right by shouting, "Are you an idiot? Now is not the time for your brilliant questions." That mercenary was dead set on hunting them to the ends of the earth. He was absolutely furious. At that moment, Lee Dongbong's warning was vague. Keep this up, and you're dead. Was he talking to Kuang Wai or the man on their tail? The threat left Kuang Wai completely bewildered. Who exactly was going to end up dead here? Suddenly, an arrow flew out of nowhere, striking their pursuer square in the chest. Work like this could only belong to one person, Jenna. She emerged from the bushes, bow in hand, catching the enemy completely off guard. He must have instantly regretted his bloodlust. Now it was clear why Lee Dongbong was the team manager. Just look at that face. He looked more like a demon than a person. If Jenna hadn't made her move just then, they would have been 6 feet under. With the threat gone, the two of them bolted at top speed. Kuang Wai wondered if the plan even had a name, deciding he'd just give it one in English. Let's call it LMM. Lee Dongbong knew he was being insulted. You little punk. The plan's real name was Invisible Prison. In other words, terrorize the enemy so they won't dare come out and kill anyone who does. This definitely had K-Nam's style written all over it. But why not just wipe them all out in one go? Lee Dongbong had just finished bandaging Kuang Wai's hand, but that stupid question earned him a swift, merciless kick. You brainless rookie. Efficiency is the foundation of every single plan. It was time to move out. Forget about infiltrating the base for now. All they had to do was follow Lee Dongbong. He also added that if Kuang Wai wanted to use that gun, his stance had better be perfect, unless he felt like losing an arm. Not to speak ill of Kuang Wai, but the overgrown child was sticking his tongue out behind his manager's back for not telling him that sooner. Lee Dongbong ordered Kuang Wai to stick close. He was clearly preparing to do something interesting. That night, at the enemy base, a guard noticed the bushes rustling and just assumed it was the wind. But what really rides the wind in the dead of night is a demon. And just like a demon, Lee Dongbong appeared, scaring one guard so badly he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. While the other guard was still reeling in confusion, Lee Dongbong melted into the shadows. Using the enemy's blind spot, he became invisible, taking out the remaining sentry quickly and Meanwhile, at a nearby vantage point, a mercenary sniper named John made a discovery. The ones who took out their sniper and escaped were a team of 2. He was very curious to see what they looked like. IGO remarked that this was clearly the work of professionals. They had already lost 6 men. The traps at the front entrance were destroyed, and they still hadn't caught the damn artillery user. The frustration was unbearable. If John ever got his hands on them, he would never let them off easy. But IGO was much calmer. Let's head back. If we wait patiently, the rabbits will walk right into our trap. At that same moment, Lee Dongbong used his usual pet name for Kuang Wai. Hey, factory chicken, and tossed him a vial, telling him to drink. The vial was for his awakening, but what exactly was he supposed to awaken? Kuang Wai had no idea. Lee Dongbong explained, "You've definitely felt it during an attack before. That heightened sense of awareness, like you hold the world in your hands, we call that an awakening." This was just the beginning, but if he couldn't even master this, he shouldn't dream of touching Lee Dongbong, let alone defeating him. He put it another way, if you want to land a punch on me without mastering these basics, you can try again in your next life. After the liquid entered his system, every cell and every one of Kuang Wai's senses became sharper than ever before. A jolt shot from his heart through his veins, bringing back that incredible feeling he'd experienced in the heat of battle. Seeing that he had finished the dose, Li Dongbong reminded him, "Stay calm and follow my lead." Two figures appeared in the woods. They were the targets. It was the man in the red bandana who had chased them before, along with someone else. They had found the two guards Li Dongbong had just scared half to death. Two flashes of light blurred past their eyes, their expressions just as confused as the last mercenaries. Using the natural cover and their enemies' blind spots as they turned, Quang Wai knocked them out. He dragged the two unconscious men and threw them at his manager's feet. High on his newfound power, Quang Wai was eager to rush in and kill them all. After all, he had awakened now. It was time to speed things up. Li Dongbong just smiled. He'd leave them a little parting gift, right in a sensitive area. Could he really expect perfection on his first try? Still, he had to admit one thing. Even a natural-born prodigy needs 3 months to awaken their power. But Quang Yi did it on his very first attempt. The kid had potential. It was time to push forward. But before leaving, Quang Yi had one last piece of business to attend to. When dawn broke, the gift he'd sent them drove Aija and John insane. What in the hell was this? Aija cursed them out, but most of his rage was reserved for Quang Yi. This wasn't the work of a professional. This was the work of an artist. Their soldiers were strung up upside down, their clothes shredded and tied in a bizarre, net-like fashion. What kind of pro pulls a stunt like this? It lacked professional coordination, just a series of solo strikes. But each one targeted a vital weakness. And worse, it was done with a sickening style. Aija demanded to know what happened to the man in the red bandana. He'd been captured, too. The news only fueled Aija's fury. The strongest mercenaries in Korea? What a complete joke. Whispers spread through the camp like wildfire, and their morale began to shatter. No one wanted to end up like the grotesque display made of their comrades. At this rate, the rest of the mercenaries would desert, but fear is only controlled by a greater fear. Aija had to restore order. He gave a single command: no one leaves the compound. Disobey, and he would personally tear them to shreds. After that, not a single soul dared to step outside. They were on total lockdown. Manager Li Dongbong saw that it was time to open the prison doors. But Quang Yi, still a rookie, didn't understand this kind of talk and asked a simple question. Li Dongbong scoffed at him, ordering Doyon A to explain it instead. His condescending attitude was incredibly annoying. Doyon A obeyed, pointing a finger right at Quang Yi. The invisible prison, she explained, only works on the weak. But Quang Yi's focus was on her hand, which was now resting on his chest. "Hey," he said, "this is harassment." Li Dongbong's face soured, looking like he was about to explode. The essence of their strategy was to sow terror. Make the enemy paranoid, then pick them off, reducing their numbers and creating internal chaos. Inside the enemy camp, it must have been like an exorcism. How could any of them possibly sleep soundly after the nightmare they just witnessed? Quang Yi finally got it, but still asked like a total rookie. "So, what's next?" This expert really knew how to ask for a beating. For that question alone, Quang Yi absolutely deserved the smack to the head delivered personally by manager Li Dongbong. As for the next step, obviously, it was time to finish the job. The next morning, Quang Yi boldly walked out with a megaphone, telling them to crawl out. But there was no response. They probably couldn't understand him. Right, they were Americans. He decided to try again in English. His new approach couldn't have been more welcoming. Quang Yi screamed a storm of curses into the megaphone, his other hand raised high with a middle finger. To his surprise, it worked instantly. A figure emerged, with John in the lead. He glared at them like they were a bunch of clowns. Quang Yi felt a surge of pride. He'd learned a vital lesson from a past mission. If you want to learn a new language, always start with the curse words. He immediately started to taunt Zion. "Come on out, you Takozaki wannabe." John, with his explosive temper, instantly hurled his rifle at Quang Yi. Quang Yi reacted in a flash, shooting the rifle out of the air. In the very next second, he redirected his aim and opened fire on Zion, but the bastard's body was like steel. The bullets just bounced off him like mosquitoes hitting a tank. He was some kind of enhanced super soldier. With a single swipe of his bare hand, Zion sliced Quang Yi's rifle in half. At that moment, he wasn't some Takozaki anymore. To Quang Yi, he was just a pebble. Quang Yi taunted him again, deliberately stoking his rage. Zion roared, grabbing a blade and charging straight for him. A brilliant arc of steel cut through the air. Zion's sword went flying, along with his entire arm. What in the world? Quang Yi had cleanly severed the man's limb. "My apologies," Quang Yi said with a smirk. "This blade's a little sharper than I realized." Enraged, Zion swung his remaining fist toward him. "Didn't I just tell you it was sharp? Are you really that dumb?" In the next moment, Zion's other hand was lopped off as well. But something felt wrong. There was no way Zion was this stupid. It had to be a trap. That's when he saw it. A live grenade clutched in the severed hand. Thinking he'd won, Zion screamed, "Go to hell." Kwang Yi watched the grenade's trajectory, pulled a pistol from his back, and took a stance like a badminton player. He swung the pistol, perfectly connecting with the falling arm. He sent it, and the grenade sailing high into the sky, where it exploded harmlessly, as a stunned Zion watched in disbelief. Was this what he'd achieved by sacrificing an arm? Zion swore he would never forget Kwang Yi's face, but it didn't matter. Kwang Yi delivered a swift blow to the head that knocked Zion out cold, then planted a foot on his chest. He used the man as an example to threaten the other mercenaries. Naturally, the outmatched soldiers all agreed to surrender, but one man spoke up, stopping them. "We were paid for this job. We have a duty to fulfill." Just then, Ija removed his sunglasses. Twin beams of laser light shot from his eyes, blasting the leg of a nearby soldier. "I paid a fortune for you," he hissed. "And you dare betray me? A man with actual laser beams? Was this guy Cyclops or something? Don't move." Ija threatened, his gaze sweeping over them. "All of you are in my sights." Kwang Yi had learned something very strange today. Before this mission, he'd had some special training, involving the bald man in the red bandana. The man thrashed, begging for his life. Kwang Yi had no idea what to do with him and looked to Li Dongbong, but the crafty manager just pointed a finger right at Kwang Yi. Then he gave Double B an ultimatum. "Knock Kwang Yi unconscious," he said. "Land a hit on that kid, and I'll let you walk." Suddenly becoming the target, Kwang Yi was completely baffled. Double B was just as shocked by the sudden turn of events. Li Dongbong simply turned away, telling Double B to he could use any power he wanted. But Kwang Yi wasn't allowed to lay a single finger on him, not even to grab his collar. This meant Kwang Yi could no longer rely on pure luck to dodge the blows. If he wanted to live, he had to learn how to evade properly. Desperate for freedom, Double B began his assault. Kwang Yi twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the first strike. The blow shattered a nearby tree trunk, but he couldn't keep this up forever, because he couldn't see the attacks coming. After taking about 8 direct hits, Kwang Yi finally understood the manager's true intention. He had to sharpen his senses, to feel the invisible energy radiating from his opponent. That way, he could predict the user's next move, and react before the ability even manifested. Ajo unleashed a continuous barrage of laser beams, but Kwang Yi dodged every single blast. Enraged, the man screamed, "Die, you TP, Rue scum." Kwang Yi pressed forward, weaving through the deadly assault, as he closed the distance to Ajo. Suddenly, a smoke bomb landed at the man's feet. He never expected such a dirty trick. Blinded and disoriented, he fired his laser eyes wildly in every direction. Taking advantage of his panic, Kwang Yi appeared, right beside him. He slashed his blade across the man's hip, then sent him flying with a powerful kick. The man crashed to the ground, clutching his bleeding wound. But an even bigger surprise awaited him. A gun pressed firmly against his head. Kwang Yi couldn't resist gloating. "Pretty cool, huh? I know. I'm awesome." Li Dongbong could only sigh at his antics. But suddenly, a blur of motion shot past them, attacking the space right behind Kwang Yi. For a second, he thought they'd missed their target, but he was wrong. There was another enemy, an enemy whose presence he hadn't sensed at all. It was too late. Kwang Yi couldn't react in time, but his allies were ready. From behind, Dunov fired an arrow, knocking the attacker off course and slowing him down. Seizing the opportunity, Li Dongbong moved to intercept. He launched a kick that sent the man flying upwards, then instantly appeared behind him in midair. Li Dongbong clasped his hands, focusing his power. The attacker was fast, for sure, but the manager was on another level. A single, devastating blow slammed the man face first into the dirt. He didn't move an inch. Kwang Yi casually walked over and started looting the body. Li Dongbong had no idea what he was up to. Of course, he was looking for loot. "This shirt doesn't look like standard issue," he mused, acting like a total bandit. Seeing this, Li Donghoon decided to name this series for the author himself, The Regressor's Guide to Corporate Warfare. He figured it would easily rake in $1 billion a year. Talk about being confident in yourself. After witnessing that display, Li Dongbong gave him a new nickname. He was no longer Factory Farm Chicken. Now, he was just Chicken Brain. He ordered Kwang Yi to tie the enemies up so they could head inside. But before they could move, Dr. Bat Bung Dun grabbed a gun and pointed it at his own head. He threatened them to stay exactly where they were, right in his line of sight. Li Donghoon urged him to calm down, but the doctor frantically insisted they not move a muscle. How bizarre. Why would someone take themselves hostage? Li Donghoon tried to reason with him. He explained they just wanted to extend an invitation. "Please, don't do this," he said. "There must be some misunderstanding." But Bat Bung Dun refused to lower his weapon. "What kind of invitation involves bringing armed soldiers?" he demanded. That's when Kwang Yi started his usual nonsense. winking. "Excuse me, sir," he began. "Could you give me, as the most handsome member of this team, a chance to speak with you?" Dr. Dunn scowled. How dare this person speak to him with such an attitude? What an ugly-faced fool spouting garbage. Kwang Yi just winked at the doctor again. "So, can I say a few words?" As the designated handsome guy, of course. The doctor's brow furrowed in confusion. He had no idea what this lunatic was talking about. The ugly punk Kwang Yi then turned to Ki Nam. "Hey, I think he's talking to you." Dr. Bat Bung Dun exploded with anger. It was obviously directed at him, but he was trying to pin it on someone else. "Does the Immortal Special Force hire comedians now? Are you sending clowns on your missions?" Kwang Yi explained he was just trying to de-escalate the situation, but the doctor wasn't buying it. His hand, holding the gun to his head, trembled uncontrollably as he demanded they leave. But Li Dongbong wasn't the friendly type. "If you're hiding something," he said, stepping forward, "it would be best to come clean now." He wasn't the least bit intimidated by the threat. Seeing him advance, Dr. Bat Bung Dun panicked. His voice rose to a yell, threatening to shoot if he took another step. Just as the doctor's finger tightened on the trigger, Kwang Yi appeared from out of nowhere behind him. He twisted the doctor's arm, sending the gun clattering to the floor. He had stopped the man's suicide attempt. Then, with a casual smile, he patted the doctor's head as if nothing happened. "You okay there, Doc?" he asked. He clearly hadn't held back on the arm twist. The doctor was in agony, and Kwang Yi's question felt more like a taunt than genuine concern. But the most shocking part was that he never even sensed Kwang Yi approaching him. With the situation handled, Li Dongbong turned to leave. He started walking straight into the facility. Dr. Bat Bung Dun tried to stop them. He practically begged them not to go inside. But they paid him no mind, dragging the doctor along with them. And that's when the secret was finally revealed. Inside a large cage was a young, blonde-haired girl, bound and gagged. And, from her mouth, protruded a set of sharp fangs. Kwang Yi cracked his knuckles. "How about we just break all her bones?" he suggested. Dongbong worried that he couldn't handle the burden. Just then, Park Bong-dun fell to his knees, begging. He pleaded for them to spare his daughter, promising he'd go with them quietly. Kwang Yi was taken aback. They looked nothing alike. Were they truly father and daughter? But he didn't know the truth. The girl was a special test subject. Her immune system was weak, she was malnourished, and her mind was completely unstable. The wounds covering her body appeared to be self-inflicted. Suddenly, she lunged against the bars of her cage. Seeing strangers had triggered her instinct to attack. Li Dongbong immediately understood the situation. He knew if the government found her, she'd be sent straight to a lab. That's why the father did everything in his power to hide her existence. Park Bong-dun wore the helpless expression of a father who could do nothing to protect his own child. Unauthorized test subjects must be terminated. Kim Himo raised his gun, aiming it at the girl's head. Park Bong-dun screamed in terror, pleading with him to stop. Kwang Yi was stunned. She was just a kid, but Kim Himo had his own cold logic. If this child was allowed to live, she would face a lifetime of suffering as a lab rat. In his mind, a quick death was a kinder fate. He spoke of terminating a subject, as if the girl in front of them wasn't even human anymore. He was about to execute a girl not even 20 years old. No matter how Kwang Yi looked at it, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Kwang Yi begged them to spare her and keep her existence a secret. But Do Ki Nam reminded him of their duty as a tactical team. But was he supposed to follow such an inhumane order? Just then, Li Dongbong leaned in and whispered a suggestion into his ear. "If you want to hide something small, you have to create a much bigger problem, and then take full responsibility for it." Following the advice, he turned to Himo and declared, "I will take responsibility." Himo scoffed, hardly believing his ears. On what grounds could Kwang Yi possibly take that kind of responsibility? That's when Li Dongbong tapped his own forehead, a team sign that meant, "Back me up." Li Donghoon leaned in close to Himo's ear. "You know who's backing Kwang Yi, right? Director Nam Mongjin. He's Kwang Yi's father." The news was a bombshell. Do Ki Nam was in total disbelief. But Kwang Yi finally understood Li Dongbong's brilliant, crazy plan. He just had to play along. "That's right," he declared. "I am Director Nam Mongjin's son." Looks like for today, he was going to have two fathers. This news had to be top secret, which would explain everything. Why else would the director's own assistant dote on Kwang Yi so much? Suddenly, the lie seemed completely believable. When enough people tell the same lie, it becomes the truth. His teammates were completely fooled. Absolutely genius. But now a new problem emerged. Who was going to take care of the kid? Park Bong-dun, who had been silent this whole time, spoke up, terrified of losing his daughter. He insisted on taking her with him, but if he took her, he wouldn't last 2 days before turning up dead. His body would make the news, and the trouble would lead right back to all of them. They needed someone who could control the girl's power, teach her basic manners, and who would treat her with kindness, even knowing what she is. There was only one person for the job, a very special kind of mother. An idea sparked in Kwang Yi's mind. He stepped forward, volunteering to handle it. After the mission was over, he finally returned home, carrying a cage on his shoulder with a sedated girl inside. Sun Hee greeted him with a lovingly clenched fist, then immediately asked about the girl. From behind her, Yu Gui teased, "Wow. And here I thought I was next in line." "It's not like that. Don't get the wrong idea," he stammered. "Besides, Mom has seemed bored lately. Letting her take care of this kid is a win-win, right?" Though he wasn't entirely sure it would work. Kwang Yi tried explaining he just rescued her by chance, but before he could finish his sentence, he got a sharp elbow to the face. The sedative had worn off. The girl lunged at him, claws out, roaring like a feral beast. So the situation was clearly out of control. But for some reason, under the intense gaze of the two women, Maddie completely cowered. All that ferocity she'd shown him just vanished. "Looks like she's about to cry. Her dad would be so disappointed. We should get her cleaned up and fed first." After a bath and a change of clothes, Maddie was radiant. She looked nothing like the frightened creature he'd first brought home. "Now she looks more like a person," one of them commented. "She must be a hybrid, whose powers only awakened in the last 6 months. Some scumbag probably just abandoned her. It happens all the time now. These jerks have kids and then refuse to take any responsibility." Kwang Yi found his mom in the kitchen. He carefully asked if they should tell his father their secret, the truth about them being shapeshifters. His mother's response was sharp and clear. "Tell him if you want, then decide who you're living with." So Kwang Yi changed tactics and went to his foster mother, Yu Gui, the landlady. He asked if she had any vacant rooms, but he was barking up the wrong tree. There was clearly no place for him and his antics there. His mother placed a bowl of food in front of Maddie. Acting purely on instinct, the girl hissed, flashing her claws and bearing a set of sharp fangs. Sunny's response was anything but gentle. She grabbed the girl's hair, yanking her head back, and shoved a spoonful of rice into her mouth, teaching her that humans use spoons. Then, she clamped Maddie's jaw shut, forcing her to swallow. And this was exactly why Kwang Yi had thought of his mother. She looked like she was breaking her and healing her all at once. Truly, the perfect mother for a child like this. Meanwhile, Assistant CEO reviewed the report on Team A's latest mission. They had encountered an incredible number of mercenary squads. Not just local crews, but 3 squads from Blue Y. They weren't top tier, but they were far from pushovers. And somehow, Kwang Yi had defeated them all single-handedly. In less than a year, his performance record was unbelievable. The evaluation was clear, a once-in-a-generation talent. He's sharp, decisive, and a master strategist. It's no wonder he was scouted for the protection team after just a few missions. Normally, prodigies show their talent from day one. But Guang Yu, he started out completely unremarkable. Now, his progress is off the charts. More than just talent, he's a completely different person. Even Assistant CEO's influence over him has vanished. It's all because of Guang Yu. But no matter how much he dislikes the guy, he can't let his personal feelings interfere with the mission. Guang Yu must be one of a kind. Reading his performance review, which called him unconventional, Guang Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. His friend couldn't understand why he was so thrilled. Guang Yu was grinning from ear to ear, greeting everyone he passed and crazily complimenting the weather. Li Yongbong had never met such an oddball. Then again, the weather was just as insane as Guang Yu was acting. The sky was dark, thunder was crashing, and Guang Yu decides to strike up a conversation with Li Yongbong, of all people. He even complimented the manager's manly way of cursing. He definitely knew what he was doing by saying that. Just then, Miho and Kinam walked by. He cheerfully invited them to check out his evaluation report. Kinam, who never considered Guang Yu a friend, scoffed. "Why would I?" But Guang Yu just laughed, slinging an arm over Kinam's shoulders. Yeah, there was no way these two could ever be friends. After all, Guang Yu had just been promoted, while Kinam was still stuck as a third-class agent. Nobody wants that rubbed in their face, so he shoved Guang Yu away. Guang Yu sighed. Kinam was picking up his team leader's bad habits, like cursing him out every chance he got. Suddenly, a voice cut in from behind. "Don't get too arrogant. I'm still watching you." Thinking the warning was for him, Guang Yu immediately turned around. He prepared to respectfully listen. But the man walked right past him, stopping in front of Kinam with a critical glare. He'd never seen Kinam so submissive before. Turns out, this was CEO Honam, the legendary manager of Security Team 1 and Kinam's older brother. Man, that was harsh for a brother. Poor Kinam. After his brother left, having been called completely useless, his face twisted in rage. A hand landed on his shoulder. "Hey, cheer up, man." Guang Yu clearly had no idea. He was the very person Keenan was being compared to. Does this guy have a death wish? The CEO's assistant suddenly appeared, looking for Guang Yu. The director is looking for his long-lost son. And just like that, the mood soured completely. Lightning flashed violently outside the director's office window. A dark omen, perhaps. So, you finally arrived. My son? That greeting was dripping with sarcasm, wasn't it? Guang Yu wondered which rat had snitched on him. Knowing he was in the wrong, he scratched his head. The seed you planted has finally sprouted. Nam Mong Dai gestured for him to sit. Tell me what happened that day. He acted clueless, but Guang Yu knew he already had the full picture. If he couldn't avoid it, he'd face it head-on. I saw no reason to kill her, so I let the girl live. Nam Mong Di agreed that killing a mere test subject seemed pointless. Hearing that, Guang Yu felt a wave of relief. But I can't let you act on your own. I need you to do something for me. In a few days, a very important guest will be arriving in Korea. You will serve as their personal bodyguard. The job sounded simple enough, and since he was playing the part of the director's son, it was a fitting task. But of course, there was a catch. Guang Yu's real mission was to discover the true reason for their visit. He could use any means necessary to get the information, as long as he didn't cause any physical or mental harm to the target. Guang Yu was brimming with confidence. Leave it to me. By the time they leave, they'll be shouting about how great the Republic of Korea is. But reality was a far cry from his imagination. On his very first day, a drink came flying at his head. It splattered against the wall right behind him. The room echoed with the curses of a little prince. 4 other royal bodyguards stood by, forced to endure the tantrum. The kid had asked him to buy the drink, and now he was screaming at him for it. He could barely hear the introduction over the noise. His target was Boliana, a visiting prince from a Southeast Asian nation of superhumans. The king had 35 children, and this brat was the son of a favored concubine. He was only 10 years old and a total monster. Apparently, Boliana was fluent in 6 languages. And it seemed he knew how to curse fluently in every single one of them. Rai, one of the guards, explained that this was the prince on his best behavior. At least he isn't throwing anything hard or sharp today. If this was him being an angel, what was he like normally? Guang Yu realized he had to get close to this kid to find out his purpose here. But that plan seemed impossible now. Time for a new strategy. A few days later, Guang Yu had managed to get close, with the other bodyguards, learning their abilities. Rob, nicknamed Brown Bear, was an immortal. He loved showing off his immense strength. He'd flex his biceps after every arm wrestling victory. But a simple glass of banana milk was enough to make him lower his guard. Then there was Ro, a special superhuman from the Middle East. He could control temperature, making any part of his body heat up at will. Roy had perfect control over his powers and a gentle, fun-loving personality. Eva, on the other hand, was a perfectionist. She was a shapeshifter with a stunning figure and a gorgeous face, but she had a habit of getting a little too handsy whenever she got near him. The prince's eyes burned with a strange jealousy. Though they were on the same side, tasked with his protection, something about Eva made her incredibly wary of him. Then there was Dynol, a superhuman. Kang Yu had no clue what his powers were, but their personalities were complete opposites. Dynol never used more than a single word to answer. He was different, for sure, but he didn't seem like a bad person. And just like that, 3 or 4 days drifted by. They ate together, watched television together. Then, on the 5th night, just before the 6th day, Boliana asked him to sing a lullaby. This little brat was so demanding. But no matter how much of a pain it was, Kang Yu had to grit his teeth and sing the boy to sleep. After a while, the prince finally drifted off. Was it really that easy? But that's when he discovered a small secret. The boy was crying in his sleep. The next day, while he was still lost in slumber, all hell broke loose outside. Dynol was going berserk, apparently furious over something Kang Yu had done. Completely ignoring him, Kang Yu turned to Eva and calmly pointed out a ketchup stain on her collar. The room descended into utter chaos. Boliana sat at the center of the dinner table, trembling uncontrollably. Robert held Dynol back, stopping him from lunging at him. Meanwhile, Eva turned away, trying to clean the ketchup off her shirt. Boliana couldn't understand what in the world was happening. Kang Yu had started something. He didn't know what. But Dynol looked ready to tear him limb from limb. Thankfully, Rob was there to stop him. He dragged Dynol away, leaving the prince alone with Kang Yu. Unable to get the stain out, Eva also turned and left to change. Now, only he and Boliana remained at the table. The boy's face darkened, utterly confused. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? But Kang Yu was perfectly calm. Lost my mind? No, his mind had never been clearer. He just had one simple question for the boy. A moment later, Eva returned, and her new outfit was undeniably seductive. He put on a bright smile and casually greeted her. She answered, asking about the prince and the other 2. but he just gave a vague reply. He closed the distance between them, pinning her against the wall, pulling her close. Now, is there anything you want to tell me? Kang Yu played the part of a rogue brilliantly. Her face flushed red as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Just as their lips were about to touch, he yanked her hair, covered her mouth, and slammed her hard against the bookshelf. He almost felt sorry for her. The substance he just forced into Eva's mouth was pure chili powder. For a shapeshifter, this was the worst kind of torture. Boliana burst out from his room, hiding under a blanket. Kang Yu scooped him up and bolted out the door. They sprinted past Roy's room just as a sleepy-eyed Roy opened the door. The main exit was not an option. Kang Yu had no choice but to crash through a glass window with the prince on his back. By now, Rob and Dine Oil were back, demanding answers from Eva. But she was completely unable to speak. Thinking fast, Dine Oil snatched the radio from Rob's belt. All guards, report to the first floor, immediately. It was an emergency. The prince had been kidnapped. Meanwhile, back at the company, Nam Mung Jin was leisurely enjoying coffee with Li Dongbong. His words were laced with hidden meaning, almost as if he wanted to help Kang Yu get a promotion. Li Dongbong found his cryptic tone completely out of line. Ever since orientation, Kang Yu had worked directly under Nam Mung Jin and was occasionally disciplined. But this mission was a vacation, a reward for Kang Yu. It was meant to teach him patience, but it was also a way for Nam Mung Jin to punish Kang Yu for letting a previous test subject. In short, it was a way to kill two birds with one stone. Li Dongbong had dealt with the prince before, so he knew exactly how much trouble it was. Suddenly, the CEO's assistant burst in, interrupting them. The report? Du Kang Yu had just kidnapped the prince. No one could have possibly seen this coming. The expressions on their faces were absolutely priceless. The news struck Nam Mung Jin like a thunderbolt, and the look on Li Dongbong's face suggested he wanted to personally grind Kang Yu into dust. All the while, Kang Yu couldn't figure out why young Boliana, even though this was supposed to be a relaxing retreat, he always saw the boy's legs trembling and heard him crying in his sleep. So he started digging, and it turned out those four were no bodyguards. Eva was a shapeshifter, codenamed the Stalker, a former mercenary from England. She was known for hunting her targets to the ends of the earth, man or woman. Roy, a special superhuman codenamed the Torch, was a royal guard who enjoyed burning people to a crisp. How could a man like that be a royal guard? Third was Rob, an immortal codenamed the Machine Gun Talker, also a royal guard. His specialty was the javelin. Even though he'd been the one to help Kang Yu improve his combat skills, he was still a suspicious bastard. And finally, there was Dynol, another special superhuman and royal guard. His ability was spatial isolation. All four of them were loyal to only one member of the Lenoir family, the most likely successor to the throne of the superhuman nation, and Boliana's older sister. After piecing all the clues together, Kang Yu reached a single, horrifying conclusion. The prince had been sent here to be assassinated. That's why he caused chaos at the table to get the others to leave. The question Kang Yu asked Boliana was simple. Do you want to live? The boy didn't understand the question, so Kang Yu had to warn him. I know why you're here, and you're running out of time to make a choice. Boliana did not want to die. That was all he needed to hear. Du Kang Yu, member of the Special Immortal Force, would now officially begin the prince's rescue mission. Back in the present, as they made their escape, Boliana asked how he knew the real reason he was sent here. He didn't explain the sleepless nights he spent gathering intel. Instead, he just said, "It's my special ability." Finding a brief moment of safety, the Korean operative called his team leader. The second the line connected, he was met with a furious shout, "Are you insane?" But the prince's life was on the line. Kwang Yi couldn't just leave him there. Still, his superior, Li Dongbong, couldn't grasp it. Why kidnap the prince in the first place? You should have reported to the royal guards, he insisted. But he had no idea. Those very guards were the real threat. Even Kwang Yi himself was only half certain of the danger. To Li Dongbong, the man was completely unhinged. He ordered Kwang Yi to go dark, to cut all contact and just run. And Kwang Yi actually expected reinforcements. Li Dongbong was about to lose his mind. Reinforcements? Are you trying to start an international incident? How could he possibly send backup for a man who just kidnapped a prince? Li Dongbong's final order was simple: do not get caught. But Kwang Yi remained coolly confident. He had no intention of letting that happen. Just then, he spotted a figure charging toward him with savage intent. It was Eva. So, they had been found. The prince was bugged with a tracker, a mandatory precaution from the royal family. And Kwang Yi was only learning this now. Eva lunged forward, her fists flying wildly. He dodged just in time. She was clearly furious about being deceived. "I've never been a fan of obsessive women," he quipped. Kwang Yi's taunt only enraged her further. She drove a powerful kick straight into his leg. The impact was bone-jarring. Suddenly, another voice cut in. It was Roy, mocking Kwang Yi's foolish approach to fighting a transformed human. Roy sounded annoyed. "I should have just killed you earlier," he sighed. "Then I wouldn't have this mess." He confirmed the tracker was impossible to remove. With a deceptively friendly tone, Roy advised him to just hand over Boliana. But it was all a lie. The moment they caught him, the torture would begin. Meanwhile, Eva's relentless assault continued. How could he afford to be distracted for even a second? He spun, driving his blade into Eva's side, a knife now buried in her stomach. But her raw power was on another level. She unleashed a devastating punch, forcing him to summon a shield to block it. The shield shattered on impact, leaving Eva stunned for a crucial second. In that instant, his hand shot up, grabbing her throat and snapping her neck with a sickening crack. Even for a transformed, a broken neck wasn't a quick fix. With Eva down, Kwang Yi pointed at Robeck. "Listen up," he declared. "You can defeat a transformed if you exploit their openings from a distance." Roy admitted the takedown was impressive. They had let their guard down. "But you can't possibly escape all three of us." Everyone tensed, ready for the next clash. But Kwang Yi calmly walked over to Boliana, draping his only jacket over the young prince's shoulders. "Don't lose this," he said softly. The prince scoffed at the cheap-looking garment, but allowed Kwang Yi to cover him with it anyway. But he had no intention of fighting them. To their utter shock, he simply turned and ran. They were anticipating an epic duel. Seeing him flee, they immediately opened fire. Kwang Yi threw himself over the young prince, shielding him with his own body. He took off at blinding speed. After all, you should always be prepared before making a move. He may not play by the rules, but he was smart enough to wear a bulletproof vest. The bullets harmlessly bounced off him. They thought they had him cornered, predicting his every move. But they never expected him to stop right in front of a solid wall. He turned to Boliana and said, "My mother always told me when I was a child, if you can't find a path, make one." With a single punch, he shattered the wall before them, creating an escape route no one could have predicted. He's completely insane. The guards chasing them couldn't believe their eyes. Who knew Kwang Yi possessed the raw power to forge his own path through solid concrete? He set the young prince down, urging him to run. But their escape wouldn't be so easy. Robeck launched a spear, aimed straight at Boliana. Without hesitation, Kwang Yi stepped in front of the prince, taking the spear for him. Boliana stared in shock, but there was no time for sentiment. They had to keep moving. No matter what, Kwang Yi would fulfill his promise. This was a new experience for Boliana, whose entire life had been spent with everyone wishing he were dead. After his birth, his father could no longer produce an heir. He became the last prince and the object of everyone's hatred. Everyone wanted him gone. It wasn't just his own siblings. The entire country either despised or shunned him. The reason? His mother's bloodline was not of noble birth, and the true nature of his own power remained a mystery. It was only due to his father's mercy that Boliana had survived this long. But those he held most dear were lost to senseless tragedies. Vicious rumors spread that he was the cause of their deaths, a curse upon his own family. The psychological scars on Boliana ran deep. As his father grew weaker, his protection faded. Finally, his siblings offered him one last chance to serve his country, by dying. Boliana realized that his death was the only thing that would end it all. And so, 2 years later in Korea, as he prepared for his own glorious end, he met Kwang Yi. At first, Boliana just thought Kwang Yi was a strange man. But everything was about to change. Watching this man risk his own life for him planted a seed of hope in Boliana's heart, a will to live that he never knew he had. Back in the present, Kwang Yi saw Boliana huddled in a corner. He worried the boy might be sick from their frantic escape. But this safe spot was only temporary. With that tracker, they'd be found eventually. Kwang Yi was about to speak, but the prince cut him off. "Thank you," Boliana said, his voice filled with newfound trust. If only he knew what Kwang Yi was about to say, he might take those words back, because Kwang Yi was planning to leave him right there. He mysteriously used Boliana as live bait. Then, he bolted without a second thought, leaving the young prince completely alone. The boy was furious. How could he have been so stupid as to trust a certified madman like him? He huddled inside the cheap cloak he just mocked, trying not to cry. In the end, he was still just a child. Their enemies had found them. Rob, the vanguard, went ahead to scout, putting their plan into motion. Dynol and Ro would handle the encirclement. Their top priority? Eliminate the prince first. Dynol began to isolate the space, but the effect had a time limit. No more than 30 minutes. Rob felt confident. With Dynol's ability, their target wouldn't escape so easily. He raised his binoculars and began to search. After confirming Boliana's position, Rob knew Du Kwang Wai had to be nearby. Suddenly, a knee slammed into his face. Rob clutched his face, signaling for Roy to turn on his flashlight. Confusion spread through their ranks. When the light flickered on, their surrounding guards were all unconscious on the ground. Kwang Wai had launched a surprise attack. The prince was just a diversion. Panicked, Rob fired wildly into the trees, hitting nothing but bark. Kwang Wai had laid a perfect ambush while their attention was focused on the prince. To Rob, he was a worthy opponent, but he felt like he'd forgotten something crucial. Their mission was to capture the prince, but they forgot that Kwang Yi's mission was to eliminate anyone targeting Boliana. Just as Rob prepared to throw the spear in his hand, a figure appeared from behind, locking him in a chokehold. Roy rushed in to help. Kwang Wai used Rob's massive body to block the path. That insane look in his eyes never changed. Even while escaping, he casually invited Ro to join him for a walk. Li Dongbong arrived with his team and a few others to join the fun. His primary goal, however, was to capture Du Kwang Wai. But upon arriving, they found someone capable of isolating a massive area of space. Haimo thought Kwang Wai would have fled. Why was he still lingering in this forest? Done hesitated, asking if they should push through the barrier. But Lai Dongbong told him there was no need. They just had to wait right here. Simo Dong stepped forward impatiently. We need to capture Du Kwang Wai immediately. What are we waiting for? Lai Dongbong calmly gave his reason. Forcing their way through could trigger a backlash. If the kidnapper feels threatened and kills the prince, he asked, who will take responsibility for that? A man in glasses understood his true intentions, warning him that such a choice would have consequences that couldn't be covered up. But Li Dongbong had his own calculations. Once the one isolating the space runs out of energy, they would move in. Surely, no one could object to that plan, right? He had told the kid to break the rules if he couldn't change them. He never expected this brat to just obliterate the rules entirely. Having a team member like this was something to be proud of. Meanwhile, Boliana cried in Kwang Wai's arms, asking why he had abandoned him. Though young, he was a prince with immense pride. He was clearly crying, but he refused to admit it when Kwang Wai asked. Kwang Wai decided to play along. He avoided the prince's main question, making the boy so frustrated he started to curse. But he was cut off mid-sentence by Kwang Wai's lecture. Korea is a country that respects etiquette. Cursing is not good. One has to wonder if Du Kwang Wai felt any shame saying that, considering he curses more than anyone. Boliana demanded to know why Kwang Wai was siding with him. Haven't you considered the consequences? But Kwang Wai was confident. He knew he had the power to do whatever he wanted. He chose a large tree and lifted the prince onto a high branch. To protect the boy just because he had the power to, this man was truly insane. Taking on 4 opponents at once would be difficult. He had to set the stage carefully. Kwang Wai decided they would play a little game hide and seek. When someone found them, he would take them out quickly. Was he a genius or a madman? At this point, it was safe to say he was both. Seeing the way they were being hunted, Ro was genuinely enraged. The little prince, concerned, begged Kwang Wai not to die. Don't you worry about me, he reassured the boy, and then vanished. Ro, using his flaming arm as a torch, punched every tree trunk, as if he planned to burn the whole forest down. Kwang Wai appeared behind him. But this time, Ro was ready and launched a counterattack. He knew the surrounding terrain perfectly. Could this guy just be pretending to be crazy? Everyone had the same prejudice, that special espers didn't know how to fight hand-to-hand. And fire-type espers were hot-headed. They also say that even immortals fear fire. Sorry to disappoint you, Kwang Wai said, but I'm more than just an immortal. Ro didn't believe him, too enraged to listen. They lunged at each other, but Kwang Wai dodged his attacks time and time again. After a brief exchange, he realized Roy was a better fighter than Eva. Luckily, he was still able to evade. Spotting an opening, he launched a counterattack but missed. If that punch had landed, he could have finished Roy right then and there. This guy had incredible control over his power. In that case, it was time to play dirty. There was no need to be a gentleman. Kwang Wai kicked dirt into his face, blinding him. Then came the legendary knife, sinking into Roy's shoulder. Wounded, Roy continued his assault, forcing Kwang Wai to dodge and create distance. I wouldn't touch that if I were you, Kwang Wai kindly advised. Roy scoffed and tried to pull the knife out. He never expected that the moment his flaming hand touched the hilt, it would explode. Even Kwang Wai didn't see that coming. Shrapnel from the blast embedded itself in Roy's chest and neck. He desperately tried to use his heat to stop the bleeding, but it was useless. His arteries had burst. Ro was dead, and just like that, the main character had claimed his first victim. Modern science had advanced to the point where even fatal wounds could be treated, but it still couldn't bring someone back from the dead. Immortals train by injuring themselves over and over, forcing themselves to truly face death. Only then can one learn to appreciate life. But Kwang Wai had never experienced that feeling. Because he was immortal, he killed without hesitation. Would he one day feel the same fear that Roy just did? Boliana's worried voice called out his name. When you can no longer feel pain, you become a monster. Kwang Yi was learning this firsthand. The act of killing was a horrifying burden, but in a world of superhumans, there was no other choice. He knew, from this day forward, he'd have to endure this feeling countless times. Deal finally caught up, but Kwang Yi's rage was simmering. This was not the time to provoke him. Deal tried to explain, but Kwang Yi wasn't listening. A single strike knocked him unconscious. The spatial barrier collapsed, revealing Li Dongbong's team, waiting for him. Li Sunjiang aimed her gun at him, ordering him to drop his weapon and raise his hands. Second-class Agent Yu Kwang Yi, you are under arrest for the kidnapping of the Superhuman Kingdom's prince, and for murder. He had no right to remain silent, no right to an attorney. He had saved the prince, yet he was the one being cuffed. Kwang Yi demanded to know what was happening from his team leader. But Li Dongbong was just a salaryman, too. When an order comes from the top, you follow it. If Kwang Yi resisted, his own team leader would be forced to take him down. But the prince is still alive. Li Dongbong shouted, trying to draw everyone's attention. Li Donghoon and Duna signaled for a temporary truce. Fine. All they needed was the prince's testimony to clear this up, and just like that, he was apprehended by his own two teammates. Still, Kwang Yi held on to the belief that the prince would prove his innocence, but he was thrown in a cell all the same, and the one person he was counting on, the only one who could clear his name, had already flown back to his country that very night. The prince had abandoned him. As he faced an internal tribunal, Kwang Yi was stunned. The kid could have at least given a statement before he left. Assistant Director Cho Mong-tae couldn't believe what he was hearing about this agent. He assaulted a shapeshifter, snapped an immortal's neck, and killed one of the two elite superhumans. But Cho wasn't the one who orchestrated this. Could Yu Kwang Yi be the infamous Ghost? Cho Mong-tae dismissed the idea. He knew full well that Ghost was team leader Li Dongbong's moniker. Then another possibility emerged. What if he was Thousand Faces, the sharpest weapon the government possessed? His name, his face. Everything was a mystery. There was no way to track where Yu Kwang Yi had been or what he'd done. Just what was this man? A secret weapon forged by the director himself? But wasn't young Ki Nam supposed to be the rising star, not Yu Kwang Yi? Ki Nam was desperate to prove himself. He just needed a chance. For a moment, Cho Mong-tae felt a glimmer of hope, but then dismissed it. Ki Nam was far from normal. Cho Mong-tae wanted to know about Yu Kwang Yi's parents, but the personal information of the Immortal Special Forces wasn't something he could just look up. As if reading his mind, Li Donghoon approached. Cho thought he was about to get valuable intel, but instead, he was told Kwang Yi was a regressor and this was his second life. What was with this group of people? They were all bizarre, but it didn't matter. He just needed to eliminate Kwang Yi when the opportunity arose. That's how you climb the ladder in this business. Meanwhile, Yu Kwang Yi sat in his cell, with no way out, completely unaware that he was once again the target of an attack. He grumbled to himself that this prison uniform had a terrible design. It was long past time for a change. Li Dongbong always called him a lunatic, but that's no way to talk to someone. He was his family's precious son. After all, the team leader was truly at his wit's end with Yu Kwang Yi. He confronted him, asking if he was trying to save every single person in the world. Kwang Yi's evasive answer infuriated Li Dongbong. It was impossible to stay calm around this guy. Just talking to him made you want to throw a punch. Finally, Kwang Yi admitted it. Yes, he would save everyone in the world, no matter who they were. But you're not a superhuman, the team leader shot back. How will you save them? The sarcasm faded, and he got to the point. Even an idiot like you must know that if you had just reported the situation, it wouldn't have ended like this. Kwang Yi knew there'd be consequences, just not this severe. Calmly, Kwang Yi opened up to his leader. My world, he said, is everything my eyes can see and my heart can touch. In his past life, he was ordered to ignore the innocent and prioritize his own survival above all else. But Kwang Yi refused to live that way again. He refused to kill Bat Bung Dun's daughter, just because she was an experiment or because the prince was a 10-year-old boy. Did that mean they deserved to die? Why must innocent, weak people be treated so unfairly by this world?
So, if I have the power to protect everyone in my world, then that's exactly what I'll do.
This was Kwang Yi's conviction. The unwavering resolve in his eyes said everything. Li Dongbong turned and left without another word. But as he stepped out of the interrogation room, a faint smile graced his lips, a sight that Duna happened to witness. She wondered what they had talked about, but the trial was about to begin. Yu Kwang Yi sat before the disciplinary committee. The trial of second-class Agent Yu Kwang Yi is now in session. The charges are kidnapping the prince, murder, and failure to report to the company. I don't accept those charges, Kwang Yi stated firmly. I didn't kidnap the prince. I took him to a safe place. But Cho Mong-tae wasn't buying it. If that were true, Prince Boliana would have given us a statement before he left. Anyone would do that for their savior. Even director Kim Dong-chil of the telecom company had no intention of defending him on this. All that mattered was the murder of the guards and the kidnapping of the prince. The charges were clear. He saw no reason to keep an agent like Kwang Yi around. Cho Mong-tae immediately put him on the defensive. "What was your motive for kidnapping the prince?" he demanded. "Why did you kill a royal guard and fail to report it?" But the truth was far different. The prince himself had begged to be saved. Killing the guard was an accident, a necessary act to protect the prince. There was no time to make a report. We barely got the intel from Kim Himo before we had to help the prince escape. The longer we waited, the more danger Boreanna was in. "Do you really think Mong-tae would just let a chance to take him down slide?" He kept pressing the attack, cutting him off mid-sentence. His intentions were crystal clear. He was determined to frame him for kidnapping the prince and murdering a royal guard. And the only person who could clear his name, the prince himself, had already returned to his kingdom the moment the incident ended. Cho Mong-tae twisted the facts, claiming the prince had fled the scene. It was infuriating. The man was spewing utter nonsense. He then addressed the entire room, asking for their opinion. Even if anyone believed Kwang Yi was innocent, they had no proof and remained silent. The facts were stacked against him. He had killed a guard. He hadn't reported to the security team. Even the director's hands were tied. With no one to object, Cho Mong-tae moved to finalize the verdict, following director Kim Jung-cheo's will to dismiss Yu Guang-yi. But just before he could, Prince Boreanna himself appeared. Beside him, looking every bit the part of a royal guard, stood Dino Neo. He stepped forward as both witness and interpreter for the prince, so he really did become a bodyguard. Guang-yi felt a pang of guilt. Boreanna's voice rang out, asking what crimes this man was being charged with. Cho Mong-tae was floored. He never imagined the prince would return to testify for Guang-yi. Suddenly, his perfect case of kidnapping and murder was about to fall apart. Dino Neo presented shocking evidence. The man Guang-yi killed was not just a guard, he was a traitor to the crown and a wanted murderer. And the other two men Guang-yi subdued were also criminals in disguise. If it weren't for him, Prince Boreanna would already be dead. And yet, instead of a reward, you punish him. The prince's voice dripped with contempt as he let out a curse. Guang-yi kindly translated the insult for Cho Mong-tae. "Guang-yi is the man who saved my life," the prince declared, "and I demand he face no punishment." If his request was granted, the prince would consider the entire incident forgotten. Hearing this, director Kim Jung-cheo couldn't hide his relief. Since the prince himself was willing to let it go, they all knew what to do. It was time to play blind and deaf, the best outcome for everyone. And so, the final verdict was declared. Second-class employee Yu Guang-yi is found innocent. After the trial, Guang-yi asked Boreanna what took him so long. The prince explained he had things to take care of, inspired by Guang-yi's promise to protect him. For the first time, he realized he truly wanted to live, not just exist. Now Boreanna understood he had to protect himself. The assassination attempt gave him the courage he needed to use his royal status and build a force loyal only to him. Those who remained loyal would be handsomely rewarded. The fact that he was targeted over his siblings proved one thing. His very existence was a threat. He was no longer a foolish child running from his problems. He would now face his own bloodline and reclaim what was rightfully his, and that was why he had to return to his kingdom so quickly. "Still, you could have testified before you left," Guang Yi grumbled. "I spent the last few days locked in a cell because of you." But Boreanna was here now, and he even brought a gift for Guang Yi. It was a set of clothes that looked surprisingly plain, but the prince insisted it was far from cheap. It felt a little tight at first, but when he put it on, he realized it was enchanted, just like his jacket. This was no ordinary item. Boreanna was definitely no saint. His royal upbringing gave his voice a natural, arrogant edge. "This is the first gift I've ever given someone. Don't you dare lose it." Guang Yi put on a serious face. "Of course not. I'll pass it down to my grandchildren." It was, after all, a royal treasure. Passing it down was entirely possible. As the prince prepared to leave, he extended one final invitation. It was clear Boreanna had grown fond of him, his smile brighter than ever. After all, Guang Yi was the first real friend he had ever had. Later, Namung Jin praised him for a job well done. The prince had given him a family heirloom and a solid gold card. But Guang Yi had no idea what it was for. This special card allows you to request aid directly from the prince's kingdom. If you asked, they would dispatch their entire national army for you. Namung Jin was incredibly curious. How on earth did you win him over? Maybe it's because we share a common tragedy. The answer was so absurd that Namung Jin had to laugh. A security agent, sharing a tragedy with a prince? Speaking of which, shouldn't he get some kind of reward? After all, he pulled off something huge, so where was his bonus? Namung Jin admitted he planned to promote him. But technically, the mission was a failure. If he promoted him now, others would protest. "That's a shame," he said. Guang Yi was still considering whether to choose quantity over quality. Guang Yi didn't quite grasp his meaning. Just then, the door opened, and the CEO's assistant stepped inside. Instead of a promotion for one mission, he could fulfill a list of conditions to get promoted instead. The stack of files looked massive. It felt less like an opportunity and more like exploitation. And so, his new mission began. Guang Yi went undercover as a regular employee. He was scrolling through the news on his phone at a convenience store when a punk tossed a handful of coins on the counter, demanding a pack of smokes. Guang Yi cursed under his breath at the guy's attitude. Later, he straightened his uniform and headed to his official workplace. "That'll be 6,000. The words were a clear insult aimed right at him. But Guang Yi played dumb, claiming the guy must have misheard. His denial only fueled the man's fury. He lunged forward with a wild swing, but it connected with nothing but air. He couldn't believe it. It had to be a coincidence that he turned his head. How could a simple convenience store clerk dodge an attack so perfectly? Enraged, the man turned to leave, but not before sneering that watching the news wouldn't help a low-life clerk like him, as if he paid for Guang Yi's electricity or his phone bill, telling him what news he could or couldn't watch. It's not like watching the news took food off his plate. The taunt sent the man into a frenzy, trashing the store. He opened his mouth to scream, but a lollipop flew from Guang Yi's hand, perfectly silencing him. The man clutched his head and shrieked, trying to play the victim. Miho stepped inside, locking the door behind her. She grumbled, questioning why Guang Yi had to make such a chaotic scene when all he needed to do was stall for time. His mission was to keep the target here, and he succeeded, didn't he? Did the method even matter at this point? Miho was just trying to suggest a simpler way, like making up an excuse instead of starting a fight. But Guang Yi argued that a reasonable approach would never work on a target like this. Besides, he wasn't allowed to touch him without an arrest warrant. They were already bickering again, born to clash, neither one willing to back down an inch. Ignoring their argument, their target suddenly pulled a knife from his pocket and charged. But his end was anticlimactic. Miho easily disarmed him, the knife clattering to the floor. A swift chop to the neck from Guang Yi, and the target was out cold. This man was Park Cheo-soo, known on the streets as the Shaman. His specialty was forging art and designer goods to sell on the black market. They had his location and the warrant. Thinking the job was done, Guang Yi was about to slip away, but his shift was far from over. Miho relayed the director's orders, get his butt over to Dap Simni, now. A short while later, Guang Yi arrived at the Dap Simni site to join the operation. A team member complained that he was supposed to be going through life and death with Miho, but now he was stuck with Guang Yi. Who could have seen that coming? But if you wanted a life or death partner, the standards for Miho must be pretty low. The battlefield was pure chaos when a new announcement came through. All units, be advised. Doppelgangers are attacking. From the black hole, twisted copies of themselves began to emerge. They stared in disbelief. Is that what their faces really look like? Impossible. After the Dap Simni black hole was sealed, there was still no rest for him. The Dunam black hole was also in utter chaos. He took down another shapeshifter who'd lost control, thinking he could finally clock out and go home to sleep. But just 10 minutes after returning to headquarters, he was back in a vehicle with the team, heading out for the next mission. This time, thanks to a tip from Park Bong-dun, they had the locations of several labs and were currently en route. Officially, these places were biotech development centers, but that was just a front. They were undoubtedly running illegal experiments, fusing humans with invasive alien species. These people were monsters. They were a private organization masquerading as a public one. They didn't have enough evidence for a full-scale invasion yet, so this operation had to be completely traceless. Recon showed the lab was heavily fortified. A 3-story building with no basement, but with over 50 security cameras and every kind of alarm system imaginable. Li Yongbong asked, if you had to choose, where would you place the experiments? Definitely not in the main building. Too many employees there were likely uninvolved in these illegal activities. If there wasn't a secret passage, the best bet would be the waste disposal room. Experimental waste is incredibly dangerous, so people would naturally avoid it. Guang Yi raised an interesting question. They'd need a massive amount of power for this research. How could they get it without raising suspicion? That single question became the key to the entire operation. That night, Guang Yi drove to the facility's front gate. His disguise, a drunk playboy taking his girl out, who'd mistaken the lab for a trendy security-themed cafe. Done's acting was a little stiff, but she played along for now. The two linked arms to go inside but were immediately stopped by the guards. This isn't a cafe, you can't enter. Guang Yi just laughed. Is this some new kind of exclusive welcome? I get it, don't stop me. There was no denying it. Guang Yi had a talent for causing trouble and getting on people's nerves. He kept his hand on her shoulder, calling her baby, until she finally had enough. Forget this, she wasn't going in. Done stormed off in a huff, giving Guang Yi the perfect excuse to start a fight with the security guards. The ensuing argument created just enough of a diversion for Li Dong-hun to slip inside undetected. Once the infiltration was a success, the two found a way to retreat. Through this whole ordeal, Kwang Yi realized Dawn-A definitely had no future as an actress. She couldn't even handle a little scene like that without losing her cool. An illegal research facility would destroy all its data at the first sign of trouble. A frontal assault was impossible. They had to be stealthy. The entire plan was orchestrated by their team manager. You really had to learn from Li Yongbong. He was incredibly sharp and had absolute faith in his teammates. Kwang Yi was sure he'd lead a team just like that one day. The only problem was, in his eyes, Li Yongbong had the personality of a rock, always wearing a scowl. Regrouping with Li Yongbong, he reported that the guards at the front gate had been dealt with in under a minute. His arrogant tone was infuriating. This wall was incredibly thick and not made of normal bricks. They must have used some kind of special material. I've lost the signal. It seems Assistant Panda, Li Donghoon, was successful. The power is out. Now, how do we get through this wall? I don't think Kwang Yi even knows the meaning of stealth for him to suggest Li Dongbong plant a bomb. He brought a little toy that could breach the wall, but using it meant filing a report. Damn the accounting department. They make everything a nightmare. This toy looked like a lightsaber. Its name? God's Given Strength. Just then, a lab employee started making his rounds. A slice of light flashed before his eyes. When he looked up, 3 figures appeared like heroes from a galactic war. One was holding the lightsaber. He opened his mouth to shout, "Intruder," but Kwang Yi's fist sent his world black. Inside, the power outage caused total chaos. They sounded absolutely furious. Li Dongbong compared it to a power cut during a ranked match. Of course, they'd be enraged, so their reaction made perfect sense. Kwang Yi figured Li Dongbong must be a bronze leaguer. He would never let a silly game affect him like that. And what was Kwang Yi's grand plan? The 3 of them would disguise themselves as lab technicians. The situation inside was more chaotic than he thought, but his mouth always gets him in trouble, and Li Dongbong was constantly telling him to be quiet. Apparently, the fist-sized lump on his head wasn't enough of a warning. They finally reached the waste storage sector. The guard refused to let them in, but he looked like a complete newbie. This was going to be easy. Kwang Yi suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the man's collar. He screamed in his face, "Where is your team manager? How are you going to handle this? You're paid to stop things like this from happening. Do you want to be fired?" The guy looked like he was about to burst into tears. Kwang Yi shoved him aside and strutted inside. Even Li Dongbong had to compliment Kwang Yi. He called him a professional con artist. Kwang Yi wasn't sure if that was praise or an insult. He then gave the order to search. The entrance is well hidden. Sharpen your senses. Everyone, spread out. Kwang Yi pulled open a panel, revealing the entrance. The files would self-destruct if separated, so they had to take the entire server rack. As they were moving it, they heard voices approaching. If we lose those files, we're all dead. They noticed the secret door was open and shined a flashlight right in Kwang Yi's face. "Who are you?" the men demanded. The 3 of them knew they had to answer, so they claimed to be from the security team. The leader yelled back, "Security has no business in here. If those files are lost, we're all finished. Get back outside and secure the area." Kwang Yi retorted, "Maybe you should have stored them more securely." The man, furious, demanded to see his manager. That's when Li Dongbong chopped him on the neck, knocking him out instantly. "You wanted to see his manager? Well, here I am." The other 2 men screamed in fear, "Intruders." But in the end, the team secured all the files. The team manager said, "You don't need to solve everything with violence." But he was clearly the one who just resorted to it. Li Dongbong insisted it wasn't violence, just a gentle tap. Yeah, right. A gentle tap that knocks a man out cold. Kwang Yi's attitude was practically begging for a punch. With all these different factions getting involved, this mission was only going to get harder. The lab researchers had probably encrypted the data. It would take some time to decrypt it. In other words, if they couldn't crack it, this mission was a bust. In the meantime, he went back to his usual routine, catching thieves with his acceleration ability, taking down terrorists, and suppressing monsters that sometimes went a little wild, all while clashing with his manager. It always felt like Li Dongbong was one step away from killing him. Kwang Yi never got a moment of rest after these missions. It was infuriating. Why did he have to work like a dog while others were sleeping? He really needed to file a complaint with Human Resources. He headed to the break room for coffee to clear his head, when a voice called out to him. It was a senior manager, the Level 1 agent Choi Mi-nam, the analysis team's most attractive member. Was this their first time meeting? As they talked, he thought someone so beautiful must also be pure and innocent. Suddenly, Choi Mi-nam leaned in close to him. She asked him out on a date, leaving him utterly speechless. But she was just kidding. "What kind of joke is that?" She said. He seemed interesting and wanted to tease him a bit, but his entire face was burning bright red. That was some seriously bold flirting. Mi-nam was gorgeous, but she was also in amazing shape. She must train incredibly hard. They had only talked for a moment, but he knew. This woman was completely his type. His heart was pounding in his chest. Minam left, telling him to meet her in the lounge when he had time. He'd never experienced anything like this before. In his mind, they were already deeply in love. He was ready to have 3 kids with her right away. Ah, imagination is a beautiful thing. In his fantasy, Minam not only agreed, she wanted as many kids as he did. But reality isn't so kind. She was already gone. He waved her off with a final goodbye. Yul Kwang thought to himself with a grin, "Mom, Dad, I think I just found your future daughter-in-law." He started chuckling to himself, completely lost in his own world. 3 kids should be perfect, he mused. 1 boy and 2 girls. Yeah, I've always wanted daughters. Watching him, Doohan and Mio could only shake their heads. This guy had completely lost his mind. It was just like that other time, when he was hit by love like an unstoppable hurricane. And now, Yul Kwang was right back in that lovesick state. All because Choi Minam had just whispered those 3 little words in his ear. Mio couldn't take this idiot's daydreaming anymore. It was better to just stay quiet. But Doohan remained on high alert. Manager Choi Minam is no ordinary woman, he warned. Miho quickly agreed with him. She's cold, strict, and hides her true skills behind that stunning face. But Yul Kwang just figured Miho was jealous of Choi Minam's good looks. That idiot. Miho was about to explode. Doohan quickly changed the subject. We've been working together for 2 weeks, and all the good fortune seems to be landing on you. Isn't it time you treated us? Yul Kwang looked confused. Why would I do that? It was then they realized he had no idea he'd been promoted to Class 1. Well, now you have to treat us. Meanwhile, in a different part of the building, Kinnem relentlessly trained on a heavy bag. Never fall behind. If you carry the pure bloodline, you must become the absolute strongest. That mantra was beaten into Kinnem since childhood. He dedicated his entire life to proving his worth. But Yul Kwang, that bastard, shattered everything. He had planned to crush Yul Kwang to leave him broken. But when the moment of truth came, he couldn't even lay a single finger on him. But the deepest shame was the feeling of being toyed with, completely at Yul Kwang's mercy. He slammed his fist into the bag with everything he had. A photo of Yul Kwang was taped to its surface. The sheer force of the blow sent the picture flying. The rage inside him was reaching its boiling point. Kinnem swore to himself he would make Yul Kwang pay for this humiliation. He ground the fallen photo under his heel, venting his fury. And just then, Yul Kwang himself appeared. Caught in the act, Kinnem froze, refusing to turn around. Yul Kwang, of course, loved to mess with him. "Hey, I'm your superior now. Not even gonna turn around and greet me? You trying to miss your quota or something? Listen up, Class 3 employee Kinnem. I'm a Class 1 now." He was actually there to invite Kinnem to the celebratory dinner. But Yul Kwang's smug tone ignited a murderous rage in Kinnem's heart. He wanted nothing more than to end him right there. Just then, the CEO's assistant arrived. It turned out the 2 of them were being assigned a new mission together. Elsewhere, Executive Vice President Kang Taegwon had been calmly rolling 2 steel balls in his hand for the last 30 minutes. Ever since summoning Kim Jung-tae. Because of that bastard Ma Du, he began. The sales management team has been backed into a corner. The pressure from the higher-ups is getting worse. He suspected it was a plot hatched by a rival family. But everything traced back to a single, unexpected variable. Yul Kwang. If he could get Yul Kwang on his side, Kang Taegwon knew he could flip the entire game in his favor. He needed to recruit Yul Kwang. Viewed from any angle, the man's achievements were undeniable. And now, he was officially a Class 1 agent. Kim Jung-tae was given his orders. Find out what Yul Kwang wants. But he had to do it discreetly, away from prying eyes, and under no circumstances could Director Nam Min find out. Meanwhile, Yul Kwang was prepping for the mission. An undercover operation. The only problem, he had no idea what he was supposed to be doing. They hadn't bothered to explain a single thing. It was the vaguest, most useless mission brief he had ever seen. The only instructions were, don't do anything not on the list, and gather your own intel. When he asked for clarification, they literally kicked him out of the room. Luckily, Lee Jung-hoon gave him a hint. You're Class 1 now, aren't you? That means you have access to classified intel.
It usually takes people 2 years to get this clearance. So, it's a bit early for you, but you need it.
Not all white holes are created equal, and you can't just waltz into the high-ranking ones whenever you want. Guarding those gates 24/7 is impossible, so how do we guarantee no unauthorized personnel get inside? To completely block access to a gate of that level, we built this entire skyscraper right on top of it. There's a white hole located 8 floors beneath this very building. There's a mining team on the other side, which means your mission is most likely to protect them. Lee Jung-hoon gave him one last piece of advice. Be careful. Getting lost in there would be a disaster. Make sure to stick close to Kinnam and his brother. The thought made Yul Kwang uncomfortable. He'd heard Kinnam's family life was rough. No wonder he turned out so twisted. The descent into the white hole began. Kinnam took the lead, with Yul Kwang right behind him. They both had to stay on maximum alert. As he stepped through the gate, he activated his respirator. The pressure shifted instantly. The gravity here was at least 1.2 times stronger than Earth's. His gear suddenly felt like it was dragging him down. Of course, he was just imagining what Kinnam must be feeling. As for him, he felt perfectly fine. In the distance, a figure approached to greet them. It was none other than Kim Jung-tae. After a brief exchange, he led them toward the shelter. Inside another room in the shelter, a group of agents were playing cards. The gossip started flying. I heard Yul Kwang is coming, the so-called savior of Dongdaemun. Someone turned to a woman named Chown. You joined around the same time he did. Are you too close? We've spoken a few times, she replied, but we're not that close. This time, both Kinnam and Yul Kwang are here on protection duty. She was finally reunited with them. After the card game ended, she equipped her gear and prepared to leave. A cheerful teammate reminded her to avoid personal chatter during the mission. Chown had always known. The two of them were here only because the expedition team was critically short on manpower. Kinnam and Kim Da-eun on the same team. Something wasn't right. Why were they here? Gwang Yi demanded an answer from Kinnam, promising he wouldn't attack him. Kinnam had no time for his nonsense. His senses were still out of control, but Gwang Yi kindly offered him a piece of advice. Since Gwang Yi's control seemed perfect, he reluctantly decided to listen. You just have to try harder. That was Gwang Yi's advice. What hope did Kinnam even have for him? Gwang Yi burst out laughing beside him, fueling Kinnam's rage. Just then, two women approached and introduced themselves. The first was Kim Da-eun, a senior manager for the expedition team. The second was Choi So-sun. From now on, the two of them would be on the same team as Gwang Yi and Kinnam. Choi So-sun looked incredibly familiar, as if he had met her somewhere before. He kept staring, making So-sun blush and turn away as their group set out. Their destination, observation post number 2. With an oxygen supply system, they would be safe there. The four of them would take their positions and guard against any invaders. It was time for a little team bonding. According to Kim Da-eun, resource extraction wasn't a daily task. It only happened once or twice a week, and it wasn't always successful. Gwang Yi was very attentive, asking her questions. Kim Da-eun was happy to answer. Their conversation bloomed like flowers in spring. Kim Da-eun grew curious and asked if he had a girlfriend. He was single. He never even had a girlfriend before. Choi So-sun let out a sigh of relief, while Kinnam felt the urge to laugh in his face. She approached him, asking if he remembered her. He was about to ask if they had ever met. Back at the training camp, he was the one who told her to dream of Jabi's shore. He thought for a moment, and it finally came back to him. They really had met before. She mentioned she was traveling to an amazing place next month. The camping there was incredible, but more luxurious. She wondered if he wanted to come with her. Gwang Yi cut her off, pointing out the warning light. It was flashing. Then the second one started blinking too. This meant the invaders had already breached the mine. But for Choi So-sun, the more pressing issue was that he hadn't answered her question. At that moment, goblins swarmed the guard post, their blood splattering across her delicate face. But Choi So-sun persisted, asking one more time if he would go out with her. It seemed like he was getting a lot of attention from strange women lately. I'm sorry, he said, but I'd rather just be friends. That's okay, she replied. Friends can always become lovers. Her optimism was unshakable. Kim Da-eun joined in, asking about his type. His ideal type? Someone neat, cute, but with an adorable stiffness, and she had to be pretty with a hot body. After hearing that, Kinnam was convinced Gwang Yi was completely insane. Have you ever looked in a mirror? He scoffed. Gwang Yi immediately smacked him on the head. The two girls instantly turned away. Choi So-sun gave up. Maybe they should just be friends. Gwang Yi was so picky. The two women sincerely advised him not to tell anyone else his type. It would just make him sound incredibly selfish. As Gwang Yi knocked him to the ground, Kinnam accidentally discovered something. When he crawled back up, he asked Kim Da-eun how many invaders usually appeared. Normally, there would be 2 or 3 invaders, 5 at the most. This was supposed to be a safe zone. Even if more than 20 appeared, they couldn't get past the mine. But right now, Kinnam said, pulling out his gun, there are at least 30 of them heading this way. He was ready for a fight. Gwang Yi realized he had finally figured out how to use his special ability. Out of nowhere, a strange axe slammed into the base, this damned world. They said 12 hours was all Kinnam needed to adapt to the conditions here. Could it be because he was of the pure-blooded lineage? That title wasn't just given to anyone from a pure bloodline. It meant he was from a single, unbroken line of pure bloods. The hallmark of this lineage was sensory perception far beyond that of a normal person. That's why whenever they entered a different world, Their five senses would go into shock from the new conditions. You can't get used to it right away. You have to wait patiently. Because his brother told him so, he just waited. He waited for 16 long hours. Only then did his chaotic senses finally recover and stabilize. Keenem sensed something and immediately followed it to investigate. He had no idea what it was, creature or otherwise. But Keenem trusted his intuition. Something was walking on the ground, its steps so light they were almost impossible to hear. That's right, almost impossible. Something was moving without making a sound. Keenem detected an invading army of at least 30 closing in. He instantly raised his weapon, preparing for battle. Now that his senses were fully adjusted, Keenem could hear them clearly. An axe slammed into the base, then immediately exploded. In the central command center, red alert alarms blared non-stop. No one understood what was happening as bases 2 and 3 sent out emergency signals at the same time. But bases 2 and 3 were located in an unexplored sector, an area surrounded by dozens of hidden mines. The sky was deceptively calm. No sandstorm, no thunder. Yet the warning sirens screamed. That could only mean one thing: a massive horde of invaders was approaching. And at Base 2, there were only 4 members, 2 of them mere rookies. In a normal world, they might stand a chance. But this was a different realm, with completely alien dangers. We have to get to Base 2 now. Scramble the reinforcements and the rescue teams. Stand by. With everyone desperately holding the line, Kuang Yi unleashed the power of his shield for all to see. Keenam was curious. Where in the world did you get those gauntlets? But Kuang Yi couldn't give a serious answer, using the moment to tease him. Santa Claus gives them to good boys. Guess that's why you don't have a pair. The jab was clear, implying Keenam wasn't good enough to earn gear like his. Even though they were a gift, Kuang Yi just loved getting under his skin. That axe that blew up the other base was apparently carved from a fossil. Something like that had never been seen before. The 2 women decided they'd seen enough. It was time to grab their weapons and join the fight. The invading army was closing in on the base with terrifying speed. For Kuang Yi, this battle was basically a triple experience event, and it was about to kick off. The invaders moved with unnatural grace, effortlessly avoiding every trap and mine they had laid. They had to be some kind of mutated species. Most of their weapons were primitive and crude. But all the defenders had was this one defensive line and their unique weapons. They had to hold out for reinforcements. Following the roar of a commander, the invasion force began its charge. The first attack was a hurled axe, flying straight for them. Keenam's firepower hit the axe midair, causing a massive explosion. But the blast couldn't kill the invader. It only tore off an arm. A new one grew back instantly. Its regeneration was terrifyingly fast. If more of them possessed an ability like that, this fight was going to be a nightmare. Under the command of a giant goblin, the horde continued its relentless advance. This day just kept getting worse. The invaders charged through a hail of gunfire, launching massive boulders at the base. Du Kuang Yi activated a shield, temporarily holding them back. His ability left Ryun stunned, especially coming right after the appearance of those gauntlets. Could he be secretly rich? Decked out in magic gear from head to toe. Still, he decided to be humble. After all, it was a gift. He could just say it was cheap junk. It was getting hard to see anything with this constant barrage of rocks. Kim Da-un deployed a camera drone to check their blind spots. A few enemies were preparing an ambush. The moment she saw them, she took them down. It seemed like the immediate threat was neutralized. They were probably clear of any more ambushes for now, but they were wrong. A giant goblin crashed down from the rooftop. Chan prepared to fire, but Kuang Yi stopped her. That goblin's shield reflects projectiles. If you shoot, you'll be the one who gets hit. While Da-un stood in shock, more goblins charged from behind. Keenam moved in a flash to eliminate the threat. Kuang Yi didn't rest either, unleashing a constant hail of bullets to finish off the goblin swarm. They were covered in the blood of monsters. They couldn't let their guard down for a single second. Kimmin suggested they all use a special potion known as Odin's Blessing. It had the power to dramatically enhance the user's physical strength. The invaders were gathering in even greater numbers. There was no escape. Kuang Yi wanted to charge out and thin their ranks himself, but if he left, could the others manage on their own? Keenam was furious. You talk as if you're the only one who's strong. You're the one I'm most worried about if I'm not here. Their close bickering made Ryun wonder if Kuang Yi was actually into guys. He ignored her comment completely, his eyes fixed on the battle ahead. Just focus on staying alive. When I get back, he promised her, I'll grant you one wish. She smiled. A wish, you say? You better not go back on your word. And with that, he launched himself out into the chaos. A short time later, the captain of Sector 5's first defense team arrived at Base 2. Surveying the absolute devastation, he knew the situation was dire. His tension was sky high. His younger brother was inside that base. Hun Nam pushed the thought away, mustering all his courage to force the door open. The scene inside was pure chaos. All 3 base members were gravely wounded. lying in pools of their own blood. 30 minutes earlier, Du Kuang-yi had plunged headfirst into the heart of the invading army. Finally, he could fight without having to worry about holding back. He slung his rifle over his shoulder and issued a challenge. "Come and get me, you bastards." The creatures seemed hesitant, unwilling to attack. "Fine," he thought. "I'll go first." Then, one by one, they started to fall. Seeing their comrades get slaughtered, the rest of the horde finally roared to life, charging with bared fangs and razor-sharp claws. He swung his rifle like a club, smashing one goblin and sending it spinning through the air like a ball before kicking another one away. Unleashing his superior speed and overwhelming power, he sent creature after creature flying. After a short struggle, the goblin horde couldn't withstand his assault. They finally recognized the danger he posed, and the remaining forces hesitated to attack. But with his rifle butt dripping with blood, he had no time to wait. He had to end this, fast. The goblins sensed the immense threat from the human before them. There was no turning back. They had to keep moving forward. This time, they didn't fight one-on-one. 3 of them attacked at once. All right, Kuang-yi thought, time to try a different move, sensory conversion. He activated the skill, using his senses to gather all information in the area and draw a fatal link connecting the 3 opponents. If he could pull this off in less than a second, all 3 of them would be nothing more than corpses. Seeing this, the remaining goblins tossed their shields aside and charged forward in a death rush. But Kuang-yi was done messing around. He switched from his rifle butt to the trigger. A single shot rang out, sending 2 giant goblins straight to hell. Model. The last, quivering creature watched as its giant brethren turned to ash. It was trembling in fear. "I don't have time for this. It should know to offer its own life." Kuang-yi glanced back towards the base. He saw a splash of red blood. His people were in danger. Did these goblins not understand the meaning of surrender? If Ki Nam or any of the others were hurt, the fate of this last goblin would be beyond tragic. Elsewhere, the news crackled through Doan Ho Nam's comms device. Something had gone terribly wrong at the base. The outpost was ambushed. They estimated a massive number of invaders. A cold dread gripped Doan Ho Nam. He remembered arguing with the personnel manager about giving a mission to Ki Nam, who was still just a rookie. The manager had said it would help Ki Nam adapt faster. This is no time for rest. The other agents were already complaining about being overworked. Back then, Ho Nam had lost his composure, demanding to know the time and location of the shift, insisting it was far too dangerous. His reaction was so extreme, the other man had questioned him. "Are you Ki Nam's father or something?" He was, though it was a secret they kept. Outpost 2. Ki Nam's shift was at 20:30 hours. When the emergency call came, Doon Ho Nam looked at his watch. 21:12. His brother was right in the middle of that hell. Ho Nam instantly vanished, leaving his 2 teammates behind. They chased after him. So the rumors were true. Their manager, Doan Ho Nam, cared deeply for his younger brother. Back in the present, Doan Ho Nam kicked open the door to Outpost 2. Beyond it lay nothing but rubble and the corpses of goblins, but all 3 of them were alive. His brother was alive. Ki Nam was shocked to see his older brother standing there, but Ho Nam was even more stunned. Giant goblins. It took at least 5 fully equipped superhumans just to take down one. Don't tell me these 3 killed all the giant goblins here. Just then, Du Kuang-yi returned, clutching his arm. "Manager Doon Ho Nam, are you here as reinforcements?" He turned away, looking a little awkward, as Kuang-yi surveyed the scene inside. Everyone was alive, but their injuries were severe. The official reinforcements finally arrived, asking about the situation. They apologized, explaining they were ordered to Outpost 3 first, causing the delay. Glad to see it's been resolved and everyone. They stared at the goblin corpses littering the ground, utterly bewildered. It looked like an entire army of transformed warriors had passed through here. How in the world did they kill all of these invaders? Manager Doan Ho Nam's uniform was spotless. He couldn't have killed them the moment he arrived. The reinforcements had only just gotten here. So how did the 4 station members fend off and then wipe out this entire goblin horde? Li Tae-sun's sharp eyes noticed everything. He knew Kuang-yi had handled it all himself. The bloodstains, the wounds, the weapon in his hand. How could they not see it? Li Tae-sun and Kuang-yi exchanged brief introductions. The first priority was moving the wounded. "You look fine, so you should lend a hand." But Kuang-yi was a patient, too. Choi Ryan had lost a leg, and her arm was nearly torn off. He supported her, lifting her into his arms. "Are you all right?" he asked gently. "You're seriously hurt. Just get some rest." Even at death's door, seeing him return gave her the strength to try and kiss him. He flinched back in shock. What is she doing? Kissing him was her dying wish. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Director Kim Dong-chul was plotting. This time, he would win Du Kuang-yi over at any cost. He'd been looking for a weakness. It seemed Du Kuang-yi had never dated anyone before. He wasn't sure if his daughter would agree. But maybe he could tempt Kuang-yi with the promise of a date. Kim Dong-cheol was lost deep in his own world. Just then, Du Kuang-yi walked by and glanced at the photo on his phone, offering a compliment. Your son has the makings of a great general. It was clearly his daughter, but he called her a son. The director was absolutely fuming. Kim Dong-cheol clutched his head in defeat, then officially started the emergency meeting about the invasion. And so, the briefing began. Senior Manager Kim Da-eun, Ki Nam, and another agent took down one giant goblin. That information alone sent murmurs through the meeting room. This reinforcement team seemed different from the usual. 3 people taking on a giant goblin is impressive. And finally, Agent Du Kuang-yi eliminated all remaining invaders. He did it. Alone. A wave of shock filled the room. They knew it would be like this. Du Kuang-yi always delivered the impossible. Here we go again. This place was starting to feel more like a cult than a meeting room. Everyone was dying to know, what kind of training did he do to become a monster like that? Well then, he'd have to invent a reason, wouldn't he? Kuang-yi raised his fist and declared, train your left hand. Those who can expertly use both hands can dominate any situation. His words echoed in the chamber, instantly becoming gospel to everyone listening. The next day, inside the training room, Exploration Team 4 began a new kind of practice. They were training with their left hands. Guang Yiu scoffed internally at the idea. Mastering the basics was important, sure, but forcing everything to his offhand felt useless. Ki Nam went looking for Kuang Wai, asking if he had a moment. But just 10 minutes earlier, Kuang Wai had confronted his own brother, demanding to join the expedition. He wanted to prove his own worth, but how could he possibly go exploring now that he was missing an arm? Ho Nam flatly refused to allow it, but Ki Nam was adamant, pleading for his brother's approval. No matter how he tried to persuade him, Ho Nam wouldn't budge. He turned his back, but deep down, he was sick with worry for his younger brother. There was no way he could let Ki Nam charge into dangerous missions while still recovering from such a severe injury. That meant Ho Nam would have to handle this himself, but he couldn't act as both commander and forward raider at the same time. No matter what reason Ki Nam gave, Ho Nam wouldn't accept it, sternly ordering him out. If this continued, Ki Nam would never get his family to acknowledge his skills. He wanted to shut them all up, to stop them from spreading rumors about the two brothers. Don Ho Nam's eyes flashed with a warning. Watch your mouth. There are eyes and ears everywhere. Ki Nam apologized to his brother, admitting he lost his temper. Ho Nam offered him one chance. If he was that desperate, he had to convince Kuang Wai. Prove that you're useful to the team, and have Kuang Wai come see me. Only then will I consider letting you join the expedition. He didn't want to drag Kuang Wai into this. Instead, Ki Nam suggested he could persuade the executive vice director, Kim Young-cheo, but Dun Ho Nam refused to compromise. It was either convince Kuang Wai or give up entirely. And for that very reason, Ki Nam was now standing before Kuang Wai, the one man he despised, asking for a favor. Nothing could feel more humiliating. He even had to bow respectfully. As a man of pure blood lineage, Ki Nam believed no one was more suited for this mission than him. That's why he absolutely had to participate. Kuang Wai asked him if he knew how to deal with a giant goblin. Of course, I do. If we cut it into more than 30 pieces, we can stop the goblin's regeneration process. That's what they were all taught, like good little students. Kuang Wai taunted him with a smirk. You knew that, and you still managed to lose an arm. The words were a bitter pill for Ki Nam. He knew he had to try harder, but for how long? Would anyone ever give him a real answer? Something felt wrong to Kuang Wai. Today, he wasn't acting like the usual arrogant fool. He couldn't just tell him the truth that his own half-shifter blood made him special. All he could do was advise him to invest more time, and give it everything you've got. Ki Nam bowed his head as if he understood. What's wrong with him? Kuang Wai thought. This is strange. More importantly, would Kuang Wai agree to help him? He turned his back and said, lift your head, stop staring at the floor, and stop begging. Instead, let's negotiate. The two of them went to see Don Ho Nam, where Kuang Wai announced his intention to bring Ki Nam along. I understand how much he wants this mission, he stated. Besides, having him with us might actually be useful. Don Ho Nam had fully expected Kuang Wai to shut Ki Nam down. He never imagined he would make this choice. Ho Nam immediately rejected the idea. How can he complete a mission with only one arm? But to Kuang Wai, the answer was simple. What we need for this expedition is a commander, an attacker, a raider, and a sniper. Ki Nam might be missing a hand, but he still has his eyes, his other hand, and his brain. Who could possibly be a better raider than him? So I'm taking him with me. Ho Nam was cornered. Though it annoyed him, he had no choice but to let them do as they pleased. Before the expedition could begin, they had to hold a meeting. In the briefing room was Kim Yumi, commander of Expedition Team 4. She was living up to her nickname, the Alcoholic God, by chugging a bottle of booze. Kwang Wai wondered, is it okay to drink on the job? But that was just for style. Senior manager Lee Sun Jang was completely used to it and paid her no mind. She kindly offered him a drink too. He refused. She found him amusing and immediately asked, "So, you got a girlfriend?" When he honestly replied that he didn't, Kim Yumi eagerly volunteered for the position. For some reason, it seemed he could capture the heart of every woman he met these days. Lee Sun Jang gave Kwang Wai a friendly warning to be careful. Kim Yumi is the 5th-ranked assassin. The words had barely left his mouth when a bottle flew straight at his face, knocking his glasses off. Are any of the women around here normal? He wondered. Just then, Don Ho Nam walked in, cutting their conversation short. That's enough chatter. This is a serious situation. Let's begin the meeting. The mission is codenamed Anthill Exploration. We'll be thoroughly inspecting an area with a unique invasive species, so we must avoid contact at all costs. If there are no objections, we assemble at the shelter entrance in 10 minutes. Before they left, Dun Ho Nam wanted a private word with his brother. Elsewhere, the goblins were on the move. Their tracks covered the ground, revealing a massive horde. The patrol squad moved out under Doan Kian's direction, holding a tight formation. He was adapting surprisingly fast. There's nothing to worry about, as long as we don't run into the Red Thunder. Kwang Wai was puzzled. Why hadn't they encountered a single invader yet? Kim Yumi explained. Even the invaders know to avoid the sandstorms and the Red Thunder. That Red Thunder is a weather phenomenon from the other world. It's a high-temperature electrical current that can incinerate almost any living thing to ash. Anything struck by Hong Lei's power instantly turns to volcanic rock. That very lightning strike forges entirely new materials. Even the invaders fear natural disasters of this scale, which means they're likely hiding somewhere safe, and that's why they moved on the hive. But guarding the entrance was a Hellion, a winged monstrosity with a grotesque maw on its back. Unsure what other horrors lurked inside, they decided to observe first, setting up a perimeter to begin the operation. After confirming the species they were dealing with, they established a base camp, refueling as darkness descended. Kwang Yi, slurping down some noodles, smirked at Cam. Hey, if things get too tough, just give the signal. I'll give you a ride home. Normally, that would have earned him a string of curses, but Cam's reaction was nothing. So, Kwang Yi decided to push a little harder. If any giant goblins show up, just handle one, okay? I'll take care of the rest. The words were a clear challenge, aimed straight at Keenam's pride. There it was. That flicker of annoyance. This was the reaction he wanted. Keenam finally replied softly, I'll turn one of them to scrap. Kwang Yi felt a chill. Something was off. Why was he so calm? The Keenam he knew would be screaming, you bastard, by now. Behind him, Doan Keenam had a simple thought. Just shut your mouth. The urge to punch him was growing stronger by the second. This guy was way too protective of his little brother to let the bullying continue. All right, that's enough chatter. Time to get some rest. The goblins moved with terrifying silence through the night, a massive horde creeping with extreme caution towards the patrol's position. They signaled each other, ready for a surprise ambush. But suddenly, a brilliant sphere of light erupted in the sky, blasting the entire invading army. Every last goblin was instantly engulfed in flames, big and small. Even the giant goblins were incinerated where they stood. They were likely planning an ambush with reflective stones, but the team had learned from their last encounter. Those stones could be countered with a piercing attack. Sorry, but these goblins stood no chance of taking their lives. They were fully equipped, with a clear terrain advantage. Their comm system pinpointed every enemy position in advance. More than anything, they were prepared. With the grunts nearly wiped out, could they head back? If the mission was just reconnaissance, then yes. But their objective had changed. Don Ho Nam tasked Don Ki Nam with hunting the special individuals in the horde. He had to block out all his other senses, focusing only on his hearing. After a moment of intense concentration, Don Ki Nam found it. The special individual was an ogre. The sniper took aim, but Ki Nam waved him off. The ogre was already moving toward them. Then, it unleashed a deafening roar. It was a scream that tapped into primal fear, freezing everyone in their tracks. But to Kwang Yi, this level of intimidation was child's play. It wasn't even a fraction of his master's killing intent. As giant goblins charged, Kwang Yi's blade became a blur of motion, felling two in an instant. He sheathed his sword in one fluid motion, then drew his pistol, dropping another one without missing a beat. Caught off guard, another one attacked from his blind spot. But before it could land a blow, it was vaporized in a flash of blue light. An optical weapon, standard issue for Ho Nam. He gave the command, begin the hunt for the special individual. Everyone opened fire, their formation pinning down the invaders. But from the rear, Ki Nam gave a grim warning. It's not just this group, more are coming. From the darkness, they swarmed like ants. and their ammunition was running low. The battle was turning against them. They were at their limit. Were the goblins trying to push them all the way back to base? Even if they regrouped with the forces there, victory was impossible. Many would die before they even reached the white hole. The horde was too massive. A retreat now would be a slaughter. And then there was that ogre. It could summon even more invaders. That was the real problem. It could control the other creatures. It must have awakened this new ability. Suddenly, Kim Doomi's voice cut through the chaos. "I'm out of ammo." Everyone froze, their lives now hung by a thread. The goblin leader's lips curled into a sickening grin, as if it knew they were helpless. It readied another attack. Seeing the giant goblin leader's mocking smirk made Doan Honam's brow furrow in anger. That bastard knows we can't take it down from this distance. It's taunting us. He raised his rifle, forcing himself to stay calm. They were trapped. And the leader was still just outside his rifle's effective range. He watched grimly as the horde advanced. There's too many for close combat. We need backup. But Sandstorm and Red Thunder were too far out. They'd never make it. If they fell back now, the entire base would be destroyed. Gritting his teeth, he made the call. We kill them all. Right here, right now. We have to find a way to wipe every last one of them out. The ogre snarled, throwing its head back in a triumphant roar. In that exact moment, a volley of rounds tore clean through its skull. Everyone whipped their heads around in shock. Kuang Yi just looked bewildered. So, can we go home now? As Kuang Yi's squad made their way back, the mission complete, Li Shuntrang laughed smugly. The rest were just small fry once their leader fell. Even invaders have morale, you know. Kuang Yi chimed in. I think seeing their boss get smoked so fast just broke them. Kim Doomi looked at him with pure admiration. I think I'm in love. Come to my room tonight? He immediately shot her down. Sorry, I've already got plans. Feeling a sense of helplessness, he realized some things never change. Honam shot him a sideways glance. Impressed. For a rookie, you think on your feet. But Guang Yi just said something that left him speechless. Stop falling for me. Changing the subject, Honam asked with curiosity. So what exactly is that weapon you're using? Oh, this thing? Wang Yi held out his hand, the weapon seamlessly integrated into his flesh. The expedition team's researchers gifted it to me. It appears to be a gauntlet forged from some kind of parasitic stone. A single drop of my blood allows it to change form. 2 drops reloads the ammunition, and with a press of my thumb, it fires a round with absolutely devastating power. The projectile travels faster than the speed of sound. Honam's eyes widened in shock. That's one hell of a weapon you've got there. Guang Yi's gaze shifted to the pistol on Honam's pack, also curious. And what about that gun you were using? Honam unholstered the weapon, explaining its mechanics. It's a hybrid of pure weaponry and magic known as a hex pistol. It can fire 3 types of rounds, incendiary, cryo, and light spheres. Guang Yi was inwardly amazed, so it's a high-grade weapon, too. Any invader that dares show its face here is already dead. A single shot from this thing could probably punch right through that special type's skull. He pressed on with his questions. Is that a custom job? Honam's reply was swift. Without a talent for magic, it's completely useless to you. Guang Yi was filled with doubt. Magic? The rumors said mages hidden across the world were emerging from the shadows, but he'd never actually seen one with his own eyes. Seeing the two of them walking so closely together, a flash of irritation crossed Keenam's face. Honam continued, completely focused on their conversation. I only learned the fundamentals, just enough to unlock this pistol's true potential. I'm nowhere near skilled enough to be called a real mage. A spark of interest lit up in Guang Yi's eyes as he stepped closer. Hey, let's be friends. But Keenam immediately jumped between them. Hey, don't get too familiar. But just then, Honam casually agreed. Yeah, sure. Outside of work, that sounds fine, catching Keenam completely off guard. Beside them, Jumi cheerfully scolded him. Stop cutting in. This is between them. Honam walked on ahead, turning to give instructions. I need to report to the expedition team's captain. You all head inside first. Great work today, everyone. Jumi beamed, shouting back, you got it. Sun Jiang added with a smile. You did an amazing job too. Nearby, Guang Yi excitedly threw an arm around his shoulder. All right, time to eat. An irritated Keenam violently shrugged his arm off. Guang Yi chuckled to himself. He hasn't changed a bit. That's exactly what I like about him. From behind them, Jumi asked with a suspicious look. Wait, you're not into guys, are you? He immediately shot back a denial. I like women. And my dream is to become president. Completely exasperated, she shot back. What does being president have to do with liking women? Guang Yi struck a serious pose and declared, when I become president, I will legalize polygamy. And then, I will have 15 wives. Sun Jiang muttered in disbelief. 15. Yep. Jumi muttered under her breath, completely baffled. Sometimes, You act like a total psycho. Guang Yi just smiled to himself. Heh. I've heard that so many times it doesn't even faze me anymore. Meanwhile, in the executive director's office, Honam was giving his report. If not for recruit Guang Yi, 80% of us would have been wiped out. A man standing nearby questioned him. You mean the reconnaissance team would have failed? His reply was grim. No. His expression turned deadly serious. Honam recalled the moment Guang Yi took down the OG and saved the entire squad. He continued. Not just the team, the entire base. It all happened in an instant. If he had been even a few seconds slower, the entire invader swarm would have closed in to protect that OG. We would have lost our one chance to take it down with a single shot. He even predicted the sandstorm's arrival, using it as a natural shield to cover our movements. I gave no orders during the retreat, yet it was as if Guang Yi already knew exactly what to do. It's almost impossible to believe he has zero combat experience in the other world. And that's not even mentioning he's only been with us for a single year. Honam went on, detailing Guang Yi's sharp judgment and decisive actions. He moved as if he could predict my commands before I even gave them. A deep sense of admiration filled him. Immortal bloodline, predictive judgment, and an uncanny ability to connect with anyone. Finally, Honam concluded his report. That is all. Jumi's older brother, Dong Chel, forced a tight-lipped smile, thinking, if things had gone south, it would have been a catastrophe. But thankfully, the kid handled it perfectly. I'm genuinely proud of him. An image of Jumi and Guang Yi together flashed through his mind. If he started dating my little sister, a satisfied, calculating smirk appeared on his face. He's 21, isn't he? Or maybe 22. At that age, his priority has to be women. Who knows? Maybe I can actually make this match happen. But after hearing the full report, Director Dong Cheol's brow furrowed. This damn kid, he's way too much to handle. He recalled Guang Yi's arrogant attitude. He's too defiant to just be my subordinate. That's why I tried to tame him by sending him to Expedition Team 4. Recalling his failed attempt to transfer the boy only fueled his irritation, myself. But the plan was a complete failure. I was trying to protect him from Victor Doan's fury to build some trust. But not only did the kid do a perfect job protecting his comrades, to my utter disbelief, Kim was shaking with rage. He even punched a hole through a special invader's head during the recon mission. Gritting my teeth, I realized I couldn't even cancel this mission now. The report would reach headquarters soon enough. If the commander heard about this, hey, my plans were in shambles. But for now, things were quiet. Yujin even got confession gifts from 2 girls. He couldn't help but feel pleased. After the mission, security was tightened for a few days. I got the chance to meet more people during that time and even received a confession from a woman on the research team. The engineer who gave me the parasite stone bracer came to visit me, too. The engineer asked curiously, heard you tried it out. How did it feel? I answered with total satisfaction. It was amazing. Hearing that, he trembled with a happy laugh. Ha ha ha, forgive me. Yujin couldn't help but think he'd met a completely normal engineer. This was a great chance to get to know everyone else. Visiting Sana Choi, he asked if she was feeling better. She teased him reassuringly. I dreamed about you. Yujin felt a pang of guilt. I still haven't been able to grant this woman's wish. But this is good enough for now, right? Victor Doan wasn't glaring at me anymore. He smiled lightly and told me to treat Keenam well. Seeing that, a thought crossed my mind. Now I understand why everyone says he's so protective of his little brother. Everyone on the team absolutely adored him. Yujin felt a surge of pride. I become the main character of the outpost invasion, the hero, who killed the special class invader. He smiled and waved at the crowd, feeling smug as a member of the special, immortal force that had protected the base. Yujin picked up his phone to check it. Whoa, so many notifications. He saw all the unread messages and cursed under his breath. Does this person have multiple personalities? What are these texts? Well, I'll just say I was busy, on a mission. A moment later, he scrolled to another message and froze. A different text. Seeing the old message from Kansan Hi Mac, he panicked. It was from his mom. He quickly called her back. Someone picked up. Who is this? Yujin put on his best voice. Mom, it's your terrible son calling. Kansan Hi clicked her tongue. Aha, so you're still alive? His aunt could be heard in the background. I'm sorry, I had to work overseas, so I had no signal. She held back her anger and replied sweetly, Aha, I see. So you and your father are both working abroad now. I get it. He immediately groveled, trying to win her over. I have committed a great sin. I'm truly sorry, Mom. Kansan Hai sighed and asked, So, are you hurt? And why did you even go abroad? Yujin felt a bead of sweat as he lied. Yes, I'm perfectly fine. My work is just so hectic. He felt both scared and relieved. Good. Now my business trips won't seem strange in the future. I still haven't seen Maddie since I left her. With Mom. He quickly asked, Mom, how's Maddie? Kansan Hai, who was at the gym, questioned him sharply. You miss her? Thinking of Babunda? He explained. Well, I told Maddie's father I would let him see her. His aunt agreed, then asked curiously. All right, bring him over. Is he really the girl's father? He gave a vague answer. Probably not. Kansan Hai gave her instructions, then hung up. Okay, just text me when you're on your way. Yujin stared blankly at the dead phone. Was it my imagination, or was Mom just furious? Well, I already promised the old man I'd let him see Maddie, so I'll ask about it once my vacation is over. After that, I got a 2-day break. He stuffed his mouth full of grilled meat. Training is good, but eating without having to work is even better. I also played video games for 8 straight hours, sitting in front of the TV, completely absorbed by the controller. Yujin later went to the training room for a bit. I did some bodybuilding when my muscles got stiff. Keenam was at the hospital, so I was all alone for those 2 days, enjoying my vacation in peace. I was fully rested before returning to work. A refreshed Yujin waved to his friends. Hey Shin. Good morning, everyone. With dark circles under her eyes, growled. You're finally here. He replied, a little intimidated. Yeah, my break is over. Dong-hoon Lee, looking dead, tired, managed a weak smile. Oh, it's you. Good to see you. Yujin looked around, confused. Why does everyone have such dark circles under their eyes? Jungbong Lee, also looking like a wreck, spoke up. You're late. You should have come back to work sooner. He was completely shocked. Even that jerk, the team manager, had dark circles. Looking at the grim atmosphere and their zombie-like faces, Yujin thought, it seems like while I was healing, a lot happened. A black hole and monsters appeared in the sky, and then Yujin understood. While I was gone, something had happened. A black hole anomaly. It's when the number of black holes increases and they start to overlap. From there, all kinds of invaders pour out. That's why they needed more people to close the portals. Jungbong Lee and Dong-hoon Lee looked exhausted as they mobilized the forces. The Special Police and the Immortal Task Force are on the case. Even the private military company, Kuz Corp, had to join forces. They've been working day and night without a single break. It's why the department head and his assistant look like exhausted pandas. But there's another culprit behind Dune's dark circles. A criminal with the identification number 0183724. Maison, the leader of the Undying cult, has escaped. The prison transport convoy was ambushed while surrounded by military forces. A black hole suddenly materialized, blocking the truck carrying him. And in that chaotic moment, Maison vanished. Inside the transport, they found nothing but a damaged restraint device and bloodstains. This was despite the tracking device and power-suppressing drugs he was given. He still managed to break free. All the trackers were neutralized, which means he definitely had inside help. Don-A grimly inspected the broken device. Yu Kwang immediately suspected Pizom 7 was the most likely culprit. Don-A had pulled an all-nighter tracking them. He approached with a casual smile. Everyone's working hard. A weary Lee Dong-hoon just grabbed his own hair in frustration. I was about to ask if you enjoyed your little vacation. He typed furiously before announcing. Exploration Team 4 says your results are being added to our group's report. So I took a peek at it, and well, the exhausted Lee Dong-hoon showed him the screen, sighing in disbelief. This is equal to a full year's work for anyone else. Yu Kwang replied humbly before turning to Lee Dongbon. Oh, really? I just did what needed to be done. But what about the section chief here? His rival shot him a cold glare. What? Yu Kwang asked innocently. Did you hear? The chief was confused. Huh? He provoked him, raising his voice. An entire year's worth of work. Lee Dongbong fought to hide his irritation, feigning indifference. So what? Yu Kwang just repeated cheerfully. A whole year's worth of work, he scoffed, breathing out a sharp, damn it. The exasperated Lee Dong-hoon cut in, just stop. But Yu Kwang wasn't finished. He continued his taunt. But for a single employee to meet the entire year's quota. Annoyed, Lee Dongbong finally snapped. All right, you did a great job. Fantastic even. You want me to bow down to you now? Yu Kwang didn't miss a beat. If you want to, I won't stop you. Don-A pulled him back. What's wrong? She handed him a piece of paper, saying, there's a note for you. He stared blankly. A note? Who's it from? Scrawled on it in blood were the words, Yu Kwang, I'll remember your face. This only piqued his interest. Mazan, he's pretty obsessed, isn't he? He asked curiously about the criminal's past. He must have a prior record, right? I bet he's been arrested for stalking or something similar before. Down below, the other agents were buzzing. Yeah, for sure. He broke out of prison. That piece of trash. That bastard Mazon. Yu Kwang was stunned by their unfiltered rage. Why are they reacting so strongly? Don A looked down and explained sympathetically. Ah, those are the reinforcements from the guard duty mission the other day. Because of this mess, their performance reports for the year are completely shot. He nodded with total understanding. If it were me, I'd be furious too. Lee Dong-hoon chimed in. By the way, are you hurt anywhere? I heard that Otherworld was pure chaos. Yu Kwang just grinned smugly. It's fine. Who do you think I am? His colleague sighed in admiration. At this rate, you'll be promoted to Assistant Section Chief in no time. Yu Kwang joked back, if that happens, can I drop the honorifics with you? Lee Dong-hoon's face was a blank slate. In your dreams. A moment later, Yu Kwang made an offer. Anyway, let's go get BBQ for lunch. I just got a 50 million won bonus. Lee Dong-hoon's head snapped up in shock. 50 million. Lee Dong-bong quickly jumped in with a smile. Hey, I'm only eating premium Korean beef. Yu Kwang looked over, a little impressed. He can be pretty charming sometimes. He then agreed, adding, of course, only the best cut. Shall we go now? Out on the bustling street, Yu Kwang drove Dr. Bake, who asked nervously, is Maddie still safe? Yu Kwang replied, then added a warning. She should be. You know the rules, right? Observing Dr. Bak, he thought to himself, I don't think he'll cause any trouble. The old man was wearing a tracking device and a self-destruct mechanism that would activate if he spoke any forbidden words. The car stopped, and Yu Kwang got out first with instructions. Wait here, I'm going in first. The doctor nodded. Understood. Carrying a pile of gifts, Yu Kwang walked in and saw Cousin He already waiting. He placed the items on the table and called out, your son is here. The woman looked up, surprised, as another bag was set down, followed by a pair of high heels. Her eyes scanned the gifts as she asked, it's been a while, hasn't it? Why do your cheeks look so thin? Cousin He advised him sternly, you mean to eat more? I heard you're making good money these days. He just smiled and nodded sweetly. Yes, I did well, so I even got a bonus. He then turned to the person beside her. Hello, Maddie. She bowed her head politely. Hello, senior. Have you been well? Looking Maddie over, Yu Kwang made a pleased assessment. She seems to have changed a lot. She'll likely be the next top student. Glancing outside at Dr. Bake, he thought to himself, I guess I don't need to worry about the doctor's safety after all. Suddenly, the old man burst in, shouting, Maddie. She shot up from her seat in surprise. Staring at the man about to tackle her in a hug, Maddie blocked his embrace with her hands. Dr. Bake froze, confused. Maddie, she frowned, on high alert. Who are you? Kazun He then remembered Yu Kwang's call, saying he wanted Dr. Bake to see Maddie. After she hung up, Kansun Hai thought to herself, when he first brought that child to me, my only goal was to give her a normal life. I planned to let her go when the time came. But looking at Maddie, her resolve changed. She has surpassed my wildest expectations. Kansun Hai gently asked, is that too heavy for you? Maddie, startled, replied firmly, no, ma'am. Then, her mother asked casually, I heard you once had a father. Do you remember anything about him? The girl answered truthfully, no. I don't remember anyone who fits that description. Kansun Hai gently probed further. Would you like to meet him? Maddie's answer was immediate, without a shred of hesitation. Not really. Before the lab, I don't remember anything at all, so I don't really miss them. Sweat beaded on Maddie's forehead. Clutching her chest, Maddie confessed, I like living with you more, Mom. I never want to go back to that place. Her mother handed her a carton of milk, her voice gentle. Well, your father wants to see you. Maddie stared, bewildered. My real father? Kansun Hai admitted vaguely. For now, let's say no. Maddie, completely lost, mumbled to herself. Then why call him father at all? Back in the present, Maddie broke the silence. I have a question for you. I've been told that you aren't my biological father. That means we share no blood, she stated, her voice calm and clear. And you can't say you raised me, either, since I spent my life locked inside a cabinet. So why should I call you father when you didn't give birth to me? Nor did you raise me. Bat Bung Dun was left utterly speechless, stunned by her words. Having said her piece, Maddie stood up. They call you the doctor, so I assume you just picked me up from some laboratory. But that alone doesn't give you the right to be my father. She gave him a deep bow. Thank you for everything you've done for me up to this point. Dr. Bat Bung Dun remained in a state of shock. He was completely unable to form a single word, standing frozen in place. A moment later, he buried his face in his hands, sobbing. Please, take good care of Maddie for me. The young man awkwardly patted his shoulder, trying to comfort him. She's grown up to be a fine young woman. So why are you crying? Bat Pilo spoke up from behind them. If that child needs anything, be sure to help her. He turned back with a smile. Of course. But he thought to himself, I knew his secretary was watching this whole time. Looking at the two of them, he couldn't help but sigh. This doctor sure knows how to stir up trouble. He must not trust me at all, leaving me with all the responsibility. Suddenly, Bat Pilo shot him a sharp look and asked, Let me ask you one last thing. What exactly does your mother do? How did she manage to change that child so completely? The young man thought, I can't just tell him my mom's a shapeshifter. But on the outside, he calmly replied, My mother is a fitness fairy. She transforms whenever she's in danger. Bat Pillow looked completely bewildered by the thought. A fairy, but she looks like she's at least 40. Meanwhile, Kansen Hai and Maddie were enjoying a happy stroll through the city. Yu Guangyi quickly explained. Age is just a number. She has the soul of a young maiden. Later, at his home, he and his father were sharing a beer. It feels great drinking with you like this, Dad. Yu Don-ho took the chance to ask. So, how's the new job? Guangyi replied with a bright smile. It's amazing. It was tough at first, but now I'm really starting to enjoy it. He lowered his voice, asking, You know which department I'm in, don't you, Dad? His father took a sip of beer before calmly replying, The Special Immortal Task Force. But I don't know the specifics of your job. Every organization operates differently. After all, Guangyi was stunned. Wait, does that mean you were never part of the Special Immortal Task Force? His father simply hummed in agreement. Then, Yu Don-ho suddenly spoke up. Son, I remember every single one of your childhood dreams. In elementary school, you wanted to be a firefighter, then a police officer, then a bodyguard, and then a marine. Guangyi listened, stunned by his father's memory. It seemed like you had a new dream every year. But they all had one thing in common. Your goal was always to fight against the invaders. Yu Don-ho paused, then spoke from the heart. If I truly wanted you to live an ordinary life, I never would have let you join in the first place. But if there's something you feel you absolutely must do, I wanted you to at least start from somewhere safe. Guangyi gave a small smile, his father's words sinking in like a thorn in his heart. Of course he's worried about me. Every word he says screams it. His father held up his beer can. So that makes me curious. Just how much have you learned? Perhaps feeling the buzz from the beer, Yu Don-ho made a suggestion. Why don't you try attacking me? Let's see just how much you've grown. Guangyi's eyes narrowed. He slammed his beer can down on the table. Yu Don-ho simply continued to sip his beer, carefully observing his son's every move. He smirked to himself. The kid's concealing his aura, using afterimages and splitting them to try and trick me. As Guangyi moved, he calculated his next step, creating illusions by shifting his muscles. I'll use these feints to throw him off balance. I have to maintain absolute focus. The second he reacts, I'll predict his next move. And through it all, Yu Don-ho remained perfectly calm, sipping his beer with his eyes closed. But as Guangyi was lost in his own strategy, a sudden poke from his father's finger snapped him back to reality. Oh? He chuckled, asking, Are you that surprised? Guangyi was still completely bewildered. How was that possible? Don-ho then began to explain. You were too focused. If you only stare at one thing, you'll miss everything else happening right in front of your eyes. That's why. Those words made me realize. To sense someone's presence, you have to read their intentions. Imagine you're watching a butterfly in flight. One could even count the number of times it flaps its wings. In his mind's eye, Guangyi pictured the butterflies. But what I was focused on was the bee hovering over the moon butterfly. Instinctively, I was wary of the danger it posed. I poured all my attention into the bee instead of the butterfly right there. My mind immediately pictured a vicious, aggressive insect. Then, it clicked. In other words, he thought, I completely erased the butterfly's movements from my mind. Don-ho smiled, clarifying. That technique is called presence erasure. You hide your own existence to deceive the enemy. You project an illusion, then withdraw it. Don-ho ruffled his son's hair, praising him. Excellent work. Then he declared with confidence, You're going to go far. He smiled with pride. You've improved so much. Of course, you are my son, after all. With that, he turned to leave. Well, I'm off to chat. Guangyi watched him go, a little curious. His father was much gentler today. Usually, he just left him to figure things out on his own. Placing the items Guangyi had bought on the ground, Kansen Hai called out softly, Du Kuai. Her face was a mix of suspicion and worry as she said, Don't you find my son's job incredibly suspicious? What if he's working for some politician or something like that? Sitting across from her, Du Kuai replied, Are you trying to brag to me? Kansen Hai glanced at Maji Dai, who was still focused on her training. It's so suspicious. she whispered. He brought home a shapeshifter as a test subject. Could he have joined some illegal organization? Is he using a government job as a cover? Du Kuai shook her head, disagreeing. I don't think so. If a kid that talented went down that path, there's no way I wouldn't have heard his name by now. Besides, didn't you say your husband recommended that job to him? Kansan Hai buried her face in her hands with a sigh. Yes, I believe he's a civil servant. That's why I'm worried he's making dirty money. To her shock, her friend responded nonchalantly. What's wrong with dirty money? It's better than starving. But the mother just couldn't shake her suspicions. She pulled out her phone, ready to make a call. Should I try asking Kone? Du Kuai looked up in surprise. You're going to call Kone, your little brother? If you ask him about something like that, he'll just drag you back home. In the end, Kansan Hai put her phone away and lowered her head, lost in thought. Then, she tried to calm her own heart. There's no need to worry. Kwangwai is a good kid. I'm the one who raised him. Just then, Maji D peeked over. I'm all warmed up now. Duque smiled brightly and said, All right, then let's begin. Kansan Hai cut in, looking defeated. I'll do it. Duquai glanced at her, a little surprised. Well, he's her precious son. It's only natural for her to worry, but if that kid were using his shape-shifting ability for something shady, I would have known a long time ago. A flicker of concern crossed her face, and she opened her phone to check. I'll just run a quick check to put her mind at ease. Staring at the chart on her screen, she silently cursed. Damn these black holes. Night fell, the streetlights casting a faint glow outside. Kang Himin was sitting alone when she heard a familiar voice. Hey, long time no see. It was Kwang Wai, smiling playfully as he teased her. I bet you're still as crazy as ever. Huh. Kang Himin closed her eyes and puckered her lips, waiting. What are you talking about? You're supposed to kiss me first. Then you can say whatever you want. He stared at her, completely baffled. I don't remember us having that kind of relationship. With a serious face, she insisted, Let's try it right now. I'm ready. Kwang Wai just laughed. You haven't changed one bit. Anyway, how did you know I was back? Did you plant a camera on me or something? She shot back, annoyed. I met my in-laws earlier. Kwang Wai sat on the swing next to her, chuckling. In-laws? You got married? Wow, people sure get married easily these days. Then he heard her yell. Your parents. Kwang Wai didn't get it at all and retorted, I thought you were just bad at studying, but it turns out you lack common sense, too. The term in-laws only applies to your husband's family. Kang Hemin gritted her teeth in frustration. You're so annoying. After a moment, she panicked and fired off questions. Do you have a girlfriend? Are you dating anyone? Is anyone at work hitting on you? Kwang Wai answered casually, I get a new girlfriend every day, and 2 people from different departments are hitting on me right now. He remembered his time at the agency, thinking, Manager Cho Min Nam did ask me to dinner, but I'm not a fan of players. Even someone as clueless as Doan Ki Nam knows about her. Kang Himin stared at him skeptically. What? Are you kidding me? Kwang Wai replied with a smug tone. I don't have a girlfriend. My standards are incredibly high. She puffed out her cheeks and declared bluntly, Good to know. That's for the best. You belong to me, so don't you dare talk to anyone else. He gave her an unamused smile. What's it got to do with you? So, how were your graduation exam results? As your former tutor, I'm pretty curious. Kang Himin let out a weary sigh. Don't even ask. My mom almost killed me. That's why I had to make a desperate escape from home. I've been gone for a week. Hearing this, Kwang Wai burst out laughing. He looked genuinely delighted. Well, your health is what's most important, right? Who cares about a few test scores? Just, don't tell anyone I used to tutor you. Kang Himin stormed off in a rage, shouting a curse over his shoulder. You're so damn annoying. And just like that, Wang Yi was left alone in the park. He tilted his head back, letting out a sigh. Ah, so peaceful. Life is still pretty good. The following day, Guang Yi's life would be anything but a quiet good morning. I got in earlier than usual today, but the office was completely empty. Finally, I ran into Dune. Morning, I said. She looked surprised. Wow, you're here early. I just nodded and walked right past her. Heh. So Dune came in after me. A moment later, I spotted Li Dong-hun, who looked way too cheerful. Something good happen? Despite the dark circles under his eyes, he grinned. I hit the jackpot on the gacha machine last night. Soon after, the manager arrived, and the department head was the last one in. As usual, he was in a foul mood. What are you all doing here so early? He barked. Just show up on time. No one's paying you for this. My eyes flickered down, then shot back up. In an instant, I unleashed an illusion, aiming it straight at Li Yongbong. What's wrong with you this early in the... Before he could even finish, he realized it was a trick, and that's when I gave his shin a light tap. Li Dong-hun and Duan whipped their heads around, shocked. Li Yongbong's roar echoed through the office. You bastard. I just stood there, thinking to myself, hey, this trace reversal skill really works. Hearing our boss's furious scream, Li Donghun shot me a warning. Kuang Yi, run for it. I was totally confused. Huh? Why? The next thing I knew, Li Yongbong was charging, a wicked grin on his face and a sharp dagger in his hand. All right, you little punk. Let's go to hell together, he screamed. I'll kill you, then hand in my resignation. And just like that, the chase was on. I yelled back while running for my life. It's only Monday. Just another typical start to the week. Later, I tapped my finger on Quimio's forehead. What was that for? He asked. I thought to myself, okay. I've tested this on Quimio and Manager Kang. I used my trace reversal illusion as I brushed past him. Whoa, what was that? I played it cool. Oh, sorry. My hand slipped. I tried it on a few other people, too. But maybe I went a little too far with Choi Tae. He got so startled he completely fell out of his chair. He jumped up and yelled, hey, did you fall for Miho, too? Are you trying to get rid of your rivals or something? I ignored him and kept walking. As if, ultimately, my new power was perfect. I could play hide and seek with my boss, practice my trace reversal, and even sneak in some webtoon reading at my desk. I was grinning at my screen, fully enjoying this ideal office life, when suddenly, Pilo appeared out of nowhere. He got straight to the point. Kuang Yi, I've already gotten approval. I need your help. From his desk, Li Yongbong grumbled loudly. Damn it, is Kuang Yi some kind of public utility now? He complained. Why does every single department want to borrow him? Ignoring him, I followed Pilo to another section. Seeing us arrive, Shimodong spoke up. You're here. But my attention was fixed on the person standing before me. I was stunned. A pureblood immortal. Her visuals were on another level. Like she was sculpted from a pretty boy idol and our own department head. Pilo quickly introduced their leader, Captain Batalo. Pilo then presented me. And this is Kuang Yi, the ace of guard team 3. I decided to break the ice my way. Try not to fall for me at first sight. I've been having a lot of trouble with women lately. The pure blood. Do you? Sneered back. Nobody mentioned a complete lunatic would be joining us. I thought to myself, great. Her personality is just as charming. I stepped forward to shake her hand, but she pulled away. Right. A pleasure to meet you. I forced a smile, gears turning in my head. What the hell? I didn't master this skill just to shake hands with some girl, but I absolutely can't let her disrespect me like this. Instantly, I activated my trace reversal illusion and grabbed her hand before she could react. I said, it's a pleasure to meet you. Her other hand darted to her thigh. In a flash, she drew a knife and slashed at me several times. I threw up my arms just in time to block. The air crackled with tension. In the next second, we were both ready to lunge. Pilo jumped between us. That's enough? He glared at each of us in turn. This is the special immortal task force. Are you two seriously trying to start something here? She calmly sheathed her knife. I wasn't the one who started it. I seethed internally. Oh, so I guess that means it was my fault. I thought sarcastically. Pilo dragged me out of the room. Kuang Yi, a word. Once we were outside, he got right to it. Are you always like this? He asked, exasperated. I shot back, dead serious. I didn't start it. Are we supposed to just roll over because she's a pureblood? He sighed, choosing his words carefully. Look, I know she was in the wrong, but you can't react like that either. It's not like they're going to change how they act. Just be professional, okay? I let out a sharp breath. Fine, I dragged out. Yes, sir. We walked back into the room. Pilo clapped his hands together. All right, let's try this one more time. This is Kuang Yi. And this is Dua, a pureblood. He added, almost pleading, please, don't fight. We just glared daggers at each other. I met her gaze without flinching. It wouldn't be very mature of me to get into a fight with a little kid. Pilo's face scrunched up, begging us to be civil. But that's when Shimodong cut through the tension. All right, listen up. We've lost contact with a team member. They were on an infiltration mission. This is their last known location. A digital map of an island appeared on the screen. My eyes widened. Jeju Island? Shimodong nodded. Correct. They were dispatched to rescue a kidnapped pureblood. On the surface, it looks like a regular corporation. But we suspect it's a front for a psychoscience cult. Pilo jumped in. The target's codename is Ailey. The mission is Operation Rescue Ailey. She was a member of the rescue team, and the pureblood who was kidnapped in the first place. He finished his explanation with a sharp question. Everyone clear on that? Gear up and move out immediately. Assistant Director Shim, you'll be taking Du Guangyul with you. He responded without hesitation. Yes, sir. Don Xia stayed put. Simodong just shoved the other guy away. However, sat in complete silence. He glanced at the remaining two, asking, "What's going on?" A curious thought crossed his mind. He knew she was a pureblood, but that shouldn't grant her any special privileges here. The pureblood clans and the government have a strict policy of non-interference. As he recalled this, Kim Do-han just stared at him blankly. "Are all purebloods this strange?" he asked. The question was met with another. "You don't know? Didn't your father teach you about this?" Currently, there are two pure-blooded clans. One is the Doan, the ones known for being sensitives. Both Doan Han Nam and Doan Ki Nam belong to that clan. The other clan is called Over. He explained that their rights were essentially the same, totally free from government intervention. They also receive special privileges. Kim Do-han raised his beer glass, offering a clear example. Tax exemption is one of the big ones. They also have mission autonomy, but in return, they have a sworn duty to provide immortals for the nation. As his flashback ended, Du Kwang-wai was busy selecting weapons from the armory. Even when he'd asked Ki Nam about his family, the guy had refused to answer. "That's everything I know about the Doan clan." So, they aren't powerful enough to do whatever they please in the Immortal Special Forces. Puzzled, he asked the assistant director, "Is it true that neither Ki Nam nor his brother Hun Nam are participating?" Simo Dong looked a little surprised to hear that. "You call Director Doan Han Nam your brother?" Kwang Wai answered honestly, "Yes, he's a friend of mine." He stroked his chin, thinking, "This is a bit complicated, but the Doan family officially requested this mission. It's a personal request from Jews." Kwang Wai was shocked. "Wait, we take personal requests now?" Simo Dong shot back a question of his own. "You know most of Team 1's missions are protecting high-ranking officials, right?" Du Kwang Wai grew curious. "Then what about manager Lai Dongbong's team?" He bit his lip, staring into the distance. "You want to work with him? Sure, he gets the job done. But I can't stand the sight of the guy." Simo Dong's face twisted in disgust, just thinking about Lai Dongbong's smug face. "That bastard, I mean, Manager Li Dongbong and I don't really get along." Kwang Wai stated plainly, "You can just call him a bastard." Simo Dong burst out laughing, sharing a moment with Kwang Wai as they badmouthed Lai Dongbong behind his back. "You can also call it the bastard manager's team." Kwang Wai couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie. The best way to get close to someone is to trash a common enemy. At that very moment, inside Lai Dongbong's office, he asked seriously, "Who is your father?" Nam Ongzin began to explain slowly. "My father was a cold-hearted pureblood. He refused to accept my bloodline." Before he could finish, he was cut off. "I'm not talking about your father." He then asked again, patiently. "Then who?" Kwang Wai. Li Dongbong recalled the prank from that morning. "He used a tracking skill on me today. Someone had to have taught him that skill." His face grew stern as he probed for information. "So, who's Kwang Wai's father?" Nam Ongzin replied quietly, "I don't know." He didn't have any intel on Kwang Wai either. "Even I don't know everything." The minister confirmed he's not a spy, a terrorist, or some cultist. A seed of doubt grew in his own mind. "I don't know the details, but I'm certain he is incredibly skilled. A half-blood immortal. A true genius among geniuses." Just then, someone entered the room to report. "Sir, we have a problem." Nam Ongzin was startled. "What is it?" The man quickly handed over a tablet. "Please, take a look at this." A video, along with a chilling message, began to play on the screen. "I have dedicated everything to this government laboratory. I poured all of my effort and research into my work, but all I received in return was the label of a traitor. With this video, I demand the South Korean government confess its sins. Only then will I spare the lives of these two." As the video ended, the agent spoke up. "We blocked the video immediately, sir, but it has already spread everywhere." Lai Dongbong shot up from his seat, cursing under his breath. He glanced sharply at Nam Ongzin. "That's Du Kwang Wai's mission, isn't it? Have you sent him the details?" He rubbed his forehead, exhausted. "Like I said, I don't know everything. Just send in reinforcements." Lai Dongbong replied immediately. "Team 3 will be dispatched." He stood by the window, thinking to himself, this is strange. This isn't something a rookie should be able to handle. But for some reason, I'm not worried at all." At that moment, military helicopters filled the sky outside. Bilo's voice came through. "It's fake." Du Kwang Wai looked confused. "Sir," he continued, "according to the analysis team, everything the culprit said is a lie. It's 90% fabricated." Bilo held up a tablet. "We can't identify any government scientist capable of pulling this off. So there's no truth to the culprit's words." Du Kwang Wai peered at the screen, curious. "What's in there?" He focused, thinking carefully. A scientist who would dare to challenge the government like this isn't doing it for money, and it doesn't seem like there's anyone he wants to set free. Recalling the scene from the video, he muttered, "He wants the government to apologize. He wants to destroy the people's trust in their government. Bilo's voice cut through his thoughts. We can classify this as an act of terrorism. Du Quanghai agreed internally. That's right. Only a terrorist organization would do something like this. Remembering the faces of the terrorists, he made an assessment. An organization filled with complete madmen. He saw his reflection in the window as he theorized. It might be Phantom. The government has crushed them countless times. This time, they probably want revenge by uniting the non-governmental organizations. Bado Pilo continued to brief the team. As their chopper descended upon the otherworldly geological facility, the mission alert rang out. Hostile forces were dug in ahead, a squad of roughly 40 armed guards. Du Guangyul and his team stood by, awaiting their orders. We're splitting into 2 units, an assault team and an infiltration team. Assault team, you'll secure the perimeter from the parking lot. Du Guangyul and Duja remain in the chopper, waiting for the signal. Infiltration, you'll rappel from the helicopter and breach through the roof. We're heading straight for the objective. Jisoo scowled at the woman's scornful tone. Her words were sharp. Stop staring, you freakish half-breed. He was stunned. She noticed that. I barely even looked her way. A flicker of suspicion ignited in Du Guangyul's mind. Her senses are unnaturally sharp. How is that even possible? Not even Kinam can do that without intense concentration. But then he saw her biting her lip, a wave of anxiety washing over her face. Then again, how could I not look? She's clearly terrified. The chopper began its rapid descent as the final call came in. We are approaching the objective. Then, the order came for Du Guangyul's team. All right, the lines are down. Go. Bado Pilo questioned him. You're not going? He replied calmly. The line will snap. I'm going last. Bado Pilo just shrugged and took the lead. Fine, I'll go first then. He reasoned with himself. It's because I'm a transmuter. I'm much heavier than I look. Du Guangyul just smirked. I'll be back. And with that, he began his descent. But as he looked down, the ground below suddenly erupted in a massive explosion. Neither Bado Pilo nor Duja saw it coming. While he was still dangling on the line, something sliced through the air towards him. It was a steel axe. He panicked. An axe. He swung his body, narrowly dodging the blade. But when he looked up, his eyes widened in horror. The helicopter was engulfed in flames. Du Guangyul roared in fury. Damn it. A piece of shrapnel struck him, dazing him for a moment. He glanced up to see the chopper bursting into a fireball. He cursed under his breath. Son of a. Shim Dong, the pilot, fought with the controls. He just managed to get the last man onto the roof before the chopper slammed into the side of the building. He offered a grim smile. See you in the hospital, he said. Then, he plummeted out of sight, right before Du Guangyul's eyes. The very next second, the cold steel of a gun barrel pressed against his head. Well, the gunman sneered. Looks like it's time for you to die. Without another word, he pulled the trigger. A bullet shot straight for Du Guangyul's head, but the gunman's eyes widened in shock at his target's speed. In a blur, Du Guangyul slammed into him from the side, sending the man sprawling. A tremor ran through his leg as he thought back to the landing. My left tibia must have fractured when I hit the roof. Another hostile's voice cut through the air, filled with rage. What the hell is wrong with that bastard? Seeing his teammates, Du Guangyul called out casually. Hey, is everyone all right? The 2 soldiers stared in disbelief. Wait a second. You're... A massive, hulking figure emerged from behind Du Guangyul, letting out a guttural growl. One of the soldiers stared blankly, mimicking the sound. Growl. Realization dawned on the other 2 in a wave of panic. They raised their rifles. I knew it. He's from the Immortal Special Forces. His partner screamed, Kill him. Du Guangyul recognized them instantly. These bastards. They're from Purdue Metis. Seeing the situation escalating, Duja asked, Captain, what's the plan? Bado Pilo's voice came over the comms, urgent and clear. If we can't breach in the next 5 minutes, we'll have to abandon the hostage. Du Guangyul immediately shot back. What? That's not how I operate. Duja's voice was tight with desperation. We can't give up, no matter what. Just then, the enemy soldiers opened fire on their position. What are you waiting for? Fire. Huddle behind cover. Du Guangyul watched the chaos unfold. The word surrender isn't in my vocabulary. Duja peeked out from cover. That's more than just a word, you know. He grabbed his weapon and rose to his feet. You and the captain buy me some time. I'm going in to rescue the hostage. She stared in shock. What? How are you going to do that? He aimed his gun straight at the floor, a confident grin on his face. My father was fond of a certain saying, I walk my own path. And that path becomes the only way. She cried out, trying to stop him. Hey, wait a minute. In an instant, a deafening explosion ripped through the rooftop, stunning everyone. Du Guangyul stared down at the massive hole he just created. If there's no path forward, I'll just have to make my own. But just as he was about to leap, Duja stopped him. There's something you need to know before you go in there. Du Guang Yul paused. What is it? Her voice trembled. My daughter. She's one of the hostages. Duja pleaded, her voice breaking. Please, bring her back to me safely. A moment later, the enemy soldiers finally noticed the gaping hole in the floor. What the hell? Where did this hole come from? Seeing her chance, Duja charged out, attacking the bewildered soldiers. As soon as they spotted her, the call went out. We've still got survivors. Kill them all. A hailstorm of bullets immediately filled the air. Bado Pilo watched Duja in awe. She truly lives up to her title as an oracle. I can't let myself fall behind. With that thought, he sprang into action, striking down enemy after enemy with poison needles. You're not the only ones who know how to use poison. Just then, two new figures appeared, Crocodile and Niudu. Crocodile let out a laugh. Ha, you little runts, is ambushing all you're good for. He then commanded his men to surround them. Now, it's our turn. Bado Pilo's brow furrowed. Du Guang Yul, we can't hold them for long. We've got 20 minutes, max. Meanwhile, Du Guang Yul landed on the floor below. He clutched his broken leg, already feeling the effects of the pill he took right after landing. He watched as his bones began to knit back together, a satisfied look on his face. Its official designation is HCS-3, a powerful regeneration stimulant. The same drug I used when I severed that monster's arm. He pops another pill, calculating his next move, but HCS-3 dulls the senses, so I'll need a counteragent. He closes his eyes, focusing, recalibrating everything. This one's called Alpha Cool, or simply Snowflake. It'll counteract the side effects of the HCS. With his heightened vision, Du Guanyi quickly locates the hostage. She's on the 3rd floor. Position confirmed, he moves at maximum speed, flowing through the blind spots of the guards below. Reaching the door, Du Guanyi kicks it wide open. The men inside shout in shock, what the hell? How did you get in here? Another one snarls, making a threat. One step closer and the hostage dies. You'd better surrender now. Before he could even finish, Du Guanyi hurls a knife, burying it between the man's eyes. He drops without a sound. The remaining goon raises his sword in fury, ready to cut the bastard down. Du Guangyi calmly raises his pistol and puts a round in his chest. The bullet finds its mark, and he joins his partner in death. Hearing the violent commotion, the two hostages tremble in fear. He cuts their bindings and removes their hoods, reassuring them, don't be afraid. I'm with the Immortal Special Forces. Seeing a familiar face, the woman asks in surprise, weren't you at the same training facility as me? She rubs her arm, adding, yeah. Behind you. Just then, a transformed Nobu charges forward, roaring in fury. Who is this bastard? Du Guangyi raises his barrel and says calmly, don't worry. He immediately opens fire on Nobu. With a deadpan face, he remarks, hope he wanted to be cremated. At the sight, the woman covers her mouth, fighting back a wave of nausea. Beside her, Bat-Un can't hold it in and actually throws up. Du Guangyi unties the little girl and asks, are you okay? The girl wipes her mouth and snaps back. How could I not be okay? He's taken aback by her feisty attitude. The other woman informs Guangyi they have a huge force on the 1st floor. The exit is probably blocked. I'm guessing the researchers are down there, too. You need to be careful. He's a bit surprised. She must have been observing the situation even while captured. He quickly replies, we're not going through the 1st floor. She looks at him, confused. What? Then how do we get out? Before she can finish, Du Guangyi points his gun at the ceiling and grins. We go up. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, a crazed mob with bloodshot eyes is growling. Get out of my way. That one's mine. There are 3 of them. Where's the 3rd? Hiding in some corner. Who knows where? But I'll kill him myself. In the corner, Bat Pilo clutches his injured arm. His opponent is an original, transformed, a master of combat. He can't hold out much longer. If this keeps up, the whole squad will be wiped out. Is it time to give up? As he's lost in thought, a familiar voice startles him. Hostages secured. Du Guangyi is standing right behind him, carrying the child with the other woman in tow, leaving him stunned. What? Guangyi smirks. Why so surprised? I told you I'd get them out. Just then, Bat-Un sees her mother and leaps from his arms. Mom! Tianshu screams in terror. Run! In his wolf form, Nobu lunges forward with a triumphant grin. You foolish little brat! He raises his claws, ready to snatch the girl. Du Guangyi thinks to himself, if I intervene, that monster will be sliced in 2. He dashes forward, severing the beast's arm. Just in time, Bat-Un reaches her mother safely. He then turns and says, let's move, Captain. Bat Pilo, still in shock, snaps to attention. Right. Down the wall, let's go. They drop the ropes. Tiansu smiles gratefully. I'll find a way to thank you properly later. But for now, thank you. I'm in your debt. Her sudden change in attitude catches him off guard. Please don't do that. Just act like you normally do. As they rappel down, his curiosity gets the better of him. How old are you? She replies, 28. He's shocked. When did you have a kid? Tianshu answers honestly, when I was 18. Even more stunned, he turns to Bat-Un. So you're 10 years old, kiddo? The girl huffs indignantly. I'm not a kiddo. My name is Bat-Un. They both land safely on the ground. He glances over and jokes. Guess I have to call you Sis now. Tianshu's cold demeanor melts away as she laughs. You can think of me as your older sister. Guan Yi immediately retorts, no way, you're a whole 7 years older than me. Just then, Bat Pilo freezes, the hair on his neck standing on end. They both whip around as a curse rings out. Son of a bitch, the woman warns. It's him. A face slowly emerges from the shadows with a wicked grin. Busy. Nobu transforms back into a man, cracking his knuckles with a feral smile. Got a minute to chat? He snarls, grinding his teeth. You like being busy, don't you? Well, I feel like talking. Du Guanyi gives an innocent smile and calls him a lawnmower, which sends him into a rage. His canines lengthen as he transforms back into a beast. His colossal form strikes terror into everyone present. He roars, I'm a lumberjack who chops up people. The bastard, Nobu the people chopping lumberjack. He's a member of the terrorist organization Prometheus, a pure-blooded werewolf, a master of close-quarters combat, and his signature move is the wolf's howl. It's a terrifying skill that freezes opponents in fear, allowing him to take their heads in an instant. That's exactly how he earned his nickname, the Woodcutter. He sneered, You really think you can stop me? Listen, kid. Unless you've got elite skills like Li Dong Bong, you're going to die in a heartbeat. Unafraid, the hero shot back. So what if my skills are just as good as his? Don't get cocky, you little brat. The woodcutter's rage exploded as he raised his massive axe. I'll chop you into 100 pieces and feed you to a grinder. Nearby, Bilo screamed a warning, get down. But Nopildu managed to parry the devastating attack with his own broad axe. Bilo frantically told the woman beside him, We can't let the rookie die. She just offered a helpless smile. Sorry, but there's not much I can do to help. In truth, Quang Wai only planned to fight for a moment before making a run for it. How could he possibly win against a monster like that? However, killing him was a different story altogether. He needed incredible speed and perfect judgment to counter the man's ultimate technique. It was time to open the sensory gate that the old team manager had told him about. Sensory conversion enhancement. It allows one sense to completely dominate the others, overriding all 5 to awaken a 6th sense. This would awaken a super sense, granting him the ability to predict his enemy's every move. But while he was lost in thought, Nopildu hurled his axe toward the woman behind him, striking Quang Wai's arm instead. The axe spun wildly towards the woman. She panicked, raising her gun to block the blow. Thankfully, Quang Wai snapped back into the fight just in time. The invisible shield he manifested held for just a moment. In that instant, he shoved her out of harm's way. He anxiously asked if she was okay. She replied toughly, This is nothing. The woodcutter just laughed as he slowly advanced. Well, the one who took my disciple's arm. I suppose your skills had to be at least this impressive, right? Quang Wai rose to his feet, challenging him. Come and try to take my arm. Seeing him fearlessly taunt the monster, Bilo yelled in anger. Why are you provoking him? Quang Wai just smiled. This isn't a provocation. So then, how about we try some close-quarters combat? Instantly, Nopildu charged like a savage beast. Meanwhile, a plan was already forming in Quang Wai's mind. He had to use the abilities of a shifter to face this monster head-on, but he couldn't use those powers right now. All he could do was grit his teeth and parry the blows with his gun. In that case, he would use his enemy's own power against him. He moved with blinding speed, dodging every single attack. The man snarled, You miserable little brat, are you one of Li Dongbong's students? From behind, the woman provided covering fire. He dodged a bullet and sneered, You don't stand a chance. Just then, Quang Wai appeared from behind, catching him completely by surprise. He replied coolly, I agree. You don't stand a chance. He then launched himself into the air, delivering a powerful strike. But the woodcutter was no pushover and blocked with his axe. Spotting an opening, he immediately seized the opportunity and shattered his opponent's weapon. Gritting his teeth, he swung his axe with all his might to break the shield Quang Wai had created. In the end, the weapons on both sides were destroyed. Quang Wai was thrown back. He struggled to his feet, thankful for the support of his galactic shield. The foul-mouthed beast continued his taunts. Is that all you've got? If this is your limit, I could fight you for a whole week. Though racked with pain, Quang Ai's voice was like steel. Don't be so arrogant. We'd better end this quickly. Because that Li Dongbong you're so afraid of will be here in half an hour. The words struck a nerve, a direct blow to his pride. A firestorm of rage erupted from him. Bilo's jaw dropped in terror. It was the Fury, a weapon that amplifies his shifter's emotions. This was the exact reason why Kwang Wai had been provoking him this entire time. A heart-stopping howl tore through the air. The ultimate weapon of a shifter, with power said to rival the fear of the invaders themselves. It was a skill that could paralyze others with a single cry, while a beast's bloodlust could tip the scales of battle by causing fear. The howl simply froze a person solid. He had been waiting for his opponent to use this skill. He had endured the bloodlust of his own mother, Kang's son, so what was this howl in comparison? At that moment, both Bilo and the woman were frozen stiff. The woodcutter immediately charged in for the kill. But in that same instant, Kwang Wai dodged the blow and pressed his gun right against the man's chest. A terrifying explosion ripped through the area. The other two could only watch, completely stunned. Though he was in agony after taking the blast, he gave a triumphant thumbs up. By the time Li Dongbong's team rushed to the scene, he had already handled everything. Li Dongbong's eyes widened in shock at the horrific scene. Dona asked, "Is that Pudu? Did you do this?" "Oh, you're here too?" The team manager. "He's really dead." The woman began to recount what happened. Pudu's howl froze all of us solid, except for Kwang Wai. Satisfied, her superior turned and told everyone to clean up the scene, and he didn't forget to tell Bilo to give a full report when they returned. And just like that, they had resolved the situation and captured the member of the research team, the one who uploaded that video. Turns out, he was a mad scientist. In exchange for the video, he was promised a chance to experiment on unawakened immortals. Li Donghun asked, "You said that you... Are you a regressor or something? Or did some legendary sword master possess your body?" Don simply smiled and praised him. "Excellent work. Want me to buy you a meal?" That was always the deputy team manager's way. Others were just glad he'd taken out a key member of Param. Thea Souza even thanked him, promising to repay the favor tenfold. Even team manager Bilo invited him to join his squad. And just like that, he was the rookie who had eliminated a high-ranking member of Param Theus, a monster who was both a first-class criminal and a known terrorist. The entire company was buzzing about his promotion to deputy team manager. Donham listened in nonchalantly. The team management department, that was fast. He suddenly grew pensive. He'd only just reached class 2 a few days ago. He wondered if he should just give up. Just then, Nam Mongjin made a public announcement confirming that a member of the Immortal Special Task Force had killed Nobildu, but he concealed the agent's name, demanding silence from anyone. His voice was grave. "Instead, please, refer to this agent by the codename we have assigned to individuals like them. This agent's call sign is..." But before he could finish, an agent burst into the room, fuming with rage. He got in Li Yongbong's face, demanding, "It was you, wasn't it? Why are you taking your anger out on me?" And with that, the peaceful days for External Security Team 3 were officially over. Kim Dong-cheol, his face pale with fright, stammered, I don't think we have a choice." As he tried to maintain his connection, the sudden appearance of an enraged Nam Mongjin made him leap back in pure terror. Kang Taekwang's face darkened as he ordered the man to leave. He asked hesitantly, "Sir, are you giving up?" "Never. I could never do that. There's a much easier way right in front of us. You may go now." He figured Yu Guangyul was far too talented for Nam Mongjin to ever let go, and decided to move him completely out of his sphere of influence. After a brief greeting with Bat Hu, he requested help locating Assistant Director Yu Guangyul. The response was instant and cold. "Impossible. We have orders to stay away from him." Kang Taekwang demanded to know who issued the order. Bat Hu sounded wary. "The higher-ups, obviously." He pressed on, which higher-ups? Bat Hu asked softly if he really wanted to know that. He immediately began to stammer. "No." After a long silence, he lowered the phone, his eyes turning cold and sharp as a blade. "Yu Guangyul, who in the world are you? Who's protecting you? Has the Minister of Internal Security finally made his move?" Elsewhere, the minister himself spoke calmly. "That should suffice, correct? I have kept my promise." "But what's going on with your son?" Duan Ho brushed it off. "It's nothing. He's just my son. I heard he killed Nobildu. How long has he been awakened?" "Almost 2 years." At that, both men were left speechless. In truth, Duan Ho was just as shocked. He never imagined his son would end up in this kind of profession. He knew his son was a rising rookie in the Immortal Special Forces. But even when he'd severed his own arm to kill a pure-blood shapeshifter and an S-rank criminal, the praise for raising him so well left Duan Ho with hollow, aching sadness. Of course he was proud, but he was also consumed by worry, praying his son wouldn't venture into places that were too dangerous. Suddenly, Duan Ho asked his wife, "My love, we raised our boy well, didn't we?" Kasun Hee smiled warmly. "Of course we did. He's our son." She desperately wanted to tell him that Yu Guangyul was a shapeshifter, but she was afraid her husband wouldn't be able to accept it. Meanwhile, he thought she had no idea their son was an immortal, and he carried the exact same fear in his heart. As if their souls were connected, they both decided to leave the conversation for another day. Duan-ho smiled. I just want him to be healthy. She gently reassured him. He's a grown man now. Sooner or later, he has to leave the nest. Hearing that, he laughed, admitting he was worrying too much. But both Cass-and-He and Duan-ho felt a crushing guilt for keeping this secret alone. Back at the office, Yu Guangyu walked in with a cheerful, good morning. Seeing him so bright, Li Yongbong had to ask, when am I ever not happy? He retorted. Li Yongbong knew instantly he'd gotten paid, and he was right. The source of his joy was the massive reward that had just been deposited. The World Government Association, which handles international criminals, had put up a bounty of 686.4 million won for no bill due. However, the government wasn't the only source. Since he belonged to the Immortal Special Task Force and had help on the mission, the reward money was meant to be split evenly. But Manager Bilo and Cho Min-am refused their cut. He claimed he did nothing, while she insisted Yu Guanyul was the one who saved her life. Thanks to them, the entire sum belonged to him. Overnight, he had become a wealthy man with 2.221 billion won. The world looked beautiful, but his bank account looked even more so. He was even humming as he bought fried chicken for his colleagues. Li Yongbong glared. Are you really that happy? Yu Guangyul beamed like the sun. Isn't life beautiful? A grumpy manager shot back. Beautiful. My foot. He sobered up and got back to his duties. But after confirming his identity with the caller on the other end, his eyes widened in absolute shock. I'm sorry. Who is this? Later that night, at a sprawling estate, Souza suddenly appeared, informing him that the head of the Dune clan wished to see him. He feared it was because he had bullied Keenam one too many times. His arrival was announced, and he was quickly ushered inside. The head of the Doan family, Patriarch Doan, greeted him with a wide, friendly smile. The old man spoke without pause. So, you are Guang Yi? Your immortal bloodline is fainter than I imagined. I heard the oysters are excellent today, so I prepared some. Can you drink? Guang Yi respectfully accepted the glass. I can handle a little. The patriarch then praised him for saving Sua's life. Guang Yi humbly brought the glass to his lips. I only did what was necessary. Delicious, isn't it? Guang Yi's expression hardened. You didn't call me all the way out here just to drink, did you? Hearing that, the patriarch's friendly mask faltered. A sly grin spread across his face. You must be very curious. This is the first time I've summoned you here myself, and now I'm even sharing a drink with you. I'll be direct. I need you to give me a child. The words struck Guang Yi like lightning, freezing him to the spot. The old man made the shocking offer with ease. Name any woman you desire. I'll arrange it for you. If not, you can simply provide your sperm. He repeated his offer, even suggesting Sua. Guang Yi was completely baffled. Are you proposing marriage? But the patriarch only wanted his seed. He knew the bloodlines of mutants were rarely passed on, but Guang Yi was a special case. The old man clicked his tongue. It would be good for your sex life. And if there's anything you want, I can make it a reality for you. This is a mutually beneficial relationship. What do you say? For a moment, Guang Yi was swayed. Are you serious? If you wish, I can secure you a position in the government, or enough money to buy this entire building. At that, something inside Guang Yi finally snapped. He gritted his teeth, his voice a low growl. What the hell are you saying? The patriarch looked slightly surprised by his outburst. Finally, Guang Yi slammed his fist on the table, consumed by fury. Aren't you the head of this family? Do you think the women of your clan are just for breeding? A bodyguard stepped forward menacingly. Watch your mouth. You were speaking to the patriarch. Without a trace of fear, Guang Yi shot back. I am watching my mouth. If I weren't, I would have already snapped his neck. He then turned and walked away with cold fury. He didn't forget to leave a parting gift. I'll pay for my meal so I don't violate any anti-corruption laws. Don't ever think about summoning me here again. The patriarch suddenly burst into laughter like a madman. His guard leaned in, confused. Sir, what should we do? His demeanor shifted instantly, like a man with multiple personalities. Let him be. He's still young. Isn't everyone like that at his age? He's still so naive. He hasn't been corrupted by the world yet. Sooner or later, society will pull him into its vortex. He will come to us when the time is right. As Guang Yi was walking away, his path was suddenly blocked. A group of thugs started warming up, preparing to engage him. The patriarch had given his orders. Sua, stick close to him. From now on, you have my permission to seduce him. Dun Honam, however, had told Guang Yi to kill everyone here, but that wouldn't change anything. Guang Yi simply smiled a savage grin, pretending not to understand. One of the idiots gritted his teeth in fury. You damn half-breed. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Guan Yi's friendly smile widened as he launched a kick straight for the man's jaw. Man, it feels good to punch a pure-blood supremacist. Don Honam quickly rushed in to intervene. You're just making things worse. Hey, this was just self-defense. Didn't you see my face? It's not like I'd attack the patriarch, right? Of course not. I'm an adult. I know some things can't be solved with violence. Hearing that, the two brothers said in unison, Really? Don Kinam reminded him. If you had harmed the patriarch, the security team would have already stepped in. This is a warning. He then muttered, Freaking weirdo. Guan Yi couldn't believe he had the audacity to call him that, but what that bodyguard said earlier about birds of a feather, it seemed those two were also outcasts in their own family. Was the patriarch the only problem? All specials have a bit of madness in them. Unless the world changes completely, there will always be psychos like him. This goddamn world. He truly wanted to fix it. The next day, at the Huayi Telecom office, the work atmosphere was tense and quiet. Li Donghoon dusted off his hands and reported to Li Yongbong. All settings are complete. Good. That person will be here soon. Guan Yi was surprised, wondering who they were talking about. Li Donghoon explained, It's the new employee, and you're about to get a subordinate. Li Yongbong shot him an icy glare, but Guan Yi's eyes were filled with resolve. So does that mean I can say damn it all I want in front of the new guy? Li Donghoon was exasperated. Are you joking? The manager scowled again. You're deliberately saying that just to target me, aren't you? Guan Yi quickly denied it. He pretended not to hear the troublemaker. Li Donghoon, however, looked excited. They were about to welcome someone special, and rumor was, it was a mage. Guan Yi was shocked they were even hiring mages. No wonder Donghoon had called the person special. Currently, that person has requested to join Team 3. It seems there's someone here they want to work with. The beautiful Kang Hee-min approached with a warm smile, introducing herself to the group. But seeing her, he was so shocked he began to stutter, his body trembling uncontrollably. What? Why is she here? She teased him. Are you so happy to see me you're at a loss for words? Li Donghun stood between them, utterly confused. Wait, you two know each other. He was caught in the middle. One woman claimed they had a future promise, while the other insisted she was just his neighbor. She plastered on a fake smile, greeting everyone with forced politeness. Just then, Cho Min-nam stepped forward. She hit him with a question that stopped him dead in his tracks. Interesting. Is she your girlfriend? So that's why you turned me down for that date. Hearing this, he shot up, denying it vehemently. Li Yongbong asked calmly, She's your neighbor, and you had no idea she was hired? I didn't. He didn't even know she was a mage. Her name was Kang Hee-min, 20 years old. His neighbor, a woman who had failed every single one of her graduation exams. That was the person he thought he knew. Until yesterday. She just smiled. I never meant to deceive you. I was planning to tell you everything. After we got married. His head was about to explode with rage. This was no time for jokes. Besides, I've known about magic since I was 8 years old. I just didn't want to draw any attention to myself. You really think that's the end of it? He thought. Everyone in the neighborhood knew about her, and somehow, she already knew he was an immortal. She leaned in, her voice a low whisper. Immortals are caught by mages, and shapeshifters are caught by superhumans. You've never heard that saying. He was well aware of concepts like superhumans, immortals, and shapeshifters. Mages. She was talking about the 4 special species. A key trait of mages is that immortals are at a natural disadvantage against them. Meanwhile, the unique skills of superhumans make them perfectly suited to capture shapeshifters. In other words, they were natural counters to each other. But of course, that wasn't a hard and fast rule. Just because you have a type advantage doesn't guarantee a 100% victory. No counter is ever perfect. He wondered, what does any of this have to do with me? You can't hide your nature as a special being from a magic user, especially not when you're an immortal. You're not going to be mad just because I kept this from you, right? He couldn't be. Not when he was hiding the fact that he was a hybrid. Half immortal, half shapeshifter. He got that she was a mage now, but that still didn't explain how she got hired here. She said mysteriously, I'll explain everything in the conference room. He let out a helpless sigh. Fine, let's go. Kang Hee-min began to speak, her voice clear and confident. Currently, there are 4 major alliances for special beings in the world. The Illuminati in Europe, B in Russia, Galaxy in America, and Sergol here in Asia. But not every mage is part of the Mage Alliance. As a mage who was born with her powers, she wasn't part of any alliance. The real reason she was here was for an infiltration mission. The room was stunned into silence. Guan Yi knew it. He knew there had to be a special reason she was here. Li Yongbong slammed his hand on the table, his patience wearing thin. Let me cut to the chase. How did the enemy know about the escape route Director Mazin used? Kim Doon's eyes narrowed. It had to be a spy. Li Yongbong gave a slight, grim nod. Exactly. There's a mole in this company, and our job is to find them. He wondered why this was suddenly their problem. One of the immortal believers was from Team 2, which means their entire division is compromised. But the most critical piece of intel is this. The spy is a magic user. His mind raced to the only magic-using immortal he knew, Honam. Kang He-min spoke with grim determination. I will catch this spy myself. My employment here is just a cover. A simple disguise. Li Yongbong realized her goal. She was putting on a show to prove that mages and the government were now allies. She didn't deny it, confirming his suspicion instantly. He stood up, declaring the meeting over. She will report to us once she finds the magic user. We will interrogate the suspect before making the arrest. It was then that Lee Dong-hoon was addressed. Actually, she'll be your junior. You're responsible for showing her the ropes. Hearing this, Kang He-min's face lit up. Oh, I was a little worried. If I have to work late, you'll have to bring me food so we can eat together. Okay, he shot back coldly. And why would I do that? Someone else chimed in. I'm just glad to see you two getting along. Overjoyed, she grabbed onto his arm. Thank you, Assistant Director. We look great together, don't we? He struggled to pull away, shouting in frustration. We're not close. She's just my neighbor. Even if it was just a cover, Kang He-min was officially assigned to Security Team 3, so he was stuck teaching her the basics. He explained sternly, if you click here, you'll access the local network. You need to monitor the intel on this screen daily. She suddenly turned to Kim Duna. Do you have plans today? If not, would you like to have dinner with us? My brother will be there, too. Kim Duna corrected her, deadpan. It's Assistant Director, not brother. But she just kept up her innocent act. Lee Dong-hoon chimed in. Hey, what about me? We can all have lunch tomorrow. He gritted his teeth, demanding she cut it out. And so, the three of them ended up having dinner. The next day, she had lunch with Assistant Director Panda, and then immediately called a meeting with all of them. The tension in the meeting room was thick. Kwang Yi was furious that a rookie was allowed to call an emergency meeting. What the hell is this world coming to? She spoke one serious sentence. The four of you are clean. His anger flared. Clean, he shot back. You mean you were testing us this whole time? Sorry for keeping you in the dark, I told him. I already spoke with the team manager, and the four of them have been cleared. Guang Yi remained silent, but his mind was a raging storm. Her actions were anything but normal. But for some reason, his heart was pounding in his chest. For a split second, he saw her as a woman. A thought he immediately crushed. He'd have to be insane. Just then, Li Dongbong stepped in to announce the start of their mission. Her job was to hunt for traces of the spell, while the rest of them would pursue the targets those traces led to. The name of this operation will be Duster, and he made it clear he wouldn't hear a single complaint about it. Hearing that, Guang Yi silently vowed to stop this man from ever naming a mission again. Suddenly, a timid young woman appeared. Li Dongbong spoke rudely. What's got you sweating so much just to say hello? Gathering all her courage, she finally announced she was a new employee. Her name was Jo Zuin, and she was here to relay a summons. The CEO, Kang Hin, wanted a word with her. In a darkened room, a tense man sat alone. One question echoed in his thoughts. Who's trying to overthrow Hua Zim? Our team is the best immortal special force there is. They must have thought I would just turn a blind eye. They're underestimating me. At that moment, he ordered the person waiting outside his door to enter. He vowed to use every connection at his disposal to eliminate the traitor. Just then, a confused Kang He-min entered. You wanted to see me, sir. Kang He-min looked around, impressed by the lavish room. The CEO greeted her politely. It's a pleasure to meet you. Is everything proceeding smoothly? Yes, sir. I've narrowed down the list of suspects. All that's left is to report the magical traces to the team. He told her he had complete faith in her abilities and that she should ask for any help she needed. But behind his smile, his mind was already scheming. She has a connection to Du Guang Yi, he thought. If an opportunity arises, I must use it. A sinister smile crept across his face. I was the one who recommended you for Hua Zim, so I felt we should meet at least once. Elsewhere, the assistant manager was walking when a voice stopped him in his tracks. I didn't think I'd see you here. Aren't you going home? He was stunned to see Du Guang Yi standing right in front of him. Guang Yi greeted him warmly and invited him to dinner. But the man refused without hesitation, saying he could smell the stench of fame all over him. The comment left Guang Yi completely bewildered, but he pressed on. So you know I'm famous, huh? How about a walk instead? The weather is perfect for it. The man just waved his hands, utterly confused. Guang Yi knew he was being strange, but he kept a bright smile on his face. He needed to stall for time. Suddenly, Kang He-min appeared, startling him. What are you doing? Let's go. He instantly recognized the signal. It was time to take down the man in front of him. In a flash, he spun around and threw a punch. If he's a spy, he should have a hidden trump card. But a single blow was all it took to knock him out. Kang Hyman rushed over, worried. I said capture him, not kill him. But then she looked at the unconscious man and said something was strange. Guang Yi was alarmed. Did we get the wrong person? It's not clear. This usually happens when someone is the victim of a spell, not the perpetrator. Guang Yi groaned, so we got the wrong guy? Do you realize how much we look like thugs right now? It's fine, she replied. I've already cast a spell so others can't see us. Most people will just ignore it, unless they're highly sensitive. Unfortunately for them, their company, full of sensitives, was just 50 meters away. She explained, this person is under a charm spell. There are no artifacts or mediums involved, so I need to recalculate the magic traces to track the caster. Guang Yi was already tapping on his phone. Assistant manager is down. The situation is under control. He was neutralized with a single strike. What do we do now? Li Dongbang's voice came through the line, sharp and clear. Make him talk. I'll call you back when I have more intel. The truth is, immortals are incredibly weak to magic. They usually make decisions based on sight, breath, and the slightest muscle movements. As people would call it intuition. Magic, however, operates on a completely different level. Using a special energy called mana as a medium, a user can suddenly conjure fire or lightning in their hand, or even create a barrier. And that was the core of the problem. Immortals can't sense mana. Magic doesn't even disturb the air around it, and there are no signs before a spell is cast. It's a power that's completely beyond an immortal's comprehension. Sensing incoming magic should be impossible, and yet, Guang Yi had witnessed it countless times. If he couldn't see it or hear it, maybe there was another way to sense it. Like smell. His eyes widened in realization as he turned to Kang Hyman, a cryptic look on his face that left her confused. I think I've got it. He began to focus on a foul odor in the air. Is this the smell of an anti-detection spell? He then recognized the scent of the charm spell as well. If he could smell all kinds of magic, then he could find a way to counter them. He had a question. You said immortals are weak to magic. So shapeshifters aren't? She answered calmly. Oh, they're just as weak. Then how can they sense something that even immortals can't? She replied with a weary sigh. They just use brute force. Most magic can't even penetrate a shapeshifter's body. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. Du Guang Yi, I'm done. I found a trace. He leaked Team 1's mission information, so, are we good to move? He asked. No, she replied. I've contacted the internal investigation team. Their captain will be here soon. Just then, Beg Dajian walked over cheerfully. You must be the new mage, huh? She looked less than thrilled to introduce herself. The man named Baza GM spoke up again. I heard you two are neighbors. Are all of your neighbors this special? Hearing this, Du Quang Wai just let out a goofy laugh. Who knows? A staff member interrupted. We need to confirm their identities before making an arrest. Baza GM immediately gave his permission. Then he turned with a warning. Hey, Du Quang Wai, the atmosphere in this company is getting tense. You better watch your back. His expression turned serious. Of course. You too. But his team leader's jealousy began to flare. Kang Hee Min asked possessively, Do you like her? His face changed in an instant. What? She's not a spy, is she? Annoyed, she turned her back on him. How should I know? This just makes everything more difficult. If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to work properly? She then demanded he buy her beef. He sighed coldly. Buy it yourself. But you're rich. Don't be so cheap. Frustrated, he turned to leave. What kind of person speaks so rudely to their senior? I'm out of here. See you tomorrow. While walking down the street, he suddenly noticed something. In a friendly voice, he said, Hello there, little kitty. But before he could do anything, it darted away. He scrambled to follow it. Where are you going? Unexpectedly, he ran right into a group of strangers. He asked, So you decided to stay in Korea? Are you planning to marry a Korean? This is our final offer. He immediately waved his hands. What is this? If this is a marriage proposal, the answer is no. The woman exploded in rage, shouting, Shut up. Work for us. And we will grant any request you have. This is your last chance. He wondered why on earth he would do that. She immediately shot back with a threat. You will regret this. Regret my foot. He raised his leg, about to deliver a devastating blow. The man panicked, screaming for him to stop. Quang Wai intentionally missed. The other guy trembled and stammered. You'll regret. Before he could finish, Quang Wai grabbed him by the collar. I knew we'd meet again. Are you ready for a beating? The man's face turned pale with fear, pleading that he had something very important to say. His eyes narrowed. What is it? I'll tell you everything, so please just let me go. He quickly dropped the man, ordering him to talk. I'm an assassin. Don't hit me. I'm an officially recognized assassin from the association. Just then, Kwang Wai detected a strange scent coming from his body. Instantly, he grabbed the man by the throat again. The assassin claimed it was just a coincidence. Unconvinced, Kwang Wai slammed him to the ground. Before the punch could land, the man screamed in terror. There's a mission from Bertha to recruit you. I just accepted the job to deliver the message. A sly grin spread across his face. Is that so? Then, he suddenly asked the man, Hey, you want to go for a drink? The goon stumbled back to his house, puking his guts out, his face deathly pale. He glared at his phone, furiously texting Du Kwang Wai and calling him his son of a bitch. Last night, at a nearby bar, Kwang Wai had demanded he down the first glass. The man, already drunk, had just laughed nervously. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well right now because of some mana reflux. Do I really have to drink it all in one go? Suddenly, he slammed his glass down hard, making the man jump. He then spoke one simple, heavy sentence. Are you going to drink it, or not? Terrified, with sweat pouring down his face, the man knew he couldn't refuse. Du Kwang Wai watched with satisfaction as he chugged the entire glass, finally finishing. The man was left panting, gasping for air. Then his expression flipped to being bright as a flower, making the assassin want to put him in a coffin. Wow, the alcohol is great tonight, right? Let's get another bottle. Suddenly, he remembered the real question. Why was a terrorist organization looking for him in the first place? Hearing that, the man flinched, not daring to meet his eyes, before finally speaking timidly. Maybe it's to gauge the strength of their enemies. That's the method they usually use. They hire assassins like me instead of showing up themselves. Kwang Wai threatened. Is that right? The man panicked, waving his hands frantically. I'm serious. I'm really drunk now. I can't drink anymore. His attitude changed in a flash, a friendly smile appearing on his face. Really? The man cursed internally. Damn this psycho. He told himself to stay calm. This is just a job. And he was a professional, after all. But the text he received in response was just a single word. Really? It made his blood boil. He started cursing up a storm. At the first floor cafeteria, Du Kwang Wai felt refreshed. A certain pest had been bothering him for a while. But last night, he finally took care of him. Hearing that, Kang Hee-min chimed in. I feel refreshed too. Getting a tour of the company from you was one of my goals, you know. Snap out of it. I only did that so you could trace the magic. He then asked her coldly if she had found anything yet. She replied, It's pretty faint. It looks like there's nothing here. But then, Kang Hee-min noticed something that made her face go pale. Why didn't I realize it sooner? I'm sure I've walked past them before. Confused, he asked her. What are you talking about? Those two have been enchanted so they go unnoticed. Even though I knew the magic on that woman was dense, he spoke up. Was the other guy enchanted too? Out of nowhere, Cho Nam apologized to Du Kwang Wai. Then, the man beside him pulled out a knife and hurled it straight toward him. Before Kwang Wai could process what was happening, meanwhile, outside Kwang Wai's house, a mysterious figure appeared. With a murderous look, he watched as a strange group began to gather. You stole the test results. And even planted a mage inside the company? It's only a matter of time before we're discovered. It's just a matter of time, right? But the information they got from us is just as dangerous, another mysterious man pointed out. So what now? Do you have a plan? Surely you're not going to make excuses for your repeated failures. The man grit his teeth. The faith of the Immortals lies with Prometheus. We already made a promise. Our very existence is for the sake of armed protest. Just you wait. Du Kwang Wai. I'll make you cry tears of blood. Enchantment is a type of mental magic, one that makes the target drawn to you. Of course, its power isn't absolute. If it were, mages would have conquered the world long ago. So, what can those who wield this magic truly do? Some people are naturally charming, while others are just attractive. Then there are those with breathtaking beauty, including purebloods. Senior manager Choi Min Nam was one of them. The first time Kwang Wai met her, his heart wavered. She must have used that magic on him. But one thing bothered him. Can immortals actually use magic? Jin said she started learning when she was only 8. Min Nam had said he casts spells using tools. That means even immortals can use magic through enough training. In other words, Choi Min Nam was the spy. He was deep in thought when someone called his name, and he snapped awake, covered in his own blood. Du Kwang Wai, you're an immortal. Kang Hee-min screamed in a panic. Wake up, you can't die. He uttered a single phrase, and the mystery was finally solved. Suddenly, a fierce voice growled. Not only were you immune to the enchantment, you dared to refuse the offer. Crocodile and his thugs closed in. There's only one way this ends. You're going to die. Any last words? He replied calmly, I'm not feeling so great today. How about we reschedule? Du Seo cursed him for being insane, just as Kang Hee-min's powers awakened. She stood up, her voice filled with new strength. "Are you ignoring me?" Crocodile sneered. "The moment you cast that spell, you were already dead. I'll let you go, for your father's sake. Get out of here." But she paid him no mind, immediately summoning the resentful spirits that linger on Earth. The man roared with anger and threw a punch. "Die." But before his fist could connect, a hand shot out and stopped it cold. Lee Dong-hun glared at him. With just one hand, he effortlessly held back the thug, whose veins bulged from the strain. The thug gasped in shock, Deputy Manager Lee Dong-hun. On the other side, Lee Dong-hun was blocking Crocodile's punch. Kang Hee-min cried out, Deputy Team Leader Lee Dong-hun. After his attack was blocked, Crocodile leaped backward, creating distance. Lee Dong-hun said urgently, "Hee-min, get out of here and take him with you. I need to have a little private chat with my friend here." As Crocodile landed, he cracked his knuckles with a terrifying grin. "You're still alive? It's been a while. I don't die that easily." "True. After all, I'm the one who made you this way." Du Guangwei, struggling on the ground, lifted his trembling head. "What? The two of you are friends?" Lee Dong-hun shot back instantly. "Friends? Don't make me laugh." Crocodile stepped forward. "We're enemies, so I guess you won't be leaving." Hearing Dong-hun's words, Du Guangwei relaxed and flopped back onto the ground. "If that's the case, have a nice chat. I'm gonna rest for a bit." A bomb's timer was counting down. The tension was thick as time ticked away, until a massive explosion ripped through the area. The deafening sound of the bomb echoed through the room. Through the dense smoke, a group of armored figures stormed inside. It turned out they were Crocodile's men. He gave the order, "Kill them all." The scene shifts to a room where 3 people were gathered. Du Wan-ho slammed his hand on the table, making the tense atmosphere in the room feel even heavier. A female staff member was shocked. "Sir, CEO, did you just reveal your son's identity? What about your wife?" The director sitting next to her replied immediately, "Yes, call everyone nearby. We're heading to Du's team." Du Wan-ho thought to himself, "My wife is in danger. Whether or not she finds out I'm an immortal right now doesn't matter." The director tried to calm him down. "It'll be all right, Mr. Huan-ho." But Du Huan-ho shot to his feet, his hands clenched into fists as he spoke with a grim voice. "Of course." Du Huan-ho's voice was laced with fury. "And another thing, if anything happens to my wife, I will destroy everything." The staff member looked at him with worry, but not a single word could get through to Du Huan-ho now. He stormed out in a rage. "Anyone who isn't coming with me, get out of the way. I'm not going out there as the captain of the special task force. I'm going out there as the husband of the woman I love." Back at the fight, armored thugs were launching a relentless assault. Min-hee focused, chanting a spell. "I pray for the resentful souls, still lingering in this world." Before she could even finish her sentence, Crocodile gave her no quarter, lunging in for the attack. But before he could land a blow, Lee Dong-hun rushed in with a desperate cry. "No." He leaped forward, tackling Crocodile around the waist. Lee Dong-hun screamed, "Rina, now." Instantly, Rina fired 2 shots, aiming straight for Crocodile's face. Yu Guangyi watched in shock. A sniper? Rina confirmed the target was hit, but it had no effect on Crocodile. He was completely unharmed. He sneered, grabbing Lee Dong-hun with a twisted smile. Crocodile slammed him to the ground, but somehow, Lee Dong-hun slipped from his grasp. Seizing the moment, Lee Dong-hun planted his hands and delivered a vicious kick right to Crocodile's face. Lee Dong-hun roared, "Rookie, finish the spell now. I command you." Enlightenment, and a protective barrier materialized. The shimmering shield enveloped Kang Hee-min and Yu Guangyi, protecting them from harm. Yuso gave the order, "Kill that mage first." At her command, the armored soldiers unleashed a hailstorm of bullets, hammering against Hee-min's barrier. Kang Hee-min gritted her teeth in worry. The barrier can't hold for long under this assault, and we're completely trapped. This is it. Yu Guangyi sat up, scanning the battlefield. There are too many of them, and they're all pros. But at least Assistant Panda is holding his own. I just need a little more time to recover. Yu Guangyi turned to Kang Hee-min. "Can you blind them for me? I just need 10 seconds. Block their line of sight, you mean?" "All right." Kang Hee-min immediately began to gather energy, forming an orb in the palm of her hand. Enveloping fog, distorted vision. As she chanted, Yu Guangyi raised his dagger and plunged it into his own leg to accelerate his healing. Vision blurred, reason lost. Kang Hee-min instantly launched the orb of light. The sphere immediately split into 2. In an instant, the area was blanketed in thick smoke. Yuso barked at a nearby soldier. "Don't just stand there. Did you think you came here for a magic show? Shatter that barrier now." The moment she gave the order, the soldier charged. Dagger in hand, he leaped onto the shield and began stabbing at it maniacally. But then, the shield simply vanished. Caught off guard, he plummeted downward. Instantly, a fist connected with his jaw, sending his teeth flying. Yu Guangyi stood over him. The real fun is just getting started. The other soldiers hesitated. The smoke is almost gone. Should we advance? Just wait, Yu So commanded. They're trapped here either way. Even that mage can't keep casting spells forever. We just need to wait a little longer, until she's completely exhausted. But her eyes widened in shock as Yu Guangyi calmly stepped out of the smoke. He casually held one of her soldiers by the neck, his body visibly regenerating from its wounds. Yu Guangyi stared down the men before him as they raised their weapons. Yu So gasped in disbelief. What in the world are you? Me? Yu Guangyi replied coolly. I'm an NS. The soldiers exchanged confused glances. What the hell is he talking about? That insane bastard. Yu So's patience snapped. What are you all standing around for? Kill him. Her men obeyed, unleashing a volley of gunfire. But Yu Guangyi moved like lightning, charging forward. He used the soldier he'd just beaten as a human shield, effortlessly blocking the bullets. Seeing this raw power, Yu So's entire squad was stunned into silence. A smirk played on Yu Guangyi's lips. Oh, that's right. I forgot. NS stands for non-standard. Basically, an anomaly. The ferocious battle raged on, causing the entire building to shake violently. Elsewhere, the office workers grew anxious. What was that? An earthquake. Young Ginam immediately prepared to head into the fight, but another employee called out, "Wait for me, Ginam." Ginam didn't even turn around. With your skill level, you'd only be a hindrance. The man started to protest again. Don't make me repeat myself. Ginam cut him off. You'll help me most by staying put. But as soon as Ginam's back was turned, the employee's hands slipped inside his jacket, pulling out a pistol. He aimed it squarely at Ginam's back and screamed, "Die, you bastard." Hearing the shout, young Ginam spun around. He instantly saw the gun pointed at him. With incredible agility, young Ginam threw himself to the side. The bullet whizzed past where he'd been standing. Before the traitor could react, young Ginam closed the distance and delivered a crushing blow to his face. As he collapsed, the man uttered two words, "Immortal, forever." Just then, another employee ran up with a baseball bat. "Ginam, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied calmly. "Clean this up." He thought to himself, that new guy. Was he a believer in Immortal? How could their special forces be this careless? I thought they were supposed to be our allies, but unexpectedly, the colleague with the bat suddenly appeared right behind Ginam. He raised the bat to strike but was sent flying by a sudden kick. Ginam whipped around in surprise, just in time to see the traitor get kicked across the room. Young Honam followed up with a vicious slash to the man's head. "Pathetic, worthless mongrel," he growled. Ginam was taken aback. "Director?" he sighed. "Dealing with these guys is such a waste of time." Young Honam addressed the other staff members. "Everyone, assemble. Hua Lim is under attack." Suddenly, chaos erupted. Park Pilo appeared out of nowhere, explaining, "A terrorist group has infiltrated the first floor. The terrorists have seized all emergency exits and elevators, forming a complete blockade." Kinam asked in shock, "So the first floor is completely sealed off?" Du Yonho confirmed. "That's right. From this moment on, all staff below assistant manager level will be assigned to emergency support. The rest of you, follow me. We're breaking through the emergency exit." Bino interjected. "That's not necessary. We're going to a different location, not an exit." Du Yonho was confused. "Another place? Where?" Park Pilo declared confidently. "It's the fastest and most effective way to the first floor, but it will take a lot of stamina." The scene shifts to Yu Guangyi, breathing heavily in exhaustion. He had taken down a massive number of enemies all by himself. Yu Seo let out a cold, mocking laugh. "I can't believe you defeated this many people on your own. You're completely insane. So, what's your next move?" Over on the side, Kang Hee-min was also exhausted, unable to even stand. Lee Dong-hoon had already been taken down by Crocodile. Yu Seo sneered, "The game is over. This is the last time I'm going to say this. Join our side, and we'll end everything right here." Yu Guangyi said nothing, simply raising his middle finger to Yu Seo's face. "How many more times do I have to say it? I already have a girl I like." Yu Seo's face twisted with rage. "You insane bastard." As he cursed, a deep, massive crack suddenly split the ceiling. A blast of energy shot down from the sky. It kicked up a massive cloud of dust, blinding everyone nearby in the chaos. Suddenly, attacks erupted from inside the smoke. Some were instantly frozen solid by a magical assault. The surprise assault threw Yu Seo into a state of absolute panic. "What the hell is happening?" Park Pilo's voice cut through the chaos. "If there's no way forward, you make one." Du Yonho added, "You have no chance of winning." Yu Seo glanced at Crocodile in desperation. "Master, what should we do now?" Crocodile didn't speak. A wicked grin spread across his face as he began to transform. His body contorted, a tail sprouted from his back, and he grew into a towering reptilian monster before Yu Guangyi. Yu Guangyi stared in disbelief. What the hell? Crocodile slammed his fist into the floor with devastating force. Everyone scrambled to the sides as his punch split the very ground in two. Li Donghoon struggled to sit up. I hate this. In the past, I was an experimental subject for Zomethius. They created a hybrid of an immortal and a shapeshifter. Zomethius artificially forced both blood types to circulate in my body. However, the combination had disastrous side effects. I became a monster that knew nothing but fighting. And so, I became their attack dog, a living training dummy for the high-ranking officials. During the time I lived like that, I met him. Li Yongbong's voice echoed in his memory. Hey. The other one, Li Donghoon, snarled from inside a cage. Get lost? I'll kill you. You, immortal. Li Yongbong asked, You'll kill me, but have you ever even been outside? Li Donghoon shot him a glare. That's none of your business. Li Yongbong looked annoyed. You crazy bastard, come with me. Stop trying to be a mindless fighting dog. Li Donghoon was confused. What the hell are you talking about? And what's a fighting dog? Li Yongbong was at a loss for words. Forget it. Do you want to come with me or not? If you don't follow me, I'll kill you right here. After a long moment of thought, Li Donghoon agreed. Fine. And just like that, I followed Captain Li Yongbong. My plan was to slit his throat and escape once I recovered my strength. But one day, Li Yongbong said, You seem bored being alone, huh? Try reading this. You know how to read, right? He handed me a comic book. That night, Li Donghoon cried his eyes out, having found something truly precious. That was how I discovered comic books, and my life finally began to change. It was wonderful. It was a happy life. Back in the present, Li Donghoon sighed. I really hate this. I can't believe I have to give up this life. Watching Crocodile fight, Li Donghoon lamented. How long has it been? Make sure you kill me for good. You damn crocodile. Li Donghoon's body began to twist into the form of a bear. Why couldn't I become a butterfly? Jenna, don't come here. I don't want you to see me like this. Guangyi, if you can. Please come light incense for me after I'm gone. Captain. And everyone. Thank you for everything. Tears streamed down his face as the bear's form consumed him. Damn it, I wanted to watch anime. And with that, Li Donghoon roared and charged at Crocodile. In the form of a giant bear, Li Donghoon furiously attacked. Their fists collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that ripped through the room. Crocodile spoke. You should have transformed from the start, right? In that split second, Crocodile seized his chance, grabbing Li Donghoon's arm. He continued, However, it seems you've forgotten something. Crocodile pulled the off-balance Li Donghoon towards him. Gripping his arm tight, ready to slam him into the ground, Crocodile sneered, You've never beaten me. Not even once. Just then, the crocodile grabbed Li Donghoon's arm in a vice grip, but Li Donghoon reacted instantly, aiming a strike at the crocodile's back. Before the blow could land, the crocodile's tail whipped around, sending him flying backward. A brutal blow from Crocodile sends Li Donghoon flying, but even in his bare form, he miraculously lands on his feet. He struggles to stand, his entire body riddled with wounds. Crocodile just scoffs, a look of pure contempt on his face. Hoon, you can still feel the pain, can't you? You're nothing more than a lab rat. Donghoon Li said nothing. Instead, he channeled his rage into a brutal assault on the crocodile, their battle a maelstrom of violent blows. Hidden behind a table, Kwang Yi watched with He-Man Kang and Ki-Nam Yong. He turned to Ki-Nam. Hey, you got any food? Ki-Nam shot back. What do I look like? A walking vending machine. Annoyed, Kwang Yi pressed. I'm being serious here. To his surprise, Ki-Nam actually pulled out some snacks. Kwang Yi's mood flipped in an instant, and he happily accepted the food with a quick thanks. As Kwang Yi ate, his mind raced. This situation was far worse than he'd imagined. At first, the two fighters seemed evenly matched. However, that wasn't the reality of it. The Panda Vice Manager's attacks were too simple, focusing on pure power with absolutely no defense. Is he not thinking clearly? Still, reinforcements have finally arrived. I think it's time to make my move. Kwang Yi stretched his limbs and stepped out from their hiding spot. He handed the unconscious He-Mang over to Ki-Nam. Take care of her. Seeing him step into the open, Ki-Nam asked with concern, Where are you going? Kwang Yi replied, If the Panda Vice Manager falls, we're all dead. Someone has to help him. I'm leaving the rest to you. Try not to die. Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the side of the building. Ki-Nam stared in shock as more enemies began swarming in through the new opening. One of them charged forward, leading the assault. But then, Ho-Nam-Doan appeared with his weapon raised, shouting, Fall back. Ho-Nam-Doan took aim and fired, The moment the bullet hit, the target's entire body was instantly flash frozen. Honam commanded his squad from behind, "Hold your positions. Neutralize the enemies in front of you." Kwang Yu used the distraction to dash in another direction. He called out, "Honam, I'm counting on you." Honam was stunned to see Kwang Yi run off. He shouted a warning. "That direction is a death trap. You'll be killed." But Kwang Yu ignored the warning, his eyes fixed with worry on Dong Hoon Lee, who was covered in grievous wounds. Vice Manager Panda. His immortal bloodline has weakened since his transformation. The wounds, they aren't regenerating at all. At this rate, it's over for him. I can't just stand by and watch. But then, Kwang Yi felt a strange sensation. Huh? What is this? My body. It won't move. A sinister laugh echoed nearby. Thanks, you idiot, for walking right into my control range. Kwang Yi was caught in her skill, completely paralyzed. Only then did he realize who was behind it. Is this spiritual power, or some kind of special control ability? Yuseo cackled with glee. I told you that you would regret this. Kwang Yi sneered. Is that so? Too bad I only understand human languages. Yuseo's smile widened. I'm the one who killed your mother. In fact, I tore her limb from limb. You still feel like talking back now? Kwang Yi froze at her words, his eyes blazing with fury. What? After making a deal with Mong Jin Nam, I found the identities of your parents. I found out everything. At that very moment, an intruder had already broken into Kwang Yi's home. A man named Mon sat comfortably on the sofa. After a moment, he stood and walked toward the glass door. Mon opened the curtains and peered outside. Usually, a single member of the immortal faith is enough, but Mong Jin Nam clearly sent others. That's why I had to come here myself to handle this mission. As he scanned the area, Mon suddenly heard a sound. His eyes darted toward the front door. He grinned sadistically, thinking, Kwang Yi, I'm going to plunge you into absolute despair. Just then, Sun Hee Kang was standing right outside her front door. She was surprised to see her phone ringing with a call from Jan Ho. Sun Hee answered the call. Honey, I thought you were on a business trip. Jan Ho's voice was tight with anxiety. Are you home yet? Sun Hee replied, I'm just about to go inside. As she reached for the door, she realized it was already unlocked. Why is the door open? Is it broken? Jan Ho yelled through the phone. Don't go in. Get away from there and go to Hee Mang's mother's house. Sun Hee asked, confused, what's wrong? Jan Ho replied urgently, I don't have time to explain. Inside, Moan was hiding just beyond the wall. Sun Hee stood frozen at the doorway. Jan Ho pleaded, Sun Hee, I'm on my way, so please. Out of nowhere, Mon appeared directly behind her. His blade slashed towards her throat, but with unbelievable speed, Sun Hee instantly dodged backward. Jan Ho's panicked voice came from the phone. Sun Hee, honey, what happened? Mon stared in disbelief. You dodged that? Sun Hee tossed her phone aside, her entire demeanor changing. Where did you come from? A client or a stalker? I was certain my father made our family's information top secret. How did you find me? Mon was taken aback. Huh? Who are you? You're no ordinary person, but whatever. A good beating should be enough to make you talk. The moment she finished speaking, Sun Hee dropped into a low stance, channeling power into her legs and exploding toward Mon. Mon was completely shocked. Wait, what are you talking about? As Sun Hee charged him, he panicked and raised his dagger threateningly. Stay away from me. Mon slashed downward, but Sun Hee just leaped into the air, power surging into her arm for a decisive strike. With a devastating right hook, Sun Hai's fist caved in Ma Dun's face, sending the man flying backward. Ma Dun crashed straight through a glass door. He slumped to the ground, letting out a pained groan. Seeing him go down in a single hit, she was surprised. Already out, but I haven't even finished warming up. A terrifying aura exploded from Sun Hai's body. High above, a helicopter began its descent toward Du Quang Wai's apartment. Captain, we've arrived, a voice said from the chopper. I'll drop the rope. But fearing for Sun Hai's safety, Du Don Ho couldn't wait another second and prepared to jump. The man cried out in shock as Captain Du Don Ho leaped from the helicopter, diving straight through the shattered glass door and landing inside the apartment. Du Don Ho stared at his ruined, trash home. Rage boiled inside him. Damn it, I was too late. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the apartment. Don Ho's head snapped toward the noise, his heart pounding as he called out his wife's name, Sun Hai. But the scene before him left Don Ho speechless. There was Sun Hai relentlessly pummeling Ma Dun into a bloody pulp. Just then, she noticed Don Ho staring at her. Sun Hai, he called out. She immediately released Ma Dun, her voice turning soft. Honey? Hearing her voice, Don Ho rushed forward and pulled her into a tight embrace. His voice choked with joyous relief. I'm so glad you're okay. As she hugged him back, Sun Hai thought about the man she married, a public service employee who was always away on business trips. But the husband she knew was now clad in tactical gear with a sword on his back, and the smell of burnt skin lingered on his hands. Just what is he? Suddenly, a woman holding a gun appeared at the doorway and yelled, "Appa, are you all right?" She froze, surprised to see everything was calm. From behind Do and Ho, Sun Hai's voice was low and dangerous. "Appa, you say?" An immense pressure radiated from her. Sun Hai glared at Do and Ho. "Appa?" Do and Ho felt a chill run down his spine at his wife's fury and quickly replied, "Wait, let me explain. I have so much to tell you." He then spun around, pointing an accusing finger at his subordinate. "Hey, what do you mean by calling me Appa? I'm your captain." Hearing his words, the woman instantly understood her mistake, stammering in fear. "It was just a misunderstanding, sir. I meant to say Sunbae." Du Danho immediately changed the subject, turning to Sun Hai. "Did you do all of this?" Hearing her husband's question, Sun Hai momentarily forgot about the chaos she had just caused. Donho's tone turned serious. "I think we need to talk. Everyone else, get out. Secure the perimeter from outside." His subordinate seemed confused. "But if we're outside, how can we protect you?" Her partner grabbed her arm. "Stop talking. Let's go." Soon, only the two of them remained in the room. Du Donho finally revealed everything in his heart. "Sun Hai, the truth is, I am an immortal." Sun Hai was completely stunned by her husband's words. "What? An immortal?" Donho's voice was filled with sorrow. "I'm sorry for hiding this from you. I know you probably don't want to hear my excuses." Du Donho's mind flashed back to all the happy memories they had shared together. "I just didn't want to lose you. I love every moment we joke around. And just walking beside you makes me so happy. A cup of tea, a meal, a simple conversation. No matter what we did, those moments were precious to me, and I couldn't bear to give them up. My greatest fear was that our lives together would slowly drift apart. I'm truly sorry." Sun Hai stood on her toes, tears streaming down her face. "There's something I have to tell you, too. My father is in solitary confinement, and I'm a shapeshifter." Donho pulled Sun Hai into a comforting hug. He thought to himself, how much has she been suffering all alone? In the rec department, he held her close. "It's okay. You're not going to leave me, are you?" His heartfelt words made her sob even harder as she cried out, "Appa." With the misunderstanding cleared, the two leaned in to share a kiss. But suddenly, Sun Hai placed a finger on Donho's lips, stopping him. A moment before, she was smiling, but now a storm raged within her. A terrifying aura exploded from her body. "Who was that girl who called you Appa?" Donho tried to explain. "She's just my junior officer. I'm telling the truth, there's nothing between us." At that moment, Ma Dun regained consciousness. He grabbed a knife, his eyes burning with rage. "I will never forgive her." Ma Dun pulled out an illegal enhancement drug. He never wanted to use this, but the situation had forced his hand as he injected the vial into his arm. Instantly, Ma Dun lunged at Sun Hai, screaming, "Die!" Du Donho leaped in front of Sun Hai, summoning his shield to block the knife. Ma Dun gasped in shock. A psychic item. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Hai shot forward and decked Ma Dun, leaving Donho staring blankly from behind. Sun Hai's punch was so powerful it smashed Ma Dun straight through the floor. "How dare you?" she snarled. Donho could only watch, dumbfounded by his wife's incredible power. Sun Hai turned to him. "He didn't come here for me, did he?" Donho replied, "I think he came for Kwang Yi." The moment Sun He hears that name, fury ignites within her. "Kwang Yi, where is he? We have to find him, now." Yu Donho gets on the radio. "Get a chopper here, immediately. We're heading to Hua Yi." Outside the door, a staff member peers in, her face pale with terror. "She's not a normal person, is she?" The other agent nods grimly. "Yeah, you better watch your step." Agents from Hua Yi storm the room, their weapons raised. "Nobody move. This area is under the protection of the Immortal Task Force. You two are pretty late," one of the newcomers remarks. "Things must have calmed down." The agent just glares. "What are you talking about? Who are you people?" The two figures slip on their masks. "Us. We're Phoenix, a different kind of special task force." Veins bulge on Yu Kwangyi's clenched fist. "Nam Min," he seethes. "Did he use my information to make a deal with you?" Yu Siu smirks. "You look surprised. This is why you should have just been a good little boy. Thanks to you breaking the rules, I was able to negotiate with him. But no matter. It all ends here. Die, Yu Kwangyi." A triumphant laugh echoes through the room. Before her men can even move, they're torn apart by a flash of razor-sharp claws. A familiar voice cuts through the chaos. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Yu Kwangyi stares in disbelief at his savior. "It's Ji Don-ji." His jaw hangs open. "Master Ji Don-ji." And emerging from the swirling dust is Li Yonbong. Ji Dongji explains casually. I just happened to run into him on the way here. Li Yongbong gives a nod of approval. Good work, kid. You held the line. Yu Kuangyi can only manage one word, Captain. Li Yongbong glances at Li Donghoon's massive bear form. That idiot, he mutters. Yu Sio's face contorts with rage. Damn it, what are you all standing there for? Kill them all. At her command, the entire mob swarms toward Li Yongbong. But in an instant, a blur of steel erupts, cutting them down in a single, devastating sweep. Li Yongbong glares at their remains, his voice a low growl. Pathetic insects. Who do you think you're dealing with? Flashback, Incheon International Airport. 1 hour ago. All airports are on lockdown, correct? Li Yongbong asks. An agent confirms, yes, sir. All teams have been briefed. Li Yongbong continues. Our target is a top executive from the Immortal Believers. The entire country is watching this terror threat, so stay sharp. Yes, sir, they shout in unison. Li Yongbong's eyes narrow. There. Focus up. Suddenly, a female agent approaches, bowing her head. Sir, I am so sorry. Li Yongbong freezes. She continues, he boarded the plane. His car and luggage were left behind, but the target is gone. The words don't make any sense to Li Yongbong. What do you mean, gone? What the hell is going on? Just then, an agent behind him gets a frantic alert. The agent's face turns white. Manager, we have an emergency report. A sense of dread begins to wash over Li Yongbong. Headquarters. It's under attack. Li Yongbong's eyes narrow into dangerous slits, a terrifying aura radiating from him. In that moment, all the pieces clicked into place. The target vanishes, and headquarters gets hit at the exact same time. The intel came from Nammin. Was this all a setup to lure me away from Hua Yi? Without a second's hesitation, Li Yongbong spins on his heel and storms off. Manager, where are you going? His agent calls out. He doesn't answer, his voice tight with fury. Get the chopper. We're returning to Hua Yi. Immediately. Meanwhile, at a sniper's nest near Hua Yi, Done and Kimmy Ho are barely holding their ground. Pistol ammo count, Dune demands. Kimmy Ho's voice is grim. 3 rounds left. Damn it, Dune thinks. We're running on empty. How much longer can we last? Suddenly, a figure blitzes past them, cutting down every enemy in a flash. Dune stares in shock. Nicely done, Li Yongbong says. Situation report. Done catches her breath. Prometheus's crocodile. He's here. Assistant manager Li Donghoon has transformed to engage him, and Yu Kuangyi is holding the line on the first floor. Kimmy Ho adds, the situation inside Hua Yi is critical. We can't secure the perimeter until the internal threat is neutralized. Li Yongbong nods in agreement. Smart thinking. I'll handle the inside, and I'll take care of the outside too. Back in the main hall, Yu Sio sees him appear and shrieks. You're insane. The words barely leave her lips before Yu Sio unleashes her power, lunging straight for Li Yongbong. But Kinam is faster. A dagger flies through the air, aimed to disrupt her devastating attack. In a flash, the blade severs one of Yu Sio's arms clean off. Kinam expertly retrieves his weapon as it boomerangs back to him. Yu Sio lets out a blood-curdling scream of agony. My arm, she shrieks. Nice one, Kinam. Yu Kuangyi shouts. Li Yongbong turns to him. Hey, kid. Once Donghoon is taken down, he'll revert back to normal. Yu Kuangyi's eyes widen. Take. Down? That's right, Li Yongbong confirms. I'll handle Crocodile. You knock some sense back into Donghoon. Wait a second. Yu Kuangyi calls out, but Li Yongbong is already walking toward his opponent, facing Crocodile with a confident smirk. It's been a while, hasn't it? How have you been lately? The Crocodile sneered, sizing up Li Dongbong. Li Dongbong shot back confidently, still single, of course. If I ever got married, all the women in the world would weep. The Crocodile looked down, unimpressed. What kind of garbage joke is that? Li Dongbong raised his sword, settling into a fighting stance. Shut your mouth and let's fight, you damn murderous insect. Meanwhile, Yu Kuangyi was facing off against Li Donghoon. He looked up and asked, Assistant Manager, you can't change back on your own, can you? Without a word, Li Donghoon lunged forward with a punch, but Yu Kuangyi dodged it with ease. His attacks are just too simple. Actually, stupid is a better word for it. Yu Kuangyi leaped onto Li Donghoon, circled behind him, and channeled all of his strength into one arm. With a single chop to the back of the neck, he knocked Li Donghoon out cold. This is exactly why he could never win against the crocodile. His attacks are driven purely by instinct. After that devastating blow, Li Donghoon collapsed onto the floor. Once he was unconscious, Li Donghoon instantly reverted to his human form. Yu Kuangyi dusted off his hands, successfully taking down Assistant Manager Panda. Yu Kuangyi glanced over at Li Dongbong's battle. So, what about the manager? Just then, the two titans charged at each other. The crocodile scoffed. Have you lost your mind? How dare you think you can fight me? The crocodile sent Li Dongbong flying with a single punch. Yu Kuangyi screamed, Manager. The crocodile charged again to land another blow. Die! Li Dongbong just smirked. Get lost. Li Dongbong gripped his sword and unleashed a flurry of slashes across the crocodile's body. The crocodile's arm was shredded to ribbons, and he roared in agony as flesh and blood sprayed everywhere. Yu Kuangyi was stunned. His combat judgment is insane. He deliberately lowered his guard to bait that attack. It was a tactic only an immortal could possibly use. The crocodile laughed wildly. You crazy bastard. Just then, Dian took Yu So hostage to threaten him. Give up. If you move, I'll kill this woman. The crocodile was indifferent, coldly replying, kill her. Dian was shocked by his heartless words. What? The crocodile simply let out an exasperated sigh. The crocodile's muscles constricted, stopping the flow of blood from his arm, a special trait of shapeshifters that allows them to control every muscle in their body. Yu Kuangyi moved to stand beside Li Dongbong. Looks like we're fighting together again. Li Dongbong grinned. You arrogant brat. Suddenly, a voice echoed out. Is this the right place? Yes, it is. HALF-IMMORTAL Telecom, Seoul Branch, Immortal Special Task Force. Yu Kuangyi whipped his head toward the sound, shocked. That voice is? Yu Kuangyi was stunned to see his parents arrive. Kang Sun He's voice was grim. It seems we've come to the right place. The two of them walked in, radiating fury. I'll only say this once. I want to meet the master of this place. The people around them were baffled. Who are they? Aren't they just civilians? The crocodile trembled as he watched the two approach. Civilians? No. Those are without a doubt the #1 special beings a shapeshifter must avoid. Recovery witches. I have to get out of here, fast. The crocodile poured all his strength into his legs, then smashed through the wall to escape, leaving a trail of destruction behind him. Dian was in disbelief. What? He's just going to run away like that? Yu So trembled, watching the terrified crocodile flee for its life. An assistant, along with Kang Junam and Li Kangmo, came downstairs. What a mess, Yu Duhuan said. What happened here? Is the Immortal Special Task Force full of idiots who don't understand Korean? The assistant angrily demanded. What? Who are you? Yu Duhuan's voice boomed with rage. Me? I'm Yu Kuangyi's father. Now, get that bastard Nam Dongmin out here. Kang Ju, Nam, and Li Kangmo were left speechless. The assistant yelled, Even so, you have no right to insult our CEO like that. Li Kangmo stepped forward to stop the assistant. My apologies. I will escort you to his office right now. The assistant was bewildered. What? What are you doing? Li Kangmo cut him off with a sharp yell. Shut up. This man is the captain of the Phoenix Annihilation team. By this point, the entire building was surrounded by reporters. Security guards were struggling to stop the press from storming the entrance. A black car pulled up to the curb in front of the building. Inside, the driver asked Choi Minam, There will be consequences if you fail. Are you certain about this? She clicked her tongue. It'll be fine. She felt annoyed as she reviewed documents on seizures and terrorism. I've already dispatched 2 permit directors. The driver asked, Are you this annoyed because of the mission? Choi Minam said, No, I'm just heartbroken. The driver was confused. Heartbroken. Choi Minam licked her lips, a look of pure bliss on her face. I've never been rejected before anything has even had a chance to happen. A wave of regret washed over her. She asked the driver, Did Madden fail? He replied, Yes, we still haven't been able to make contact with him. Choi Minam felt things were getting more interesting. She told the driver, Let's go. The security guards noticed Choi Minam's car because it was so expensive. Hey, look at that expensive car. Must be someone important inside. The other guard turned to look at the vehicle. He raised his hand to salute the person in the car. The other guard was confused. Why are you saluting a car? Meanwhile, Yu Kuangyi's parents entered Nam Dongmin's office. It's been a long time. Nam Dongmin bowed his head in greeting. You are, but before he could finish, Kang Sun-hee charged straight at him. She leaped into the air, landing a powerful kick right across his face. The impact sent a shockwave of pain through Nam Dongmin. Agony. Seeing Nam Dongmin collapse, his assistant rushed forward in a panic. But Yu Dohan aimed his gun right at the man's head, his voice like ice. Stop. Your boss brought this on himself. Just stand there and watch. Kang Sun-hee's fists rained down on Nam Dongmin without pause. Nam Dongmin cried out in pain. He looked up, his face a mask of regret. Just this once. I made a mistake in my calculations. Kang Sun-hee mercilessly stomped on his shoulder. You should learn just how high the price for a single mistake can be. Crushed by the pain, Nam Dongmin begged, Please, please spare me. Yu Do-han's eyes narrowed. You're the one who bribed the Prime Minister to destroy this place, aren't you? Yu Guangyi thought to himself. He's a politician. Of course, he was only supporting me to use me for his own ends. Politics, social status, and a thirst for profit. It seemed those were all the reasons he needed. Whatever. I want no part of this mess. He was done with the headaches. When the time is right, I'll make him pay. Yu Guangyi stepped forward. Sir, I quit. Nam Dongmin's eyes widened in shock. 3 billion for my severance, plus a 165 square meter apartment, Yu Guangyi stated calmly. That shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Gritting his teeth in humiliation, Nam Dongmin agreed. Fine, Kang Sunhee turned to her son. Are you sure about this? Yu Guangyi just waved his hand dismissively. Yeah. I'm sick of all these political games. He'll just try to use you again if you walk away like this, Yu Do-han warned. But Yu Guangyi was confident. It's fine. I'll deal with him when the opportunity arises. Besides, I've been working here for a while, and I'm an adult now. I can make my own decisions, can I? A proud smile spread across Yu Do-han's face. You've really grown up. Yu Guangyi looked at his family. Let's go home. I want some of Mom's cooking. Kang Sunhee's face lit up. Of course. Yu Guangyi added. Now that I'm unemployed, can I stay at your place for a while? All right, you can stay, Sunhee agreed. Then her questions turned sharp. Was it fun to fight? Does watching others die make you happy? Guangyi answered with dead seriousness. No. But you're still planning to stay in this line of work? Yes. Sunhee gave a slight nod. Okay, then. She asked no more questions. Oh, Dad. Guangyi suddenly recalled. There's something I need to tell you. Whom? What is it? The thing is, I have a sister. Du-han stared, completely stunned. What? At that moment, standing outside Guangyi's house was Madi. Madi introduced herself to Do-han. It's a pleasure to meet you, Father. My name is Park. Yu Do-han looked a bit flustered. That title feels a little strange to hear. Yu Guangyi explained, she's Mom's adopted daughter and my little sister, which means she's your daughter, too. Madi's head lowered sadly. If I make you uncomfortable, I'll try to live as quietly as possible. If that's not enough, I can just leave. Yu Do-han's expression immediately softened into a warm smile. You said your name is Madi, right? Welcome to the family. I've always wanted a daughter. Those loving words brought tears to Madi's eyes as she softly called out, Dad. Beaming, Yu Guangyi led her inside the house. Come on, you must be hungry, right? Yes. And you can just call me by my name. Come sit over here. Madi gasped, seeing a table laden with more food than she had ever seen. The couple smiled warmly. It's not much, but please, eat as much as you like. They both sat down. Thank you for the meal. After dinner, Yu Guangyi let out a loud, satisfied burp. Ah, that was delicious. I ate way too much. Sunny shot her son a sharp glare. So, what are your plans now? Guangyi was taken aback by his mother's sudden question. What are you going to do for work? If you're planning on living off that severance pay, forget it. I won't let you stay unemployed forever. Guangyi grinned. Don't worry, Mom. That was never the plan. Good, son, he said. By the way, her eyes glinted. How would you like to train with me? Before he could answer, she swiftly shoved a piece of apple into his mouth. Guangyi's eyes went wide. Sun He smiled sweetly. It's time you started training as a real transformer, so I'll be the one to teach you. Guangyi immediately panicked. What about the other instructors? Nope, she said cheerfully. I'm going to guide you personally. Huh? But I'd be more comfortable with a different teacher. On the outside, Sunny was still smiling, but a terrifying aura of pressure began to fill the room, making Guangyi break out in a cold sweat. Are you saying you don't want me to teach you? Guangyi frantically turned his head away. No, not at all. I just thought they might be better guides. Since I've only recently started living as a transformer. Sunhee held up 2 fingers. Don't worry, I only need 2 weeks to whip you into shape. She stood up. We'll begin your training in 2 weeks, so be prepared. Guangyi timidly raised his hand. But, Mom, can I ask one thing? What is it? It's not a theory class, is it? 3 days later, at the office of the Minister of Public Administration and Security, the minister greeted his guest with a wide smile. You've come. What can I— Just give me the word, the minister offered. I'll do anything you ask. Du-han casually took a seat. Why don't we have some coffee while we talk? The minister, startled by his composure, quickly agreed. Yes, of course. Miss Kim, 2 cups of coffee, please. Yes, sir. The minister leaned forward. So, what is it you need me to do? What if we just take Nam Dongmin down from his position and lock him up? I won't back down this time, don't worry. Du-Han spoke seriously. Even if you remove him from his position, he'll just find a way to crawl back. The minister considered this. You have a point. Then what do you need? Du-Han revealed his true plan. Impose a 3-year entry ban to the other side, and completely cut off all sources of support from Hwajim. The minister turned away. Cut off all his support. Yes, that should do it, Don-Ho added. And make sure Nam Min knows exactly who I am. The minister was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Rage simmered in Don-Ho's voice. Send him a warning. Show him what happens to those who provoke me. Elsewhere, Sun Hai was also on the phone. A voice greeted her on the other end. It's been a while, Sun Hai said. How have you been? I need to ask you for a favor. The man on the other end sounded surprised. You, calling me for a favor? I never thought I'd see the day. What is it? Sun Hai's voice was firm. Cut off all funding to Hoa Diem Telecom. Her brother was stunned. Do you have any idea what kind of company Hoa Diem is? She answered nonchalantly. The Korean branch of the former Special Immortal Forces. Her brother fell silent, completely shocked. So, you're still keeping tabs on things here, I see. Sun Hai stated her demand. At the very least, freeze all their assets for 3 years. Her brother agreed. All right, but we can't block government funding. Also, you should see our youngest brother when you have time. Sun Hai paused for a moment. Yes, please give father my regards. 2 weeks later, on the day of his training, Kwang Yi found himself alone on a mountaintop. Kwang Yi muttered to himself. Training was supposed to start at 3 o'clock, so where is everyone? He glanced down at his phone. A message from Akal Boliana dripped with scorn. I heard the CEO is just using you. It's all because you're a poor nobody. Kwang Yi frowned. Was their firewall that much of a joke? How could he possibly know that? Akal Boliana pressed on with his scheme. Just marry my sister. If you raise your social status, no one will dare mess with you. Akal described a future where Kwang Yi would be born with a silver spoon, just like him. Kwang Yi could only feel a sense of utter disbelief. What kind of ridiculous idea is this? An arranged marriage. Kwang Yi typed back a sharp reply. I'll handle my own problems. You should worry about yourself. Akal's message came back instantly. Don't be like that. We're friends. Just then, someone approached the spot where Kwang Yi was sitting. Someone's here. You must be Kwang Yi, right? The voice called out. Kwang Yi sized him up. That's a pretty informal way to greet a stranger. And who are you, old man? He asked. But then Kwang Yi was shocked to see Mahdi standing behind the man. Mahdi gave him a subtle warning. Sir, please be careful. Kwang Yi rose to his feet. In a flash, the man moved, appearing right behind Kwang Yi's back. Without hesitation, Kwang Yi threw a powerful punch. Their blows met, and both were forced back. The older man just chuckled cheerfully. Well, what do we have here? The kid's got some real skill, doesn't he? Sun Hai walked over, her expression stern. Show some respect. This is your uncle. The man introduced himself with a grin. It's a pleasure to meet you. The name's Liger N. Kwang Yi's mind went blank. An uncle? I have an uncle. Judging by your face, you've never heard of me, have you? Did your mother never mention me? You've heard of the Tangan Group, right? Its chairman is my father and your mother's father, which makes him your grandfather. The Tangan Group was the face of Korea's corporate world, with over 60 subsidiaries and one of the largest companies in the XQC, a conglomerate so massive its influence rivaled the government itself. And now, he was being told its chairman was his own grandfather. A brilliant sparkle lit up Kwang Yi's eyes. Does that mean I'm a chaebol heir? Liger N burst out laughing, while Sun Hai let out a heavy sigh. Liger N was laughing so hard he had tears in his eyes. Is that really so important? Kwang Yi answered with dead seriousness. Of course it is. I want a Lamborghini for my birthday. I actually drove one here today. Want it? A massive, joyous grin spread across Kwang Yi's face. Really? Uncle, I love you. You're the best. Sun Hai smacked Liger N on the back of the head. No, don't you dare spoil him. It's time for training. She then turned to Ma Dai. Mahdi nodded, and a projector displayed Kwang Yi's transformation plan. Liger N scoffed. Who on earth made this? What is this hideous design? You should have someone competent remake it. Sun Hai's glare was sharp. I made it. So stop your complaining. Liger N changed the training schedule on the spot. 6 months will be enough. Kwang Yi was shocked. Huh? 6 months? But first, let's see what the kid's made of. Mahdi placed a box on the ground. Inside, a single white mouse scurried about. Liger N pointed at it. Can you stop that mouse? Kwang Yi just reached in and picked up the mouse. Easy. Liger N tapped his own temple and looked at Sun Hai. Is he slow? Sun Hai looked completely mortified. Son, you're not supposed to touch it. Kwang Yi's mind began to work. I have to stop it. without making contact, applying pressure without physical force. That doesn't sound too difficult. Kuang Yi placed the mouse back into the box. I've faced all kinds of killing intent before. Kuang Yi focused, releasing his own aura, aiming it directly at the mouse. The tiny creature instantly froze, trembling with fear. Sun Hai's eyes widened in surprise. He did that without making a sound. She turned to Ma Di. Release all of them. Ma Di obeyed, dumping a whole bucket of mice into the box. Now try to stop all of them, Sun Hai challenged. You can use sound if you need to. But Kuang Yi just smiled confidently. This is easy. He leaned over the container, his hands on the rim, looking down at the swarming mice, and unleashed his killing intent once more. Instantly, every single mouse felt the overwhelming pressure and froze in place, completely paralyzed. Liger N was stunned. Who taught you how to do that? Kuang Yi answered calmly, no one taught me. I've just seen it done many times. Liger N whispered to Sun Hai, who nodded in agreement. He's got the talent. Sun Hai made an announcement. Sun, it looks like we'll have to change the plan. Your skill level is far higher than I anticipated. If it gets too difficult, just say so. Kuang Yi was surprised, then determined. Yes. Let's begin the most intense training for the next 6 months. Sometime later, Kuang Yi sat at a diner with his father. Don Ho looked at him curiously. I heard you've been training with your mother these past few days. How's it going? He's dead. Don Ho chuckled, his eyes gleaming with joy. I never expected this day to come so soon. Since it has, I'll tell you everything. Kuang Yi stared blankly. Tell me what? Don Ho's voice dropped. Try not to be too shocked. But you aren't just a normal immortal. Our bloodline is special. There's a secret technique that allows immortals to control their consciousness, and the family that created that technique is ours. Inside the restaurant, Du Kuang Yi asked, but why are we the only two left? Du Don Ho explained, that's not entirely true. There are still believers of the immortal faith, and others who have gone into hiding. No, Kuang Yi clarified. I mean, why did our family fall apart? His father coughed. Cutting right to the chase, are we? It's simple. An old man hungry for power, along with a few others, rose up against him. I was on the side of the rebels. This is a secret only a handful of people know. As Don Ho drank his beer, Kuang Yi spoke up. You make it sound so simple, Dad. Kuang Yi sighed. Well, it's still better than that talk we had at the grocery store. Don Ho laughed cheerfully. In any case, that's the story. So, son, what are your plans for the future? Kuang Yi took a sip of beer and answered casually. I'm going to be a freelancer for a while. Don Ho couldn't believe his ears. A freelancer? Seriously. Kuang Yi laid out his thoughts. I don't think the special immortal force is the only answer. I want to live my own life and see if I can make it on my own. Is that so? It's a good reason. I'll be cheering for you. Kuang Yi thanked his father. Don Ho grinned. If you're so grateful, then you can pay for this round. Kuang Yi was taken aback. What? I heard you got your desired reward plus a severance package when you quit. You're loaded. The next day, Dun Ah was sitting in a cafe. Du Kuang Yi walked over to greet her. It's been a while. Dun Ah turned her head. So you came. Du Kuang Yi asked if her work was going well. Dun Ah sighed. There's a rumor the company will go bankrupt soon. Kuang Yi frowned. Why? Dun Ah replied, we've been locked out from the other side. All the demons are blocked, and our funding has been completely frozen. Hearing her story, Kuang Yi thought to himself, why do I get the feeling this is somehow related to me? Du Kuang Yi was confused. But the director gave me an apartment. Du Na explained, rumor has it he had to sell off equipment and dip into his personal savings. Now he's living in a tiny studio apartment. Understanding dawned on Du Kuang Yi. I didn't come here just to talk about work. I wanted to ask how everyone is doing. Don Ah reported. The manager is recovering, and I've been transferred to Security Team 1. The Panda Team's deputy manager is in prison for assaulting a colleague and hiding personal information. Du Kuang Yi's brow furrowed. What about Choi Mi Nam? Don Ah continued. We tracked her right after cleaning up the scene, but we couldn't find her. She's been taken hostage and was suddenly cursed. Now she's living like she's already dead. As for Madden, he's locked in a special prison. I think it'll be nearly impossible for the Panda Team's deputy manager to get out for a number of reasons.
So, I wanted to ask if you could possibly get him out. Du Kuang Yi smiled faintly. I had a feeling this was coming.
What can a freelancer like me possibly do? It's nice to have such a kind colleague, though, Du Kuang Yi asked. This was the manager's idea, wasn't it? Du Na avoided his question. Kuang Yi pressed on. Can I talk to him? I never got a chance to say a proper goodbye when I quit. And with that, Du Kuang Yi made the call. Hey there, my friend Dongbong. Li Dongbong sounded suspicious. What do you want? Calling me yourself to tell me you're quitting. Kuang Yi asked. Are you okay? Have you eaten? Li Dongbong was baffled. What? Du Kuang Yi taunted him. Should I call you Uncle Dongbong since you're so old now? Uncle, or by name? Which do you prefer? Li Dongbong exploded. Are you insane? Kuang Yi continued calmly. Is the recovery process painful? You have to be patient. Being a manager is already painful enough. Li Dongbong snapped. What the hell are you talking about? What do you want? Du Kuang Yi didn't hesitate. I'm guessing Dong Hoon won't be able to return to work, right? In that case, I'll be taking him with me. A smirk crept into Li Dongbong's voice. So that's why you called? To take a team member away from me? You miserable traitor. Du Kuang Yi scoffed. Why bring up loyalty when you're the one who called me a bastard the first time we met? Li Dongbong replied, just call me by my name. Du Kuang Yi glanced over at Don Ah. Is the team manager over 40? Don Ah nodded. Kuang Yi muttered, doesn't he have any shame? He stood up. Well, see you later, Doan. Ah, goodbye. She replied, take care. Du Kuang Yi paused. Oh yeah, there's something I've always wanted to ask. You started this work because of your family, right? Don Ah looked up at the sky with a bittersweet smile. Yes, it's unfortunate and pretty cliché. I lost my family to a terrorist organization, and I have to get my revenge. Du Kuang Yi offered a final promise. I hate those guys too, so if anything ever happens with them, I'll help you. Model, I'm heading out. Bao Trong. Don A replied with a smile. Thank you. After Kuang Wai made a quick call, his mission to rescue the Panda team's vice manager had officially begun. Kuang Wai made a call to check in. Hello, are you all right? Secretary, this is Suan. In a bedroom shrouded in darkness, Nam Mong Jin lay collapsed on the bed, utterly defeated. We are powerless to defy this directive. It's an absolute order from the top. Your company simply doesn't meet our standards. Du Guangyi sensed this was the perfect moment to strike. He asked, why would you do such a thing? Nam Mong Jin was bewildered. What? Du Guangyi pressed him. Why did you do that to me? Did I somehow offend you? You don't watch many movies, do you? Annoyed, Nam Mong Jin snapped. What is it you want? Du Guangyi began. Lately, I've been struggling. When I think about what happened, I can barely breathe. I've been having nightmares, too. I can't even eat. And? Nam Mong Jin retorted. Du Guangyi asked, can you get assistant manager Li Donghoon out of prison? Not break him out, I mean legally. I figured a man like you would have a way. A flash of anger crossed Nam Mong Jin's face. This kid puts him in this miserable studio. And now he's asking for a favor? Is this some kind of joke? He refused flatly. I'm sorry, but my hands are tied by my obligations to my work and the government. There's nothing I can do in this matter. Is that so? Guangyi replied calmly. It's simply a matter of technicality, the man insisted. Then what should I do? Guangyi pressed. Why are you asking me? Because you're the only one who can help. After a long silence, Nam Mong Jin finally spoke. If you had a veteran lawyer, this wouldn't be a problem. So that was the answer. A lawyer? A highly skilled one, at that. Yes, because he has to stand trial. Okay, I understand. Du Guangyi said quickly. Don't you go changing your mind. Frustrated, Nam Mong Jin lit a cigarette. His assistant entered the room. Sir, smoking isn't allowed in here. Is there something wrong? Nam Mong Jin mused. Du Guangyi wants something from me. I should probably give it to him, right? The assistant nodded. Yes. After all, he isn't just anybody. Nam Mong Jin let out a deep sigh. He asked, what's the status of the executive team? The assistant replied, they're all here, sir. Meanwhile, inside the prison, Li Dong-hoon quietly folded paper animals. He thought to himself, bankruptcy and jail. It was all because he broke the law. He was just sad he could no longer work for the manager who had hired him. Tears welled up in Li Dong-hoon's eyes, and more importantly, he couldn't watch any anime in here. A guard's voice echoed through the hall. Inmate 1259. You have a visitor. A lawyer. Li Dong-hoon looked up, stunned. In visitation room number 2, the lawyer began. You're Li Dong-hoon, correct? Li Dong-hoon wondered. Yes. Why are you here? We're your legal counsel, she stated. We guarantee you'll be breathing fresh air outside within the next 48 hours. Li Dong-hoon was baffled. Why me? The lawyer replied smoothly. Don't worry about that. Just put your trust in us. But I don't understand why, he insisted. The lawyer explained, we're simply following our client's request. Who's your client? He asked, shocked. The lawyer offered no name, only a soft warning. That's all you need to know. The night before, as Du Guangyi was training, Liger N watched with pride. That's my nephew, all right. Isn't this his first time with a cardio mask? He's doing better than I thought. Suddenly, Du Guangyi asked, Uncle, do you know any good lawyers? Liger N was curious. A lawyer? I know plenty. Why? Taking off his mask, Du Guangyi made his request. Could you introduce me to one? Liger N playfully pinched his nephew's cheek. Did you get into some trouble? I'm great at keeping secrets. You can tell your old uncle. Du Guangyi brushed his hand away. It's nothing like that. Then why? Liger N pressed. I need to know the reason, so I can find the right person for the job. Du Guangyi laid out the case. What about for someone charged with identity fraud, illegal use of personal information, and terrorism? Liger N was shocked. What? Who would hire someone facing charges that serious? Du Guangyi's answer was simple. The Immortal Special Task Force. Liger N considered this for a moment. Humph. In that case, I'll ask my own team. Your team? Du Guangyi seemed surprised. Are they really any good? I'm serious. I need this person out of prison. Liger N puffed out his chest. Kid, you must not know that I've made the headlines 6 different times. And as you can see, I'm a free man now. Du Guangyi thought to himself. Maybe his uncle really was reliable. His mother had told him that his uncle was once involved in some major trouble. Liger N said with a confident grin, Just trust me. I trust my legal team more than anyone, so I don't need to meet them myself, right? Guangyi asked. Why would you need to do that? Liger N shot back. I guarantee it won't even take 2 days. At that moment, back at the detention center, the doors swung open, and Li Dong-hoon was set free. His lawyer bid him farewell. Well, my work here is done. You did great. Li Dong-hoon thanked her. He was stunned that he could be released so quickly. Just then, Du Guangyi reached out a hand, but Li Dong-hoon quickly grabbed his wrist. What are you doing here? Du Guangyi's voice was smooth as silk. How have you been? I heard you don't have anywhere else to go. Why not come with me? Li Dong-hoon asked, Did you send those lawyers? Couldn't you phrase that a little more nicely? Du Guangyi changed the subject. By the way, how was life without any anime? Li Dong-hoon's face fell. I honestly thought I was going to die. Suddenly, Du Guangyi produced a manga volume, shocking Li Dong-hoon. Let's go, Guangyi said. You can read this on the way. Li Dong-hoon's expression was full of questions, but he still thanked him. But where are we going? Guangyi glanced away with a click of his tongue. I have a lot to discuss. And there's someone who wants to meet you. You've got time for that, right? The two of them soon arrived at a tall building. Li Dong-hoon was stunned. What? So you're a Chibol, a pureblood? Guangyi replied nonchalantly. For now, yes. I know it's a lot to take in. Li Dong-hoon's suspicion grew. Wait a minute. Are you possessed? I'm right, aren't I? You're not a regressor. Someone else is inside your body. Li Dong-hoon was confident in his theory. Guangyi sighed. You need to read fewer comics. I'm just the result of love. Have you ever heard of the Restoration Witch? Li Dong-hoon froze. She's a living legend among us shapeshifters, he explained. She was voted by the black market as the #1 shifter you should never cross. One wrong move, and you're done for. So, you know of her, Guangyi said calmly. You can't control your own instincts when you transform, can you? Li Dong-hoon had to admit it. They arrived at a training room where Liger and Sun-hee were already waiting. Li Dong-hoon's eyes widened. Hold on. What is this? Guangyi said, I told you someone wanted to meet you. This person can help you. But fear gripped Li Dong-hoon. But Guangyi, this power, it's uncontrollable. I just need to make sure I never transform again. I'll find a quiet house in the suburbs. Guangyi introduced the man. That is my uncle. Li Dong-hoon bowed. Ah, the second-generation Chibol. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Li Dong-hoon. Liger sized him up. So you're the test subject? You look pretty ordinary. Guangyi gestured to the woman. And over there is the Restoration Witch, who also happens to be my mother. Sun-hee gave a cheerful greeting. It's so nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. My name is Kang Sun-hee. She extended a hand to greet him. Startled, Li Dong-hoon reached out with both of his. It's an honor to meet you. But suddenly, Sun-hee shot her hand out and touched him. Without warning, Sun-hee landed a powerful punch that sent Li Dong-hoon flying. He struggled to sit up, asking, why? Sun-hee stated plainly, I heard you can't control your instincts. Li Dong-hoon was shocked. What? Sun-hee put on a cap. Anything is possible if you put your mind to it. Li Dong-hoon refused. No, but I was one of Prometheus's test subjects. It's impossible. I know, Sun-hee replied. Let's begin the treatment. If I say it can be done, it will be done. Li Dong-hoon felt a deep sense of dread. Guangyi watched his mother, then asked his uncle. She's getting excited, isn't she? Liger whispered back, she's always like this. I think the main joy in her life is curing shapeshifters who can't control their own instincts. Sunny tossed a suit to Lee Dong-hoon. Let's begin. Go ahead and change, Kwang Yi sneered. What the hell is this? Did Tangun's fashion department go bankrupt or something? Liger held up a remote. It may look strange, but its design is the most effective. Then let's get started. Liger pressed the button for level 1, and suddenly, something began to emit from Kwang Yi's suit. The suit's pressure massively increased Kwang Yi's body weight. Liger praised him. Not bad. Most people give up on the very first level. Kwang Yi, exhausted, asked, What level were you able to withstand? Uncle, Liger answered, Me? Level 4. Kwang Yi was stunned. Level 4. You really are a living weapon raised by Tangun. Liger explained. The name of this device is Endurance. It puts pressure on the muscles and destroys them. Sensors in the suit can increase the weight. However, that's still not enough. So I prepared this. Mahdi stepped forward. Mahdi asked, Will Mahdi really have to hit him? Kwang Yi was surprised. Liger clarified the training. You'll have to fight her while wearing that suit. Mahdi grew anxious. Mahdi can't kill him. From the side, Kwang Yi asked, Excuse me. Liger encouraged Mahdi. You can't kill him. Your brother is immortal. Kwang Yi felt like he'd become invisible. Can neither of you hear me? Liger explained. If you don't want to, then I'll have to be the one to fight him. Wouldn't it be better if you did it? Mahdi said. Then Mahdi will do it. Kwang Yi wondered. What's she blushing for? Liger turned to him and said, What you must learn from this fight is how a shapeshifter battles in close combat. You really want me to do this? Kwang Yi said confidently. Are you sure this is okay? Hitting my little sister doesn't exactly feel right. Liger replied with his own confidence. Mahdi is a genius that your mother raised. Mahdi bowed her head and said, Brother, Mahdi will do her best. Kwang Yi immediately got into a fighting stance. All right, bring it on. He rushed toward Mahdi, reminding her, I won't go easy on you just because you're smaller. Mahdi didn't hold back either, channeling immense power into her arm. They lunged at each other, trading powerful blows to the face. Mahdi then landed a painful strike to Kwang Yi's stomach. The blow sent Kwang Yi flying backward, drawing blood. Seeing him hurt, Mahdi panicked and quickly asked, Are you okay? Kwang Yi replied, I'm fine. Keep going. Liger observed from the side, thinking, He's adapting faster than I expected. I'll have to increase the intensity. The next thing you must learn is restraint. You have to know how to minimize wasted energy, even in the worst situations. That is crucial. Keep it up, nephew. Their fists clashed once again. Dooku watched from above, impressed that after just 1 week, he could already fight against Mahdi. Dooku stuck her leg out. Leaping down to face him, she threw out a challenge. How about we change this to a one-on-one duel with me? Kwang Yi was completely blindsided. What did you say? I'm still not ready. But before Kwang Yi could finish his sentence, Dooku landed a heavy blow. Whoa, wait a second. Please, this is just training. Isn't this just physical abuse disguised as training? A month later, at a barbecue restaurant, Do Eun-ho checked in on his son. I hear you've been training relentlessly. How's it going, son? Kwang Yi, his face plastered with bandages, shot back. Dad, can you not see all these bandages? Mahdi, sitting next to him, whimpered an apology. Mahdi is so sorry. Mahdi went too hard on you. Kwang Yi shot a glare at his father. Why are you laughing? Does seeing me get beaten to a pulp every day amuse you? And you? Stop talking in the third person. Mahdi placed a piece of grilled meat for Kwang Yi. Here you go, brother. Say ah. Watching his two kids, Do Eun-ho couldn't help but smile warmly. You two are just adorable together. Sun Hai, their mother, picked at her food. Son, I'm so proud you're working hard. But I'm also a little sad. Kwang Yi was confused. Huh? Sun Hai smiled gently. You never spend any time with your mother, so starting today, I'll be training with you too. A single thought crossed Kwang Yi's mind. I'm completely screwed. And so, the training continued. I was forced into a suit that amplified pain. And all I remember is getting beaten senseless. 4 months passed in a blur of agony. But when it was over, Kwang Yi emerged a completely different person. I finished a 6-month training program in just 4 months. Finally, summer arrived. At a park, Kwang Yi asked her, How long are you going to stay unemployed? You quit your last job, so you need to find a new one. Have you even considered my offer? Kang Hammond fumed. Then she reminded him, Did you already forget the condition? Kwang Yi looked at her blankly. What condition? Kang Hammond exploded with rage. A date. You promised you would take me on 3 dates, but you slept through the entire movie. You scarfed down your food in 10 minutes. And now you're lecturing me in a park. You call this a date? What about the hotel? The yacht? Kwang Yi tried to defend himself. Look, I was exhausted from training all day yesterday. Besides, you're the one who booked an early movie without even telling me. Thinking fast, Kwang Wai pulled out his phone. And a hotel? It's only 2 p.m. Kang Hammond just clicked her tongue. Oh, right. I forgot to mention. She also quit her job after that whole incident. And now I'm trying to hire her. She called me a genius of the century or something like that. Kwang Wai stood up. Okay. I'll take that as a yes, then. Kang Hammond looked away, trying to hide her smile. Fine. But where are you going now? I have other plans, he stated simply. Kang Hammond's eyes widened in suspicion. What? Plans? Don't tell me you're meeting another woman. No, he replied. I'm meeting a man. Just then, Kim Dong-ko waved them over. You're looking healthy these days. Kwang Wai returned the cheerful greeting. Long time no see, Dong-ko. But his eyes were drawn to the man's hand, which was missing 3 fingers. What happened to your hand? Dong-ko scratched his head sheepishly. Teesk. Got backstabbed while working with some mercenaries. You just can't trust those scumbags. Kwang Wai was confused. Why didn't you get them reattached? Medical technology is incredible these days. Dong-ko sighed. I didn't have the money for it. Everything in this world costs a fortune, you know? Now it was Dong-ko's turn to be curious. So, why did you want to meet me? I heard you retired. Kwang Wai just shrugged nonchalantly. Yeah, well. I came into some property worth about 10 billion. The moment he heard 10 billion, Dong-ko's eyes lit up with greed. Kwang Wai got straight to the point. You work as a manager, right? I'm thinking about going freelance. At the mention of a job, Dong-ko practically did a backflip. He dropped to one knee, presenting a business card like a holy scripture. You have come to the right man, Mr. Du Kwang Wai. My fee is only 8% of your profits. It's an absolute bargain, a steal even. However, since I'm not familiar with your current skill level, the initial commission will be 35%. Kwang Wai scoffed in disgust. 35%? What a total ripoff. Kwang Wai shot back a counter-offer. 10%. Dong-ko's jaw dropped. What? You've worked with me before, and I've saved your life. What are you talking about? Dong-ko sputtered. You mean that incident at the savings bank. But I already paid you back for that. Suddenly, an assassin lunged from the shadows. Die, Du Kwang Wai. Power surged into Kwang Wai's fist. Dong-ko stared in shock as the killer closed in. Kwang Wai's hand shot out. He grabbed both attackers by the head and slammed them face first into the pavement. Then, he continued his negotiation. No, I mean this, he said calmly. I just saved your life again. Just then, another group of thugs appeared, their leaders staring in disbelief. This is insane. I thought he was supposed to be some kind of immortal. Kwang Wai sighed. Why don't you all just give up and go home? I really don't enjoy killing. The leader sneered. What did you just say, you little punk? Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Kwang Wai just rolled his eyes. Am I supposed to know? And what's with that accent? Are you from North Korea or something? Enraged, the man charged forward. You son of a bitch. Let's see you run that mouth after I'm done with you. Kwang Wai stood his ground, waiting for the perfect moment as the man got closer. Get a good look. We are the Immortal Slaying Squad. We are the Butchers. And in the next instant, Kwang Wai sent him flying with a single punch. Yu Guangyi landed a vicious uppercut, sending the man soaring, blood flying everywhere. His lackeys watched in horror, screaming, Boss. Yu Guangyi's patience snapped. I told you I don't like killing people. Are you going to surrender or not? The thugs immediately dropped to their knees. Please, spare us. We have tons of savings. If you let us live, we'll give you everything. Yu Guangyi raised an eyebrow. How much? The thug just stared, confused. Huh? A grin spread across Guangyi's face. Just how much are we talking about? Guangyi forced them all to kneel with their hands in the air. He then pulled out his phone and called Dong Hoon, who picked up back at the house. Guangyi got straight to the point. Hey, can you look up some bounty info for me? Dong Hoon was taken aback. What? I just nabbed a few guys from Permius, Guangyi explained. Surprised, Dong Hoon asked for a description of their most distinct features. As Dong Hoon searched online, Guangyi added, the leader seems to use some kind of magic. He said his last name was Guk or something like that. Dong Hoon checked in. So, did you win? Are you hurt? Guangyi scoffed. Are you kidding? It was a piece of cake. Is that right? Dong Hoon said, pulling up a file on the leader. I'm seeing a group known as the Mortal Chefs, a crew that specializes in hunting immortals. Mortal Chefs? Guangyi asked. Are they a big deal? You could say that, Dong Hoon replied. They're considered the sworn enemies of all immortals. Guangyi was shocked. Seriously, I've never even heard of them. Good thing I'm in my transformed state right now, Dong Hoon warned him. Just keep a close eye on them for now. I'm contacting the agency as we speak. Yeah, Tell them to hurry up and send a team, Guang Yi urged. Just then, the vice leader seemed to realize something was up. He tried to bargain. So, what's your number? I'll give you everything I've got. Just name your price. Yu Guangyi stated calmly, 6 billion. The vice leader's jaw dropped. 6 billion. What? You're not talking your way out of this, Guangyi warned. My net worth is 60 million, you piece of trash. Meanwhile, at an abandoned factory, Park Dong-shik watched in disbelief. He's an absolute monster, he muttered. They went down before they even knew what hit them, and in a neighborhood with top-tier security, no less. He turned to his subordinate. What did headquarters say? The underling reported. That witch who just got promoted to executive director. She said to focus on our drug operations and to leave Yu Guangyi alone. Park Dong-shik sneered. What? Has she lost her mind? Who the hell does she think she is? His lackey eagerly agreed. That's what I was thinking. We're moving forward with the plan. Rage burned in Park Dong-shik's eyes. I had to claw my way up to get this position. I'm not here to be some glorified drug dealer for a bunch of addicts. If I back down now like that hag once, I'll never make it to director at Permius. I have to prove my worth to move up the ladder. And this is the perfect chance. Capturing Yu Guangyi is my golden ticket to a promotion. Park Dong-shik pressed. Are you absolutely certain he's left Huadam? The subordinate confirmed. Yes, sir. And our numbers? Park Dong-shik questioned. Are they sufficient? Yes, the man replied. Business has been booming, so we've picked up some pretty capable new recruits. Park Dong-shik rose to his feet. Get everyone who's available over here. Now, we're moving out immediately. But don't get cocky. Stay sharp. I'd say he's at least as strong as the lumberjack. Approach him with that level of caution. Yes, boss. Back at the scene, the special Immortal task force arrived in record time. I handed over that whole crew of greedy chefs to them. And then I finally headed home. I'm back, I announced. Oh, you're home? Son, he replied. Welcome back, nephew, Du and Ho greeted. Have you eaten dinner? Ma Yi asked. You should wash your hands first, big brother. This whole reception was making Guang Yi's skin crawl. What's with this warm welcome? You're giving me the creeps. He then turned to one of them. And why are you still here? Oh, I just stayed for a cup of tea. It's 11 p.m., I pointed out. Who drinks tea this late? Just sit down. There's something we need to discuss. I was confused. Discuss what? We heard you were ambushed by a team from Permius today. My eyes widened. How did you know? Of course, Dong-hoon told them. I tried to brush it off. Ah, it was no big deal. Don't worry about it. But Du-an-ho's expression was grave. Son, listen to me. This is only the beginning. They will keep coming after you. Don't you think you need protection? LNC chimed in. I can assign my personal security team to guard you, but that won't be enough to stop them. LNC continued. Du-an-ho added, if it comes down to it, the Empath Special Task Force can provide assistance. LNC scoffed at the idea. My guards are far more capable. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Little brother-in-law. Du-an-ho shot back. We prioritize the absolute safety of individuals. The two started bickering over whose forces were superior. We have superior numbers. Besides, we're the Tangun group. Tangun. I've heard of them. An affiliate of Swasi, right? Maybe so, but we're a government special task force. The government would never waste its resources protecting a single individual. Oh yes, they would, LNC retorted. And do you really think a corporation wastes money on things with no return? Just then, Sun He slammed her fist on the table. Enough, Sun Hai roared. Are you two trying to get killed? Just like that, they both froze. For now, she declared, you'll train at home. This should hold them off for a while. Ma Di agreed, I'll help too. Quang Wai calmly replied, I know everyone has good intentions. Is that really necessary? The whole group was taken aback. Quang Yi scratched his head. I mean, do we really have to just sit and wait and just let those guys attack us first? I'll go take care of them myself. What was that company's name? Ma Di spoke up. Permius. A heavy silence fell over the four of them. I'll go take care of those psychopaths. LNC asked. Who? Kang Yu said with confidence. Me. Sun He muttered. He must have taken a nasty blow to the head. Rage burned in Daeun-ho's eyes. Those bastards. I'll kill every last one of them. But Sun Hai turned to Quang Yi and asked, what did you just say? You want to handle what? Du Quang Yi replied, Princess, I was referring to Puss. As Du Quang Yi started to walk out, Daeun-ho asked, even if I tried to persuade you, you wouldn't listen, would you? Quang Yi answered with confidence, of course not. I'm a grown man now. If I don't deal with them first, the people I hold dear will be in grave danger. It's better if I handle this myself. Daeun-ho was momentarily stunned by Quang Yi's resolve. Then a slow smile spread across his face. All right, call me if you need help. Kwang Yi nodded. I will. Don Ho added. However, you won't be doing this all by yourself. I've already spoken with your uncle. Just then, Lig appeared, slinging an arm around Don Ho's shoulders. Lig placed a hand on Kwang Yi's shoulder and said, the Tang Gun support team, they're here to help you. Lig then handed Kwang Yi a car key, and this is a gift. Take good care of her. Kwang Yi accepted the key, his eyes wide. For real, uncle, you're the best. Kang Ho gave him a final warning. You don't need me to worry anymore, but remember to be careful. Ma Rao waved goodbye. Ma Di will be cheering for you, big brother. Kwang Yi grinned as he left. Yeah, I'll be back soon. Kwang Yi hopped into a Lamborghini and sped off. He immediately called Dong Hoon. Did you find anything yet? Dong Hoon replied, I did. I think those guys are connected to an illegal drug trafficking ring. There's a rumor that BOT was involved in that recent drug incident. Kwang Yi's eyes narrowed. So they're the ones who made the drug. I didn't say that, Dong Hoon clarified. I just said they were involved. Kwang Yi scoffed. Who cares about the details? Dong Hoon sighed. You're getting ahead of yourself. Confirm this first. But Kwang Yi's voice was cold. Either way, I'm going to give them a warning. Dong Hoon was shocked. A warning? Kwang Yi declared, Tonight, I'm going to play the part of a terrorist. In another part of the city, a man was counting cash. Hey, this seems a little short. The other man panicked. Just give me a small break, please. I'll bring you more next time, I swear. The first man's face darkened. Are you kidding me? Don't you know the rules around here? If you want to negotiate, then get lost. Trembling, the man begged. I'm sorry. Please don't. The thug kicked him hard. Get out of my sight, you disgusting piece of trash. The man clutched his stomach. He pulled out a knife, his voice shaking with fury. I said I'd bring more next time. Get away from me if you don't want to die. The man in black just clicked his tongue. Hey now, you got a death wish? Flames suddenly erupted from his hand. He growled in frustration. Damn it, why is it they never understand when I'm being nice? He lunged at the man. Why won't you just listen? Suddenly, a hand shot out and clamped down on his wrist. He looked up, stunned. What the? Kwang Yi raised his arm. The man in black watched in horror as Kwang Yi shattered his arm with a sickening crack. A raw scream of agony ripped through the air as Kwang Yi slammed him against a wall. Kwang Yi said, You? Yeah, you're the one. I have a few questions for you. The other man trembled in fear. And me? Kwang Yi held up a vial of drugs. Don't play dumb. You were trying to buy this, weren't you? I treat the buyers and the sellers exactly the same. The thug in black screamed, Who the hell are you? What do you want? He suddenly went silent. Kwang Yi's voice was ice. Who is your superior? The next morning, a man burst into the room where Pal Yong Shik was enjoying his tea. Sir. Pal Yong Shik looked up, annoyed. What is it? The man reported frantically. 5 of our distribution points were raided. Pal Yong Shik was shocked. What? Raided? The man continued, his voice shaking. Yes, sir. It happened last night. Even our clients were attacked. Every single one of them had an arm and a leg broken. Those vicious bastards. Pal Yong Shik calmly asked, was it the Phantoms? Or maybe the Immortal Special Forces? The subordinate shook his head. I already checked, sir. It wasn't them. Pal Yong Shik's anger flared. Then what monster did this? Whoever it was, they clearly know about us. Now I have to postpone the hunt for Duke Kwang Yi. I worked too hard to get to this position. A pathetic little ambush like this won't be enough to take me down. Pal Yong Shik grabbed his coat and started to leave. His subordinate asked, What should I do, sir? Pal Yong Shik commanded, Forget about that other guy for now. We're going to catch these new bastards first. Elsewhere, Lee Dong-hoon reported his findings. They've all scattered. It's going to be extremely difficult to find out who their boss is. Du Kwang Yi exclaimed, So everything I did last night was completely useless? Lee Dong-hoon replied, Well, yeah, pretty much. Du Kwang Yi asked suspiciously, Is that really all you can do? Are you sure? Lee Dong-hoon dodged the question. Are you trying to lecture me? Kwang Yi shot back, I'm just asking. Dong-hoon then puffed out his chest. Kwang Yi, do you know who I am? Du Kwang Yi thought for a moment. A panda? A bear with dark circles? No, a crazy bear. Lee Dong-hoon began to boast. I am a genius, born from Huayam, the #1 person that every company wants to recruit. I can even control my transformation powers at will. I am the great Lee Dong-hoon. Du Kwang Yi looked unimpressed. So what? What's your point? Lee Dong-hoon grinned. My point is, there's always another way. But we don't have enough people for this, which is why your rich uncle already contacted me. Reinforcements are on their way. Let's go check them out. A man extended his hand and introduced himself. Kim Jian Du Kwang. Kwang Yi stared at him. What in the world? What a unique name. Was his father obsessed with Miram novels or something? Just then, a tall girl jumped out. Hello there. My name means I'm small but important. Kim Kun-bai doesn't really talk much, but please try to understand her. Are you Kang Yu? What should I call you? Anyway, this one here is a huge fan of the Recovery Witch, so she's thrilled to meet her son. Ah, but of course, we're the only ones who know that's who you are. Don't worry, I know how to keep a secret. Suin's voice was so loud it nearly shattered Kang Yu's eardrums. He worried to himself, keep a secret. With a voice that loud, more importantly, what part of her is supposed to be small? Kim Kun-bai reminded her, be quiet, you talk too much. Suin replied, fine, fine. This guy right here is the son of the Recovery Witch. I'm sure you could get her autograph if you can convince him. At that, Kim Kun-bai's face completely lit up. Kim Kun-bai said shyly, that would be a dream come true. Kang Yu watched the two sisters, deeply concerned. What is wrong with these people? Kang Yu asked, are you two the only reinforcements? Suin answered, ah, right. I forgot to mention the other details. We're affiliated with Tangun, but we can't tell you exactly which branch we belong to. I'm from the 3rd Assassination Squad. I'm basically the team leader, and she's my support. There are 40 of us in total. However, they're all on standby. Every last one of them is an expert, so don't you worry. Anyway, I heard we're about to do something fun. So what's the plan? Kang Yu sighed. She talks way too much. Kang Yu said, we're going to hunt down drug dealers. Suin immediately guessed, you're trying to find their higher-ups? Kang Yu replied, no. He then explained the situation. So, what's your solution? Well, if it's hard to find the top brass because their forces are scattered, then we'll just have to drag them out into the open. Why do they sell drugs? Because they need money. But what happens if they can't make a single cent? We'll wipe out every single street-level dealer. The moment their cash flow is severed, they'll have no choice but to crawl out of the woodwork. Kang Yu thought, I see. So that's the plan. Suin asked, so you want to eliminate every drug trafficker in Seoul? Kang Yu added, and the users too. She asked, are you going to take all of their arms and legs? He replied, just one of each. I'm sure they've already started spreading rumors about this. We're going to turn those rumors into reality. It would take me a month on my own, but with more people, it'll only take 2 days. Suin called his name, Kang Yu. I like the way you think. Do you have a girlfriend? Kang Yu was caught off guard. Huh? No, I don't. She shot back, do you want one? Kang Yu dodged away in alarm. What are you talking about? Let's just get to work. Suin set a date. Then let's talk after the job is done. Kang Yu was worried. Kang Min is joining the team far too soon. I'm scared of what will happen once they meet. The 3 of them gathered to review the plan. Kang Yu said, before we start, this is what I've gathered. There are about 15 dealers in each small crew. These groups seem to be in constant communication with each other. We just need to locate each crew and ambush them. Suin let out a huge laugh. This is going to be so much fun. I love this kind of work. I've always wanted a chance to tear up the city someday. Beside her, Kim Kun-bai nodded in total agreement. Kang Yu snapped his laptop shut. Then let's begin. On the television, a new headline was breaking. The buzz is all about a mysterious group called the Bone Breakers. I'm your host, Kim Chang-min. A group has been attacking the drug traffickers, causing so much trouble lately, making a massive contribution to the investigation of these illegal operations. People have nicknamed them the Bone Breakers because they break the hand and leg of anyone involved with illegal substances. The media is speculating that this might be a secret government task force or some other organization. Countless theories have emerged trying to guess who they are. However, both the government and other organizations officially denied these allegations yesterday, which only made the public more curious. What are your thoughts on the Bone Breakers? If they aren't from the government or any other organization, then I think they are truly dedicated protectors of Seoul. The public is praising this group's efforts, but professionals are expressing concern about them taking the law into their own hands. People like this are incredibly dangerous because they act purely on their own judgment. Furthermore, we're also worried about the unnecessary risks involved. But one thing is for certain. The number of drug dealers has dropped significantly since they appeared. Du Kangyo was watching TV when his phone suddenly rang. Du Kangyu answered, Mom. It was Sunhee. I saw the news. Are you really out on the streets every night breaking people's bones? Du Kangyu admitted it. I'm not working alone, but yes, that's me. Sunhee said, all right. I don't think the police are very happy about that. Du Kangyu agreed. Yeah, I figured. The stage was set for some unexpected visitors. Standing right outside his door, Lee Ji-hae called out, I know you're home, right? I'm with the police. Suddenly, it clicked for Yu Kwang-yi. She was the manager of the PUAS team, the one he met after taking down that shapeshifter. Her hair was red back then. Kwang-yi opened the door to greet her. Long time no see. Did you dye your hair? Ji-hai answered. So you still remember me. She cut right to the chase. I'll be blunt. You're the bone breaker, aren't you? Kwang Yi admitted it freely. That's right. When I was a kid, I dreamed of a world without a single drug dealer. Ji-hai let out a sigh. Damn it. Ji-hai criticized him. You can't just do that. You'll blow our entire operation. Kwang Yi stopped her right there. Hold on. Did you come here just to lecture me? Ji-hai was stunned. What? Kwang Yi continued. I don't know what kind of plan the police have, but my interference caused trouble, didn't it? I'm guessing your goal is to capture the smugglers. Are there even more people involved in this? Ji-hai was shocked. What? I thought he was just some reckless fool, but it turns out he's much smarter than I thought. Kwang Yi stated his purpose clearly. It doesn't matter who else is involved. I won't get in the way of that. The one I want is pus. Let's get straight to the point. Ji-hai asked. What is it? Kwang Yi laid out his plan. Just tell everyone the Bone Breaker was a police operation from the very beginning. Say that the police secretly hired me to take down everyone connected to the drug trade. Ji-hai held up her hand. Wait, hold on. Kwang Yi. Are you trying to negotiate with us? He smirked. That's right. I'm going to keep doing exactly what I've been doing, and the police can take all the credit. I don't see any downside for you. Ji-hai thought it over. It's true. His goal and mine are the same. All right, deal. But you have to promise me one thing. Kwang Yi raised an eyebrow. And what's that? Ji-hai made her request. Is it true that a member of Permite Theus is behind all this? We need the information they possess. So don't kill them. They shook hands, sealing the agreement. Kwang Yi nodded. Don't worry. I won't kill the boss. Ji-hai then asked. Oh, can I borrow your phone for a second? Kwang Yi was suspicious. What for? She smiled. I need your number. Save my name as Big Sis Ji-hai. Kwang Yi questioned her. Are you older than me? Ji-hai shot back. Does it really matter? But how do you plan on finding them anyway? Kwang Yi handed her his phone and said, That's a secret. Ji-hai was impressed. The more I talk to you, the more I'm starting to like you. Kwang Yi was taken aback. Suddenly, another person arrived. Kwang Yi was completely speechless. Heeman stormed toward them, shouting, Kwang Yi. Inside his apartment, the two sat down. Heeman spoke, her voice seething with anger. Explain yourself. Kwang Yi avoided her gaze. There's nothing to explain. Let's get this straight. Cheating? I'm single, so that's impossible. Are you done? Heeman told her side. I was up all night dealing with that mess. And you're over here chatting with another woman? Heeman began to sob. I helped you so much and I treated your parents so well. How could you do this to me? Kwang Yi finally caved. All right, fine. Do you want to sleep over? Heeman was stunned by what she just heard. Sleep over. Here, Kwang Yi nodded. Yeah. Wear whatever you want. A flicker of guilt crossed his mind, but I have no other choice. Where else can I find a mage as skilled as her? This is the secret I told Ji-hai. At least part of it. Heeman asked again, Are you serious? I'm really staying the night. Kwang Yi held up a single finger. Just for tonight. Heeman's mood shifted instantly. Let's order food and watch a series. What do you want to eat? Kwang Yi felt a pang of guilt. Sorry, Heeman. I'm not sleeping at home tonight. On the outskirts of Incheon Port, a car sat parked in the darkness. Inside the car, Kwang Yi was texting Heeman. You'll have to sleep at home alone. Something came up. She replied instantly, You bastard. Sujin asked, What did the police say? Are they coming? Kwang Yi replied, They won't be here. I didn't give them any information. Sujin's face lit up. So it's just the two of us? This is going to be fun. Just us, working together. It feels like a date, doesn't it? What do you think? Kwang Yi stared out the window. They're here. Captain Ji-hai must have sent someone to tail me. An invisibility type. I noticed him following me a long time ago. He can become invisible, but he can't erase his presence. Kwang Yi dialed Ji-hai's number. Ji-hai picked up. She asked playfully, Pilot Kwang Yi, are you ready for takeoff? He replied, I'm ready. But why are you calling me a pilot? Ji-hai said, Because you hijacked my heart. Kwang Yi thought to himself, hilarious. She's joking with me while having me followed. Such a pro. You're a nasty piece of work. You already know what I'm worth, don't you? Ji-hai was confused. What? Kwang Yi put on his glasses. I was hired, remember? I don't work for free. In a rundown room at the Incheon port, two thugs were talking. That damn bone breaker. He's not actually going to show up here, is he? One of them was nervous. Of course not. And if that bastard does show, I'll tear him apart myself. The other man laughed loudly. I've got this, so stop worrying. I'm actually hoping he comes. The other guy praised him. You're incredible, boss. Suddenly, the door flew open. The green-haired thug snapped. What the hell? Ever hear of knocking? Kuang Yi's voice cut through the room. The first three are already on their knees, hands in the air. Model, I'm giving you a chance to live. He dragged one of the thugs inside, then casually tossed him to the ground. Kuang Yi repeated himself. Are you deaf? I said. The first three. One of the thugs demanded, Who the hell are you? Are you him? Kuang Yi smirked, confirming their fears. That's right. I'm the Bone Collector, the one you've been so frantically hunting. A goon roared, You little punk. The only reason you're acting so cocky is because of that muscle-bound girl behind you. Suing's temper flared. Are you talking about me? But Kuang Yi calmly held her back. Sorry, but I need you to sit this one out. I'll handle these guys myself. Suing shot back, enraged. What? What do you mean by that? Kuang Yi simply reiterated his promise. I said I would spare 3 lives. We have to make sure someone survives. To spread the word about what happened here. The green-haired thug scoffed. Huh. What kind of garbage are you spewing? What are you idiots just standing there for? Get him, boss. But the moment the green-haired leader turned his head, a fist was already there to greet him. He took the full, explosive force of Kuang Yi's punch, smashing violently against the wall. His underling cried out in panic, Boss. The man was a bloody mess. Sujin watched with pure admiration, while Kim Ki-beom was stunned by the raw power of that single blow. Kuang Yi then asked again, So, is anyone ready to kneel yet? No takers? Just then, a figure descended from the upper level. It was Park Yong-shik, looking thoroughly annoyed. What's all this damn noise? He demanded. His eyes fell on his bloodied subordinate, as another thug explained, Sir, we have a serious problem. The Bone Collector. He's here. Park Yong-shik's face twisted with rage. And who are you? Kuang Yi casually glanced at him. Ah, you must be their boss, right? I'm the Bone Collector, but you can call me Kuang Yi. Park Yong-shik froze, shocked to his core by that name. Kuang Yi. He had planned to eliminate this man after dealing with the Bone Collector. To think they were one and the same, and he just delivered himself right to his doorstep. A twisted, triumphant smile spread across Park Yong-shik's face. The heavens must be on my side. I've already investigated your identity, an immortal from the Special Forces. I'll kill you with this poison gamma knife. From his side, Park Yong-shik produced the venomous blade, his other hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Selrian, you little brat, Park Yong-shik sneered. Do you have any idea where you are? Kuang Yi answered calmly. A warehouse near the Incheon port. What? I just told you. Or do you need the exact address? Park Yong-shik gritted his teeth in fury. You son of a bitch. In a flash, he lunged forward. Appearing before Kuang Yi in an instant, he snarled. You still don't grasp your situation, do you? You're not walking out of here alive. Park Yong-shik unleashed a furious flurry of slashes, but Kuang Yi effortlessly dodged each one, already analyzing his opponent's acceleration. Park Yong-shik spun around, taunting him. What's the matter? Are you scared? Let's see you dodge this. This time, Kuang Yi raised his hand and blocked the blade directly. Park Yong-shik scoffed. Well, look at that. A pair of silver shield gauntlets? Kuang Yi replied, Is there a problem? You seem surprised. Park Yong-shik's smear widened. You arrogant fool. How unlucky for you. My Seal Ryun is an anti-shield weapon. With Seal Ryun in one hand, Park Yong-shik lunged forward, while his poison gamma knife aimed for a fatal blow. He roared, Die. But in the blink of an eye, Kuang Yi shattered Park Yong-shik's arm. The man was completely stunned. Huh. What just flew past me? Kuang Yi's voice was ice cold. Hey, you've never met anyone faster than you, have you? And with a sudden, vicious kick, he snapped Park Yong-shik's leg. Park Yong-shik collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Kuang Yi observed him coolly. Well, judging by your attack patterns, I guess you don't have any secret techniques up your sleeve. The 3 remaining thugs yelled, Boss. Kuang Yi turned his cold gaze on them. You still haven't kneeled? I believe I said I would only spare the first 3. Instantly, all 3 of them dropped to their knees, desperately begging for their lives. They scrambled over each other. I was first. No, I was. Kim Ki-beom. Point out those 3, and you can send the rest to meet their maker. Suin covered her blushing face with her hands. He really took care of all of them by himself, I think. My heart just skipped a beat. Park Yong-shik let out a scornful laugh. You idiot. You don't know the first thing about Prometheus, do you? Do you really think this is enough to even leave a scratch on me? From this moment on, you and everyone you care about will become a target. You will live to regret this. Kuang Yi seemed to consider this. Or maybe, I should just let you go. Park Yong-shik was taken aback. Huh. But then Yu Kuangyi's mocking smile returned. Then again, is it already too late for that? Modern science is incredible. You know. Fixing a few broken bones shouldn't be a problem at all. So could you please put in a good word for me? I'm getting really scared over here. Park Yong-shik warned. Are you still joking? You're a dead man, you bastard. Yu Kuangyi's voice dripped with sarcasm. Oh, did you notice? Was my tone a bit too sarcastic for you? Don't worry. Princess Maker and I. We crossed that line a long, long time ago. Park Yong-shik's eyes widened in shock. What? Princess Maker. With that, Yu Kuangyi slammed Park Yong-shik's head down, embedding his face into the concrete floor. Sweet dreams. Yu Kuangyi turned to the others. Now, what should I do? Your boss is out for the count. Is anyone willing to talk? I only need one of you. All three immediately started shouting over each other. Me? I'm second in command. Yu Kuangyi looked over at Kim Ki-beom. Time for a little chat. Can you stop time for 5 minutes? Kim Ki-beom was utterly speechless. We had a team of 40 shapeshifters and we were completely useless. Just how powerful is he? Yu Kuangyi simply smiled warmly. Sorry about the mess, but at least it was entertaining to watch, right? Sujin analyzed him internally. He's incredibly sharp and knows how to break the tension. And he's the grandson of a major corporation's chairman. I want him. As Suin tried to approach, she was blocked by one of Kuangyi's allies. Hey now, what if I decide to make a move on him? Suin then asked, do you have a thing for tall women? Just then, sirens wailed as police arrived on the scene. Li Jihei froze, staring at the scene before her in disbelief. Did he take all of them down? By himself? Have these thugs ever been this compliant? The narcotics division is going to have a field day with this. They have to be from Tanun. Is he connected to them somehow? Just then, Li Jihei overheard a faint whisper. She shot a sharp glance toward an underling. What did you just say, pal? Who did your boss pay off? The henchman nervously shushed him. Keep your voice down. Li Jihai's eyes widened in surprise. You're Du Guangyun. He gave a slight nod. Officer, I'll tell you everything I know so I can get back to my mission. Guangyun waved the henchman away. You can go. The adults are talking now. He turned to her. You're a woman of your word, right? Li Jihai considered him. He was always so evasive, but she decided to make an offer anyway. Have you ever thought about joining the police force? Guangyun's refusal was instant and absolute. She turned away, a hint of disappointment in her voice. So cold. Fine. Then at least do one thing for me. And what's that? He asked. Li Jihai's invitation was unexpected. Have dinner with me sometime. Just the two of us. Guangyun just stared, completely dumbfounded. Is she being serious right now? What has my life become lately? Back at his place, Guangyun laid out the spoils of his victory. Li Donghoon's jaw dropped. You got all this from Park Yong-shik. Guangyun did a quick calculation. Yeah, I'd say it's around 400 million total. Donghoon hefted 2 gold bars. Holy crap. And the cops didn't say anything about you taking all this? Guangyun shook his head. No, but something feels off. Donghoon was confused. What do you mean? Guangyun's expression was dead serious. I'm becoming way too famous. Donghoon felt like he was being played. Oh, get out of here, man. You've heard of romance scams, haven't you? They're only after you for the money. Guaranteed. I'm being serious, Guangyun insisted. Donghoon pressed on. Why bother? Besides, Bus is about to make their move anyway. So, do you have a plan? Guangyun's reply was chillingly casual. It's simple. We're going to beat them to a pulp. I have to strike first this time. If I don't, they'll mistake me for being weak. Get me a list of everyone from Permit Thea's still in Korea. I know you're keeping secrets for Jo and Na, but you don't have to hide them from me. Donghoon was stunned that Guangyun had seen right through him. Donghoon waved his hands frantically. No, hold on a second. Are you saying you're going to keep going with this? Guangyun simply admitted it. Yeah, I didn't start this just to crush the drug market. I still have a long road ahead before I reach my real goal. Just cutting off a few limbs isn't going to be enough. Donghoon was horrified. You're insane. Jo and-nae will kill me if she finds out. Guangyun raised a knife high into the air and slammed it down, burying the blade deep in the table. Donghoon, he warned. This was always going to happen. Besides me, who else is even willing to take on this job? Donghoon let out a defeated sigh. Yeah, all right, I'll talk to her. A small smile touched Guangyun's lips. Thank you. Oh, I heard a Prometheus exec is stirring up trouble in Asia. You hear anything about that? Donghoon scratched his head, confused. Where on earth did you hear that from? That's news to me. The guy I captured on the last mission. Guangyun explained. He told me everything. Donghoon was amazed. So you already know who's connected. Guangyun nodded grimly. Yeah. All right, let's get this briefing started. Dong-hoon fired up the projector. All right. As you know, their recent activity has been focused on Japan. Their objective is to infiltrate Korea's underworld. The key player, the executive pulling all the strings, is a man they call Crocodile. Gwang Yoon studied the information. The timing and the methods they're using, it's all incredibly suspicious. Gwang Yoon voiced his conclusion. He's trying to bait us into a trap. Dong-hoon's eyes went wide. What? You're right. How did you figure that out? Gwang Yoon thought to himself, that bastard Crocodile must have thought he was so clever, but he can't fool me. Now, let's see just how I'm going to take this bait. Later, at a bar called Sui, Kang Hee-min was on Gwang Yoon's phone, texting someone named Jay. How about this weekend? She typed. Not happening. Gwang Yoon cried out, Hey, is that my phone? He immediately snatched it back from her. He scolded her. Why would you just grab my phone without asking? That's seriously obsessive behavior, you know that? Kang Hee-min's temper flared. Hey, who's Jay? Is it that woman from the other day? Gwang Yoon waved her off dismissively. You don't need to know. That only made Hee-min angrier. What was that? I'll get the truth out of you one way or another. Gwang Yoon just smirked. Go on. Try it. Dong-hoon watched them, his irritation growing. Can you two please have your lovers quarrel somewhere else? Hee-min perked up instantly. A quarrel. But the comment just made Gwang Yoon even more annoyed. Dong-hoon, he started to warn. Just then, the door slid open and Jo-an now walked in. Hello everyone. It's been a while. You're here. Gwang Yoon gestured for Jo-an Na to have a seat. Should we eat first? A short while later, after the food had been served, Gwang Yoon got to the point. So, now that we've eaten, you're in on this with us, right? Jo-an Na's agreement was simple. I am. Gwang Yoon turned his head. Dong-hoon. All right, we'll discuss that later. Dong-hoon. Dong-hoon pulled up his tablet. As we already know, Permit Theus runs several front businesses here in Korea. But how did they manage to attack Hwa Jin? Does anyone have a clue? They're just a mercenary group. I have no idea. Lee Dong-hoon sighed. My mistake for even asking, he explained. There are two Permit Theus executives operating in Korea, Choi Min-am and Crocodile. But for now, that was all they had to go on. Still, both the psychic pulse and the invasion incident were far too massive to happen without high-level approval. Someone above the director had to be pulling the strings, and I know for a fact it wasn't Choi Min-nam or the Crocodile. Don-A pieced it together. So there's a third major player in Korea. That's the only conclusion that makes sense. Were you able to find out who it is? No. It's nearly impossible. I'm certain the government, the police, and even Tannen are completely in the dark. But I'm sure of one thing. They're somewhere in Seoul. And people like this always want to know why their missions fail. Yu Kwang-yi made his decision. In that case, we'll proceed with my plan. His words stunned the other four into silence. Are you serious? We're just going to ignore the Crocodile. Exactly. For now, we let him be. He's clearly waiting for us to walk into his trap, and I have no intention of obliging. Lee Dong-hoon was floored. What the? Has he always been this sharp? Are you even the real Kwang-yi? A wicked grin spread across Yu Kwang-yi's face. Now then, let's get started. It's time to begin the operation. Outside MC Bank's 5th branch, customer number 106, Yu Kwang-yi, dressed in all black, strode inside. Excuse me, I have a question. What can I help you with? This is where the savings from the PUS branch are kept, correct? The employee's hand shot straight for the silent alarm. Armed security guards stormed out, guns raised. Identify yourself now. Yu Kwang-yi slowly removed his hood, revealing the fearsome tiger mask once more. The tiger of the mountain has arrived. Meanwhile, back at an abandoned house, all 5 members of the team had gathered. Don-A stared at the mask in disbelief. You seriously want me to wear this? Holding up his own mask, Yu Kwang-yi replied, Hey, who doesn't love a good mask? There's a reason Batman, Spider-Man, and even Iron Man all wear them. Don-A shot him a withering glare as Yu Kwang-yi urged her. Just try it. Maudie chimed in. Maudie likes it. Kang Hee-min scoffed. You're so weird. With a sigh, Don-A finally put the mask on. Lee Dong-hoon laid out the plan. Today's operation is simple. Kwang-yi, you're up first. Yu Kwang-yi pulled his mask into place. All right, I'm heading out. Time to raise some hell. The security guard's jaws hit the floor. It was him. The tiger mask. Freeze. Don't move or we'll shoot. Yu Kwang-yi held 5 small spheres in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he sent them flying, each one finding its mark on the guards' heads. Panic erupted as civilians screamed and scrambled for the exits. One of the downed guards stared at the spheres rolling across the floor. Are those hand-thrown bullets? Is this some kind of shapeshifter ability? Yu Kuang-yi let out a ferocious cry. Roar! The tiger has returned. An overwhelming aura exploded from him. The guards stared in shock. This pressure. It's pure bloodlust. In a blur of motion, Yu Kuang-yi closed the distance and sent a crushing fist into the guard's face. The guard crumpled to the floor, instantly unconscious. Yu Kuang-yi hoisted a desk into the air and roared, "Bring me the woman." Just then, a voice commanded, "Stop right there." Yu Kuang-yi actually paused. A woman stepped forward. "I am the manager of this MC Bank, Branch 5. Yu Kuang-yi eyed the woman carefully. The manager sized him up. "What is this? Some kind of super pervert?" Suddenly, her eyes began to glow. She screamed, "You creep." Twin beams of pure energy shot from her eyes, aimed directly at Yu Kuang-yi, but he was faster, using the desk as a shield. When the light faded, he was gone. She scanned the room, bewildered. He vanished. Instantly, Yu Kuang-yi reappeared right behind her. A single, precise strike to her neck sent her slumping to the ground. He hadn't intended to fight the manager at all. After all, she wasn't the real manager. Nor was she even a member of Perm Tuss. His only goal was to cause a scene and draw them out. As part of the plan, Yu Kuang-yi glanced towards the entrance as more shapeshifters arrived. They shattered the glass doors to make their entrance. Just as I predicted, they came running. One of the newcomers sneered, well, look what we have here. Looks like someone was having a little too much fun. You're all alone? You got a death wish? Forget it, just kill him." The Perm Tuss fighting dog unit had arrived. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Kuang-yi's face. "Wow, I didn't expect the whole welcome wagon." The leader stepped forward. "Do you have any idea where you are? Play nice, and maybe we'll spare your family." Suddenly, Yu Kuang-yi started barking. Woof, 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 woof. The entire bank fell silent. The two thugs' faces turned red with rage at the blatant disrespect. "That's it. I've had enough. We're going to teach you some manners." The two thugs charged at Yu Kuang-yi. "Say goodbye to your family jewels," one of them screamed. He lunged forward like a rabid chihuahua, yelling, "Die." But a fist from Yu Kuang-yi met him first, connecting squarely with his jaw. His partner froze, shocked that one punch was all it took. What the? Before he could finish, something flew at him from the side. It was Yu Kuang-yi's foot, delivering a powerful kick that sent him into darkness. A Doberman-themed fighter tried to ambush him from behind, but Yu Kuang-yi leaped into the air to dodge. But a Dalmatian-themed fighter was waiting for him mid-air, launching an attack with his powerful legs. The kick flew straight for Yu Kuang-yi's head, but with lightning reflexes, he twisted his body and blocked with his own leg. His eyes darted to the side. A pit bull-themed enemy was already there, waiting with a nail-studded baseball bat. He swung the weapon and roared, "Die." The man swung his bat straight down at Kuang-yi. He was stunned by what happened next. Kuang-yi shattered the baseball bat with a single kick. The thug, known as Pitbull, reeled in shock, remembering the blur of motion. He shifted his stance just in time to break the bat. Is he a monster? Kuang-yi stood ready, asking, "Is that all you've got?" Inside a derelict building, Lee Dong-hoon watched in astonishment. Incredible. Everything's going according to plan. He's sharper than I thought. Lee Dong-hoon watched Kuang-yi lift a table, his suspicion growing. Is he really putting on an act? Lee Dong-hoon pulled out his phone. Whatever. Phase 1 is complete. Now it's Ma Dai's turn. Lee Dong-hoon made the call. Ma Dai. If you're ready, let's begin. Ma Dai's voice came back, firm. Understood. She approached with deliberate steps, then halted. Taking position behind the MC Bank, Ma Di channeled immense power into her fist. She declared, "Ma Di is ready. I will give it my all." She shattered the glass door with a single punch. Alarms blared as an employee inside shouted. What was that? An operator checked the cameras. "Emergency. We have a breach at the rear of the building." Meanwhile, in another location, Huan Ho was talking with Sun Hee. "It's been a while since we've had time together like this. I think this is the first time since Kuang-yi quit his job." She agreed with him. "That's right. You've been busy with work, and I've been busy training Ma Di." But Huan Ho had more on his mind. He looked at his wife with a hint of concern. "How have you been feeling?" Sun Hee didn't quite understand his meaning. "What do you mean by that?" Huan Ho decided to be direct, bringing up his immortality and pure blood lineage. He recalled the past with a heavy heart. The day we learned each other's true identities. We said everything was fine, but we never truly talked it out. Huan Ho's face was etched with deep worry. "I've been thinking about it constantly." He continued his monologue, not noticing Sun Hee's hand reaching out. After all, knowing the truth and accepting it are two different things. She suddenly touched his cheek, comforting him. "It's not a big deal." Sun Hee gave him a radiant, encouraging smile. "It's okay. So let's just keep doing our best. Together. He was still taken aback. Sun He then invited Huan Ho to relax. Want to watch a movie? It's been so long. A smile instantly broke across his face. Of course I do. Just then, a news report flashed across the television. MNY store and Gangnam branch chief robbed. A group of masked robbers has reportedly broken into the MNY store and the Gangnam branch chief's office. Huan Ho and his wife watched intently. Reporter Lee Kang-chan is on the scene with the latest details for our viewers. The news broadcast showed a clear image of Kwang Yi. The couple stared, a sudden doubt crossing their minds. That's them, isn't it? I think so. The reporter continued, I'm currently at the front entrance of the MNY store and the Gangnam branch chief's office. Sun He's anger flared, and she bent the fork in her hand. That blasted kid. What in the world is he doing with his little sister? Huan Ho quickly tried to calm her down. Sun He, don't worry too much. That's our son, after all. Sun He immediately shot back, still furious. I'm not worried. If he gets beaten by those lowlifes, then all of his training was a complete waste. As Sun He thought this, she unconsciously snapped the fork in two. But it looks like this is going to become a huge problem. I'll have to go see my father soon. Meanwhile, in another building, someone monitored the situation. He's in. The screen showed Kwang Yi and Ma Dai, a tiger in the front and a leopard in the back. He was incredibly anxious. Is this a zoo or something? He barked orders at the security staff. What are you all doing? Are you just going to stand there and watch them walk in? Do something. Suddenly, a woman entered and gave a different command. Continue to wait. The man was shocked. Security team manager. He tried to argue. Just wait. We have to do something. If they reach the vault, I'm finished. He roared at the manager. Are you ignoring me? She ignored him, her eyes fixed on the monitors. Our opponents are shapeshifters. And it seems they're pure bloods, too. Zoom in on the screen. Suddenly, Mahdi stared directly into the camera, startling the manager. Are they looking this way? She watched in confusion as Mahdi destroyed the camera. Why are they suddenly smashing the cameras? They haven't touched any of them until now. The manager couldn't figure out their motive. They used the most obvious method to break in. But now they're trying to be stealthy. Her eyes turned sharp as ice. This was planned from the very beginning, which means someone is helping them. At that exact moment, a figure in a bear mask was feeding information to Kwang Yi's team. The manager gritted her teeth and gave an order. But things won't go according to your plan. Go and take care of them. A guard immediately clasped his hands and accepted the order. Yes, ma'am. Meanwhile, Mahdi was toying with a camera. So this is a recording device? All of a sudden, a yellow smoke erupted from the floor. A man materialized from the smoke, declaring, Hey, you're not going any further. The manager continued to watch their every move. She was still quietly plotting her next move. I've activated the emergency protocol. Next, I need to deal with the one in the tiger mask. Suddenly, someone twisted the man's neck from behind. His body went limp and crumpled to the floor. The manager barely registered the kick coming at her face, managing to block it just in time. What? I didn't sense a thing. She couldn't sense a single soul. A wave of doubt washed over her. How could they possibly fool her perception? Only then did the manager see it. A faint pink aura enveloping Dona. Magic? Is that a concealment spell? She cautiously approached the manager. Dona was giving her a choice. Surrender or fight. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, a brutal fight had just concluded. The proof was shattered across the glass. Kwang Yi stood impassively over the fallen shapeshifters on the floor. He thought of Sun Hai. Now I can finally tell Mom. I took down 5 of them all by myself, and he did it without a single weapon. Just then, Kwang Yi spotted a plume of golden smoke materializing nearby. An arm suddenly shot out from within the mist. It was Mahdi, with a security guard locked in a chokehold. Mahdi finally noticed him standing there. Is that you? Kwang Yi was just as surprised. What are you doing here? Mahdi quickly explained the situation. Oh, this guy tried to make a run for it, so we grabbed him and teleported straight here. Kwang Yi almost felt bad for the man. He could understand the desperate urge to escape. Suddenly, a transmission came through. Target eliminated. Withdraw. Wasting no time, Kwang Yi turned to leave. Let's move. Mahdi eagerly followed his lead. Right behind you. A moment later, they reached the main hallway. He noticed a commotion outside the window. Things were getting loud out there. Kwang Yi crept toward the window to get a better look. Outside, the entire building was surrounded by police. A plan instantly formed in his mind. Mahdi, I think it's time we use that. She had no idea what he was talking about. Used what? He braced himself, channeling his power for the explosive exit. Steel legs. It's our ticket out of here. Down below, a negotiator's voice echoed through a megaphone. If you don't come out in 1 minute, we will breach the doors. The voice repeated its warning. I repeat, come out within 1 minute and drop your weapons. Do not harm any of the staff. A reporter watched the scene unfold in disbelief. Is this really happening? About 4 hours earlier, he received an anonymous tip. It was an exclusive scoop. A famous actor, age 30, leaving his home at 10 p.m. He stared at the message, completely exhausted. Damn it. How much longer do I have to write? These meaningless celebrity scandal articles? He remembered pitching a special report 2 years ago on a terrorist organization operating in South Korea. But now, back in the present, he was still stuck on gossip duty. He could still hear his boss's voice ringing in his ears. What? A terrorist organization? Who do you think you are? Are you trying to make a fool out of all of us? His boss didn't just reject the idea. He completely blew up. Bring me some proof. Proof? The reporter replayed the memory. His boss had screamed like a madman, demanding proof for a real story. But why does no one ever ask for proof? For all this nonsense? He was snapped back to reality by a new notification. The reason I wanted to become a journalist was... Just then, a message from an unknown sender came through. He opened it to find a cryptic message. At 9 a.m., I will attack the main branch of MNY. I plan to attack the MNY main branch at 9 a.m. today. We will be wearing masks. I will expose the true identity of Prometheus. They are a terrorist organization using the MNY branch as a supply base. At first, he was baffled, but he quickly brushed it aside. Is this just another stupid prank? But then he reconsidered. He's going to attack Prometheus? This guy is insane. Against his better judgment, he grabbed his coat and went to see for himself. It's not like I have anything to lose. Back in the present, the reporter was still reeling. I thought it was just a joke, but it was real. At that very moment, a massive explosion rocked the side of the building. Shards of glass rained down on the crowd below. With their mission complete, 2 masked figures strolled outside. They're out. The police immediately tightened their formation. Take off your masks and put your hands on your heads. Surrender now, or we will open fire. But the 2 masked figures completely ignored the command, brazenly walking away in front of everyone. A moment later, the order came to shoot, but every single bullet missed its mark. They're getting away. Fire. What? What in the world just happened? That tiger mask. Isn't that the same guy from before? The reporter zoomed in with his camera, catching them as they literally leaped into the sky. A triumphant grin spread across his face. So that email was the real deal. After making their escape, Kwang Yi turned to Ma Di. You okay? Are you hurt anywhere? She took a deep breath of the cool night air and replied, I'm fine. It felt good to finally let loose like that. He replayed the moment in his mind. Steel legs. So this was the secret to the Shapeshifter's intense physical training. This is definitely going to be useful. After a short wait, their ride arrived. Dong-hoon rolled down the window and called out, Hey, get in. The second they were inside, he got straight to business. We're moving on to the next phase of the plan, effective immediately. Any problems with that? But Kwang Yi had one question. Yeah, but what about Do-na? Dong-hoon kept his eyes on the road as he replied, She was injured. She's resting and recovering now. He asked with a hint of surprise. She's injured? The man then recounted the dire situation. Yeah, she went head-to-head with the real branch manager. She's got a cracked left shin, 3 broken ribs, and a fractured jaw. A flicker of concern crossed Kwang Yi's face. I see. But what about the real branch manager? Did he get away? Dong-hun replied, No. He recounted the details. He's partially paralyzed now. And he didn't forget to mention the other party involved. The guy involved in the money laundering was dealt with, too. I'm sure the police will handle the rest from here. We did good work this time. His expression then turned serious. Still, the plan's a mess now. Weren't we supposed to go with Doan? Dong-hun then turned to the others. I had to make some adjustments. From now on, you'll have to split up. After driving for a while, they finally arrived at their destination. Kwang Yi stepped out of the car, ready for action. So, is this place connected to Prometheus? Dong-hun's explanation was short. Yes. Hearing that, Kwang Yi's confidence surged. All right. Leave the rest to me. Dong-hun simply nodded, his trust absolute. Yeah, just don't forget my payment when this is all over. When he got no reply, he called out a final warning. Stay safe out there, my friend. Dong-hun then turned to Ma Di. Do you really think he'll get hurt? Following his mission, Kwang Yi arrived at an old building housing a private investigation agency. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked the door clean off its hinges. The men inside, enjoying their meal, looked over in confusion. A large man, irritated by the interruption, barked, What the hell is this? Which bastard sent you here? But Kwang Yi didn't bother with words. He simply knocked the man out with a single punch. I'm the tiger from hell. With the job done, he dusted off his hands. It's been a while since I've done this. He looked down at the thugs, lost in thought. After the incident in Kinam, things had gotten far too complicated. Then, Kwang Yi remembered something. Before, I never even touched Boss Manny's safe, but this time is different. Seeing the safe in front of him, it all clicked into place. This place might look like a normal bank, but you people are anything but. Kwang Yi had already figured out what those documents contained. That's why this money needs to be returned to its rightful owners. Hoisting the safe, he made his announcement. I'll be taking this with me. And with that, Kwang Yi moved on to his next target. Ma Di and I cleaned out the loan shark gangs, the burner phone shops, and even some gangster organizations. Ma Di arrived and gave a polite greeting. By 4 in the morning, every location on the map was crossed off. A total of 19 places. The two of them made it look easy. We took 10 safes and all their debtor lists. Seeing the results, Don Han raised his hand in celebration. The team gathered to review the loan contracts, calculating the interest that had to be returned to those who had been extorted. After a long night, Kwang Yi finally finished everything. He was startled awake from his exhaustion by a sudden ray of light. Ma Di looked at the sunrise in awe. Wow, it's beautiful. Dong Hun just gave a half-hearted reply. Yeah. Barely able to keep his eyes open, he mumbled. So, how are those Prometheus bastards going to react now? They'll definitely launch a full-scale counterattack. But Kwang Yi's response was deceptively simple. So what? It doesn't matter. It's not like I didn't see this coming from the start. If they come, I'll deal with them. Dong Hun looked at him, confused by his calm demeanor. You make it sound so simple. Kwang Yi just smiled coolly. Surprise, let's go home. I'm tired. With that, the two of them headed back. As Kwang Yi stepped through the door, he wearily announced, "We're ho." Before he could finish, a glove was thrown at his face. He was completely stunned. Then, Sun He appeared, radiating a murderous aura. So my son thinks he's all grown up now. Going on a dangerous mission without telling me. It seems we need a little more practice. Kwang Yi stopped, bent over, completely breathless. He managed to ask, Mom, can I ask you something? Sun He paused, her voice cold as ice. What is it? He looked up, his face bruised and battered. I'm not your real son, am I? She lowered her fists, her voice a low threat. If you still have the energy to spout nonsense, then you must be fine. She lunged forward again, furious. Gritting her teeth, she declared, let's begin round 2. But unexpectedly, Ma Di rushed between them, blocking the attack. Sun He froze, utterly baffled. What is this? Tears welling in her eyes, she cried out from the heart, my brother didn't do anything wrong. Then she screamed with fierce determination, declaring her desire to prove she could live on her own. Remembering all those painful days only fueled her desperate resolve. Ma Di wanted to live as herself, not as some lab experiment. After everything she'd fought for, she was going to do things her way. Then, with a fierce determination that made Jun Hai freeze, she declared, and what I want to do is help my brother. After a moment, she realized what was happening and asked, did you come up with all of this yourself? Without hesitation, Ma Di admitted it. Yes, this was all my idea. Just then, Kwang Wai cut in, defending him. Ma Di is genuinely talented. It's a real shame the model wouldn't let him work with me. But Jun He snapped with fury. You will be silent. The command made him tremble as he answered, yes, ma'am. After a moment, she finally understood and softened. All right, I see what you mean. I suppose I've been treating you like a child. Seeing his mother like this felt so strange that Ma Di called out, Mom. But in the next second, Jun He pulled her into a warm, comforting hug. You're all grown up now. Hearing those words, Ma Di's eyes filled with tears. My daughter. Jun He then confessed her own feelings. It brings me joy to see how you've matured. Okay, Ma Di, do whatever you want. I will support you with everything I have. The next day, in the chief editor's office, stacks of documents were piled high on his desk. He remembered the night before. How the reporter stood before the building, hesitating, while his colleague didn't dare follow him inside. I spent the entire night tracking the mask. Stepping inside, the two of them froze, but they never forgot their mission. What is this? A robbery. The reporter was bewildered, but his hands moved on instinct, snapping photos of the scene. He recalled the message, a flicker of doubt in his mind. If it wasn't for that email, I would have thought this was just a simple robbery. A reporter's intuition told him something was off. This wasn't just a robbery. Everyone involved was wearing a mask. Reaching this point, he was confused. I came to check because of the noise and found everyone passed out. They returned all the money to us. The reporter had dug deep. I gathered all the evidence and witness statements overnight and compiled them into this article. I didn't sleep for a second. Finally, he handed it to the chief editor, who froze the moment he saw it. The reporter saw his expression and pressed on. Chief editor, he made his demand clear. Please, allow me to publish this story. But as the chief editor read on, his eyes widened in utter shock. Suddenly, He threw the entire stack of documents into the air. The reporter was stunned. "Sir, I hate those terrorists as much as anyone. I think they're all monsters." But the chief editor simply asked, "So, are you prepared to give it up?" Confused, the reporter asked back, "Give what up?" The editor then spelled out the terrifying reality of their situation: your life. The moment this article goes live, we are betting our very lives on it. Yet the reporter's resolve was like steel. "If I were afraid, I never would have brought this to you. Will you give me permission or not?" Hearing that unwavering determination, the chief editor finally smiled. "All right, do it. You have my approval." Because the international terrorist organization, Prometheus, a cancer on South Korea, didn't just stockpile and deal in illegal substances. They also control banks and other related financial institutions. However, the appearance of the so-called fractured and the masks brought justice to the forefront. This masked duo had attacked Manny Sepp, but not to steal money. Instead, they targeted illegal organizations under Prometheus, returning the money to its rightful owners. Can anyone truly call these people robbers or terrorists? I will leave that decision to you, the readers. The article caused an explosion across South Korea. G, who was training, saw the news and instantly knew it was his nephew's doing. After reading, he gave a small smirk of approval. Not bad. He's smarter than he looks. It turned out, Kwang Yi had gone to his uncle with a proposal the day before. "Uncle, can you protect this newspaper company?" Seeing his uncle's confusion, he explained, "There's a reporter there who wants to expose Prometheus. Please, keep them safe." Later, Ji arrived and presented his business card. "We are Dangon Korea." The newspaper staff froze as he introduced himself. "And I am the general director of Dangon. Whether you're up against Prometheus or anyone else, we will protect you as promised." He made a firm, unbreakable vow. As he turned to leave, Ji added, "We will provide security services for 3 years, free of charge." So Kwang Yi was the silent benefactor behind it all. "I've already transferred the fee, uncle. And please, don't tell my mom. I'm dead if she finds out." Reading the message, his uncle chuckled. He knew she'd never find out from him, especially since she didn't have the best relationship with Dangon. That kid might look a little foolish, but he really thinks everything through. Immediately after, Manny Sepp went bankrupt overnight, and a massive scandal erupted around the Prometheus network. More importantly, politicians were being arrested everywhere. All of them used excuses like sudden illness to avoid appearing in court. Watching from home, Kwang Yi thought it all seemed a bit too easy. "Well, anyway, I just wanted to clean up the country a bit and go back to my normal life." But he also knew, I had no idea how Prometheus would retaliate. But in the end, everything was taken care of. Our panda really is amazing. I came up with the idea, but he's the one who planned it all and made it a reality. As he stared intently, Dong-hoon asked, "What?" Kwang Yi quickly denied it. "Nothing. Just thinking how incredible you are." Then he suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, do you have any money?" Dong-hoon answered honestly, "I have some." Why? What is he thinking now? Turns out, Kwang Yi had a pretty audacious idea in mind. "I'm thinking of buying a building. Something about 5 stories. With a ground floor for parking and a basement we can use as a training hall." Hearing this, Dong-hoon casually flipped a page of his comic and said, "Is that all? I'll find one. You can pick it out later." Kwang Yi was speechless. Good grief, is there anything he can't do? Suddenly, Kwang Yi's phone rang. It was Don-A. After answering, he got straight to the point. "Yes. How are things on your end?" The voice on the other end was urgent. "We have an emergency down here." But before she could explain, Don-A interrupted. "Duso has already talked." Hearing that name, Kwang Yi's mind raced in disbelief. Duso, that fool. The agent on the phone continued her report. The mind control has worn off. She revealed Prometheus's main base. Following this terrifying lead from Don-A, the special immortal forces immediately descended on the location, but they found nothing. It was completely empty. Seeing this, Kwang Yi's mind instantly shifted to another plan. So, are they regrouping elsewhere for a counterattack? Or have they simply fled? But the agent sounded worried. "I think Duso knows more. But she has one condition." Kwang Yi pressed. "What is it?" Don-A relayed the offer in exchange. "She wanted to meet with Kwang Yi. She wants to see you." Outside the building, a gasp of surprise echoed. "Whoa, what is this?" The secretary explained it was a staircase leading to a basement. Kwang Yi was intrigued. "There's a place like this in the company? How cool." He scanned his surroundings. It was an impressive underground dungeon. "Why does she want to meet me?" he asked. "You'll find out soon enough. I've already brought Duso here." She spoke up, her voice steady. "I'll tell you everything. Everything I know about Prometheus." Kwang Yi turned and gave a signal to his team. "We need to speak privately." "Is that possible?" "Of course. He then turned back to her. Please, tell me more. With a determined gaze, Duso made her demand. Get me out of here. I already have a plan. Of course, this won't be easy, she admitted. But with that psycho magic, it might be possible. I heard someone on your side was the one who broke the spell on me. But Hyman denied it was her. Either way, I've been cast aside. Even if I leave this place, Prometheus will hunt me down to silence me. Her face twisted with pure hatred. So please, help me. I want revenge on Prometheus. Revenge. Kwang Wai considered. But she was a former executive. Duso understood his hesitation. I know you must find this hard to believe. She began her story. I had 5 younger siblings back home. Precious children I loved more than anything. We lived peacefully until Prometheus made me an offer after discovering my abilities. They said if I worked for them, they would take care of my family, even if I died in the line of duty. However, the Special Immortal Forces recently informed me of the truth. After presuming I was dead, Prometheus abandoned my family and left them to starve. That is why I betrayed them. That is why I want my revenge. Hearing her story, Kwang Wai paused to think. I feel pity for her, he thought, but she's still a terrorist. I don't sympathize enough to grant all her requests. Still, I need the information she has, and if she tries anything funny after I release her, I'll just have to kill her or lock her up again. Seeing his silence, Duso pressed on. Prometheus is pulling out of South Korea. They've abandoned their most important base in the country, the one that held all of their assets. The news hit Kwang Wai like a lightning bolt. She was proving her worth. I also know the reason they're abandoning Korea, so get me out of here. I know I can be of use to you. The scene shifts to the last remaining Prometheus base, where Minam is lounging on a couch. She draped an arm over her forehead, lost in thought. In all these years, have I ever experienced a failure this complete? In just a few days, every Prometheus base had been annihilated. Their front, the Money Corp Bank, and all their underground businesses were gone. How will you explain this to Prometheus headquarters? Will you admit your connection? Another executive asked. We've lost too much. The head of security, our loan sharks, even the fighting dog units. They're all gone. And the man behind it all, Kwang Wai. Who in the world is he? Just then, a man entered the room. Are you truly giving up? He asked. Why not leave this matter to me? Minam shot back. And you're confident you can win? The man bowed his head, unwavering. Just give the order. But Minam shook her head. No need. We have to focus on other problems now. Other problems? What do you mean? Minam revealed her true ambition. To create a world of special species, just as Prometheus brought fire to humanity. This is the work we must do. The man nodded obediently. As you command. Minam then gave another order. Contact the crocodile in Japan as well. Tell him we are withdrawing from Korea. As for Kwang Wai, I'll leave him a little farewell gift. If you manage to survive this one too, then I'll get serious about killing you. Elsewhere, Hyman shouted in disbelief. What? Prometheus is pulling out of Korea? Kwang Wai confirmed it. Yeah, we're investigating now. He recalled Dihei's report. There's no trace of them. They've all just vanished. Don A added. They're simply not here anymore. Kwang Wai theorized. They must have had some kind of internal purge, and the survivors fled the country. Hi, Min was baffled. Is it because you're a genius, or because Prometheus is insane? I don't know. Let's just say it's both. By the way, can you use your mind restraint magic on Do? So again. But she shook her head. It wasn't me. It was my mother. Kwang Wai was stunned. Your mother? Yes. Min sighed. She was the one who broke the spell last time. So that's who was behind it, he mused. But trying the same trick on the same person is never easy. This time, I'm sure she can resist it. Kwang Yi then pleaded. Can you ask her for me? Do you need anything else? Min answered bluntly. We require resources, like gold or precious gems. We need them for our magic research. That's precisely why I joined the Special Immortal Forces. Acquiring resources like those is an arduous task. Kwang Yi still didn't follow, so she explained with frustration. We usually get them from the black market, but someone has surrounded the place. Kwang Yi immediately agreed. All right, it's a deal. I'll provide you with the money and gems. Min looked at him with doubt. For real, I have some savings, but I can't exactly claim I earned them from street gangs. With that, his mind was made up. Just make sure you tell your mother about this. I will get you the gold and gemstones. But why do you want to save her? Save her, he scoffed. I'm locking her away the second I get the information I need. Suddenly, Kwang Yi noticed a blond man in glasses holding something in his hand. Hin shouted urgently, Kwang Yi, but Kwang Yi held him back. Wait. The man on the other side issued a challenge. Go on, stop me. Then he dropped the object from his hand. Instantly, a cloud of black smoke erupted. It reacted with the red traffic light. A wireless signal, Kuang Yi realized. Could the warning system be built into the streetlights? The blond man vanished into the smoke until we meet again. The crowd looked on in horror as the sky above them began to fracture like glass. What is that? Kuang Yi worried. Is something happening? He shouted to the crowd. Everyone, run. From within the crack, a massive monster emerged. Kuang Yi could hardly believe it. What the hell is this? A black hole had opened, and in a flash, the grotesque creature landed on the ground. A bunny girl filming a video sat frozen, staring at the beast with a dazed look. The monster prepared to unleash its attack. Thankfully, Kuang Yi arrived just in time to block the blow. Good grief, are you trying to get yourself killed? Put the phone down. His hand deflected the energy blast as he glanced back. What are you still doing here? Run. The bunny girl flinched. Why, yes. She then scrambled to her feet and ran for her life. With the civilian clear, Kuang Yi finally hurled the monster away. That was too close. He frowned. Damn it. Who was that blonde bastard? Just then, more monsters began to appear. Kuang Yi's mind was racing, but he pushed the thoughts away. His gaze sharpened. I need to solve the problem right in front of me first. Unfazed, they surged forward with a bloodthirsty roar. Kuang Yi stood firm, clenching both of his fists. During my training, I was always told to avoid close combat with these things. He smirked slightly. But that was then. This is now. He said aloud, my mother would never forgive me if I lost to the likes of you. Kuang Yi readied his stance. The entire horde of monsters focused on him. Besides, I wanted to test a few things. Perfect timing. Bring it on. Meanwhile, Sun He and Gio sat across from each other at a table. He asked bluntly, Kuang Yi is a monster, isn't he? She frowned, looking quite displeased. Are you calling my son a monster? Gio casually leaned back, lacing his hands behind his head. Well, it's not that different. I've never seen anyone like him during academy training. The question made Sun He fall into a deep silence. People can misunderstand many things. Talent isn't simply hereditary. Even if you're a pureblood, there's a limit to what you can do. A skilled shapeshifter needs more than just a quick mind.
However, Kuang Yi, the truth is, he can learn anything just by seeing it once, and do it better than you on the second try.
Comparing himself to Kuang Yi made Gio feel dejected. Looking at him makes me feel totally useless. Sun He listened with a serious expression. Furthermore, you know of the Hwarang, correct? That name sounds quite familiar. The Hwarang is an organization composed entirely of geniuses. They are responsible for Sun's security and dealing with intruders. They handle any problem that could harm civilians. After all, they are the guardians of our image. That is the Hwarang. Suddenly, Sun He slammed her coffee mug on the table. She snapped impatiently. What are you trying to say? Gio looked up, struggling to express himself. Well, Father wants to see him. At that moment, Kuang Yi was still confronting the monsters. Its punch whistled past him. They were locked in a close-quarters battle. He increased the speed of his own attacks. He followed up with a powerful palm strike toward the monster's chest. But it wasn't a clean hit. The creature raised its arms to defend. Despite the incredible force, the monster was unharmed. Kuang Yi wondered it didn't break. Before he could recover, the monster countered with a superhuman punch, but he managed to dodge it. He slid aside. Tougher than I thought. Kuang Yi focused his thoughts. I guess I have to use that. A shapeshifter's power is split between a hardened physique and overwhelming strength. He thought back to his recent training. The iron kick technique came from overwhelming. His eyes widened in shock at the incredible force. He single-handedly defeated the monster horde with the secret art of the shapeshifter, the diamond fist. At that moment, traffic was at a standstill. Inside a black car, the driver swore. Damn it, the young man raged from inside. This traffic is hell. Even Ji-hee buried her face in frustration. We're too late. Hopelessly late. Her eyes filled with disbelief as a black hole ripped open the sky without any warning. I heard this happen once before, but I never thought I'd see it again. I realized it instantly. No signal. Someone has completely sealed off this area. Manager, I think you need to see this. Her assistant's voice trembled from the back seat. Diane turned her head, her expression cold as ice. What is it? Her eyes widened in disbelief at the screen. It was that streamer, Bunny Girl, live streaming Leo's battle against the monsters. This is incredible. Are you all seeing this? The streamer's voice cried out. I can't believe she's reckless enough to stay and film. I just came to check out the black hole, Bunny Girl continued. But this guy, he defeated them all, completely on his own. Diane was completely stunned watching the live feed. My God, she muttered, her professional composure cracking. Is this actually real? He wiped them all out alone. Leo had defeated every single monster. There were so many of them. Now, the only thing left to deal with, he declared with a snarl, is you, Blondie. Just a few days later, footage of Leo's fight exploded across social media. I become a YouTube star. Luckily, the streamer only managed to film my back. Even so, the entire battle was caught on camera. The comments section became a battlefield of theories. What the heck is this? CGI? No way, dude. That's 100% real. Are you telling me he handled all of them by himself? Is this some kind of secret weapon from the Awakened? They started calling me W.S.S., the world's strongest subject. And some people were saying a black hole just appeared out of thin air. Is that something a person can even do? The sudden appearance of the gate sparked a massive debate online. Leo just scrolled through the chaos on his phone. It didn't matter what anyone said. He just did what he had to do. His resolve hardened. Soon, I'll catch that blonde-haired bastard. Suddenly, Leo's phone rang. Yeah, Mom. Son, he warned. You got a little overexcited. Your footwork was off. I always tell you to pay attention. On the other end, she listened with her eyes closed. He replied calmly. So you noticed. I did it on purpose. I'm testing out a different method. She pressed him. So, is everything going according to plan? Leo just gave a cheerful laugh, saying nothing more. Then Sunny said, Anyway, come home this weekend. Hearing that, a wave of unease washed over him. The powerful Kang So-nak and his guards, she announced, he wants to meet you. Meanwhile, in the police commissioner's office, Chief Manchu stared intently at his phone. Turns out, he was also watching the broadcast of Leo's fight. To have such precise control over his body while maintaining perfect focus and the awareness to assess the situation. Impressive. A satisfied smile crept onto his face. He could rival the heroes of the previous generation if we could recruit him. Rebuilding the police force would no longer be a dream. Having seen enough, he switched off his phone. Diane stood before him. What do you think, sir? Manchu's assessment was blunt. He's intelligent. He crossed his arms, his expression serious. Did he refuse your invitation? Diane replied, yes. Since Leo was so talented, Manchu made a decision. We will accept any of his demands. She was completely shocked. Anything? He smiled, a mysterious glint in his eye. That's right. First, we have to get his attention. He's worth it. In another place, a record spun, filling the room with sound. Kang So-nak sat in grim silence, his bodyguard looming behind him. Suddenly, a bell chimed as the door swung open. Is this the right place? Leo stepped inside, looking around in surprise. The Flower Girl Cafe. What an unusual taste. Kang So-nak let out a laugh and slammed his cane on the ground, making Leo stand at attention. Just like the rumors said. You're Leo, aren't you? The old man stood up with a cheerful smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm your grandfather. Seeing this, Leo immediately bowed respectfully. Hello, sir. I'm Leo. Kang So-nak laughed, delighted by the formal address. Sir, would you like to hear about your mother's dark past? He offered, adding, come now. Am I really a sir to you? Leo's eyes widened in shock. He quickly bowed again, much deeper this time, and said loudly, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. Grandfather. Overjoyed, Kang So-nak threw an arm around his shoulder. Come, sit. Let's talk about your mother. Leo's face was a mask of pure confusion. He's more normal than I thought. Then his grandfather raised a finger to order drinks. Ginger tea. The elderly waitress bowed politely. Right away, sir. As they sat and talked, Kang So-nak dropped a bombshell. Did you know your mother used to be in a street racing crew? Leo was floored. She. What? His grandfather roared with laughter, savoring the moment. Back then, I used to wonder if she was even my real daughter. I told her to do whatever she wanted. So she joined a racing gang. Hearing that, Leo's expression sank. Dad would have a heart attack if he knew. Listening to Kang So-nak's stories, who could have imagined the son he knew had such a wild past? Back then, she never missed a single punch. She was also pretty chubby, so everyone called her the Whale Witch. Leo grew even more disappointed. That truth was the complete opposite of what he'd always known. Mom told me at my age she liked to knit and read books. I had a feeling she was lying even then. My sixth sense is never wrong. His grandfather pointed at him with a grin. It's hilarious, isn't it? If you bring it up at home, she'll absolutely fly into a rage. Although he felt anything but, Leo forced a laugh. Kang So-nak stated with absolute confidence, nobody knows your mother better than I do. Even though she's my daughter, I'm sure you've suffered a lot, too. Hearing that phrase, Leo's mind cleared. It seemed his grandfather was on his side. He finally spoke. Thank you. After a moment, the old man raised his teacup. So, my mother is the daughter of your first wife? Kwang Wai asked nonchalantly. Why was your relationship with my mother so terrible? The old man just chuckled. Ah, the follies of youth. Wait, this must be the second, or maybe the third time. Kwang Wai was bewildered. How can he be so calm about this? Sonk explained, I offered her the company, but she refused the inheritance and walked away. So, the burden fell onto her younger sister. Kwang Wai understood that part, at least. But this topic felt too heavy. He figured the old man had his reasons for how things turned out. Rain began to pour outside. Yet inside the cafe, the conversation between grandfather and grandson continued as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Kwang Wai spoke with a calm demeanor. I'm curious about something. May I ask you one question? Sonk agreed instantly. Of course. Ask away. But Kwang Yi's next words stunned him. This magic woven into the walls. Is it for protection? Seeing his grandson had noticed, Sonk flashed a cunning smile. You're sharp. Did you get that from your father? Just then, a mysterious assassin perched silently on the ceiling fan above. Kwang Wai simply replied, I suppose so. Then his grandfather's voice turned sinister. My dear grandson, the real reason I called you here. Suddenly, the assassin dropped down from above. Kwang Wai had no time to react. Sonk finally confessed. Was to test the limits of your power. So, where is my New Year's greeting? Danger was inches away. Yet Kwang Wai remained perfectly still in his seat. In an instant, the assassin struck with devastating force, sending Kwang Wai flying from his chair. But his eyes remained calm as he stared back at his attacker. The assassin launched 2 daggers straight for him. Kwang Wai dropped and dodged the attack flawlessly. What's this? Suddenly, everything froze in place. Sonk's voice cut through the silence. Oh, excellent reflexes. He nodded, looking pleased. Not bad at all. As the assassins glared at him, Kwang Wai thought, so this really is a test. I had a feeling this would happen. Mom and Uncle warned me about him constantly. Still, his methods are unique to say the least. This whole setup is certainly bold. Kwang Yi's voice filled with confidence. Are you sure about this, grandfather? Because I won't be holding back. I hope your men don't start crying. His arrogant taunt made the assassin's killer intent flare up. In an instant, their auras surged with power. But Kwang Wai just held up a hand. He made a surprisingly childish request first. Can I get my New Year's gift money before we start? Sonk looked utterly confused. Kwang Wai turned his head, his tone turning ice cold. The black holes appearing on Earth. Can a human being force one open? The old man tilted his head. Forcibly open a black hole? I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. Kwang Wai just shrugged, his body tensing for battle. I see. Well then. I guess we can skip the holiday greetings. He stomped his foot, shattering the floor beneath him. In a blur, he lunged forward. His iron kick technique sliced through the air, narrowly missing the assassin's face. But the assassin pivoted like a seasoned pro, dodging the blow. He immediately ready to counterattack. Kwang Wai's movements were like a phantom's, making it impossible for the assassin to land a hit. Thinking fast, he brought his heel down hard on the assassin's foot. The assassin realized too late, cursing under his breath. This damn kid. At that moment, Kwang Wai's hand began to harden. His iron hand strike shot past the man's shoulder at blinding speed. Seeing his comrade get hit, a scar-faced assassin rushed in from behind. Kwang Wai grabbed the first assassin by the throat and hurled him directly at the scar-faced man. The unconscious body slammed into his comrade with devastating force. Suddenly, Kwang Wai leaped backward. Man, I really hate this, he sighed. It feels like I'm just being toyed with. He crouched low, clenching his fists. But this is what you wanted to see, isn't it, grandfather? Kwang Wai's face hardened. He threw a single, powerful punch. His armored fist shot forward like a cannonball. With one devastating blow, he completely shattered the wall behind them. The assassins were left completely stunned. How is that possible? A mystical energy began to glow from the shattered fragments of the wall. The scar-faced man stared in utter disbelief. He destroyed a magical barrier. With pure, physical strength. Just what kind of monster is he? Without a moment's hesitation, Kwang Wai leaped through the opening. Some New Year's gift, this is. See you around. Grandfather. Watching this incredible display, Sonk burst out laughing. He cackled like a complete madman, filled with excitement. That's my grandson. All right. The scar-faced man asked hesitantly, Sir, should we pursue him? Sonk's expression turned serious. Don't bother. Even if you tried, none of you could ever catch him. Then, he turned his attention elsewhere. Flower, what's the progress on your end? A woman was busy working at a computer nearby. It's almost complete, sir. This woman, Flower, was once Sonk's wife. After discovering she was infertile, she became his personal assistant instead. She was both a brilliant scientist, and more accurately, a shapeshifter. And in that short time, she had already created a perfect clone of Kwang Wai. Her specialty was the scientific study of shapeshifters' bodies. Flower reported, I'll summarize the data we've collected and send it over. With business concluded, Song turned to leave. I'll be waiting. He walked over to the shattered wall and gazed down. To think he could destroy a protection barrier with a single punch. Song thought to himself, he's mastered both the iron kick and the iron hand. Su Unhai taught him well. He turned back, his expression turning cold as steel. Well, what's your assessment? The assassin Quang Wai had pummeled, slowly removed his mask, revealing his bruised face. Slumped on the ground, the guy offered his assessment. I don't think the three of us are enough to take him down. We probably need a fully equipped squad to even stand a chance. Hearing this, Song just let out a hearty laugh. A whole squad? Now, that's just overkill. My apologies, he said with sincerity. Another voice suddenly cut in. Sir. The man turned, his expression unreadable. It seemed Flower had encountered a catastrophic problem. One that was completely off the charts. His power was unmeasurable. Truly an unrankable existence. The scene changes. Quang Wai stumbled into the house, looking completely drained. Dong Hun turned to face him. Huh. What brings you back so early? Quang Wai began to recount the day's events. He said he wanted a New Year's gift, so I gave him one. Dong Hun's curiosity was piqued. A gift? What kind? Hanging up his jacket, Quang Wai scratched his head. I told him about the black hole. I'm positive he'll start investigating it immediately. He sat down, his tone turning serious. For now, let's go over all the intel we've gathered. We'll start by digging into that blonde-haired guy. Dong Hun immediately booted up his computer. All right, tell me everything you know about him. In reality, Quang Wai only knew his hair was blonde. He struggled to find any other words. Is that seriously all you've got? Then, grabbing a pen and paper, he made a suggestion. Here, let me just draw him for you. But Dong Hun shot the idea down. Don't bother. Quang Wai closed his eyes, focusing on the memory. Deep in his mind, a hazy silhouette of the man began to form. He desperately tried to recall the man's face. Suddenly, Quang Wai's eyes snapped open. I remember now. He furiously put pen to paper. His frantic actions completely stunned Dong Hun. What's gotten into you? But for all his fierce determination, the result was an absolute disaster. It looked no better than a child's scribble. Dong Hun stared at it, deadpan. Are you kidding me? What's wrong? Quang Wai shot back. Is it that bad? Dong Hun immediately crumpled the paper. It's worse than bad. A pang of guilt hit Quang Wai. Damn it. Just then, Ma Di appeared out of nowhere, full of energy. All you need is to remember his image clearly. She handed Quang Wai a new pen. Here. Use this to draw him again. As he turned to talk to Ma Di, his hand began sketching with impossible speed. Hey, are you absolutely sure this thing actually works? In mere moments, a perfect portrait of Joker was complete. Incredible. Dong Hun whispered. Is this really what he looks like? Quang Wai nodded firmly. Yeah, that's him. Dong Hun let out a low whistle. Not gonna lie, Joker looks pretty damn cool. Dong Hun was practically bouncing with excitement. Can I borrow this? Please. With this power, I could become a legendary webtoon artist. Ma Di's blunt refusal made Quang Wai burst out laughing. Nope, I am not lending this to you. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Sun Hai. What is it? His mother's voice sounded concerned. Have you met with your grandfather yet? Yeah, he answered honestly. I just saw him. Hearing that, Sun Hai didn't press him for details. Is that right? Well then, are you free right now? Quang Ye's face fell, a slight tremor in his voice. Yeah. But, then come home this instant, she commanded. We're going to a charity event. The investigation would have to wait. Soon, Quang Wai was riding shotgun in his mother's Lamborghini. In the car, he finally asked, Mom, why the sudden trip to a charity event? Sun Hai crossed her arms, her expression stern. One must always contribute to society. Besides, haven't you been earning quite a lot of money? She continued her moral lecture. You should donate. Your contributions could help so many people. Yes, ma'am, Quang Wai replied without any real enthusiasm. Then, she suddenly changed the subject. By the way, how was your meeting with grandfather? Remembering Song, he figured the man was so healthy, his mom could probably still have another kid. Sun Hai didn't seem surprised by the thought. Of course he is. He's a pure-blooded metamorph, after all. Oh, right, Quang Wai added. He also asked me for a New Year's gift. His mother turned to him, clearly irritated. What? It's not even the New Year yet, he replied nonchalantly. He said it like he's been expecting a gift from me since I was a child. Sun Hai's face remained calm. He has always been that way. If he asks you to do something, you ignore him. But if he offers you a gift, you are to accept it. She gave him a look of absolute certainty. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. Quang Wai was completely bewildered. Mom, Should we really be on guard against him? Her eyes flashed with anger as she stared at him. What are you trying to say? Kwang Wai hesitated. Like you said, maybe it's better to just ignore him directly. That's better than pretending to go along with his plans. I mean, if he wants us to do something, we should demand something in return, right? Sun Hai rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. As the car sped down the highway, she smirked. You're surprisingly smart. You take after me. Kwang Wai put on a goofy expression. Huh? If Dad heard you say that, he'd probably throw a huge fit. Sun Hai looked confused. What's that supposed to mean? He laughed awkwardly. I mean, he'd be really happy. Whatever. We're here. Let's get out. Kwang Wai made a gallant gesture with his hand. Let's be incredibly generous with our donations today. His mother just crossed her arms and walked ahead. Fine. They'd only taken a few steps inside when they saw a familiar manager. The woman was terrified, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Sun Hai was shocked. What are you doing here? The manager was horrified, clasping her hands together in a plea. Please, save me. High above, Jun-ho raised binoculars to his eyes. He scanned the scene below. Is there someone else here? Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He answered. Hello, he stated coolly into the phone. This is the Papo Detective Agency. Jun-ho reported. The target is in my sights, but she's not alone. Someone else is with her. The person on the other end of the line sounded shocked. What? Someone else is there? Jun-ho grinned, baring his teeth. That's right. Which means the price just went up. The client agreed without a second's thought. Done. Money is no object. Just get the job done. As he hung up, Jun-ho thought to himself, this line of work certainly demands a premium and a lot of patience, especially when the target is unique. Shin Yu-ho slowly removed his cap. It's fine. This job pays well. All I have to do is report what I see and hear. A cakewalk, he sneered with a dangerous glint in his eye. Time to get to work. The terrified manager clasped her hands, begging for help. Sun He approached her. What do you mean? What's going on? The woman trembled as she explained. Inside. There are people inside. They set an ambush in there. An ambush? Sunny's eyes narrowed. That's when the manager recalled being cornered and threatened. Yes. They asked about the volunteers. Then they took over the building. The manager asked anxiously, what about the children? She continued her story. Luckily, they were playing outside, so they're safe with the teacher. Sun He nodded, satisfied. Does any other teacher know about this? The manager stammered, shaking her head. No, no one. Sun He's voice turned sharp. Then why didn't you tell them? She flinched, shrinking back in fear. They said if I brought the volunteers without saying a word, they would leave peacefully. Just then, Kang Woo, who was standing nearby, spoke up. So that's why you were waiting for us out here. The woman confirmed it. Yes. He instantly understood the situation. A determined glint flashed in his eyes. So, they knew we were coming. Kang Woo noticed his mother was starting to simmer with rage. These bastards have lost their minds. Mom is very calm right now. She rolled up her sleeves and decisively turned to leave. You stay here for a minute. This warm-up has got my knuckles itching for a fight. But her son's words stopped her in her tracks. Are you going to handle them all by yourself? Mom, I'm more experienced. I have a foundation. But she just shot him a glare. More experienced? You haven't even been doing this for 3 years. You use money. I use my fists. Kang Woo thought to himself, damn, my mom is so cool. The frantic manager tried to hold Sunny back, but he calmly reassured her. It's all right, they'll be leaving soon. Kang Woo flashed a brilliant smile. Nothing bad is going to happen. But neither of them knew. They were already in someone else's sights. Listening through his earpiece, Shin Yu-ho was stunned. What the hell? He frantically adjusted his camera's angle, knuckles itching for a fight. Is he really just letting his mom go in alone? Seeing the son grinning and waving, Shin Yu-ho couldn't believe his eyes. What is this madness? Watching Kang Woo's casual wave, the manager spoke timidly, her face etched with worry. Excuse me, will she be okay? He stated with absolute confidence. Yes, don't worry. We can call the police if you'd like. The manager revealed another problem. I tried, but no one answered. Kang Woo's brow furrowed slightly. No answer? He immediately pulled out his phone to check. She's right. I don't have a signal either. Then, Kang Woo looked up, scanning the building. I heard Prometheus already left Korea. His eyes locked onto a sealed window. Then who could be behind this? Suddenly, glass shattered everywhere. A body was thrown from the window. It slammed onto the ground below in a spray of blood. The manager screamed in terror. Seeing the body fall, the manager's face went pale. That's a person. The shock was too much, and she fainted. But Kang Woo was there to catch her. A young man burst through the door, rushing outside. What's going on? He was stunned by the sight of one person unconscious and another out cold. Director, what happened? Kang Wu supported the woman as he walked towards him. Please take care of her. The young man just stared, confused. With her safely in his care, Kang Wu strode forward. This place is a war zone now. Please evacuate her. The young man agreed. Yes, sir. He then headed straight into the building, waving reassuringly. We're responding to a report. Don't worry. Just get out of here. The confused man simply obeyed. Okay. Kang Wu walked calmly down the narrow hallway. This way is much simpler. After all, I'm part of the Special Immortal Forces. He had already made his decision, his gaze more determined than ever. Now then, time to go help Mom. Suddenly, the ceiling ahead cracked and shattered as another beastman crashed down. The creature was covered in wounds. It groaned in agony. Kang Wu glanced up at the trembling ceiling. He understood exactly what was happening upstairs and sighed helplessly. Geez, take it easy, will you? Mom, you're going to bring the whole building down. Kang Wu continued up the stairs. The scene that greeted him was a floor littered with the bodies of beastmen. These guys were just like the one from before. Kang Wu realized they were all test subjects. His face grew serious as he recalled that group. They were just like the people from Prometheus. Absolutely disgusting. Just then, a bear-like creature scrambled to escape. Who keeps creating these monsters? It tried to flee, but was caught instantly. Stay away from me. Sun He fiercely lifted the creature off the ground. Who sent you? The beastman stammered, pleading for its life. She scoffed with contempt. I highly doubt your real father sent you here. Are you test subjects? The creature broke out in a cold sweat. That is. Sun He's expression darkened as she interrogated him. So there's still someone out there doing this damn research. Who is your father? Her grip tightened, causing the creature immense pain. Park Hyuk. Hearing that name, Sun He froze. Park Hyuk. A moment later, she ground her teeth in pure rage. He's still alive? At that moment, Kang Wu finally arrived. You know that thing? Sun Hai's hands dropped. Staring at the bear-like creature on the floor, she began to explain. His name is Park Hyuk, a mad scientist who created these abominations. Then, Sun Hai reached for her phone. Mom, you need to make a call, he urged. But she snapped back in anger. Who would dare? Kwang Yi's attention was suddenly drawn to a noise coming from downstairs. Mom, hold on. Someone's coming. Soin and Unbi rushed towards them, looking cheerful. Are you guys okay? Seeing them, Kwang Yi put on an indifferent face. Oh, it's just you two. What are you doing here? Hearing this, Sun Hai looked completely puzzled. You know them, dear? Kwang Yi eyed the pair before explaining. Yeah, they're shapeshifters from Dangun. I ran into them when I went to see Grandpa. He cut straight to the point, his tone serious. So, why are you really here? She beamed, her smile as bright as a flower. We missed you. Kwang Yi then turned his attention to Unbi. Is your face all right? Sorry about what happened at the cafe. The boy just nodded shyly. I'm okay. Suddenly, a new figure appeared, dragging an unconscious Shin Jun-ho behind him. Well, looks like everyone knows each other. A sly grin spread across Angan's face. You really didn't pull any punches, did you? Kwang Yi just scratched his head awkwardly. I always give it my all. But the newcomer saw right through him. You're hiding your true power too. Kwang Yi thought to himself. He's sharp. Angan extended a hand, smoothly changing the topic. Enough reminiscing. The name's Angan. I'm the backup. Kwang Yi casually shook his hand and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Kwang Yi. Though, I don't remember calling for backup. Angan calmly hoisted the unconscious man. The CEO sent me. Consider this a New Year's gift. Kwang Yi eyed him suspiciously. Is that right? But, who is this? Angan casually tossed Shin Jun-ho to the floor. This guy? Just some trash I found on the street. He nonchalantly pointed upwards. I'm not sure why the phones went dead. But he's the reason. Found him hiding on the roof. Kwang Yi rubbed his chin, deep in thought. So this was sabotage. Then why bring him to me? Looking at the man's battered body, Angan stated calmly. His name is Shin Jun-ho. He runs a private detective agency. I'm sure he has information you'll find useful. Sun Hai let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. Your grandfather really dotes on you. Kwang Yi could only manage an awkward laugh. Yeah. Jun-ho remained completely out cold on the floor. Angan gave a quick summary. His name is Shin Jun-ho. He runs a P.I. firm. I'm betting he has exactly what you're looking for. Kwang Yi's interest was piqued. Information? Angan nodded curtly. Yup. He held up a small digital camera. I already checked this. It looks like he's been monitoring your every move. Someone is definitely pulling his strings. Angon suggested they examine the evidence. Maybe we'll find a clue about that black hole incident. Kuang Yi readily agreed. All right. Not a bad New Year's gift, I suppose. Angon's eye twitched in annoyance. Could you stop treating me like some delivery item? He also told me to let you know your New Year's allowance has been wired to your bank account. Kuang Yi's eyes widened in shock. For real? Angon's tone suddenly grew serious. Yeah. Also, Dangon is in the process of acquiring Mai and S. A small smile played on Kuang Yi's lips. That solves my biggest headache. Since Prometheus left, this acquisition would certainly clear up a few other problems too. Just then, the building manager ran towards them in a panic. I have to get over there myself. A younger man hurried after her, trying to stop her. No, director. That's an active construction zone. But the manager's eyes suddenly lit up with joy. Sun Hai, director. But her relief vanished in an instant, replaced by pure horror. The entire building before her was a collapsed ruin. Wah, the building. The manager promptly fainted on the spot. Sun Hai, however, remained perfectly calm and asked, Son, you're loaded, right? Kuang Yi answered hesitantly. Yeah? Sun Hai immediately shot him a cheerful thumbs up. Great. Fix the building for me. I'm counting on you. Kuang Yi sighed, completely defeated. I knew she was going to say that. He reluctantly agreed. All right, Mom. Leave it to me. A little while later, the manager slowly blinked her eyes open. Where? Where are we? She asked, still dazed. The young man rushed to her side. Ma'am, are you all right? The manager asked again, still confused. What happened? Before he left, Kuang Yi had given an order. This site is now under construction. Please escort her to safety. The young man began to speculate. I think that Volunteer's son might be a special agent. The manager was completely stunned. A special agent? The young man's voice filled with excitement. Yes. I heard the attackers were all escaped Shapeshifter experiments who had been starved. Thanks to him and Miss Sun Hai, nobody got hurt, except for the building. All the Shapeshifters inside were handed over to the police. Only then did the manager finally breathe a sigh of relief. That's wonderful news. The building is gone, but at least no one was hurt. That's all that matters. She thought to herself, we can worry about the rest later. Just then, the young man held out a folder. Here you go. The manager looked confused. What's this? The young man replied promptly. It's the proposal for the building repairs. Her jaw dropped in astonishment. What? Who? His next words brought tears to her eyes. Miss Sun Hai asked me to give this to you. She said her son will cover the entire cost. An emotional message filled the screen. They are a ray of light in the darkness. I'll be in their debt for the rest of my life. They say you should help as many people as you can, right? For me, that person is Kuang Yi. He's like a warm light that shines on everyone around him. Kuang Yi could only manage another awkward laugh. That's the first time anyone's ever said that about me. Dong Hun chimed in, amused. Well, it's certainly making you famous. Guess you'll be getting a lot more calls from now on, huh? Then, Dong Hun suddenly remembered something. Oh, how's that real estate search going? I found a few places you might like. Kuang Yi was intrigued. Oh, really? He thought back to the massive sum of money he'd received after hearing that his grandfather had actually come through. I checked my bank account. 10 billion gold stared back at me. But a hefty 4 billion had to go straight to taxes. Still, I handed the remaining 6 billion over to Dong Hun. He found me the absolute best plot of land in return. Kuang Wai grinned. See? I knew recruiting you was the smartest move I ever made. Dong Hun just laughed it off. It was nothing. Kuang Wai leaned in. Hey, did you look into that guy I told you about? You mean Back Huck? Dong Hun asked. That's the one, Kuang Wai confirmed. His fingers flew across the keyboard. That guy's a complete psycho, Dong Hun said. He's the most notorious mad scientist in all of Korea, and he's also a mutant hunter. A mutant hunter? Kuang Wai repeated, intrigued. Yep, Dong Hun explained. He captures mutants and uses them for his twisted experiments. Then he sells off the data. People call him the deranged mad doctor. As he spoke, his eyes darted nervously behind him. Baek Huck is also dangerously skilled. He used to lead a team of mutant hunters and ran his own illegal research facility. Kuang Wai was still puzzled. But why is he after me? Dong Hun laid it out. Because you're not just any mutant. You're a half-blood. Just being immortal makes you a target. The fact that you're not a pureblood is the real kicker. He leaned in, explaining further. This is just a theory. But Prometheus probably has a file on you. All the illegal labs and syndicates in the country. They're all linked together. Kuang Wai's thoughts shifted. What about the blonde guy? Dong Hun just shook his head. I can't find a single trace of him. He's like a ghost. Dong Hun elaborated. That's our term for them. People in this world who move completely unseen. He's a master at covering his tracks. Suddenly, Quang Wai shot to his feet. You keep digging into Baek Huck. I'll handle finding the blonde guy. Dong Hun looked curious. You're going to try persuading that guy in the basement? A mysterious smile played on Quang Wai's lips. Yeah, he said, with some very gentle words. Meanwhile, Junho was bound tightly in a dark cellar. He jolted awake, his heart pounding. He glanced around, completely bewildered. What is this place? Wait. He tried to piece it together. This place is blocking signals. I can't remember anything after I met them. Junho stared in horror at his bound hands. Tied up. Here? Did the plan go sideways? But he quickly calmed his racing heart. It's fine. I already prepared a backup plan. A smug grin spread across his face. I have a tracking device on me. My backup will be here to rescue me any second. Heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Right on time. They're here. Junho felt a surge of pride. Hiring mercenaries was a brilliant move, but the figure that loomed in the doorway was Quang Wai himself. He'd brought Shin and his two lackeys along. Ah, so you're finally awake? The battered man in Quang Wai's grip managed to whisper a single phrase. Brother-in-law? Junho's world came to a crashing halt. What? He couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? My brother-in-law is a half-blood shapeshifter. I heard he took down guys from the Immortal Special Forces. What the hell is going on here? Quang Wai asked nonchalantly. What's this? Are you all related? Should I leave you to your family reunion? It was only then that Junho looked closer. Wait a second. He recognized Quang Wai's face instantly. I am so dead. Without a second's hesitation, Junho slammed his forehead to the ground. Greetings, great sir. Trembling, the words poured out of him. My name is Shin Sunho. I'm a freelance intel hunter. An illegal lab hired me for this job. Even Quang Wai was taken aback by his sudden confession. But Junho didn't stop there. They wanted me to dig into your personal life, to find out everything I possibly could about you. I have their address and contact info. He hesitated for a moment. If you let us go, I'll hand it all over to you. Hearing this, a faint smile touched Quang Wai's lips. A moment later, Junho was helping the other man to his feet. Who were they? Junho snapped back in frustration. What are you even asking? We don't know them. We don't even know their names. Then, a voice called out from behind them. Hey, Junho. He flinched. Why, yes? Quang Wai's voice was calm, but carried weight. Live a clean life from now on. Next time, you might run into someone far worse than me. Junho nodded frantically. Yes. I understand. With a wave of his hand, Quang Wai dismissed them. Angan wasn't satisfied. You let them off way too easy. You should have made it so they'd never even dream of trying something like that again. Quang Wai just turned to the group. I'm heading out. Anyone coming? Angan was confused. Right now? Yes. Quang Wai answered flatly. Unbi chimed in, just the four of us. If the three of you don't go, it'll just be me. He clicked his tongue. Fine, I'll just go alone then. The three of them exchanged a look, then answered in unison. We're coming too. Before long, Quang Wai stood before a massive, imposing building. This has to be the place. He pulled out two small red orbs and flicked them forward without a second thought. The orbs instantly shattered the security system by the entrance. With one swift kick, Quang Wai shattered the glass door and stormed inside. Two guards inside stared at him, stunned. One of them snarled, his voice laced with rage. What the hell? Do you have any idea where you are? Quang Wai didn't waste a single word. He sent the man flying with a single punch. His voice was low, seething with killing intent. I'm only going to ask this once. Who runs this place? He casually dusted off his hands. In a flash, the entire security team was sprawled unconscious on the floor. There were so many of them. Angan thought to himself, completely in awe. And he took them all down. By himself. It's incredible. He especially remembered that secret technique, the metallic arms. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Angan. I want to jump into the fray right now. Suddenly, a movement behind them caught their attention. Standing in the doorway was a mysterious, unfamiliar man. This one's for you, Blondie. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Well, how did a rat like you sneak in here? Quang Yi chased after him, fury in his eyes. You bastard. Angan shouted orders. You two, guard all the exits. Quang Yi channeled power into his legs and kicked the door clean off its hinges. He thought to himself, I can't sense his presence at all, but he couldn't have gotten far. Quang Yi analyzed the situation calmly. I can't just rely on my senses. Only a pureblood can mask their presence while escaping. Which means, with a sharp glare, Quang Yi changed course, launching himself through the window. He must be outside, he thought. He landed silently on the ground below. Quang Yi scanned his surroundings. Still, nothing. Did he take another route? That's when he spotted the bloodstain on the ground. Kwang Yi rushed to her side. Sozin. Her face was covered in fresh blood. She'd been defeated. Jet just stood there, looking smug. You caught up to me faster than I expected. But the real fun is just getting started. He suddenly snapped his fingers. What a completely unexpected pleasure to see you. But since you're here, I might as well take you with me. Suddenly, a strange pressure crushed Kwang Yi. The world started spinning. I can't move my body. He was completely stunned. My tongue feels numb. Jet burst into laughter, his voice dripping with scorn. How hilarious. What a complete fool. Kwang Yi cursed under his breath. That little brat. Jet's voice hardened. Then why don't you just give up quietly? The world before Kwang Yi shattered into fragments. He looks distorted. This must be his ability to scramble the senses. He quickly formed a plan. I'll have to compartmentalize my senses, but his legs were still frozen in place, just like when I practiced my shape-shifting. I'll envelop my entire body in a new sense. Just then, Jet lunged forward, knife in hand. Kwang Yi leaned back just in time, dodging the fatal blow. Jet looked slightly surprised. Oh, you managed to dodge that? Kwang Yi grit his teeth in frustration. I hate the way this guy talks. Did you really think I'd just stand here and take it? But Jet's taunts continued. How is it you can even speak to me? Kwang Yi replied calmly. I mastered linguistics when I was 4. He seized Jet's wrist in a flash. I just needed a moment to recalibrate my senses. Kwang Yi followed up with a swift kick, making him cry out in pain. Maybe you should shut up for a while, he thought. Guys like him need a serious reality check. Then, he delivered a sharp flick to Jet's forehead. Here, have a taste of a shapeshifter's monster flick. Just then, Sozin's senses returned to normal. It's over. I almost died. What happened to him? Jet clutched his head in fury. Damn it, what the hell was that? Kwang Yi noted his change in speech. So, he's finally speaking his native tongue. He questioned him directly. Hey, how did you open that black hole? But Jet was still reeling in confusion. This is impossible. No one should be able to do that. Especially not an immortal. How could you? Growing impatient, Kwang Yi held his fingers to Jet's forehead again. Are you going to answer my question or not? Jet panicked. Okay, I'll talk. Kwang Yi pressed for confirmation.
So, you can predict where a black hole will appear? His suspicion grew. Then that means you were just putting on an act that day?
You already knew the black hole was going to open there, Jet answered gravely. Yes, that's right. We created a reader far more accurate than any psychic. He added, and the one with that power is right here in this very lab. Meanwhile, in a secret meeting, a question was raised. Are we absolutely certain we can capture him? He's a hybrid, with the blood of both a shapeshifter and an immortal. Not to mention, he's an anomaly. Dong Qian replied with confidence. Yes, don't worry about that. He glanced at a photo of Hin and declared, everyone has a weakness. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Hold on. The assistant reported, Sir, Paraji has been captured. Dong Qian was unfazed. Is that so? I doubt you'd interrupt me for something so trivial. The assistant hesitated before adding, well, sir. Jet was captured as well. Dong Qian was stunned. What? By who? Suspicion flashed in his eyes. A special grade mutant. Captured? Could it have been? Du Kwang Yi. The assistant continued his report. They've taken over another base. And left a message through the one-way communication system. I'll find you, and when I do, you're dead. That was the message. Dong Qian was so provoked, he actually laughed. That damn little punk, he vowed to himself. Du Kwang Yi. I'll make sure you're captured. And when you are, you'll beg for death. Back with the group, Kwang Yi suddenly shivered. Why do I have a chill down my spine? Sozin called out to him. Kwang Yi? He snapped back to reality. What is it? Sozin urged him. Just hand the company over to them. We need to breach the security perimeter, and we have a lot more to do. If it's a matter of money, can't you just ask for a commission? Kwang Yi's reply was blunt. No. Angon looked at him, confused. You don't want to. Kwang Yi stated it plainly. That's right. It's all mine. Angon retorted, clearly annoyed. This isn't something you can, or should, handle on your own. You don't have the necessary expertise for this. This is a job for professionals. Kwang Yi was confused. He's been staring at me like that since yesterday. I wonder why. Just then, Jung Hoon also approached. For this job, I think we'll need a professional hacker. Kwang Yi considered it for a moment. Yeah, I've got nothing on that front, Dong Hoon said, dejected. We still can't locate any other labs. Angon chimed in with a request. The last problem you had was just eliminated. So, do I get a steak dinner and myself for that? Kuang Yi cursed under his breath. Damn it. I thought we'd get everything we needed from that blonde bastard. Turns out he was completely useless. He ran the calculations in his head. While Prometheus operates in both the light and the shadows, this insane group of scientists stays completely hidden, unknown to the world. These bastards are almost impossible to track down. Kuang Yi pointed out. Just open it. She's part of the team, after all. Hina recounted with a huff. Hey, 3 shapeshifters ambushed me last night. Kuang Yi gave her a once-over. You look perfectly fine for someone who was just ambushed. Hina shot back enthusiastically. Of course I am. I used this roll of sticky notes to take them all down. Kuang Yi replied, unimpressed, good for you. Right, she knows kickboxing. He-Min pressed on curiously. They're connected to the organization you're investigating, aren't they? So when are you going to catch them? Kuang Yi shrugged helplessly. I'd love to, but they're masters of staying hidden. Kuang Yi suddenly noticed something. What's wrong with your eye? Hina explained. Actually, I managed to place a tracking sigil on one of the guys from last night's ambush. In the desolate outskirts of Anshu, a shadowy group gathered in a secret room. They were stunned when Kuang Yi's team appeared. Who the hell are you people? A hulking man roared, You bitch! You're supposed to be dead. He-Man pointed a trembling finger. It's him. He's the one who tried to assassinate me. Now, Kuang Yi said calmly, as the girl beside the brute looked on nervously. How did you find? Before he could finish, the brute was pinned under Kuang Yi's boot. In your dreams. Now tell me everything you know. The man yelled in a panic. We just managed the warehouse. We don't know anything. He-Min sneered. Hey, don't even think about squirming your way out of this. Spit it out. The girl cried out helplessly. He's telling the truth. I don't want any part of this. She looked bewildered. Who are you? The police? Kuang Yi observed them silently. They're just amateurs. Reacting like any other civilian would. I need to report this to Panda, he thought. Just then, a blinding light erupted. Everything in front of Kuang Yi was instantly obliterated by a powerful shockwave. Elsewhere, a massive skyscraper was swallowed by an inferno. Huan Ho gloated with a sneer. A magnificent sight, isn't it? Did you really think I'd stand by while you targeted my wife and son? Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over. Manager, an urgent message from headquarters. What is it? Huan Ho asked. Intrigued. The news hit him like a bolt from the blue. Codename, Blazing Light had been bombed. Where Kuang Yi once stood, there was now only a smoldering pile of rubble. The president suddenly appeared, backed by an imposing crowd. What beautiful weather, he said with a triumphant smirk. So, you managed to get out? The president bellowed with arrogance. Get lost, all of you. The only one I need is Kuang Yi. He-Man shot back without hesitation. In your dreams. Huh? The president grunted. He-Man challenged him. You really think you've already won? Only then did the president see him. Kuang Yi, emerging from the utter devastation. He slowly stretched out his hand, a cold smirk on his face. Damn, that hurt. The president couldn't believe his eyes. How are you still standing? Kuang Yi decided to enlighten the old man. Everyone said I'd never find you, so I figured, if I can't walk into the lion's den, I'll just make myself the bait. He analyzed the situation aloud. A phosphorus radiation bomb. A weapon that incinerates anything its light touches. So, all I had to do was find a place the light couldn't reach. Kuang Yi had instinctively ducked down. He continued casually. Then close my eyes, hold my breath, and wait. That's it. I'm a pretty patient guy. Hearing this, the president gritted his teeth in fury, but his arrogant confidence remained unshaken. So what? What can the 5 of you possibly do against us? Kuang Yi carefully surveyed their forces. About 150 of them. All experimental subjects, so this will be tough. A few with special abilities too. A smirk played on his lips, but Kuang Yi simply asked back, Who said there were only 5 of us? Just then, Angon's voice came through. We're in position. A car screeched to a halt beside them. Sun He stepped out, her face a mask of fury. So it was you? The ones who dared to touch Kuang Yi. Kuang Yi's voice dripped with sarcasm. This country really runs on connections and factions, doesn't it? Well, it just so happens I've made a few connections of my own. He shouted with excitement. Checkmate, you son of a bitch. The words barely left his lips before Kuang Yi lunged. He swung, aiming a direct blow at the president. The old man's eyes blazed with hatred. Kuang Yi brought his sharp blade arcing down, but his arm suddenly froze in midair. What the? I have a bad feeling about this. He glanced down. Blood was trickling from his hand. He was already wounded. The president's voice cut through the air. Sharp senses. He smugly revealed a razor-sharp blade. How do you think I managed to hide for so long, you little punk? I lived among the first generation of altered humans. A strange, demonic blue light flashed in his eyes. There's no way he'd go down that easily. Guang Yi realized with a jolt, what is this feeling? My senses. They're going numb. It's poison. Without a second's hesitation, he sliced off his own finger. Even the president was stunned by his brutal, decisive action. He explained calmly, it's a fusion of special abilities and a curse. What a strange poison. Why the surprised look? The president quickly regained his composure. This is a state secret, but I happen to be an immortal myself. If you've got the guts, then come at me. His taunt enraged the president. You arrogant little brat. Just as the blade was about to connect, Guang Yi weaved around it with lightning speed, launching a devastating counterattack. He commanded, let's get one thing straight. The president asked with chilling calm, do you know why the rest gate opened? Guang Yi was stunned into silence. The president then began his story. It appeared while humanity was still researching black holes. At the time, we were trying to build a device to close the gates. Guang Yi's guard went up instantly. What in the hell did you do? The man continued slowly. There are a total of 7 dormant black holes in this region. They were expected to appear within a week. But wasn't there one that just materialized in Seongsao recently? The president suddenly posed a cryptic question. Did you really think my invention was some kind of disaster warning system? The horrifying truth began to dawn on Guang Yi. Humph, a multi-layered gate. Are you saying you can open the rest gates at will? The president could no longer hide his vile smirk as a strange purple smoke began to rise around him. This is the culmination of 40 years of research. The president's eyes gleamed with madness. If I'm going to die, I might as well leave my name in the history books. What do you think? Behold, this is my masterpiece. Before their very eyes, a new gate began to materialize. Someone asked, are you from Evolution? He didn't answer, instead directing a complaint at Guang Yi. Du Guang Yi, I can't believe you told me to take down an irregular hunter. I should head back. A massive rest gate, over 10 meters in diameter, now loomed before them. Bizarre, alien-like creatures began pouring out of the portal. Guang Yi's eyes widened in shock. It's a rest gate. Sun Hai called out to her son in terror. Du Guang Yi. A gate of this size, I have to save everyone. Guang Yi calmly opened his comms. Panda, tell the special immortal forces to maintain distance. Have the snipers prepare to fire on anything that emerges from that gate. A hail of bullets erupted, but they barely scratched the creatures. Focus on blocking the gunfire. They never noticed Guang Yi closing in. The moment one of them finally saw him, Guang Yi was already there to deliver a devastating blow. These things have 2 weaknesses. Their eyes. He smashed his fist into its face. And their heads. Another strike sent its head flying. Guang Yi glanced to the side. It was a wheel knight. A noise from behind him made him turn. More of the cursed knights were appearing. Damn it, a wheel knight and living armor. To deal with these scrap heaps, I need better circulation. He placed a hand over his heart, warmed the heart. Power surged through him as he leaped into the air. Guang Yi began taking them down, one by one. But then he saw someone else in grave danger. Guang Yi's eyes shot wide open. He intercepted the creature's drill attack with his bare hands, then swiftly destroyed it. The man whispered softly, thank you. Guang Yi gave a sharp warning. Get out of here now. The man recognized him. It was Du Guang Yi. He possessed incredible perception and raw physical power, and a battle sense that was absolutely insane. If I were in his position, could I ever do something like that? A short while later, he took a moment to rest. That's enough to kill any competitive spirit I had. Give me a status report on the teams. 0 casualties. 4 injured. 1 from the Special Immortal Forces, 3 from Hwarang. No civilian injuries have been reported. Guang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This was simpler than I thought. Wait, what is this I'm seeing? I'm not dead. I can feel the will of the black hole. Here and now, I will cast aside what little humanity I have left. I will erase mankind and usher in a new world. Elsewhere, Sun Hai was on the phone. Honey? Yes, Sun Hai. I'm on my way now. What about Guang Yi? Is something wrong? At first, I was so worried he wouldn't be able to control his instincts, like some of the other shapeshifters. And when he said he was diving headfirst into this line of work, I was terrified of what might happen to him. But maybe I don't need to worry anymore. Our son is doing so well. Her husband replied with pride. Of course he is. He's our son. After all, back at the gate, a small hole appeared in the portal. From it, a single ball rolled out. The sound drew everyone's attention to the strange object. It just kept rolling forward. Is that the attacker? More and more monsters of every shape and size began to gather at the gate's entrance. A command crackled over the comms. Sniper team, hold your position. Identify the primary attacker and fire immediately. The second wave of monsters has begun. Guang Yi was already on the move. Dong Hun, I need more support over here. There are too many of them. They're on their way. Dongbong arrived, leading his troops, shouting orders. We're here to deal with the attackers. Front line, provide covering fire. Small squads will handle the mutated monsters. As the battle raged, a thought kept nagging at Guang Yi. What was with that last black hole? Did it just appear and then leave? Something feels wrong. Number 27. That silent worm on the roof of that building, requesting immediate backup. A soldier had been caught by it. Help me. Its tendril wrapped tighter and tighter around his arm. But just in time, Guang Yi arrived, slicing through the tentacle and freeing the man. His mind raced. That intruder. It's only ever appeared in underground black holes. Model, what's he doing here? Wait a second. I think I get it now. I'll handle the attackers first. The scene shifts to an emergency meeting room. 2 silent worms. Damn it, the casualties are going to be catastrophic this time around. Change formation, now. But we haven't lost anyone yet. What did you just say? A single variant is tearing through the invaders all on its own. It's saving everyone caught in the crossfire. Who is it? WBS. That's what they call him. And he's none other than Kane. Whispers immediately erupted through the ranks. I heard WBS wiped out their entire elite force. He saved all of us. Commander Bowen's mind raced. If the beam squad was ambushed, that means the underground gate has already opened. The terrifying implication dawned on him. He realized the black hole was sentient. Jin couldn't believe it. For real? The black hole is using actual strategy? If I were the black hole, I'd use the front lines as a decoy and strike the rear. The artillery unit has been ambushed. ELF-17 reports at least 50 hostiles. It looks like they're all variants. Bowen stepped forward alone. The warring unit and the Immortal Special Forces will handle those things. The next wave is for the Association and the Army, but he worried about the timing of the elves' appearance. Something catastrophic was about to happen. Elsewhere, Kane stomped on a writhing tentacle. He grimaced. Ugh, disgusting. A red-haired kid approached him hesitantly. Do you remember me? You saved my life. You're from Squad 1, aren't you? It's been a while. The crowd erupted in cheers. It's WBS. Kane was bewildered. What's wrong with them? The fight isn't over yet. He raised a fist, and the roar of the crowd intensified. Well, I guess staying a little longer won't hurt. Elsewhere, Hao watched from within the chaos. His subordinate smirked. I think I heard you laugh, sir. Hao shot back. I'm wearing a mask. I never imagined I'd be fighting on the same battlefield as Kane. But you've done well, my boy. I suppose I should do my part to help the kid out. He then unleashed a storm of bullets at the flying creatures. Hao's voice boomed. Phoenix Squad, move out. We'll clean this up in 10 minutes. I can feel it. An endless energy, pulsing from somewhere unseen, growing stronger and more formidable. Their bodies may be enhanced, but their numbers are few. Annihilate every last one of those bastards for me. A monstrous, 3-headed ogre variant appeared, its fangs razor-sharp. The new abominations charged into the fray. Kane immediately spotted the new arrival. Another variant? He leaped into action without a second thought. Sun Hai breathed a sigh of relief. You're here, my son. He clenched his fist with grim determination. Yes. Mom, give me some cover. Kane drew his weapon, his focus absolute. He took aim. As long as Mom handles close-quarters combat, I can definitely do this. I'll use all 5 senses to track the enemy and unleash hell. Just like that, the horde of 3-headed ogres charged forward. Kane focused his aim, while below him, Sun Hai was a whirlwind of close-quarters combat. He soared through the air, firing a single, perfectly aimed bullet straight at the beast. Kane's eyes widened in shock. A direct hit. And it's still not dead, but the cheers from below were relentless. Whoa. Go. WBS. Someone watched in awe. Compared to him, we're not doing a thing. Angon snapped. This isn't a competition. Then he barked out orders. Red, green, and blue teams focus on maneuverability. A hail of bullets slammed into the ogre. Heenam yelled. That ogre is insane. Doohan just smirked. That's arcane for you. How many has he taken down already? Stop trying to keep score. What's it to you? Special forces, get into position. Make sure not a single invader gets past our line. The constant cheering made Hammond ask Kane, did you brainwash these people or something? What's wrong with them? Hammond, perfect timing. She immediately caught his meaning. You need my invisibility spell, don't you? Consider it done. A wide grin spread across Kane's face. He gave the order for the troops to advance, and they roared in response. Charge. For WBS. With WBS. Let's go. Hey. WBS used to be my coworker. Kane found it a bit distracting. So noisy. Whatever. As long as they win, it's fine. One by one, The ogres fell to the inspired soldiers. Kane felt the pressure ease. It feels much easier to take them down now. I know everyone is running on pure adrenaline, but if they can keep fighting without taking injuries like this, victory is practically guaranteed. Suddenly, a new commander type appeared, catching his eye. But just as quickly, it was struck down by an unseen attack. A few seconds later, it collapsed to the ground. The invaders are just falling on their own. What's the problem? My power, which I thought was infinite, is fading away along with my very existence. If I could have just held on a little longer, I could have conquered this place. My research was finally complete. So why is this happening? It's all because of that damn brat. Why do you always stand in my way? Damn you, why? The black hole collapsed with a final, pathetic cry. Why? Sunhai finished off the last enemy and asked, "Are you done, son?" Kane smiled and replied, "Yeah, I am." The battle was finally over. Everyone had played their part. No wonder they say two are better than one. Kane said, "Now I just want to go home and rest." Sunhai praised him. "You did well, my son." Meanwhile, two news anchors began to discuss the incident. The Seong-Su Tunnel Gate incident became the main topic for some time. Did you know there are actually two types of black holes? The first is the gate type, and the other is the tree type. Images flashed across the screen. Each black hole contains a power that is simply beyond our comprehension. The Seong-Su Tunnel Gate was originally a tree type, but it split apart after growing larger. This has now been proven. When a black hole grows to a certain size, it transforms into a factory type. It's known that in the DMZ military zone, this is also called the Devil's Womb. Countless tree-type black holes have appeared in that vast space. Before this time, that area was known as the DMZ. After that, Korea was finally unified, which also means this incident has revealed a terrifying truth to us all. With humanity's fate hinging on that dungeon gate, all we could do was pray for a miracle. A state funeral was held for the fallen heroes, but the thunderous cheers from the crowd left him feeling out of place. WBS News is live on the scene. "Mr. Kwang Yi, over here. A word for our viewers, please." It hit him then. He had become a celebrity. The crowd's roars were deafening. "We love you, Kwang Yi. I love you." A beautiful woman waved at him, mouthing, "Call me anytime." Even a stoic man in a business suit couldn't help but flash him a heart sign. "I've been waiting for you." Even the president himself came to negotiate. "I think you'd be the perfect fit as my new secretary." Kwang Yi was completely baffled. "Wait, what about that other guy?" The man just laughed, saying, "I'm just kidding." Then he placed a hand over his heart, bowing deeply and sincerely. "Thank you for fighting for us. As a representative of the people, I want to express my gratitude." Kwang Yi's heart was truly shaken. The sincerity was overwhelming. "I fought to save everyone, but I never expected this kind of reception." At that moment, a new purpose began to form in his mind. Elsewhere, Han Daeon stumbled, hitting the ground hard. His face twisted in a grimace of pain. He shot up into a sitting position but didn't dare raise his head. His opponent was the world's #1 special agent, the 100 Slayer. "You took down 100 mutants by yourself. So is it really fair to pick me for a sparring match? This feels more like a one-sided execution." Kwang Yi replied nonchalantly, "You know you're not allowed to use your abilities, right?" Another man walked over, asking curiously, "Where in the world did you find this guy?" He answered, "From the last gate incident." He then added, "His name is Han Dion, one of the freelancers. He has the power of light conversion. He also tried to steal my weapon." Han Dion snapped back into a fighting stance. Fear pulsed through him, but he grit his teeth and charged forward with everything he had. He clenched his jaw, determination flooding his veins as he threw a punch. But Kwang Yi's reflexes were inhuman. He dodged sideways, effortlessly tripping Han Dion and sending him sprawling forward. Kwang Yi silently judged his opponent. "The kid has zero technique. I don't even need to focus." Han Dion's face met the floor with a helpless smack. "What was the first thing I learned? How to conceal my presence. After joining the Immortal Special Forces, I mastered faking my presence and learned to expand and divide my senses. I used that false presence technique when I took down the PDU, the Lumberjack. Then I learned transformation skills like Iron Kick and Diamond Fist. Instinct and reason became one. And by focusing on just those two things, I shattered my physical limits." His mind raced, but he never lost focus, easily dodging Han Daeon's frantic attacks. "Still, should I really use all of my skills on him?" He then drove a powerful fist straight into the kid's stomach. The blow was too fast. Han Daeon collapsed to the ground once more, completely stunned. "I have a complex set of skills. It's a tangled mess." Kwang Yi shot him a glare. "Why are you following me?" "There's only one reason. Money. I figured with enough cash, I could do whatever I want. As for me, The reason I brought him along is because he had the guts to try and steal from me. And since he survived on the battlefield as a freelance marksman, he must have honed his own unique sniping skills. But the most important reason was something else entirely. Above all else, it's that light conversion ability. The power to replace flesh with light, moving faster than anyone or anything. It reminded him of what his mother always said. You just need to fix their personality. It's not that hard if you know how. Their attitude is the problem. So, I just need to fix it. He turned to leave, thinking to himself. He's honest, at least. I want to be the one who kills the invaders, but I also want to enjoy a normal life. Seeing him walk away, the young man called out, "Hey, where are you going? People always say you can't have your cake and eat it too, but I will." Mid-stride, Kwang Yi turned back around, ready to start recruiting. For various reasons, I've decided to start my own company, a private military company specializing in freelance special agents, NS Incorporated, a company beyond all standards. Elsewhere, Kwang Yi walked down a snow-covered path. It's been a while since I was here. I only found out later that it was an advanced course. I wonder if he's still living the same way. As he wandered, he spotted the very person he was looking for. The man heard his approach and turned around. Unexpectedly, he pressed a freshly roasted, steaming sweet potato into Kwang Yi's hand. "Sir, what is it?" Kwang Yi sat on the bench beside him. "Become my colleague." The man didn't answer directly, instead asking, "Do you know why I live up here in the mountains?" Kwang Yi shook his head. "No. You weren't satisfied with the salary in Korea, so why start your own company?" The man continued speaking as he peeled his sweet potato. "Why do you cook a sweet potato?" "Obviously, to eat it." He listened intently as Kwang Yi began to explain everything. "I do the same thing, just so I can work and cook freely." His words made the man burst out laughing. "You're nothing like me, the one who tried to sacrifice it all for humanity." I can tell he isn't joking around. Taking down a terrorist organization and fighting off a gate. If it's not him, who else could possibly do it? Just as the thought crossed his mind, he muttered under his breath, "You really are insane." He chewed on the sweet potato in his mouth, but stubbornly asked again, "So you'll agree to it, right?" He suddenly stood up, stuffing both hands into his pockets. "First, wipe that ash off your face." But Kwang Yi was persistent. "Sir, would you be willing to teach? I've recruited someone, but I can't seem to help him improve." The man agreed without a moment's hesitation. Inside a kitchen, the warm glow of the lights created a cozy atmosphere. But contrary to the mood in the room, the woman's spirits were low. "Come back to the company. Are you planning to abandon Kwang Yi just like that? Come back. That's the only way you can help him." He looked up at her. "Mom, there's a favor I need to ask." She replied with a playful smile. "If it's something difficult, it won't be for free, you know." Kwang Yi stated it plainly. "Please come back to work." Johnny picked up her spoon. "You don't have to ask, sweetie. I was already planning to go live with Dan Dan Gun." Kwang Yi quickly corrected her. "No, I mean, to my company." His words made her freeze in shock. "Not Dan Dan Gun. Why would it be Dan Gun?" Kwang Yi complained while scooping food into his mouth. "Are you planning to betray your own son? When did you even start a company?" He confessed honestly, not forgetting to make a promise.
"Just recently. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the salary. You can even receive company shares. So please, join us."
Kwang Yi's offer filled her heart with a warmth and joy she hadn't felt in ages. "I believe in you." "Yes." He was ecstatic. "I knew you'd say yes. Thank you, Mom." With that settled, she glanced curiously at the box sitting right by the door. "So, what's with the crate over there?" He replied, "Sweet potatoes. They're delicious, Mom." After a long period of careful consideration, I began recruiting more people for the company. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air, making Dung Ko whip his head around. "Hey, don't you want a stable salary with bonuses? I've got enough headaches from all the people trying to recruit you through me." Kwang Yi clapped him on the shoulder with a wide grin. "Seven, Choi, my friend, it's been too long." The man looked horrified. "You're going to make me do something bizarre again, aren't you? Please, spare me this time." "Really? You really hurt my feelings like that?" Hearing that, the man felt completely defeated and finally gave in. "Fine, I'll do it. I'll do it." Kwang Yi made his decision. "I've brought in a few people who can handle the weird jobs, and I've asked Panda to manage the core operations. Oh, and I also brought in Junho, the guy with the popor arm. It's obvious he'll make a move on us after his tax investigation is over. And that's not all. With the help of Hin's mother, we finally secured a base of operations. After things were settled, she looked at him with a hint of suspicion. "So, does this mean I have to strip if you give the order?" He quickly tried to explain. "What kind of perverted idea is that? That's not the kind of job I want you to do." I told Duso that I planted a bomb in her head using a spell. Of course, that was a complete lie. He invited more and more people to join. Soon, Mahdi and my mother's friend came aboard. Just like that, our team's roster began to fill out. Everyone's here. With him in the lead, they declared, "Let's head to Mr. Shu's car for the company's official launch ceremony." Sun Hee thought to herself, this is a kind of ritual. Private companies often hold launch ceremonies when they first start. I just tweaked it a little to make things more interesting. It's been a while, hasn't it? I'm getting excited. Dungko's face turned pale. Are you being serious right now? All I can think about is cleaning up the mess after this event. 7. Choi calmly reassured him. Just think of it as our fate. Since we're not the ones fighting on the front lines, we have to do this part. Kwang Ai's group of 5 quickly assembled. That's enough for today. Dragging this out won't do us any good. Gajity scoffed with disdain. Shouldn't a weakling like you be staying out of this? It'll be a pain for us if you get hurt. Don-D shot back without missing a beat. You do realize that someone with all muscle and no brain is just a burden, right? Isn't that right? You better stay out of the way so you don't slow us down. The two of them continued to bicker endlessly. You cockroach! You brute! Mahdi watched on with curiosity. Do those two not get along? Dong-hoon replied cheerfully. Oh, they're actually getting closer. They just haven't started teasing each other yet. Kwon cut through the argument. All right, no more bickering. He took the lead, charging ahead. Let's finish this and get something to eat. A beast lunged out, blocking their path. Kwon dispatched it with a single, clean strike, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Diana's sword flashed, a blur of deadly steel, while Sunny moved like the wind, and the result? By 6 p.m. that evening, Kwon's team had wiped out every last stray intruder, the very same ones that others had struggled to eliminate for an entire month. Chairman No watched with keen interest. Look at him. It seems he has no intention of working under me anymore, does he? A man spoke up, speculating. I imagine there will be some opposition, sir. It was none other than the chairman's own son. Kang Ho-wong analyzed the situation. It's probably for the best that we avoid causing them any more trouble. When a plan goes this far off track, there's no reason to just sit back and take the heat from the director. Gio offered a suggestion. Should we perhaps offer our support from the shadows? If we get caught, we can just play dumb. But Ho-wong shot the idea down. This company is full of sharp minds. This isn't something that can be resolved so easily. Chairman No replied calmly. Just leave them be. He thought to himself, he's still so young. Acting so recklessly means he's clearly still immature. No wondered. If he doesn't have the backing of Dan Dangan, who else would possibly help him? The Hunters Association? Don't make me laugh. They're the ones who suffered the biggest blow after that little debut party. Meanwhile, a man slammed his fist on a desk in a rage. Damn it, who the hell do they think they are? He barked an order. Get the word out to everyone. Anyone who dares go to WBS or give them a job is dead meat. And that includes the police. Chairman No silently plotted his next move. The police are already secretly in bed with the association. If you don't ask for my help, no one else will be willing to lend you a hand. A superior issued a warning. Team leader Joe, this case is a real mess. There's even a presidential candidate involved. The government plans to announce that they've handled everything, he warned, which means we can't be seen giving them any work, either. If we're going to help, it has to be done discreetly. Hwan Ho's face grew serious. I understand. He realized his son was now in deep trouble. Hwan Ho weighed his options. To solve this, he needs the backing of a major corporation. But that boy is just as stubborn as his mother. Sunny and Maddie announced they would also help the kid's company. They're even bringing their own subordinates along, he thought carefully. But even with them, it's not enough people. So, what's my next move? Hwan Ho knew the answer. Without a doubt, he needs me, most of all. He probably hasn't brought it up because he respects my work. The thought brought an unconscious smile to his face. He'll probably stop by the house today, right? I wonder what I should say when he finally asks for my help. But reality is rarely so kind. During their meal, Kwon dropped a bombshell. About Maddie. I'm taking her with me. The words made Hwan Ho freeze on the spot. What? Kwon continued calmly. You can't treat her like a child forever, father. I'm recruiting her for my company. She'll be moving into the company's residential building, too. Kwon looked confused. Why are you making that face? Hwan Ho quickly spoke up. Son, just keep talking, he repeated. So, you hired your mother? Kwon replied softly, yes. Hwan Ho pressed on. Then what about me? Without a moment's hesitation, Kwon answered. You just keep doing your own thing, Dad. In a rundown room, a memory surfaced. And then the company fell into a catastrophic crisis. All because of that, Kwon Lee, even the government abandoned me. A man recalled with bitterness, I was powerless, forced to watch as he poached all my talent. Well, I guess it makes sense. I couldn't even provide the most basic supplies and equipment. He stared at his reflection in the dark screen. Ha, that was my dream. How did it end up like this? His expression hardened with resolve. That's right. Hominy. If that's what I want, then I have to get involved too. A message arrived from Bolian. Congratulations on starting your company. I'll be back in Korea soon. Let's meet up. Kwon thought to himself, it's been a while, hasn't it? He replied bluntly, I'm busy. The other party made a generous offer. How much do you want? Is 1 billion won enough? Kwon had been about to ask for 50 million. He quickly deleted his message and agreed. Deal. He mused, it's been a long time since I last saw the prince of the meta-human kingdom. That little brat, though I guess he's not so little anymore. A respectful voice echoed nearby. You've done well, Your Highness, Bolian nodded. I think so too. He suddenly asked, You remember what happened last time, don't you, Daniel? Daniel replied instantly, I remember. Joe shattered my jaw. Bolian teased him. Are you still holding a grudge? You're strong, but so petty. Daniel was speechless. Huh? A voice cut in from behind them. Bly, you're starting to annoy Daniel. Daniel quickly denied it. Not at all. Lenore asked calmly. Joe's the one who makes those amazing chicken mayo rice bowls, isn't he? Bly confirmed it. Yeah. He's the king of convenience store cuisine. He'd probably be shocked to see you. Soon, a helicopter descended, landing right in front of Kwon. He started awkwardly. Long time no see. Bolian replied with a wide grin. It has been a long time. At his introduction, Lenore gave a slight nod. Say hello. This is my older sister, Kwon asked with interest. You've really grown up, haven't you? Bolian explained casually. I've been taking a special medicine. A medicine so effective and expensive that no ordinary person could ever afford it. Kwon thought to himself. His personality is still. Curious, he couldn't help but ask, Is your sister the same way? Leno stepped forward and explained, This is my shape-shifting power. It's incredibly useful in a fight. It boosts my endurance so much, it makes me extremely hard to kill. Don't. Kwang Yi stammered, cutting her off. Please don't say those things with such a pained expression. Boliana's tone turned serious. Are we friends? Kwang Yi nodded slowly. Yes. Boliana then made her request. I need to ask you a favor. Please, take care of my sister, she calmly explained. The royal family has a tradition. One must kill their own siblings to be recognized as the true monarch. Lenoy's face fell, shrouded in sorrow. I gave up my right to the throne and faked my own death. That's why I came here. Boliana bowed her head, her voice a desperate whisper. I'll do anything you want. I just don't want to kill my sister. Kwang Yi considered this carefully. So that's why Leo became the warrior princess. Was this the real reason she came to this place? I can help a friend and forge a connection untouched by the Korean military. With that thought, he immediately agreed. All right. Boliana's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Thank you. Kwang Yi offered casually. Of course. If you don't have a place to stay, come to my company. The first floor lobby of the NS Company building. A man with center-parted hair walked in, asking, Is WBS here? Gaji and Janjeni were already waiting by the gate. In unison, they demanded, Who are you? His only reply was a brutal spray of bullets. Hundreds of blades erupted from his body to block the attack. She began to transform, preparing a counter-offensive. Gaji lunged toward him, taking the form of a ferocious tiger. But the man with the center-parted hair remained perfectly calm before their assault. Fine. Killing 2 of his people is enough to teach him a lesson. This will be a warning for WBS. A few days later, Kwang Yi was discussing things with his parents. Looks like I'll have to renovate the building again. Son, he asked anxiously. How are they? Are their injuries serious? He replied grimly. Inho will need about 2 months to recover. Gaji has a broken arm and leg. I think Inho took the brunt of the attack trying to shield her. His mother looked stunned. I thought Gaji had softened up recently. Standing behind her, Kwang Yi was speechless. That's not exactly a bad thing, Mom. He stared intently at the monitor, a sense of unease growing within him. The cameras recorded nothing. Who the hell was this guy? Hwanho suddenly held up 2 fingers. We've discovered 2 things. He began to explain the possibilities. First, he's a special type with multiple abilities. Those with only 1 power are called mono abilities. 2 powers, dual abilities. 3 powers are known as tri-abilities. Anything more than that is called a transcendent multi-ability. To defeat both of them like that, he has to be at least a master-class multi. Kwang Yi wondered aloud. But there are very few multis in the world, right? Hwanho nodded gravely. That's the second thing. He's like a phantom. Kwang Yi fell into deep thought. That blonde-haired guy was the same. They really have a thing for the whole weakling, hiding his true power act. Hwanho let out a heavy sigh. All right. It seems there's not much more I can do. We were also robbed. Kwang Yi stared at him, bewildered. What? What is there to even steal in this building? Huanho explained patiently. They were targeting the computers and servers, but Ma Di had already handed them over to the police. A light bulb went on in his head. Oh, so they know where our company's real value lies. A fire ignited in Kuang Yi's eyes. Let's start the renovations. The first floor will be a parking garage. The second will be the lobby. He made a vow to himself. I don't know who they are, but first, I need to vent my anger. Inside the gravity room, Honda was screaming in agony. Damn it, this is brutal. That monster, Kuang Yi. Is he even human? Are you really trying to kill him? A smirk played on Kuang Yi's lips. He won't die. He'll just get much, much stronger. Honda trembled, enduring the crushing weight on his body. You demon, Kuang Yi. Your gravity room is perfect for my training. And for others too. Just endure it. This is only the beginning. A look of fascination crossed his face. Sir, don't you think a superhuman who trains hard enough could beat an immortal or a shapeshifter? At least, I think so. He shot Kuang Yi a judgmental look. You're insane. Kuang Yi read a message from Foucault and assessed. He still hasn't changed a bit. He didn't stay long before turning to leave. I never said I was going to kill them. I have to go somewhere. At the office, Stephen Choi's voice echoed with panic. You know how sensitive rumors are in this industry. There's a rumor that no one who joins NS survives. It sounds terrible, even worse than having no clients at all. He feared the attack was just the final straw. Rumor has it you've made enemies with multiple organizations, even terrorists. At this, Stephen Choi paused, and even the Pureblood clan. Because of you, not even the prince of the superhuman kingdom can get me new recruits. Kuang Yi thought it over. Someone is spreading our weaknesses. Since they couldn't rob us, they've resorted to spreading rumors. Not a bad move. A moment later, his phone rang. Hello? The voice on the other end was panicked. We have a problem. What is it? Did you find out who it is? Promise me you won't do anything rash, okay? Kuang Yi stated firmly, I promise. Dong Hoon seemed reluctant to reveal the name. Finally, the words came out. It's the Pureblood clan. Dong Hoon hesitated, and the Immortal sect, too. Kuang Yi gave a simple command. Head back. I need to prepare. The other man stammered, but you promised you wouldn't attack them right away. A cold smile touched Kuang Yi's lips. Exactly. That's why I'm going tomorrow. I need to show the Pureblood clan that I don't give a damn. Elsewhere, Han Deung bitterly recalled his past. Growing up in an orphanage taught me one thing. Life is fundamentally unfair. But even so, I still wanted to be a good person. Fragments of his past resurfaced with every word. And then, I met Kuang Yi. Times were tough, but being with him, I felt content. I even felt happy. For the first time, it felt like my life had meaning. 2 arrogant guards barked at him. Who the hell are you, kid? Han Deung just scoffed. Compared to Gaji Dai, these guys are practically adorable. This whole society has rotted from the core. His cryptic words left the guards completely baffled. The hell is he talking about? Han Deung already assumed a battle stance, and it was time to cut out the rot. If no one else will do it, then I will. The buzz-cut guard growled in frustration. What is this freak? Did you escape from an asylum? Han Deung merely grunted in response. I've changed since they hired me. Just not in the way they expected. Han Deung raised a fist, radiating pure power. The force of the blow sent a man twice his size staggering backward. Han Deung recalled Gaji Dai's words. You need to get stronger. Your arms are as weak as wet noodles. The second guard grabbed him from behind, but Han Deung easily shattered the pathetic hold. Then, Kuang Yi's lesson flashed in his mind. Strike their weakness with your greatest strength. Without a shred of mercy, Han Deung drove his foot into the man's groin. The guard shrieked in agony. This bastard, he's a superhuman. With the trash taken care of, he scanned the area. Come on, bring it on, you minions of evil. When the world is shrouded in darkness, I will be the one to appear. Meanwhile, news of Han Deung's rampage was exploding across social media, and Kuang Yi was watching it all unfold. A proud smile crossed his face as he scrolled through the posts. Han Deung, you're doing great. He aimed his weapon at a new target, and he's sticking to the script perfectly. Guess it's time for me to do my part. The fate of the man in his sights was already sealed. He gave his subordinate a smug look. No damn way. They spread rumors that working at NS is dangerous. We'll just have to return the favor. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. By creating a hero, an absolver, we'll bury those rumors about NS for good. Kuang Yi was slightly taken aback. So this absolver is your little project? A rather peculiar aesthetic, don't you think? The newcomer replied, It's not my taste, actually. But the real question is, who are you? The blond man tilted his chin up arrogantly. Kuang Yi thought to himself, I didn't even sense his approach. The man began his recruitment pitch. Have you ever considered joining the 12 apostles of the Immortal sect? He was talking about the legendary organization that even the UN couldn't touch after a 6-month man. Kuang Yi asked cautiously, "And what's in it for me?" The blonde man listed the temptations: money, glory, women. A gentle, yet utterly fake, smile spread across his face. "Ah, or perhaps you prefer men. I've heard the rumors about your tastes." Annoyance flashed across Kuang Yi's face. "What the hell are you talking about? You've got a real talent for getting on people's nerves." As he spoke, Kuang Yi carefully concealed a weapon behind his back. "Why are you people so desperate to work with me?" The man crossed his arms, his voice dripping with mystery. "Because an immortal like you is a rare find. It would be a waste to simply kill you." Kuang Yi's tone sharpened. "So you're one of the 12 apostles." The blonde man's silence was all the confirmation he needed. In a flash, Kuang Yi launched his attack, but his opponent was just as fast, tossing out a grenade with its pin already pulled. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. The blonde man maintained his arrogant smirk. "The immortal sect dreams of eternity for immortals. It is the only path to godhood." Kuang Yi ignored his rambling, already calculating his next move. "With my gear, taking this guy down will be easy." Brimming with confidence, Kuang Yi activated one of his gadgets, a device that could immobilize any target. He closed the distance in an instant, giving his foe no time to react. The blonde man stared in shock, his escape routes cut off. How did he get in front of me that fast? Giving him no chance to escape, Kuang Yi unleashed a powerful kick. But just before impact, crimson flames erupted around the man's body. Kuang Yi scanned the aftermath. What the hell kind of tech was that? It just exploded. He thought to himself, well, at least all that training paid off. All those runs in the gravity room with the high-endurance squad. Now, what to do about these 12 apostles? Just then, another call came through on Kuang Yi's device. It was Kang No-suk. "My boy, have you eaten yet?" Kuang Yi answered respectfully. "I just reeled in a big one." A glint appeared in his eye. "But I think you'll be more interested in this catch than I am." Kang No-suk sounded intrigued by his words. A high-ranking member from the Immortal sect? Kuang Yi smirked. "That's right. He claimed to be one of their 12 apostles." Kang No-suk pressed further. "Was he heavily equipped?" Kuang Yi glanced over at his captive. He was. The old man made an offer. "Do you need backup? Or perhaps a new defense system for your headquarters?" Hearing this, a wicked grin spread across Kuang Yi's face. "No. I only want one thing." His voice was low and dangerous. "I want to apply some pressure." Outside the gates of the Orthodox Dong clan, 2 clones stepped forward to block his path. "Huh? You can't enter right now." A smile remained on Kuang Yi's lips, but his eyes radiated pure killing intent. "I just want a word with the clan head." More figures began to emerge from the compound. "The head of the clan has nothing to say to the likes of you." Kuang Yi sized them up. "There must be a ton of Ki Nam's clones here, even if they're all low-level grunts." Suddenly, a white web-like pattern appeared on the ground beneath him. It was the same skill he used on the apostle. The clones swarmed him, completely unaware that they had just stepped into a bloodthirsty trap. One lunged forward, a gleaming knife in his hand. They were no match for Kuang Yi. One by one, they all fell before him. Kuang Yi spun around, delivering a flawless kick. He aimed it straight at the face of the man in front. With the job done, Kuang Yi dusted off his hands and walked away. "I created this skill, but even I have to admit, it's pretty impressive." Inside the room, the clan head was stunned to see him. "What is all this commotion?" Kuang Yi strode forward with overwhelming confidence. "This is a bit ironic, don't you think? You're the one who started all of this." His sudden appearance made the man's face turn pale. "Are you going to pretend you don't know what's going on?" Kuang Yi's expression was laced with contempt. "Wasn't it your grand plan to put us in a dire financial situation, so that I'd be forced to sell myself to you?" The man feigned a look of confusion. "Sell yourself?" The clan head calmly lifted his teacup. "I have a much grander reason than that. Don't you want to know if your special abilities can be passed down to your descendants? If you wish it, our family can help you." But before the man could finish, Kuang Yi flatly rejected him. "I'm not interested. Besides, I already have support." The man's eyes hardened. "Are you looking down on our family?" Kuang Yi thought to himself, "I just don't want to get tangled up with the Immortal Faith cult." The main Dong family and the Immortal Faith cult have had deep ties for a very long time. Kuang Yi knew. The Dong family worked tirelessly to maintain the purity of their bloodline, and the Immortal Faith cult is a group that believes a god exists among the immortals. They share the same ideology, a fanatical belief in the superiority of their kind. After a moment, Kuang Yi spoke. "Cut all ties with the Immortal Faith cult and stop harassing my company." The man took another sip of tea. The clan head reluctantly agreed. "Fine." Kuang Yi was actually a little disappointed. "Huh, I didn't think he'd agree so quickly. I was all prepared for a fight." The man's voice was low. "Leave now, if you don't want to cause a scene." Quang Yi let out a sigh of relief and turned to leave. He's the clan head for a reason, I guess. A bearded man whispered, "Sir, are you just going to let him go like that?" The clan head sounded helpless. "What else could I do?" The man seethed with frustration. "You should have taught him a lesson, shown him the true power of a clan head." The leader simply gazed into the distance. He's a fool who dominates the very space around him. Quang Yi had already taken control of this entire room with his god of warlike power. The clan head had already sensed the web of bloodlust Quang Yi had spread. "If I fight back, more than half the people in this room will die." Suddenly, the old man chuckled. "Truly terrifying. Not a single person here, despite being elites, even noticed. It's better if I just lay low for a while." Meanwhile, Quang Yi received a call from Sun Hai. "Son, I found a ton of stuff at that criminal organization we just raided." He was genuinely surprised. "What? A safe?" She excitedly boasted about her success. "The ceiling was a bit thick, so we just smashed right through it. This is an absolute treasure trove." Quang Yi smiled. That made perfect sense. If one of the 12 representatives went to such lengths, there must be something inside they desperately wanted to hide. He gave her instructions. "Mom, transfer all of it to the company." What a relief. I was worried about the money I'd need to spend on recruitment. In the main lobby of Warim Telecom headquarters, Quang Yi approached Qi Nam. "Hey, you looking for a new job? I can recommend a few good places." The man was blunt. "Get lost, you psycho." Instead of getting angry, Quang Yi just smirked. "I'll also spar with you once a week." Doesn't that sound great? Qi Nam's fists clenched in frustration. He growled through gritted teeth. "I'm going to kill you." Quang Yi walked over and clapped him on the shoulder. "Good idea. I've successfully recruited Qi Nam, my second target." The scene changes to him negotiating with Mio. 200 million a year. Come work for me. And just like that, I've recruited Mio. She eyed him with suspicion. "How did you know I needed money? Did you learn that from my stalker, Bang Kuite?" Quang Yi's eyes darted away. "You're giving him way too much credit." He handed a paper to Mio. "You can start next month. Just make sure you keep your promise." As soon as Mio took the document, she stood up, leaving Quang Yi dumbfounded. "Wait, you're leaving already?" She replied frankly. "Yes, sir." He was speechless. Talk about a quick turnaround. Now, for the third target. Kuite charged at Quang Yi. "You bastard. You stole my Mio from me." Tears welled up in his eyes. "I thought we were soulmates." Quang Yi made a deadpan suggestion. "Then why don't you join Mio's team?" Kuite stopped dead in his tracks. He changed his tune in the blink of an eye. "Yes, sir. Where should I begin?" Behind them, Du Han roared in outrage. "What about me?" So Kuite and Du Han have joined too. He then turned his attention to Du Ah. "You don't want to join?" She spoke softly. "I thought it might create a strange love triangle." Quang Yi asked again, "So, do you want in or not?" Du Ah didn't agree right away. "On one condition. Get rid of that traitor." She may have changed her mind, but what about all the sins she's committed up to now? A smile remained on his face. "That's a bit difficult. I didn't recruit her because she felt sorry for what she did." She looked puzzled. "Then why?" Quang Yi stated it plainly. "Because she's useful." Suddenly, a woman on the street whistled, catching his attention. "I have a girlfriend," she explained. "I was whistling at your car." Quang Yi watched her walk away, sizing her up. "She doesn't seem like an ordinary person, but I don't sense that she's an enemy." He said nothing more and turned away. Could that have been some kind of charm? She walked on. "Well, it seems even if you live to be 80, life will never run out of surprises." She simply fell silent, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. "So, she's finally here." Bodyguards lined the street, already waiting. "The representative." She moved forward, lost in her own thoughts. Quang Yi saw right through my disguise. A short while later, he appeared in Gaji's hospital room. "What are you doing here?" "Here to visit, obviously. Don't you have anything better to eat?" "I was starting to think you were here to rob me." She molded over. In decades, no special had ever seen through her. The eyes of the mind. It must be able to pierce any visual sorcery. The thought almost impressed her. So that's the power he holds? How interesting. But it would be far more interesting if I could crack open his skull and see what's really inside that brain of his. Hours later, Quang Yi returned home. The Immortal Faith Society must be swamped with work. We haven't had many assassins coming after us lately. Sun He looked at him. "Hasn't Mother told you yet?" She said your father got angry and ambushed the Immortal Faith Society's branch in Japan. He apparently thrashed 3 of their key members while he was there. Sun He's face beamed with pride for her husband. "So cool, right?" Quang Yi broke out in a cold sweat. "I see." He immediately reached for his phone. Meanwhile, Quang Yi pushed forward with his recruitment drive, especially since rumors were spreading that working for NS was a death sentence. A confident glint shone in his eyes. It seems I'll have to handle this myself. After he posted the job announcement, online forums completely exploded. On the day of the interviews, the crowd was in an uproar. When is it going to be my turn? Are we at least getting a lunch break? I'm so hungry I'm getting dizzy. A staggering 16,800 people showed up. The fourth woman in the third row, you can go home. The eighth woman in the second row, you're out. And the ninth man in the 16th row, leave. Hey, why don't I even get a chance? Kwang Yi stated calmly, should I redo your transformation right now? You seem to forget how easily I can do my work. Do you take me for a fool? No. Jun-Ho replied, his shoulders slumped. We filtered out all the spies from the association, but I can't keep running these background checks. I'm literally going to die from overwork. But Kwang Yi just patted him on the shoulder. Nah, I know you can handle it. Good luck. So, today's haul was 1 secretary and 10 janitors. I let Jun-Ho and Steven pick who they wanted to form their own teams. Jun-Ho, of course, hired his entire family. I've also decided to build an orphanage, a prototype, based on Panda's request. Dong-Hoon said softly, thank you. Kwang Yi was already onto the next big idea. Why don't we build another high-rise right next door? We can turn it into a gym and a recreation center. Oh, and an underground pool. All you have to do is give me the money. The scene shifts to a news broadcast where 2 people are talking. So, are you saying this was a coordinated plan with the police department? That is correct. We've decided that we will no longer allow criminals to run rampant on our streets. They're calling this crime Purifier, someone from NS. Is the police force officially coordinating with NS? Yes, it's all part of the department's comprehensive plan to combat crime. Because of this, every major gang in the country has gone into hiding. And now, over to our field reporter, Kim Do-min. I managed to negotiate with the police chief while I was working as the Purifier. I'll have Dayun wipe out all the rural gangs. And in return, you'll go on a date with me. Fine. On one condition. Besides, just grabbing a meal with someone isn't a big deal. Still, I had a really bad feeling about this. In a dark alley in Seoul, a gate materialized. It's blind hounds. We've got the barrier up, so just take them down with ranged attacks. Prepare to fire. But then, they noticed something unusual from the portal's depths. A squadron of Iron Knights charged out in a terrifying wave. They screamed at each other, get back, fall back. But it was too late. Their formation was instantly shattered. Staring at the monsters before them, all they could do was curse. Damn it. One man squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable end. But a voice suddenly echoed beside him. Let's just call this our date. A combat date, of sorts. You want to call this a date? Where the hell is your sense of decency? Kwang Yi had arrived on the scene. Yep, left it at home. Seeing the terrified soldier, he asked, you all right? Get on the comms and call for backup. Tell them it's a confirmed gate. It's me. We've encountered a confirmed gate. Alert everyone. And get my weapons here, now. What? I knew I should have trusted my gut feeling. They're pouring out of this gate just as fast as that one in Seoul. How long until backup arrives? At least 30 minutes. This is a terrible defensive position. At this rate, they'll flood the entire district. The hounds are easier to handle before more knights spawn. So we need to thin their numbers as much as possible, right now. Looks like the support team from PW is already here. That was fast. The man leading the squad couldn't believe what he was seeing. What in the world? Kwang Yi stepped forward to introduce himself. I'm Kwang Yi, from NS. This area is now under quarantine. Don't worry. They won't react until we get within range. We need to reduce the number of intruders until the main force arrives. From this moment on, you will follow the WBS's command. Now, move out and investigate. My name is Kim Dong-ki, from PIW. We have a total of 8 ice users on our team. Wang Yi gives the signal. Let's begin. He charges forward, leaping into the air. I will block their line of sight. He then gives the command to freeze them. In an instant, the targets are encased in ice, and the bullets start to fly. A hail of gunfire peppers their armored frames. Guang Yi shouts the order, keep them frozen. They can teleport. Block their sight first. With that, it's Sojin's turn to enter the fray. Her arm begins to morph, and in a flash, it transforms into a primate's limb. She launches herself forward, planting a powerful kick right in a robot's face. From the ground, Guang Yi's commands ring out. Line of sight, freeze. Sojin takes it all in, predicting their every move. Freeze them, block their vision, focus, keep analyzing. That's it, fire. If I make a single mistake, someone is going to die. Just then, a massive bolt of lightning crashes down on a robot. Thankfully, all the civilians have already been evacuated. The newcomer is Ji-Hei. Stand back. This is now a special disaster zone. Guang Yi breathes a sigh of relief. You're finally here. Thanks to you, not a single civilian was killed or injured. He seems completely drained. I'm taking a break. Did he just fall asleep? Yeah. He's a genius at giving commands. We haven't had a single casualty. At that very moment, across the entire world, the designated gates all began to shatter simultaneously. A voice calls out, "Hey, are you still sleeping? Hey." Guang Yi's eyes snap open. Everyone's already assembled, and you're sleeping at a time like this? The bombing run starts in 10 minutes. I brought you a weapon. As for Dong Hoon, he's already at the command unit for the detonation, the Sky Gate. It doesn't look like it's opening anytime soon, but Guang Yi insists it will open. He thinks to himself, an immortal's sixth sense is screaming at me. I have a terrible feeling about this. The missiles are armed and ready. 3, 2, 1. On the final count, a volley of missiles rains down from the sky. They strike their target, directly on the gate, but suddenly, Guang Yi and Qi Nam flinch. A massive explosion erupts, but they both realize instantly. It had no effect. Was that a hexagonal barrier? From within the gate, a hand begins to emerge. Everyone stares, completely transfixed. It's a special entity, a unique invader-class arcane knight. The fierce battle rages on. The call goes out once more. Freeze them! Hurry! They're adapting to our tactics too fast. Out of nowhere, a spear hurtles through the air and obliterates a helicopter above. That spear. It was thrown by the arcane knight. The invader is using strategy. Guan Yi shouts a warning. Everyone, stay on high alert. They unleash a relentless barrage of gunfire on the robotic horde. Do So joins the fight. Third vector. Light conversion. A grenade arcs perfectly toward its target. Sun He also takes aim, her weapon steady. Guang Yi, standing nearby, is impressed. That new weapon is incredible. It's the grenade your uncle gave to me. The most crucial part of our current strategy is formation. Miho is in the rear, controlling the flow of information, while the director adjusts our vectors, but her focus is purely on damage control. Guang Yi, however, believes they're on the right track. He raises his weapon high, then charges straight into the heart of the enemy swarm. If only we had more time and energy, we could use our resources to save even more people. He calls out to the others, you know who I am, right? Follow me. Suddenly, Qi Nam screams, Du Guang Yi, behind you. Another spear hurtles toward him, but a tiger's tail whips up to intercept it. The tail effortlessly deflects the spear, saving Guang Yi. Open fire. After that command, a storm of bullets unleashes on the enemy. Ji He praises him. First, you defeat the invaders before taking a break, and now you're saving everyone again? It's nothing. It looks like things will be quiet for a bit. It seems they're trying to conserve their strength. What are our casualties so far? At least 200 dead. Considering the scale, our losses are minimal. It's still a tragedy. Despite this, Qi Nam yells at him. You crazy son of a bitch. Guang Yi is stunned. What is he so angry about? A hand reaches for Guang Yi from behind. He spins around, instantly on guard. But it's just Huan Ho grabbing his shoulder. Son, his father asks, his voice filled with anger. Where did you take your mother? Ah, there she is. Sun He quickly calls out, honey. The two embrace immediately. Was it dangerous? Just a little. Are you all right? I'm fine. Is this the same woman who was defeating invaders just a moment ago? Afterward, the father and son confer. We set up a supply depot behind the lines. The Dangan government and the association will give you full support. Is there any help from other countries? No. Every other nation is busy dealing with their own designated gates. The Blue Knight first appeared in Russia. Apparently, their losses were even greater than what they suffered during the World Wars. Then, it appeared near a North Korean military installation. As a result, North Korea was wiped off the map. That's why it's now called the Wasteland, and the North has been completely abandoned. Some prophets are saying that all the gates are about to open. We have 24 hours, at most. An ancient enemy, humanity's former adversary, is approaching. The scene shifts to headquarters. Everyone has been assembled. We are all gathered here now. The Immortals, the special units, the elite squads, the vice chairman, and the elite team from the Superhuman Association. The elite Huarang squad is here as well. I am Du Wan Ho of the Phoenix Squad. I will be the commanding officer for this mission. Guang Yi cheers internally. Whoa, go for it, Dad. Those two can barely stand the sight of each other. They used to be married, but now they're divorced. Here's the short version of the mission. The Immortals, Huarang, Sonic, and NS. These 4 teams will intercept the unique invaders. The first target is the Rune Knight, originally a living armor. The second is the Thorn Knight. It's immune to most bullets thanks to its spike-covered armor. The trickiest part is how it changes form when attacked. Its original state is a kill-in knight. Third on the list, the Void Hermit. It's weak but cunning, preferring to hide in a crowd before it strikes. Its original form is also a living armor. The fourth is the Iron Knight, the simplest of the bunch, but its 4 wheels make it incredibly agile. Its original form is the Keelan Knight. Kwang Wai spoke up. Our team will deploy Don A as our sniper, my mother, Ma D Cam, and I will be the other members. The rest of you will work on the front lines. The next day, someone called Ma D. Yeah, I won't transform unless my life is on the line. Miho reminded them. The only thing we need right now is the Thorn Knight. Just then, the gate shattered. It's starting. Something was about to emerge. As countless Thorn Knights poured out, wielding massive spiked clubs. That iron body with 2 wheels. That's the Thorn Knight. The order was shouted instantly. Fire. Suddenly, its spikes began to shift and its wheels spun faster. Sunhai was stunned. Is that thing running? Kwang Wai was just as shocked. The invaders are fleeing, but they're creatures who have only known slaughter since birth. This is unexpected. Even more shocking was that Panda and Miho had predicted this. Without hesitating, they transformed. We're moving to Plan A. Annihilate them. Soin roared with excitement. We'll clear the other side. Let's go. On this end, Kwang Wai also charged forward. Don A provided cover from a distance with his sniper rifle, the bullet distracting the creature. In that instant, Kwang Wai closed the distance. Now that you've met me, there's no escape. I have a lot I want to say to you. He grinned, cornering the monster. Sector D, Lower Zone 3. 3 figures were running at full speed. Reaching their designated spot, Honam raised his rifle to take aim. In that moment, a swarm of enemies appeared. Elsewhere, the hermit emerged. A woman took a vial of something, and after drinking it, tossed it aside. She then leaped into the air, unleashing a torrent of slashes on the hermit. In a heartbeat, it was taken down. Right, the 3 of them were a team. NS is a new company. We can't afford to lose to them. On another front, the fierce battle raged on. When they lose their composure, transforming becomes difficult. So, part of the Warang team decided to borrow strength from others. They subdued its instincts with a hypnosis technique. The man charged forward, his deer-like mount leaping over the obstacle with ease. 2 others followed close behind as reinforcements. Let's end this. We can't lose to the Shapeshifters and the Immortals. Sonic armor. Activate. I'll take down the Iron Knight. They charged straight for their target. One of them grabbed the creature's wheels, bringing it to a halt. The other leaped high, preparing for a devastating final blow. Their coordination was flawless. Only when the enemy stopped responding were they satisfied. We did it. Excellent. Our research paid off. Suddenly, her eyes caught something in the distance. Huh? From afar, a massive heap with red eyes was approaching. What is that thing? Elsewhere, explosions erupted one after another. Ma-Di asked, Are you okay? Thank goodness. Why did it have to bloom right before it died? Keenam was now injured. Damn it. Are you all right? He snapped back irritably. Do I look all right to you? Does it hurt? What do you think? He seems fine. Kwang Wai gave the order. Let's get him back. Ma-Di, you take him. But before he could finish, something at the gate caught his attention. What the hell is that? Hordes of knights continued to pour through. Kwang Wai was baffled. Has the second phase already started? His eyes widened in pure shock. A massive hand was slowly reaching out from the gate. Over at military command, they were in a heated discussion. The invaders' energy levels are rising abnormally. They aren't a new type, but it looks like they've evolved. Command, this operation is no longer enough to handle this many invaders. We can't continue like this. We need to retreat first. Deng Zhou spoke up. What about the special teams and the Immortals? You want to abandon all our allies on the front line. What if they all die? The entire sector will be paralyzed. We need to come up with a real solution for this. I don't want another abandoned northern sector on my conscience. Deng Hun worried. They've completely figured out our strategy. Kwang Yu's position is being overrun. I can't contact him. The unique invaders were just a decoy. They're using a triangular shield. We can't use firearms, and even beam weapons will be useless. They're hiding another trump card. He grew frantic. My God, I can't just leave them there to die. Suddenly, Miho placed a hand on his shoulder. No. She then turned to rally her forces. All NS personnel converge on the battlefield. Now, on the front line, they were still firing relentlessly. Keenam wondered, what the hell is this? We're the only Immortals left. Kwang Wai gave a command. Mom, join the main team with Ma-Di and Keenam. Sun Hai refused. I am your mother. No, that's Keenam's. His older brother cares for him deeply, so if he died, I'd feel responsible. Guang Yi declared, Now, I will unleash the Blood Witch technique I inherited from my mother. Sion He replied, completely unfazed, I will keep this as a memento. Powerless, he begged, give it back to me. I'll die if you take everything from me. Then, they split into 2 groups. See you later, Mom. 12 rounds left in the fourth mag, and the blade's edge is slightly chipped. The comms are dead. I'll have to draw their aggro to create an opening for my mother and aunt to escape. With a ferocious roar, Guang Yi drew every eye. Then, he charged headfirst into the swarm of knights before him. His heart hammered against his ribs. My blood is boiling. My pulse is thundering. Vicious slashes tore through the air, followed by brutal knee strikes, as even his teeth and eyes began to transform. He stomped his foot, shattering the ground. The horde of knights seemed endless, but in a flash, a flurry of slashes cleaved through 3 of them. Bestial claws emerged from his hands. Guang Yi had transformed into the Black Tiger, and his heart seethed with a single purpose, to slaughter every last one of these bastards. My name is Park Deki. My father is Park Yong-jo. Because he's the director of the Immortal Special Unit, I always gave it my all. I truly believed I was on the same level as WBS, and that all I needed was a single chance to prove it. Hold them back. Maintain the formation. Command hasn't ordered a retreat. Damn it. So this is how I'm going to die. Dad, I'm going on ahead. Suddenly, a new figure appeared, startling him. Huh? What the hell is this? Another intruder? Excellent.
I just love killing intruders. Watching Guang Yi wreak havoc was the perfect stage for his own brand of carnage.
My blood is on fire, my heart a war drum. I'm surrounded by delicious prey. With a feral grin, he lunged forward to cut them all down. One after another, they fell. Guang Yi was a maelstrom of destruction. Hey, what is that? Am I dreaming? Then, they recognized the figure. It was WBS. Let's go, WBS. The Black Tiger's voice boomed as he leaped into the air. This is exhilarating. Nothing can stop me now. Everything before me is just prey. As the battle was being recorded, someone in the command room asked, "What is he saying?" Dong-hoon replied, "Ji-hoo." That's what he said. Is he enjoying this? Dong-hoon cursed under his breath. That crazy son of a bitch. We need to send in more support. Are you out of your mind? How could we possibly break through that swarm of intruders? Look at what WBS is doing. He's not just on a rampage. If our allies follow the path he's clearing, they can bypass the most dangerous zones. We just need to dispatch our fastest personnel. Dong-hoon considered this. It seems his mind is gone from the transformation, yet he's still thinking strategically. Could it be? Is he counting on me to understand his intentions? The problem is, the Blue Knight is waiting at the end of the path Guang Yi is forging. If he doesn't get backup, we might never see him again. Change formation. Roger that. The troops murmured amongst themselves. He's lucky to have people like them on his side. It's an absolutely incredible sight. Yeah. It feels like the entire world is watching him. We really should have tried to recruit him. You want me and the vice commander to issue the directive? It's been years since my heart has pounded this hard. I'm joining the fight as well. Stubborn old goat. What was that? It's what we call you, sir. In another area, Miho took command. All right, everyone's gathered. I'll brief you on the plan one more time. How many can you handle at once? She asked a woman labeled a terrorist. I'm not a terrorist anymore. 3 in 1 minute. Understood. Dua. Move to the designated position. It's just over 20 paces from here. Right. Du-han and Cho Kyung-ah. You two will handle any intruders that break through. Han Dok-wang, take this baggage to the rear. Me? I want to fight too. Okay. Baggage. Knock him out if you have to. With that settled, she turned to the team. All right, let's move out. We're expanding the path our director has cleared for us. Putting on his helmet, Bong Dong sighed. You Guang Yi, you crazy bastard. Elsewhere, someone asked another man, has your son always been this incredible? Huan Ho replied, no. When he was a child, he never showed a real passion for anything. As his father, I can't just stand here and watch. Everyone, except communications, with me now. We're going to carve a path through these bastards. I won't let my son carry this burden alone. With that, Huan Ho began to cut down one enemy after another. We'll open up another route. From all sides, the fighting intensified. I'll fight alongside you. You Guang Yi. We're with you too. Guang Yi, I'm coming. I'm so proud of you, son. The battlefield roared with cries of support. Go, WBS. Take down that Blue Knight. Look, you've inspired them all. Guang Yi tightened his grip on a red cord, whipping it around a group of knights. Follow the light. The light is what guides us. At his command, the knights ensnared by the cord were instantly obliterated. Guang Yi clenched his fist, staring at the wreckage bound by the crimson cords. A smirk crossed his face. I've finally learned how to fight with these strings. Back in the Immortal Special Unit, he glared at his target, Blue Knight. Guang Yi raised his sharpened claws. He hurled something towards the gate. Take this. It was an intrusion cannon, the sole focus of the Danon Corporation's research team. We had to focus on a single objective. If these invaders can utilize tactics, does that mean they can communicate with humans? The initial research efforts failed, leading nowhere. That's when a member of the research team offered a completely new perspective. Maybe we don't need to force science into this. And with that, the research team brought in someone who could read thoughts. Read the minds of those invaders? You think it's going to be that easy? There have been cases of telepaths going insane just from trying to understand a monkey's mind. So for these things, the answer is no. The mind reader pushed their abilities to the absolute limit. After many hardships and failures, they discovered that higher-ranked invaders were easier to read. And so the research team reached a conclusion. It might be possible, but only with certain invaders. I can feel it. What is it thinking? Hatred, rage, fury, a pure murderous intent directed at the WBS. The Blue Knight's eyes became terrifying. It issued an order to its troops, a plan for annihilation. Listen well, you will kill them all. The sheer hatred was so overwhelming, the mind reader's nose started bleeding. They immediately called for the medics. Quang Wai scoffed. Well, that's just unfair. Taking to the sky? What a cowardly move. This is going to be tough to handle on my own. The Blue Knight's voice boomed. You dare ruin my plans. But before Quang Wai could even finish his thought, it teleported directly in front of him. Its eyes were ice cold. Die. Its massive wings slashed at Quang Wai's arm, followed by a relentless barrage of attacks. Quang Wai leaped back, narrowly dodging the blows. He's getting stronger, Quang Wai realized. Damn, I can't handle this by myself. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Son, Quang Wai shot back. You're late, Mom and Dad. Sorry, traffic was a bit of a nightmare. Then, his father tossed something to Quang Wai. Eat this. It's a power bar from the Dan Gun Corporation. Son, take a moment to rest. We want to execute the kill protocol on the Blue Knight. Quang Wai thought to himself, Humph, you absolute bastard. The nightmare of humanity. This time, we won't let you escape. We will kill you, no matter what it takes. Ho and Ho gave the command. Aim for its wings. Everyone charged forward at once, a mix of cyborgs and iron soldiers. As they targeted the wings, the Blue Knight tightened its grip on its weapon. It smashed an iron soldier with a brutal blow, then immediately raised its arm again. Undeterred, the soldier roared, Advance! It gave a 5-second warning before self-destructing. Get clear. The remaining soldiers swarmed the Blue Knight, clinging to it. Seconds later, a massive explosion erupted. Quang Wai managed to catch a falling soldier. I did it, a cold voice said. Ho and Ho corrected them. Not yet. Looking at the Blue Knight, Ho and Ho realized it had shed its wings and drawn its true weapon. It then charged the remaining Iron Knights. A sturdy shield wall was erected. Adamantium shields. Ho and Ho commanded, Defenses successful. Fire. A neck shot out, flying straight toward the Blue Knight. It simply watched as the mesh slowly enveloped its entire body. After a moment, only a cloud of dust remained. One of the iron soldiers began gathering energy in his hand. He flew high into the air, his eyes constantly analyzing the situation. But from within the portal, something else shot out, descending like a bolt of pure lightning. Quang Wai planted his feet, ready to spring. He launched himself upward to block the attack. Quang Wai's fist was about to collide with the lightning blade. The resulting shockwave was immediate and immense. Luckily, Sun Hai was there to catch him. Why did you act so recklessly? I created an opening, he gasped, but he's still standing strong. Ho and Ho explained. All personnel with thermodynamic devices, you will be supported. Your target is the hole, with a diameter of about 5 centimeters. Can you do it? Kang Sun Hai. Quang Wai stepped forward, me too, but then a strange discomfort spread through him. My lower abdomen feels incredibly hot. Did you eat that power bar? Yes, I did. That was an enhancement drug. It's a massive V-energy core that we created. It will give you an enormous power boost. Quang Wai could feel his own blood vessels expanding. My blood is boiling. Every vein in my body is reacting to it. Sun Hai watched with concern, crying out, Son. A man beside her gasped, I've never seen anyone metabolize it so well. I've inherited many benefits from my hybrid bloodline. Unfortunately, that also means my body's consumption rate is poor. It never feels like I have enough. However, right now, the energy of a tiger is flooding my core. Power levels are at 200%. Quang Wai easily deflected the next blow. The fierce battle continued to rage on. Na noted. Quang Wai won't be able to last long, will he? I've already given him the enhancement drug. It's impressive that he could absorb it so completely, but the effects of the drug are limited. Does that hurt, you bastard? Come on and face me. I'm going to leave my fingerprints embedded in your skull. As Quang Wai's fist shot forward, he realized it was a feint. The creature's other leg was already swinging upward. It landed a vicious kick to Quang Yi's stomach. He refused to back down, slamming the creature to the ground. Quang Yi roared, filled with a resolve to kill the Blue Knight, to end the nightmare of humanity. Wait, all of a sudden, my strength is gone. Go put a hand on his shoulder. He praised him. You did great, kid. Leave the rest to us. Huan Ho finally takes the stage, as Angan launches an attack at the same time. Following them, Sun Hai rushes into the fray. Galactic Fist. A powerful strike flies forth, slamming directly into the Azure Knight. Sun Hai then pulls back. He let out a sigh of relief, but the creature was still moving. The Blue Knight was closing in on them. That monster was back. Suddenly, Quang Yi noticed something behind it. Those crimson red threads. Quang Yi's eyes lit up as he smirked. It was the perfect cover to mask his presence. Quang Yi then prepared to launch a surprise attack on Geo to kill the Blue Knight. He was completely surrounded by explosive mines. Could it be? This was his plan from the very beginning. He was on a suicide mission. He might take down the Blue Knight, but it would mean sending himself to the grave. Like hell, I was going to let that happen. Huan Ho and Sun Hai screamed desperately, trying to stop him. No, Quang Yi, you don't have to play the hero. And then, a flash of blinding white light. 5 years have passed since the war against the special entities came to an end. Hey, Dong Bong, just stick to the mission, all right? Stop trying to save every single civilian. Ugh, damn it all. Should I just retreat? A worthless rookie like him dares to talk back to his senior? He's got some nerve. The top-ranked agent of the analysis team. A half-blood named Kim Hee-do. That's how I met her. I didn't even notice her presence at first. From her, I learned the secret technique the Immortals use to completely erase their tracks. She taught me so many things. Despite the discrimination between half-bloods and pure-bloods, we became close. You're worried I'm pushing myself too hard, aren't you? I may be a half-blood, but if I try hard enough, I can still make a difference. To bridge the gap between the half-bloods and the pure-bloods, my wife and I worked tirelessly. However, the operation suddenly took a disastrous turn. My luck had run out. Our home was right in the middle of the devastation. How can I kill them? A weapon, forged from the seed we retrieved from the other side. All I have to do is plunge it in with my own 2 hands. This is the most logical path to killing the Blue Knight. I live for vengeance. I will kill it, no matter what. An immortal only truly dies when their spirit shatters. Everyone will die if another gate opens here. That's why I'm so damn hard on my team. I can't afford a single weak link. I spend every waking moment devising ways to kill the Blue Knight. Vengeance is my only reason for living. If I die for revenge, then it all ends. But these bastards won't let me have that. Just then, Dong Bong's eyes snapped open. Are you awake? A voice asked. Me? Dong Hoon replied softly. After you were rescued, Quang Yi didn't seem to hear anything. Doong Bong gritted his teeth. Why? Suddenly, the door swung open. Quang Yi strolled in with a grin. Oh, you're awake? Want some ice cream to cool down? Dong Hoon was laughing his head off, but Dong Bong was totally lost. See, I told you the plan would work. He's definitely going to fall for it. I'm going to kill you. You should never have done that. How am I even still alive? I cut away the burnt parts of your flesh. Quang Yi, don't come any closer. It activates on contact with light. Everyone, get back. Don't try to stop me. It was actually quite simple. The Blue Knight is dead, but is killing the Blue Knight truly all you desire? The question sent Doong Bong into a spiral of thought. Do I really want to kill him? Think it over. Call me when you have an answer. Meanwhile, at a press conference, reporters were firing off questions. Next question. Who is the single greatest contributor to the defeat of the Blue Knight? Am I even allowed to answer this? I guess it's fine, since the commander gave me permission. It was WBS's Du Quang Yi of NS. Most people knew about WBS, but this was the first time the name Du Quang Yi and the company NS were announced to the world. After the Blue Knight was eliminated, the black hole itself began to change. It quickly became apparent that those who read the Earth's black hole had been making countless errors. These were dangerous mistakes, like predicting blind hounds when they were actually goblins. Because of this, 3 people were gravely injured and 1 died. A lot happened after I got out of the hospital. Sun Hai warned me, son, if you keep making your mother worry, you'll have to deal with my hammer. I won't do it again, I promise. And with that, I started some light training again. That's when Kang Pu approached me. Did you just say all I need is a gun? This guy had joined our group. While I was gone, he transformed from a chubby kid into a handsome man. Is this really the same person? I'm still having trouble believing it. I never knew it before, but he's the grandson of Kang Jung-ha, the master craftsman who made my weapon. They both joined the company. Kang Pu spoke up. I suggest heating them. You're a strange one, using weapons I made just for fun. Just leave the weapon making to me. 1 month is all I need. This guy's skills were the real deal. They say he's known as the greatest artisan in the special immortal unit. Apparently, his reputation for crafting gear surpasses even my own. Just then, H-Me sent me a text. I thought she was just messing with me. Kwang Yi stood among a pile of unconscious thugs and asked, "What happened here?" "You're in Busan." Kwang Yi grabbed one by the collar. "Hey, where's Him Min?" But the man had already passed out cold. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation, and Kwang Yi's entire body collapsed to the ground. "You think I can't feel it? My body. It's completely paralyzed." Another perception-scrambling spell, he laughed maniacally. "Even a slayer of the Azure Knight is helpless against my curses. What are you doing here? If you don't answer." Kwang Yi's arms suddenly moved, and he instantly appeared right in front of the caster. "I just need to get used to this sensory disruption. This isn't the first time I've been hit by this curse." A second later, the enemy was on the ground. "Sorry, but I'm in a hurry." "Where's Himin?" Du Seo stepped forward at that moment. She asked, "Are you here to save someone or to cause a massacre?" She explained, "Li Yong-hun sent me to watch you. But it looks like you've handled everything. These guys are just small fry, although they were a little tougher than I expected." Prometheus also mentioned Busan as a hotspot for potion manufacturing. Himin's mother is an influential figure in the black market, while Himin works as a freelancer. What is she really trying to accomplish here? Suddenly, a voice echoed out, "Impressive. You've come a long way to get here." Kwang Yi quickly warned, "Du Seo, get back." Invisibility, the voice sounds young. From within a cloud of smoke, a young boy emerged. "You have crossed the threshold of decay." As he finished speaking, one of Kwang Yi's arms began to transform. Kwang Yi glanced at his hand, thinking, this part must be affected by the curse, but he brushed it off with a critical tone. "Is it fun to dress like that and act all high and mighty? What are you? Another boss?" Without hesitation, he severed his own rotting arm. "I'm starting to get annoyed." "An apprentice mage? You dare lay a hand on my friend?" The boy looked utterly confused. "You broke the curse?" Kwang Yi shot back. "You're the ones who crossed the line. I was so confident in my own strength during the battle between the Immortals and the Transformed. That's why I fought the Azure Knight. Everyone cheered for me. But did I feel happy? Satisfied? No. I just kept replaying that fight in my head. During the battle, I felt like I wasn't strong enough. I wonder if I could have done something better now that these guys have crossed the line." The boy unleashed a flurry of purple chains. They collided with the energy orbs Kwang Yi threw forward. The explosion caused the boy's barrier to crack. The boy mused, "I can't sense any mana from him. Yet he can dodge everything perfectly." "So you've seen it all. Just with your intuition?" He refused to accept it, screaming, "Impossible. I'm one of the most talented mages alive." Kwang Yi shattered the barrier and charged. The boy's face twisted in fear. "Don't tell me you're going to try that again." She, an immortal who opened a third eye, can find the flaw in any curse. Does that mean a mage can't do anything to him? The third eye. Impossible. No human like that exists in this world. That was all the reason the boy needed to log out. Having done so, he collapsed. Du Seo approached and asked, "Are you done?" She didn't look worried at all. "After fighting the Azure Knight, there's no way you'd die here." Obviously, something was bound to happen to a fool who thinks he's better than everyone else. Du Seo wondered, "How do you plan to find her if you're just going to kill everyone here?" "There are plenty of ways." Kwang Yi began sniffing the air around him. He instantly kicked through a wall. Did he really find her just by smell? Is he a dog? Inside, Himin greeted them. "Hello, darling husband. Has my son-in-law arrived?" Kwang Yi shot back. "I'm not your husband or your son-in-law. What happened here?" Himin explained. "We heard the Curse Hunters Guild was gathering here. We wanted to capture the guild's leader, but we ended up getting caught instead." "Anyway, is it true?" she complained. "It's because of you that we had to run, not because of Mom, right?" "What is she even talking about?" Himin's mother replied softly, "Talent can sometimes be a curse. Among mages, your ability is incredibly unique. It's like seeing the answer to a difficult math problem. The guild wants to turn you into a human weapon by brainwashing you. I didn't want that, so we had to leave. I gave up everything for you. If it wasn't for you, I could have conducted so much research. I had to prioritize being a parent over being a mage." "I see." Kwang Yi spoke up, startling them both. "You can be both," he offered. "NS will help you do just that. And I'll guarantee Himin's safety." They looked at each other with joy. The mother said, "Son-in-law, I've already used up all my savings." "All of it?" "Magic research costs a lot of money." The scene shifts. Later, the two women are clinging to him. "This feels like we're on a date, doesn't it?" Kwang Yi reminded them. "We're just here for a checkup." Suddenly, Kwang Yi noticed something. That person is Gumiho. Hearing him call her name, she turned her head. "Gumiho," Kwang Yi asked, "do you hate me that much?" Yong Hun was harsh. "If there's a misunderstanding, just say so. I am an immortal, not one of the transformed. Kwang Yi thought to himself, I've asked my mother to handle the training for all the company employees. Everything is for everyone's benefit. Congratulations, Dong Hun's coach appeared from behind with a knowing look. Strength is the key to everything. Rebirth, superpowers, and even love. Who should I even start with? Han Yi-eun cried out in frustration. I'll just train with Kwang Yi. Beside them, Du Xiao was drenched in sweat. What does sheer power have to do with diligence? Kwang Yi wondered. I was always taught that sharing is caring, he thought, so I can't just avoid training with her. Some people had been completely brainwashed by her mother's ideology, while others had simply learned how to adapt to it. The scene shifts to Kwang Yi and Sun Hee standing by a hospital bed. He wondered how the patient was doing. After I ran into Gumiho at the hospital, he recalled, I managed to speak with her younger brother in secret. His name was Gui Ho, and it was obvious the two siblings only had each other to rely on. She had spent millions of won trying to get him treated, but the doctors were completely stumped. That's why Gumiho was so desperate for money. This wasn't a disease, it was a curse. No doctor could ever diagnose this ailment. A cursed parasite was gnawing away at the boy's life force from the inside. As long as he lives, it will continue to feed on him, leaving him utterly exhausted. It's known as the curse of destitution. There are two ways to break such a curse. The first is to incinerate the host. We'll skip that one, since we don't want the boy to die. The second method requires a ritual puppet, which needs two key ingredients. First, an artifact from the underworld. Sun Hee spoke up, they're called the Fire Scales. And everyone knows who possesses them. Warrium. A treasure that Nam Min refused to sell, even during his worst financial crisis. She tapped on her phone as she spoke. I doubt he'll just give them to me. If he refuses, we'll have to play the part of thieves. The second ingredient is the Saint's Heart. It's not some common relic or an artifact from the underworld. Long ago, a legendary healer named Robert treated the sick for an entire year without asking for a single coin. As he lay dying, he sealed his incredible power into his very own heart. It said his abilities were locked away in that final moment. The saint divided his heart into 8 fragments. As far as I know, one of them is rumored to be somewhere in Korea's black market. After hearing the whole story, a brilliant idea sparked in Kwang Yi's mind. Let's take over the black market. This was the next phase of NS Corporation's business plan. The first venture NS undertook was in global trade. We established a monopoly over imports from the Sanic Kingdom, which brought in massive profits. But our expenses were always too high. Employee benefits and research fees meant we were constantly operating in a deficit. And so, NS Corporation's next business is a complete takeover of the black market. Fine, do what you want. Maiho tried to intervene. Wait a minute, this isn't something we should agree to so easily. But why the black market? Kwang Yi's eyes blazed with determination as he walked away. Once he gets that look, there's no changing his mind. Look at that strange fire in his eyes. Just you wait, black market. We're coming to devour you whole.
What an eccentric man. My son-in-law. The black market is crawling with dangerous individuals, including the man they call the king of the underworld.
I'm going to cast an anti-magic ward on you. It'll work like a vaccine against any spells they throw your way. Thanks, but I'm not your son-in-law. And this time, I won't be going in alone. The Soon Black Market is hidden behind a secret entrance in Namdaemun Market. It's called the Rumbling Market because of the subway line that runs right beside it. This thing is full of impurities. How can you tell just by looking? It's obvious. This whole market has a terrible reputation because of crooks like you selling junk. What and who the hell do you think you are? Does he want me to start a war with the king of the underworld, the man who runs this whole operation? He'll be the final target. Yeah, probably. I can handle him. What's he got that I don't? Besides, you have a different job to do. Are there any normal people in this company? He sighed. I guess I have no choice but to follow orders. Anyway, the boss is far scarier than this guy. Han Diok provoked the vendor. How dare you sell this piece of garbage to people? Your mother would weep if she saw you now. The vendor exploded in rage. Are you looking for a death wish, you punk? Suddenly, the man noticed a red dot on his forehead. What the hell? Do you have any idea where you are? Yeah, I do. Where's your boss? Just then, someone else stepped in. Hey, nothing good ever comes from drawing weapons in here. Ignoring him, Han Diok sent a powerful kick straight into the stall, smashing it to pieces and sending the vendor flying. The masked man couldn't believe what was happening. 2 hulking thugs moved in to stop them. All right, kid, put the gun down. Now you're gonna pay. You bastard. You're dead, Mia. Before he could finish, Han Diok's fist connected with his face. The other thugs were stunned into silence. Eager for a fight, Han Diok taunted. What's wrong? He then tossed his gun high into the air. Someone once said, everything is about stamina. In the blink of an eye, he took down both thugs. It had to be that legendary Sanic strength. High above, Do-Ah drew her bow, with each arrow striking its target. Han Deok's hand was severed, but he endured, blocking the next assault with sheer willpower. From behind, Du Han provided crucial support. A moment later, a trembling hand offered him medicine. Han Diok had beaten them to a pulp. "Who's the boss here? Is this really how you treat a client?" With the face of a hardened thug, he bellowed, "Get your boss out here now." A scout rushed in with a report. The Shadow Thieves have been hit on the outskirts. Our current theory is that they're a newly risen crew. Damn it, if they're a new group, it has to be NS. But why are they targeting us? Are they planning to tear us down just like they did to the other gangs? How dare they look down on the black market? Over here, his goons issued a warning. "Hey, kid, cut the crap. I'm one of the Immortals. Try that here, and you'll end up dead." Ji Ong simply asked. "Then why are you all huddled together?" An axe swung down in a flash. Maddie sliced through the man without a shred of hesitation, and he crumpled to the ground. "What? You really don't want to mess with the Immortals?" Despite the threat, she charged forward anyway. A horrifying scream echoed through the air. Only then did Maddie speak softly. "The Immortals. Aren't they the ones who tried to assassinate Kuang Yi?" She challenged them. "Who's next? Come at me." Kuang Yi watched the chaos unfold. Wow. Mio's calculations were even more perfect than I'd hoped. While Jiang was raising hell and distracting everyone, the man in black spun around, only to find Jiang had already appeared right behind him. Our objective was to obliterate the suburbs. That was our plan. The reason I stayed back was to carve the name NS into their minds, and to prove that our power is overwhelming even without WBS. To show everyone we're not to be trifled with, and that the king of the black market will have to face us himself. Let's move. Just then, a blond man strolled over. Well, what kind of problem brings you esteemed guests all the way here? Are you the king of the black market? No, I'm just the manager in charge. Jiang shot back. So if I send you to the next life, will your boss finally show his face? How cruel. You shouldn't be so overconfident in your abilities. The atmosphere turned deathly silent. Kuang Yi recalled Miho's instructions. Understand? You just have to walk toward them. The path will open before you. Damn it, there's no way we can beat him. Please, just take everything you want. His presence alone was completely suffocating. He orchestrated this whole situation just to force me out into the open. It's clear I'm no match for him. Neither in brains nor in brawn. The boss of the black market was a man of his word. He promised to surrender the entire operation. He also possessed the red stone, just like the rumors said. Better yet, his vault was packed with jewels and critical documents. Within 3 days, him and his mother had swept through the entire black market system, eradicating every last terrorist element. He just handed over the red flint stone. Just like that, is Chairman Nam finally getting soft in his old age? And so, the red flint stone fell into our hands with almost zero effort. Miho asked him, "What are you going to use it for?" "I guess I can't hide it any longer." Inside a hospital room, Himin and her mother spoke up. "Shall we begin?" Everyone watched with tense anticipation. Yes, she became lost in thought. Miho remembered her childhood. Don't ask any questions. Don't make requests. Take what you are given and live quietly. After the supernatural war, my brother and I grew up in an orphanage. That's the lesson they taught us there. A place that took in donations only to force us to fend for ourselves. Study hard. We have to be smart to survive. Humph, that's ridiculous. Don't you talk back to your older sister. When I was 19 and my brother was 17, he took a part-time job in the countryside and came back to me half dead. What happened to you? Not a single doctor could diagnose what was wrong with him. I had just awakened as an immortal, but I had no time to adjust. I desperately threw myself into finding a cure for my brother's condition, but I was met with failure after failure. I had almost started to give up hope for him. Will this really work? It has to work. I'm betting my entire life on it. She knew they would cure him. I never truly gave up. I wanted this more than anything in the world. I just wanted my brother to wake up, to smile, and to talk with me again. Himin's mother held the fragments as a red aura swirled around the boy. Seeing Himin wipe sweat from her brow, Miho asked nervously, "What's happening?" The words she had waited so long to hear finally came. "We were successful." A faint blush appeared on Miho's cheeks. Kuang Yi explained. "They've lifted the parasitic curse from his body. It was a swarm of insects that was keeping him alive while simultaneously devouring his life force. He seems a little weak right now, but he'll recover quickly." Miho asked, "What? You can see curses?" He teased her. "Shouldn't you be a little more respectful to your boss?" She replied, "I'm a genius, after all." Miho reached out her hand and gently touched her younger brother's face. She gazed lovingly at Jiho. Miho bowed her head low. "Thank you. From now on, I will dedicate my entire being to our mission, boss." Kuang Yi sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. Dedicate her entire being. He thought to himself that he never wanted to put that kind of weight on her. "Don't do that," he told her. "Just do the work I pay you for. Tears began to stream down her face. Miho replied, I will repay you for this. Kwang Yi got flustered. Geez, I told you that's not necessary. Orange Hair spoke up. He needs to be looked after. I'll go call the doctor. Just get out of my sight, he seethed. Stepping outside, Kwang Wen took a deep breath. What beautiful weather. Suddenly, a man grabbed a nearby doctor. This is an emergency. You have to save my brother-in-law. The doctor flinched. Please, let go. Miho cut in. Who is your brother-in-law? A glass slammed down on the table, followed by a vicious voice. That bastard. We control the black market. How dare he let that thing in and then go into hiding? That damn Robert. This man was the leader of Purge, the illegal mages alliance. Fury boiled within him. At the very least, I have to keep the item safe. He thought, even the most skilled wouldn't recognize it. It should be fine. He couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. Meanwhile, at the NS laboratory, Ma-Ri was sitting through a health checkup. The doctor was waiting outside when Kwang Wai arrived. You wanted to see me? Bun Rong nodded. Yes. How is Ma-Ri doing? Her body has weakened slightly. It seems she's having issues with her 5 senses and other uniquely female bodily functions. However, her mental fortitude is still quite strong. For the most part, she's living a normal life, but she's likely enduring unimaginable pain every single night. Kwang Wai looked towards her, a thought striking him. I had no idea. Bun Rong continued, there are some new, relatively safe drug formulas on the black market. I've already researched a few, if I could get my hands on a few more. I believe I can create something new. It would greatly lessen the burden on her body. Kwang Wai's voice was firm. Just tell me what you need. Back at the NS director's office, an orange-haired woman asked, You want to know the origin of the drug? It's not some magic potion, you know. It's based entirely on science. During the war, ordinary humans needed a way to fight back against special individuals. That's when they developed things like plasma guns and cryo bullets. The drug was created to help humans push past their physical limits. So your best bet is to search the labs, Deng Ko advised. It won't be easy. I'm well aware of that. We don't have enough intel on all the organization's locations, he replied. Don't worry, I've got connections. With that, he made a call. Hello. It's Kwang Wai. His voice suddenly turned sickeningly sweet. Daddy? It's your adorable Kwang Wai. Can I ask for a little favor? Could you please get me some information? His father's voice came through the phone. Stop that. You're making my ears bleed. Kwang Wai smirked. He always falls for my cute act, his dad snapped. Listen here, son. I'm not your servant. The answer is no. Okay. Kwang Wai cut him off. 50 million, wired to your account. And another 100 when you succeed. I need a list of all government-run laboratories. Kwang Wai giggled to himself. Dad must really love me. Stunned, Deng Ko asked, Who are you? And what have you done with Du Kwang Wai? By the way, why not just ask Shin Yu Ho? I'm sure he'd be happy to help. You're right, he replied. But strangely, the lists my dad provides are always missing a few things. The government and Dang Gun don't interfere with the labs because they need them. Imagine you're a farmer who's harvested many crops. If someone suddenly came and demanded everything, would you just hand it all over? The man was still bewildered. You're not the real Du Kwang Wai. Kwang Wai just looked at him. What's gotten into you? He thought, all right, morning tasks are done. Now for the main event. Inside an interview room, 3 people sat with serious expressions. Don-A spoke up. I can handle everything myself. Kwang Wai shot back. This is for the good of the company. You don't need to do a thing. Your body is already under enough strain. You need to see this through with us until the very end. Who was it that promised we'd take down Prometheus together? So just relax, she replied. But Deng Hun interrupted. Do we really have to do it this way? Kwang Wai answered calmly. Are you kidding me? You think hiring based on nepotism is a good idea? An assistant whispered, but Han Yun didn't even get through the interview stage. Kwang Wai crossed his arms. She's a different case. Kwang Wai called out, Deng Hun Done. Do you know the name of the very first car in Korea? She replied, Huh? What are you talking about? Just then, footsteps approached, followed by a knock on the door. As someone entered, Deng Hun cursed under his breath. Damn it. So this is what you were planning. He slapped his forehead. You are the absolute worst person I know. Don-A sighed, but Kwang Wai just looked pleased. The moment he opened his mouth, Deng Zhou spat. You bastard. Kwang Wai just smiled. All right, let's begin the interview. Your resume is quite impressive. So, what's your reason for applying to NS Company? The man shot back. Do you really need to hear it? Their eyes met. Yes, I do. Fine. He began to state his reason. Instead of being called the world's greatest individual, I think he should be called the world's craziest lunatic. Deng Hun chimed in. I agree. Don-A added. No arguments there. Kwang Wai thought to himself, wow, they're bad-mouthing me right to my face. Deng Zhou continued. The real reason I chose NS Company is because of two special individuals here. Kwang Wai was a little stunned. The man's voice held a trace of anger. So, I heard that Qi Nam and Mi Ho are here. I came for them. Kwang Wai cursed internally. Damn it. Through gritted teeth, he whispered, get lost. Deng Zhou pointed a finger right in his face. You bastard. You're the one who told me to come. Right here. When did I say that? Kwang Wai shot back. The man was furious. Fine. I'm leaving. Kwang Wai slammed the table, his voice rising. Are you even fully recovered yet? I don't want to be accused of forcing an injured person to work. Dong Hun quietly interjected, but you're the one who called him here. The two of them faced off. He said, you still have a debt to repay. I never said that was the reason you got hired. Du-N-A let out a soft chuckle, and Deng Du glanced over. Du-N-A teased, you two are a perfect match, which only made them both shout in angry unison. No, we're not. 1 week later, inside a moving vehicle, Kwang Ya's voice cut through the tension. Team 8 at Soon, Team 9 at Gongyi. Qi Nam will command the defense team. Bang Si will take the lead. Kim Yan, you're in charge of the tactical squad. Is everyone in position? From the other end of the line, Him Min's voice came through. The assault team is ready. He thought to himself, experience really is the key. The company has become so much more organized since he joined. The vehicle rolled to a stop at a checkpoint. 2 guards approached, demanding, who are you? Can't you read? This is private property. Get lost, now. The man with orange hair cracked open a window and fired a single shot. The guard next to him froze in shock. Kwang Wai kicked the door open with a thunderous bang. All right, time to get to work. The guards blocked their path, screaming. Stop right there. He thought grimly. Those bastards. They hired American mercs because they knew the government would just look the other way. One of the mercenaries fired a warning shot. They unleashed a hail of bullets on Kwang Wai's group, but he moved like a blur, instantly getting behind one of them. Kwang Wai took him down with brutal efficiency, startling his partner. The other merc spun around, die, but a shadow descended from above before he could fire. Kwang Wai dealt with the second man just as a bullet whizzed past his head. A new squad of soldiers appeared, shouting, freeze. Kwang Wai sighed in frustration. This is a real pain. If only I'd brought a sidearm, this would have been over already. On another channel, Qi Nam reported, I've reached the entrance to the warehouse. Good. Your invisibility armor will keep you hidden. Report back to me once you're inside. I'll wait here. The commotion has drawn most of the guards away from here. You should move in now. Him Min's voice cut in sarcastically. Those foolish scientists, she scoffed to herself. Did they really think their primitive science could ever stop my skills? Is this pathetic excuse for security all they have? He thought. Her tongue is as sharp as a blade. She really is Kwang Yi's woman. Suddenly, she noticed something wasn't right. Kwang Wai here. Yeah. Did you find the hard drive? They anticipated our move. We can't just leave like this. Get over here now. These guys are completely insane. He replied, I'm on my way. After Kwang Wai arrived, the 3 of them stood before a strange structure. So, Kwang Wai asked, they buried the storage device underground. He reasoned, if we try to drill, the data inside will be destroyed for sure. A sense of déjà vu washed over him. Kwang Wai pulled out a familiar blade. Well, this makes things easy. He held it up, a glint of excitement in his eyes. All I have to do is cut out the core. In another room, a man was being told that the lab had been breached. The informant continued. I only gave them the information I was ordered to report to you. As for the rest, I knew your son would make this move anyway, even if you had tried to stop him. Am I wrong? That is precisely why the government decided to leak the lab's location to the NS and arrest the people who funded the lab. So that's why this was so easy. Don't you dare play me for a fool. This is what always happens when politics are involved. The chairman wants to announce this. Doesn't he hand out some award every single month? He'd do it every week if he could. Elsewhere, Done was watching the news. The NS had just raided dozens of laboratories. The report specified private labs in the Soon region. These facilities were allegedly conducting illegal and unethical research. The NS has shared this intelligence with the police force to conduct a joint operation. Deng Bong scoffed. What a ridiculous country. They're basically just announcing that no matter what Kwang Wai does, they'll back him up. They're not even trying to hide it. Besides, Dr. Park Kang-poo said they're researching a cure, so all she has to do is wait another 3 months. Don-A finally spoke. How have you been? I mean, since then. Deng Bong thought for a moment before answering. At first, it was a refreshing change, but after a while, I didn't know what to do anymore. He sighed. It's great that I finally reached my goal. But in the end, I'm just living aimlessly. His next words stunned Don-A. I don't have any confidence anymore. Kang Pu told me. If I fought Kwang Wai right now, I would lose. Badly. It was as if we'd already fought 100 times in his mind. Wouldn't that be a total disgrace? Hearing that, Don-A couldn't help but laugh. Dung Bong looked puzzled. What's so funny? I'm being serious here. She replied, No, I know. I understand what you're trying to say. Dung Bong crossed his leg over his knee and called her name. Don-A. Yes. He said with grave seriousness, Live your life. You never know what might happen. With those words, Dung Bong stood up and walked away. I'm heading out. Don-A's reply made him freeze. Okay, Dad. Dung Bong turned to see Don-A's shy, blushing face. He let out a sigh of relief. She can even joke now. She used to be so cold. Leaving the room, Dung Bong nearly collided with Dong Hun. Seeing the look on his face, Dung Bong asked, What's wrong? Elsewhere, Purim was taking aim with a strange device. As Kwang Wai spoke, I think I would die of pure humiliation before an intruder could even kill me. If I had to fight using that thing. The kid replied, It's not refined yet, but it absorbs the shock when you use this kind of ammo. See? He slammed it against a training dummy. Kwang Wai took it in his hands. This feels strange. Is this the max charge? It's so low. Just try it. Kwang Wai raised the weapon and, without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger. An earth-shattering explosion instantly ripped through the air. The resulting shockwave was powerful enough to grab everyone's undivided attention. The door burst open. Who could it be? The Undying Creed or Prometheus? Miho stormed in, taking charge. Anyone who can't fight, evacuate now. I'll hold the front gate, but when they arrived, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. Everyone froze in shock. They saw Kwang Yi and Kang Pu Riem standing there. Kwang Yi gripped the new weapon tightly, then looked up at his partner. The two high-fived, celebrating their perfect success. Kwang Yi examined the weapon. Its name was Impact. Whoa, not bad at all. I think we're going to need a new laboratory. Suddenly, someone collapsed before him as others began to wail in despair. My lab, my research papers. All Kwang Yi could do was scratch his head and apologize sheepishly. Sorry, everyone. Later, the scene shifted. With a serious expression, Kwang Yi asked, So, what's the reason you gathered us all here? Yu Seo announced, We found a new lead on Prometheus. The terrorist organization had always been a thorn in their side, and among all of them, Prometheus was the absolute worst. Their goal was to become gods, bringing fire to humanity, by reducing the population to 1/10 of its current number, and transforming the... Hearing this, Kwang Yi could only think one thing. They're completely insane. And so is that bizarre Undying Creed, not to mention ISIS, the one who spawned them both. Yu Seo clicked the remote, continuing her presentation. As you all know, Prometheus was recently forced out of Korea. They'd been laying low for a while. But now they're reviving an old project. It's called Cataclysm. Their target is Mount Baidu. They're trying to trigger a volcanic eruption. 7 years ago, Prometheus stole an amplifier developed by government scientists. The problem is, if that thing works, it could awaken a dormant volcano. Yu Seo explained. Their goal is to plant it on Mount Baidu and set it off. We need to move out immediately. We still don't know if we're too early or too late, Don-A wondered aloud. And why should we trust you? Yu Seo stated firmly, I promised WBS I would join the company in exchange for this intel on Prometheus. Besides, I have a bomb planted right inside my head. Kwang Yi let out a nervous laugh. Actually, she doesn't, Miho chimed in. The government and the association know nothing about this. We can't trust them with this information. However, the fact that it's an old project makes it plausible. I think we should keep this quiet and infiltrate the location ourselves. Yongbong pointed out. That means we're heading straight into a fight. Kwang Yi agreed with everyone's assessment. Yeah, if what she's saying is true. We have to stop them, no matter the cost. If that volcano erupts, it'll destroy everything in the Chungcheong province. Hey, I have a pretty good idea too. It's hard to find Prometheus, because they hide so well. But the thought of facing them again actually gets me pretty excited. 3 days later, on the day of the mission, dressed in climbing gear, Kwang Yi stood before an arsenal. Is all this equipment really for me? Kang Purium explained, it's more than just simple gear. This is everything Captain Yongbong requested, and these suits are made from an adamantium alloy. They also have communication devices built in. Is this triangle thing meant to protect our eyes? Yep, it's called a Tuin. The quality of our basic equipment has improved significantly. It cost a small fortune. Kwang Yi was satisfied. Worth the wait. The more prepared we are, the better. Next, he pointed to 3 vials on the table. These 3 potions will also help. Just don't drink them at the same time, and don't mix them with anything else. Bung Ron scratched his head, confused. You really have to go? Why are you doing this? Are you even listening to me? Done simply replied, yes. He warned her. Remember, you haven't fully recovered yet. I'll discuss this with the director. She finished her preparations. Fine. I know I'm on high alert, but I don't care. If this hadn't happened. Her face hardened with resolve. When I get to Mount Baidu, I will find Prometheus, and I will have my revenge. The scene shifted to a vehicle speeding down a road toward the demilitarized zone. Someone spoke up. This is the only way I know to get where we need to go. These tunnels were dug during the war, but they're abandoned now. They slowly forced open a sealed entrance. Seconds later, the whole group filed inside. It's so dark. It might be even creepier in the daylight. Does that mean someone's in here? A voice warned, stay close. Suddenly, 2 red lights glowed in the darkness ahead. A massive bat shot towards them. In a flash of steel, Kuang Yi sliced it clean in 2. Its severed wings fluttered to the cave floor. Channel A4. Check visuals, he commanded. A small green orb dropped to the ground. Kuang Yi shielded his eyes as a terrifying screech echoed from deep within the cave. A swarm of bats appeared. There had to be at least 162 of them. They descended upon the team in a frenzy. An axe swung through the air as a voice announced, Madi will handle this. She charged forward, engaging the swarm head-on. From another position, a team member raised a gun. They provided cover for Madi, unleashing a constant stream of fire. The bats burst into flames as the bullets hit, falling from the sky.
One of them charges forward, still full of fight. But in the next second, its head is blown clean off. She stares it down, her expression ice-cold.
She then reports in. The numbers aren't massive, but who knows if there are more intruders hiding. These guys have been through intense training. Kuang Yi smirked, finally realizing it. Didn't you say this place was dangerous? Duso shot back defensively. When I came here as a member of Prometheus, people died. A faint light glowed from the end of the cave. Something's coming, Kuang Yi warned. There are guards up ahead. Kuang Yi scanned the area. They're really here. No doubt about it. And that device? It's the detonator for the bitch do incident. He activated the communicator on his wrist to report. Kuang Yi to Gunner, reporting our current situation. All right, give me the rundown. Gunner's voice crackled back. Are you saying those crazy terrorist bastards are working together to blow up Baekdu? He sounded worried. I don't know if we can stop them. We have no combat teams on standby nearby. Suddenly, a satellite notification pinged on the device. A new report was coming in. We've lost contact with the Phoenix team manager. This intel is coming from Manila. You think it's already too late? Yes. We've already run the simulations. Just then, the screen lit up with an incoming call. A satellite call. Is that the Phoenix team manager? Honho, where are you? A voice asked. This is Honho's son, Kuang Yi, he replied coolly. Do you have a request for me? I'm currently at Baekdu. The voice on the other end was stunned. What? This is an unprecedented event. Is something terrible happening at Baekdu right now? Kuang Yi cut straight to the point. So, should I make you an offer? Or, would you rather set a price on me to see what I and my comrades are truly worth? Remembering that moment, Kuang Yi admitted that he never had a single charm in mind. Duso's eyes widened in shock. What? But that was supposed to erase all your memories. He just smiled, reassuring her. Don't worry about it. That fool, she thought to herself. Is he asking me to commit treason? Back in the present, Kuang Yi glanced down at his hand. The payment had already been arranged. I also received intel that this is their meeting point, he mused. Everything was going too smoothly. A sense of unease crept over Kuang Yi. It was strangely quiet. Then, dust and tiny pebbles began to fall. In the next second, a storm of massive boulders rained down upon them. Kuang Yi instantly shoved everyone out of the danger zone. They all stared in shock as the cave collapsed. A huge rock plummeted towards Duso, but Kuang Yi rushed over, shielding her with his own body. Damn it, he cursed. This is bad. We've been separated. But then he realized something. Wait, Kuang Yi collapsed on top of Duso. I'm just going to rest for about 5 minutes. Elsewhere, a voice asked, what about the mission? The other replied, a complete success. He held a wine glass, declaring with chilling certainty, Prometheus, the Immortal Faith Society, and ISIS have joined forces. Failure is not an option. A man asked, and what should we do with Doer? The other simply poured his wine onto the floor with his answer. What do we do with tools that have served their purpose? We discard them. In another part of the cavern, 3 figures desperately tried to dig through the rubble. This is bad. I didn't want us to get separated, one said. Actually, this might be better. We can keep an eye on our supposed allies. Sun Hai sighed dramatically. My husband will get jealous if I'm surrounded by all these men. Dung Bong scoffed. You're not my type. Du-han trembled. I have a feeling I'm going to die if you two start fighting. After a while, they managed to clear a small opening. Du-han peeked through. This doesn't look good. The cavern beyond was crawling with a horde of monsters. Elsewhere, a man asked, It's him, isn't it? Hin's team has been captured. Yes. I thought the scope was too large for Prometheus alone, but it seems they prepared for everything. Meanwhile, Done's team was blocked by two figures. One grinned with excitement. Just two of them? I wanted the recovering magic addict. How disappointing. It would be more fun to fight that freak. Done analyzed her opponent. That one's the anatomist. He enjoys dissecting people with his bare hands. I'll handle the one in the back, her partner said. The villain looked surprised. You know me? A little. Done replied, her own interest now piqued. I've always wanted to meet you, the torture tester. He was an immortal who was physically incapable of feeling pain. One of the men who had murdered her parents for sport. He just shrugged. Sorry, but I don't remember you at all. Done wasted no more words, raising her guns. Bullets erupted from both sides as the blonde villain weaved through them with impossible speed. His skill level is on par with the chronicler, she thought. If I can kill him here, I'll be one step closer to my goal. Ki Nam swallowed a combat pill. His opponent transformed into a vicious, ape-like beast, which immediately raked its claws across his face, drawing blood. Ki Nam swiftly grabbed its arm, a hint of surprise in his voice. You're fast. But the beast slammed him to the ground. He realized the strategy too late. It was a meat shield. Suddenly, a bomb dropped from above. What? That lunatic. The explosion tore through the cavern. Afterwards, Ki Nam stood with a severed arm, the ape's corpse smoldering nearby. One down. Now for the other one. Done consumed 2 pills. Her opponent sneered at her. Just a civilian? I hope you're a screamer. After all, he gloated, I can't feel pain. They clashed in a blur of motion, the villain relentlessly pressing his attack on Done. His face was twisted in sadistic glee. This can pierce most armor, you know. It's a fragment of sonic gear. Done took a sharp breath through her mask. Then, she spat directly in his face. What? His vision instantly blurred. Poison. Done drove her boot into his chest, sending him to the— What's this? There's no pain. I told you, I don't feel a thing. Dine thought with an icy expression. He had painstakingly prepared his immunity to poison for this very moment. I've replayed this battle in my mind 1,000 times. The nightmare herb cultivated in the underworld. Just a whiff induces sleep, and a single bite means you'll never wake up. With that thought, she forced a pill down his throat. Dean A was satisfied. One down. He would now live in an endless loop of his worst nightmares until he died. It's that dream again. The same back I've seen so many times before. Elsewhere, Duso stood guard in front of Kwang Wai. Seeing him stir, she asked, You're awake? He was surrounded by enemies, a mix of humans and beasts. It was clear Duso couldn't hold out any longer. Blood trickled from her lips. One of the thugs scratched his head, baffled. Are you two that close already? In such a short time, she's actually willing to die for you. Kwang Wai rose to his feet, supporting her. I pay my employees extremely well, he replied. She's just showing her loyalty to the company. The blonde-haired man sneered. Not surprised. Are we? Still, it changes nothing. Nam confirmed it. Yeah, everyone sent on this mission specializes in killing. All the current NS employees are probably dead by now. It looks like things aren't going well for Q and Miho, either. This is bad, Miho worried. A brute nicknamed Hungry Dog licked his weapon and growled, I love it when a woman resists. Miho's mind raced. We managed to dodge the falling rocks, only to walk right into their trap. Q tried to lighten the mood. Miho, doesn't this feel a bit like a date? She snapped back at him. Seriously, now? Hungry Dog's interest was piqued. How interesting. Are you two a couple? You won't last long. I'm going to spend some quality time with you. Right in front of your little boyfriend. I can show you a much better time than that torture experiment. But before he could finish, a fist slammed into his mouth. The sudden attack stunned both Q and Miho. Gaji stood protectively before them. You're Miho? And you must be Q. You're on Kwang Wai's side, right? I'm an ally. The blow sent Hungry Dog into a rage. You bitch, I'll kill you. She leaped into action without hesitation. We meet again, Hungry Dog. Gaji had transformed into her beast form, taunting him. I've truly missed you. Hungry Dog spat back. You crazy bitch, you're not my type. Another punch landed squarely in his gut before he could even react. Miho watched the fight, amazed. She's incredibly skilled in combat. Hungry Dog was no slouch either, but he was furious at being knocked down. Damn it, I'll make you pay for that if it's the last thing I do. Gaji raised her claws. In your dreams, she stomped down hard on him. just as Miho wondered, how did she even get here? Elsewhere, something flashed past in the blink of an eye. Han Yedong burst up from the ground. He looked around, flustered. Damn it, this is tough. Am I even in the right place? Ugh, those Prometheus bastards. Suddenly, a gun was pressed to his head. NS? If not, you die. He quickly introduced himself. I'm Han Yedong from NS. His captor was Boliana. Good. You're the agent Kwang Wai mentioned. She then gave an order. Pinpoint the coordinates. Malia, find any survivors underground. Yes, Your Highness. Boliana led a squadron, clearing a path forward. They swiftly dealt with the guards. What the? Boliana was pleased. I can't believe Kwang Wai actually called me. He's been hiding my sister for so long. I should probably reward him for a job well done. Back with Kwang Wai, the woman asked, Are you so sure you'll win? Yes. She boasted, We have the Prometheus forces, ISIS, the Immortal Faith Society, and several mages on our side. You think your employees can defeat us? How many people from NS can possibly handle my specialists? You're not one to bet on luck, are you? Kwang Wai said, pulling on his gloves with absolute confidence. I never bet on luck. Come on. Kill me. The scarred man gave the order. Take him out. He injected a serum into his neck. Instantly, a massive tail sprouted from his back. He had transformed into a crocodile beast. Watching him charge, Kwang Wai steeled himself. There will be no retreat this time. He drew his fist back. I'm far stronger than I was before. Their fists collided with a deafening crack. A shard of bone burst from the beast's arm. The crocodile was sent flying into a wall. He stared in shock. My body can block cannonballs. But my arm bones were shattered in a single blow. Kwang Wai raised his leg, delivering a devastating kick right to the crocodile's face, shattering his scaly skin. What is this? What in the world did you do to me? But the next second, he was slammed into the wall again. The pink-haired girl watched in disbelief. I can't even see his movements. Kwang Wai spoke calmly. One drug addict down. The pink-haired girl gathered magic in her hands, but Kwang Wai was already on her, taking her out of the fight in an instant. The others were shocked. With just one attack, kill him, they commanded. A lion-like beast charged forward. He knows no fear. This one is an experiment that knows nothing but slaughter. But as it neared Kwang Wai, it became as docile as a puppy. Good boy. Is he afraid? If you listen to me, I'll give you a treat. Go bite that. At his command, the lion immediately turned on the white-haired woman. The blonde man tried to regain control. Quan Yi dodges the attack with ease. He raises an eyebrow and asks, What are you? Pikachu. Quan Yi's gaze sweeps across the area. He grabs the Black Panther, leveling his gun with one hand. The blonde-haired thug is instantly taken out, and the lion collapses with him. Go to sleep. A man steps forward, his voice dripping with confidence. I will handle this. He focuses his power. My eyes can create illusions. I can hypnotize anyone. Look into my eyes. If I combine it with a command, he begins to weave his spell, trying to hypnotize Quan Yi. Slowly, Quan Yi releases his grip on the Black Panther. Then, he starts walking toward the man. The illusionist repeats his command. Look. Look into my eyes. Yes, come closer. I'll lock you away in your happiest memories. But in the next instant, Quan Yi unleashes a devastating slap. The man's entire body flips through the air before crashing hard into the wall. My eyes. Why are your eyes glowing like headlights? He shouts, completely baffled. Why weren't you hypnotized? Quan Yi states a simple fact. A healthy body harbors a healthy mind. That's what Lady Sun Hai always taught me. Is that even possible? Try being raised by a shape-shifting mother and an immortal father, then you'll understand. Quan Yi points to the unconscious lion. Did you just put that big cat to sleep? Do you have any idea how important a pet is to its master? The man is bewildered. You just met it 5 minutes ago. I only put it to sleep. Quan Yi's voice turns to ice. Wake it up. You will die if anything happens to it. Instantly, the lion's eyes snap open. It lunges furiously toward Quan Yi, but he stops it with a single punch, yelling, Don't you recognize your own master? The beast immediately becomes docile. What's wrong with its eyes? The man still can't believe it. This is impossible. That creature is known as the Mad Lion of Isis. That thing. Quan Yi's voice drops to a menacing growl. How dare you? Watching from the sidelines, a woman analyzes the situation. He deliberately fell into the trap to make his enemy lower their guard. Because of that, his foe fell right into his plan, left with no choice but to use his ultimate move. She changes her strategy, beginning to negotiate. W. B. S. If you let me go, I will tell you the secret of your birth. Quan Yi pauses. Really? The secret of my birth? Could it be my mother? He thinks of Sun Hai and Huan Ho's loving relationship and immediately shakes his head. No, that can't be it. The woman insists. Yes. I promise to tell you two things if you swear to let me live. First, the identity of your grandfather. And second, we will withdraw our forces and leave this place for good. Quan Yi seems to consider it. That doesn't sound too bad. But I don't need that second promise. The woman is confused. What do you mean? He smirks. My people have already taken care of everyone on your side. Right on cue, Dondi appears. How are you? Quan Yi says with a hint of annoyance. You're late. Dondi replies, I ran into that shape-shifting woman. I also had to deal with a few of her weakling soldiers on the way here. Hearing this, the captive woman turns pale. What? Her comrades were clearly not coming. Quan Yi's voice becomes deadly serious as he gives the order. All right, talk. She grits her teeth in frustration. You'll keep your word, right? Your grandfather's name is Duin. He is in the Immortal Faith Society. Duin? I think I've read that name in a book before. Yes, that's Du Huanho's father, and he's also the founder of the Immortal Faith Society. Quan Yi's eyes widen in absolute shock. My grandfather is the leader of a terrorist organization? A million questions flood his mind. Wait a minute. He isn't the leader anymore, is he? She called him the founder. Does that difference even matter? There. I've told you everything I know. Quan Yi had to admit, this was unexpected. But I don't consider that very valuable information. Next time, bring your leader and his top commanders with you. She quickly activates a shield just as Quan Yi fires his weapon. She vanishes in an instant. I need to avoid that. There must be a secret passage. Dondi asks, should I pursue her? No. She'll probably just go into hiding for a few days. Suddenly, he notices someone new has arrived. Boliana is here. Du Quan Yi, you didn't even greet me, he complains. Aren't you happy to see me? Of course I am. It doesn't look like it. It does too. He then gestures to a group of captured enemies. Teach. I picked these up on my way here. Deng Han immediately confronts him. Hey, why did you hide from us that you had reinforcements coming? Quan Yi explains, because he is supposed to be in his own country right now. The kingdom of superhumans is not allowed to use its power for the benefit of another nation. We need to make sure absolutely no one knows about this. Sun Hai speaks up. The crocodile, Thunderclap Ru, the Black Panther of Isis, the Eye of Illusion, and even some mages. Their side is going to lose its mind. Quang Yul suddenly called out to his mother. She looked puzzled. Huh? What is it? He admitted, I can't really believe this myself. I thought it was just a prank, but he leaned in closer and whispered. The representative from the Immortal Creed Society told me a secret. He said my grandfather's real name was Duin. In the meeting room, Quang Yul made an announcement. Listen up, Kang Pu says the association has set a high price on the materials we need. Is that really true? Yeah, and it's the same story with the government and the Dangun Guild. Dungo seethed with anger. Those absolute bastards. Quang Yul noticed, you've lost a lot of weight, sir. Dungo continued, the association's actions are backing us into a corner. It's like they're asking us if we want to quit. We tried to solve things using our connections with the government and Dangun, but it seems like they're not much help either. Quang Yul asked, what if we go get the resources ourselves from the white holes we've discovered? Deng Han pointed out, we don't have enough people to guarantee safety or secure the entrances. Maya spoke up as well. We'd have to raid the white hole before we could even start gathering resources. Everyone knew perfectly well why the North was abandoned. We can't afford to gamble on a shifting white hole. Quang Yul summed it up. So the problem is that we don't have enough manpower. Then, he made a decision that left everyone stunned. Then let's just hire more people. The room erupted in murmurs. More people? What about the shifting hole we have to leave behind? There's nothing we can do about that. As long as we aren't killed by invaders, we can do whatever we want. Going out on our own and leaving the shifting hole behind. This is going to be a difficult path. But Quang Yul just gave a confident smile. He declared, we don't need to limit ourselves to just special class individuals. Later, Quang Yul appeared on a television broadcast. We're here with WBS's own Quang Yul. Now, for our final question. The host asked shyly, what's your type when it comes to women? Quang Yul replied, it's been a while since I've talked about this. Then he began listing his criteria with a straight face. Pure, yet seductive, mature but cute. She also has to be smart, thoughtful, and always happy to be with me. A beautiful face, perfect proportions, a bit of a chatterbox, but a great mother. The host was speechless. Your type is? Very specific. Quang Yul nodded. Yeah, I'm pretty strict about these things. The interview continued. I see. Well, that's all the questions we have. He then asked, in that case, may I say a few words? Of course. Quang Yul announced that NS would be hiring new personnel. We offer high salaries and will definitely not skimp on benefits. Bet your life on us. Welcome to Non-Standard Incorporated. The broadcast was a massive success. The job recruitment website crashed almost instantly. Man, I guess I'm pretty influential. Suddenly, a voice called out, "You're here?" "Son," he urged him. "Let's go. They're waiting." The scene shifts to them standing solemnly. "It's been a long time, grandfather." An immortal with mixed Paragu blood. He lived a rather unfortunate life. He lost his mother to invaders as a child. Just a few years later, terrorism took his sister and father as well. Kwang Yul spoke quietly. "I'm sorry I haven't visited more often." In the end, his grandfather was a hero, someone deserving of respect and admiration. He was the one who saved me. And just as you said, I'll do everything I can, too. After the three of them left, Kwang Yul asked, "Dad, was my grandfather really due in?" Huan Ho confirmed it. "That's right. He was your grandfather, and the founder of the Immortal Creed Society. However, no matter what happened, he never gave up. Instead of being consumed by revenge, he chose to save people. That day, when the gate accident happened in Hayu, he was the one who stood between me and the invaders. After that day, your mother and I went searching for him, but by the time we found him, he was already gone. The man who saved me wasn't someone who shook the world. He wasn't some master who isolated himself from society. He wasn't a hero whose name was written in the history books. Just an immortal of mixed blood who received the most basic training as a soldier. He's still alive. Do you want to meet him?" Kwang Yul agreed. "It's all right. I know you had a good reason to cut off contact with him. You don't have to break that silence for my sake." Hearing this, Huan Ho's eyes widened in surprise. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder. Huan Ho was filled with pride. "You've really grown up." "Yeah." Just then, Ma Di asked curiously, "But why did you cut off contact, father? Aren't you two family?" Huan Ho corrected her. "Father." He reminded her gently, "Don't call me father, call me dad." She immediately apologized. "Mahdi has made a mistake." "Yes, Dad." Kwang Yul chimed in. "Dad, she'll be 20 soon." Huan Ho retorted, "Just try having a son and see if you don't get jealous of the guys hanging around your daughter. They say children often imitate their parents' actions. However, I never saw my own father that much. He was always away from home and never even called. He never once visited my mother, even when she was diagnosed with depression. So back then, I decided that man was not my father." Not exactly a happy story, is it? "Hey, how about some shopping? Dad will give you the credit card." A credit card. Ho and Ho then whipped out a card. "Here's your big brother's credit card." Kwang Wai snapped back, annoyed. "Hey, that's my card." Miho spoke up. "There's something I want." "Well, go on, tell us." As they left, Kwang Wai stared at his phone, a single thought consuming him. The founder of the Immortal Justice Guild. There are so many questions I need to ask him. But I don't want to make things awkward for my dad. I'll meet him as the head of NS, not as his grandson. The news was buzzing about it. The competition for a spot at NS was insane, a 1,100 to 1 ratio. The traffic on the recruitment page was skyrocketing, even becoming a primetime news story. The company's main site completely crashed. The recruitment ad was so shocking, it drew in even those who had no intention of applying. As a result, every kind of person imaginable showed up for an interview, and the comment sections were an absolute madhouse. The salaries at NS were so ridiculously high, it made people question if the company was even legitimate. They offered more than most major global corporations. Some applied because they saw the potential, while others applied out of pure desperation. People from every walk of life came flocking to apply. The scene shifts to a car driving down the road, the sound of conversation filling the air. "I don't have a solution for that." "It's too late," Miho chimed in. "I don't want to be a burden any longer. I have to overcome this. And you think I'm spending my time with you, abusing my authority just for that? Are you kidding me? Look, I'm not going to fall for you just because you saved my brother. I don't like you." "Humph. Good. No, I mean I will never like you in that way." Annoyed, Kwang Wai finally snapped. "Are you done messing around yet?" "Not at all. It's just funny watching the director nurse a secret crush on me." At that, his eyes shot towards her as she continued. "If it wasn't for that prince from the superhero kingdom, Bang Kui Ti and I would both be dead. And here I thought I'd trained hard enough. But in that last battle, I was nothing but a liability. That's why I need to get stronger, so no one has to worry about protecting me anymore." Kwang Wai teased her. "Then you'd better work hard. No slacking off. I'll be sure to whip you into shape. You're such a freak. Get lost." Just then, her phone buzzed. "I was just trying to encourage you," Miho added. "They're saying things are getting hectic because of the massive number of applicants. We need to weed out the spies, but we don't have the manpower to do it." Kwang Wai mused. "It'll take some time, but we'll manage." The car door swung open. They had arrived at a lone house where an old man was living. It was time for a meeting. The old man was busy picking his nose, when suddenly, as if sensing a presence, he glanced up. "Interesting," Kwang Wai thought. "He's completely concealing his presence. He stepped forward and introduced himself. My name is Du Quang Wai. He swiftly dodged the booger, flicked right at him. The old man grinned, impressed. Whoa, you're quick on your feet. Not bad, not bad. Quang Wai seethed internally. This insane old geezer. Miho whispered, are we here for a charity case? Not a chance, he replied. We're here on official business. According to Panda's intel, Mu In has been gathering information on the Immortal Justice Guild. He's only pretending to have amnesia. Just then, Mu In angrily pointed a finger. I refuse to speak with smelly people, especially you sensitive pretty boys. Quang Wai remained unfazed, replying smoothly, don't you think that's a bit difficult to handle on your own? Let's talk business. Hearing this, Mu In's expression instantly darkened. As rain poured down outside, the interviews for NS were underway inside. Next applicant. Watching them, Quang Wai thought to himself, it's going to be tough to find the agents sent to purge us. Among these applicants, I'll find their weakness. But suddenly, Mu In appeared next to one of them. He roared, you stole my candy. Huh? The applicant panicked. What are you talking about? Watching this unfold, Quang Wai realized something. The old man grabbed his head. I knew it. Give me back my candy. What's gotten into you, old man? You two. Mu In pointed to another. This rotten traitor. You have the face of someone who would sell out his own country, is he. Weeding out the spies, Quang Wai was impressed. Damn, your eye for talent is no joke. I can see how you earned your position. He then gave the order. Dismiss everyone for today. Yes, sir. Quang Wai marveled. Now that was a truly unique method. You don't bathe, do you? This will be over quickly. After the initial interview came a simple test. There was only one criterion, the feeling of pure desperation. The refusal to give up even when pushed to the absolute limit. After taking down his opponent, Don A called for the medics, but the applicant struggled back to his feet. I can still go on. To work with us, you need a level head. A short while later, Quang Wai approached the old man. Thanks to you, we sorted through 900 applicants in just 1 hour. You should have come for me sooner. Why didn't you even look for me? He finally confessed, because I was too ashamed. The work I devoted my entire life to has now become the very thing that will kill me. I couldn't bear the shame of facing my own son, but after witnessing what you're capable of, I realized we could help one another. So that's why you leaked that information? It's a method you can master as well. That technique you use to filter people? Yes. It's called a verbal proclamation. It might look like I'm just spouting nonsense to make the target panic, but in reality, I'm channeling energy into my voice, shattering their inner peace from the inside out. So that's how it works. I get it now. Dad, you've always been a master of deception. Others have their talents, but you're a master at reading minds. Are you not going to teach that technique to anyone? Are you asking me directly? If that's the case, then give me the boy. The look in his eyes tells me he's worthy of being taught. Yes, sir. So, is there anything you'd like to teach my grandson? And who might you be? The next morning, at the equipment development team's workshop, a haggard-looking Kang Pujung showed up. You look like you've lost some weight. Yeah, I've completed your second piece of equipment. He then handed Quang Yi a small black orb. What in the world is this? Kang Pujung instructed him to let a few drops of his blood fall onto it, and then throw it. Quang Yi immediately did as he was told. He hurled it with incredible force, but a second later, it zipped right back to Quang Yi's hand. A returning projectile. No, it feels like it's connected to my hand on a deeper level. Kang Pujung explained. Exactly. It will try to control your mind if your own willpower falters. I created it using a plant that is drawn to blood. I had a feeling you'd be one of the few capable of using it. You better practice with it a lot, so it ignores the laws of physics to return to me. This is awesome. Yeah, well, I mostly made it just for fun. Anyway, here's the second piece of gear. This should be useful for your upcoming plan, right? Quang Yi opened the case to see. He was so stunned he couldn't help but curse. You magnificent bastard. Elsewhere, a file was being handed over. This is the request form. Yes, it's very straightforward. I guess they don't feel the need to be discreet about this. They want to reclaim the abandoned northern wastes, even though the reward isn't worth the risk. He figured that if they gave them the go-ahead, there'd be no stopping them anyway. There could be lost treasures out there. A full-scale cleanup operation. It'll be an impossible task for any normal person. Young Go's shoulders slumped. Do we really have to go through with this? Hey, just think of it as a gamble. Young Hun tried to comfort him. We don't have any other options. Quang Yi is dead set on this mission, but imagine how amazing it'll be if we succeed. Squads of hunters unleashed a hail of bullets on the horde of beasts. He then gave the order, Team 3, engage in close quarters combat. 2 warriors immediately faced off against their foes. With a single fluid technique, the stone golem was hit with 3 slashes, severing its arm completely. An instant later, it crumbled into a pile of rubble. He let out a sigh. My hands are shaking. I've only been training with this for a short time. You did great. Pretty cool, right? This suit is incredibly convenient. It's a non-standard piece of equipment. After all, our job is to carve a path to the white hole. This mission could cost us our lives since we aren't special individuals, but I decided to bet on the money instead. Huang Yi thought to himself, if this were a video game, the difficulty would be set to hell mode, leading 100 rookies with only basic training into battle, and making sure not a single one dies. A weapon malfunctioned. My weapon's broken. A mechanical monster instantly lunged at him, but just in the nick of time, backup arrived to save him. Huang Yi considered the situation. Still, it shouldn't be this difficult. Sun He was also fighting with everything she had. The fighters were spread thin from end to end, and anyone in danger was being rescued by the special forces. Suddenly, a deep cracking sound echoed from below. Huang Yi's eyes widened in shock as something began to rise from the ground. A colossal, golden stone golem had appeared. An alert blared over the comms. Abnormal situation detected in the northern wastes. NS reports they've breached the wastes. Assemble the emergency support team now. Huan Ho's voice crackled with worry. You said you were just going on a tour. What in the world are you trying to do without telling your father? The giant stone golem was on a destructive rampage, crushing smaller beasts underfoot as it moved. Huang Yi thought, I've trained relentlessly to take down monsters just like you. Huang Yi surged forward, cutting down one beast after another. Once he was done, he leaped back. He glanced at the gauge on his weapon. The energy was fully charged. Without hesitation, he took his shot. Huang Yi aimed directly at his target. The moment he pulled the trigger, a powerful torrent of energy erupted, sending him staggering to the ground from the recoil. Huang Yi grunted. So this is what they call a double-edged sword. A fully charged shot results in a damn dislocated shoulder. He looked at the giant before him and thought, are you surprised? You bastard. So am I. Everyone else just stared in awe. Is that the kind of monster he just killed? Well, no wonder it has a nickname like that. You can't really give them a normal name. This thing looks like a dwarf, and it let out a furious scream. From another position, a rifle was aimed directly at its face. The shooter was Dua. She fired a single bullet that struck the giant's shoulder. As Huang Yi expected, he said, of course, it wouldn't be able to pierce its hide. Everyone, move out. Begin Plan A. The giant hurled a volley of rocks down at them, but the two of them easily dodged as they ran. Huang Yi bit his own hand, drawing blood. He remembered what Kang Puzheng had told him. It's made using the Blue Knight's E-Blade method. Its destructive power is truly terrifying. He quickly charged forward. Huang Yi was now at the giant's feet, the monster's foot. Huang Yi reached back and drew his sword. He leaped high into the air, soaring to its eye level. With a single powerful thrust, he plunged his blade straight into the golden giant's forehead. Arcs of lightning crackled across its body as it let out a scream of agony. An instant later, it was defeated. Huang Yi was relieved. It was no problem at all. A short while later, the work crews began to move in. We're going to start the land reclamation now. Don't touch any of that debris. A guild official asked, You mean all of this? Model. Dong Hoon gave a sharp nod. Yes, from NS. He then reminded him, head to the temporary base. We have everything prepared for you. He then took out a small remote. Meanwhile, inside another room, a team was reviewing footage from the incident. The association members were baffled by the video evidence. That gun and that dagger. We developed those. You can review the prototype. Judging by his movements, WBS isn't the only monster in that company. The man seethed with frustration. Damn it. I came here to obstruct them. But in this situation, he was utterly powerless to argue. So, you're reclaiming the northern wasteland, a place that's been abandoned for so long. And you said your company is NS, correct? Two others spoke up. I am from the Russian Federation. And I am from China. We're here to inspect the white hole. Dong Hoon had to deal with them as well. Ah, yes. Deep inside the white hole, the rest of the group gathered. What's wrong with that thing? We'll figure that out after we take them down. Here, it's a mine made from curse energy. It has a fast detonation, so be careful. A curse mine. Without hesitation, Huang Yi launched it straight into the creature's gaping maw. For a moment, there was no reaction. Someone started to ask, when is it going to? But before he could finish, a massive explosion ripped through the air. The bizarre creature had been defeated. Huang Yi asked, is it dead? That was sooner than I thought. Seeing the river of blood, another person gasped, oh my god, don't provoke it. Move slowly. But their conversation was cut short. The special forces from the Russian Federation and China are here. They're asking for permission to enter. Ha! What perfect timing. As they entered the northern wasteland, a loud shout echoed. Everyone, prepare to fire. Before them stood a horde of thousands of monsters. A short time later, the battle was over. Someone wondered aloud, why did I even interfere? Didn't someone order us to attack? I have a strange feeling. Guan Yi thought to himself, they don't realize they were manipulated by a verbal command skill. The two foreign agents conferred. Hold on, we require a share for our participation in the battle. But Guan Yi shot them down. We never asked you to fight. You joined on your own. The woman's face twisted in anger. What do you mean by that? He issued a warning. If you have a complaint, take it up with me. If you win, I'll give you 100% of the shares. Huan Ho walked over, smirking. I've really raised one hell of a son. His father shot him a glare. Where did you learn to speak like that? You better have a good explanation for this when we get home. Guan Yi ignored them, pointing down. There's a space below us. The two of them peered into the chasm. A blinding light emanated from below, revealing a vein of pure gold. Guan Yi spoke up. I think things here are only going to look up. Once the northern wasteland gets the attention it deserves. We've already determined the materials and facilities our company needs. So now, all that's left is to sign the contract. I don't think our trading company can handle all of these resources. Could Warang perhaps handle the exports? The man agreed with delight. Of course, your uncle will do his best. Ah, my uncle. Du Guang Yi's uncle. Why does he have to keep emphasizing that word? So strange. Son, he explained. That's just his way of showing affection, even if it doesn't look like it. Is that really it? Huan Ho pulled back a curtain and looked outside. Rows upon rows of monsters were trapped in cages. Huan Ho turned to her. Do you think I can do it? Sun He replied. We only need to do it after everything is finished. Meanwhile, Guang Yi was equipping a special set of gear. The Invitation to Hell, also known as ITH. Is that the training equipment your uncle made for you? This is a training tool that absorbs my energy, made for me by Uncle Jion. It draws energy from the user to increase pressure throughout the body. Dong Hun exclaimed, You're crazy. Who would willingly enter an intruder's nest just to train? Guang Yi shot back. Do you have any idea how much money it would cost? To create a training system that could endlessly replicate a moment like this, a place where intruders swarm you with no end in sight. With that, he charged forward. What better training ground is there than this? Guang Yi began to ferociously slaughter the horde of monsters. I'm doing this because I can, living by the creed of the person who saved me. This is the way I will live my life. How am I doing, Master? Are you proud of me? He then unleashed a powerful wave of energy forward. From the sidelines, an observer watched him. I can see your fists are clenched tightly. Dong Hun spoke up. He was never a normal person to begin with. Don't try to chase him. I'd feel bad for you. Ki Nam gave him a warning look. And do I look normal to you? No. He was born with a talent on a completely different level. I grew up hearing those words countless times. I thought it was a gift from the heavens, something obvious. I thought I would be stuck in place like that forever. Until I met that monster and saw the massive gap in skill between us. Because of that, I was jealous of him. Until one day, that feeling of envy suddenly vanished. He has a purpose, which is why he never rests. Even someone from a direct bloodline would go insane training with his intensity. And yet, Du Guangyi managed to overcome it all. Inspired, Ki Nam threw himself back into his own training. He rises, a small knife clutched in his hand. He carves through the horde of monsters, searching for his target. I won't give up. I'll never stop until I catch up to you. Seeing Ki Nam locked in battle, Guang Il immediately charged into the fray. He slammed his foot into a green giant. Guang Il was baffled. What are you two doing here? Did you abandon the Warang faction? Just stay out of my way. I have no quarrel with you. He turned his head away. At least try to hold out a little longer next time. How can you train without any gear? Staying quiet might not be a bad idea, though. Elsewhere, Huan Ho went to meet with Muin. It's been a while. Huan Ho cut straight to the point. Did you teach that kid the verbal declaration technique? Muin denied it. No. He saw me do it once, and simply stole it. Then why did you come to NS? Because its official representative requested my presence. I have something I need to discuss with you. You once said your immortality was your greatest treasure. That because of it, you and I exist. You gambled your entire life on that belief. You abandoned your wife and son. I refuse to become like you. My wife and child are my only treasures. Don't you dare lay a hand on my treasures, just to protect your own skin. If anything happens to the three of them, I will become the same monster you were in your youth. Muin's voice was grim. Understood. 1 year later, the Northern Wastes were finally reclaimed. This victory put the organization known as NS in the spotlight. NS began sharing its advanced weaponry with the government. Instead of monopolizing their technology, they shared it so humanity could fight back together. The old association, which had spent a fortune on that very technology from NS, was now crying tears of blood. The association's chairman constantly tried to bring Guangil down, but Guangil himself remained completely hidden from the public eye. For an entire year, no one knew his whereabouts. Meanwhile, intruders appeared on all fronts, most of them confirmed high-level threats. It's been a while since we've seen a swarm this big. I was starting to think we'd hunted them to extinction. Everyone spent that year in relentless training. The old man trained Ki-nam and Miho personally, fueling their desperate desire to grow stronger. Cute stuck close to protect Miho. Do-hen showed little interest in training, but he had grown surprisingly close to Mr. Stick. This is driving me crazy. Wasting energy on these grunts is exhausting. Guang-il asked, then how about a one-on-one training session with me? Day and night, the kid's eyes lit up. That's exactly the kind of training I want, and he gave it everything he had. Guang-il raised his firearm. A monstrous wolf charged directly at him. A single shot rang out, and the beast fell in an instant. Guang-il let out a breath. That's settled. My parasite gun keeps evolving due to its adaptability. Du-han asked, should we head back to base? Guang-il. Prometheus is definitely making moves in Seoul again. He just laughed. So, those bastards are finally crawling out of the woodwork. All because I laid low for 1 year, while he was missing. This became our golden opportunity. If this goes sideways, none of us will make it out alive. I know. But it's a chance we have to take. We will rebuild our foundation. And never lose our way again. It's too bright. The sun is almost blinding. Really? Then move away from the window. No. This is my spot. We have to succeed this time. Our lives depend on it. The sunlight began to fade. That child is a human weapon, created from the side effects of the experiment. A shape-shifting superhuman. If my brainwashing holds, its incineration ability will work even on special class targets. We've located Guang-il. The report came in. Dong-ho. Her patience wore thin as she gave the order. Tell everyone to prepare for deployment now. The three of them had returned. Welcome back. That's our storage area. They exchanged greetings. You look like you've bulked up. Looking good. Yeah, you too. Let's head inside. The three of them stepped through the entrance. Welcome. She asked what brought him here. I have a question. Guang-il got straight to the point. I heard this is a secret Prometheus facility. What are you talking about? Before she could finish, Guang-il cut her off. Don't play dumb with me. He gave the order. Tear this place apart. She was captured moments later. These guys are pathetic, Ji-hae reported in. There's another group managed directly by their central command. They're rumored to be the real trump card. It all clicked for Guang-il. No wonder this place had such weak defenses. Are you heading there tonight? Yes. Why wait? A Prometheus branch office? You can't just set up shop here because I was gone for a while. This will mark my official return to the world. While we were in the white hole, those two were already making their move. They spread disinformation, making it seem like a catastrophe had occurred. The association's chairman was a key player in their scheme. He used every dirty trick to attack me. As a result, both Prometheus and ISIS returned to Korea. The 18th base is showing no unusual activity. Wow. Our people are doing great work. Miho asked. And what about NS? It's like walking on thin ice over here. Guang-il's team arrived at the location. Ki-nam observed. It's a trap. They must have their strongest forces waiting for us. Guang-il was completely unfazed. So what? Does that change anything? To take us down, they must have brought out all their hidden weapons. Guang-il's eyes widened in shock. Inside, Mi-nam was being held hostage. Without another word, Guang-il launched his attack. She gasped in shock. What? He flinched. Ah, sorry. Old habits. But how did he see through her plan so fast? These guys weren't the type to fall for a simple trap. It seemed Prometheus had abandoned her. Suddenly, 3 beastmen lunged at him from behind. Angon sent them flying with a powerful kick. Ki-nam drew his blade. He cut them down one by one, coolly remarking, "Don't push." Seeing she was cornered, Mi-nam knew there was only one way out. It's been a while, Kwang Yi. She unleashed her ability. An apology for what happened back then. You'll forgive me, won't you? She thought, certain her brainwashing would succeed, but a hand suddenly grabbed her by the hair. Dream on. Lenoi slammed her face into the ground. Did you think I'd just let you take him? Mi-nam was stunned. But how did my charm fail? Kwang Yi answered for her. Because I have a very specific type. He sat down in front of her. So, why confess to being a terrorist? He already had a feeling he knew the answer. With that, he stood up to leave. Right, he thought. I'll just find someone who does know. Take her away, he ordered. We're bringing her to my old squad. Kwang Yi wondered if Mr. Nam would be happy to hear he captured her. Elsewhere, a hand trembled as it held a device displaying the news. The man seethed with anger. That damn brat. Do you think I let you run free because I lacked proof? We just didn't want to move until you caused more trouble. Because sooner or later, you were all bound to become pawns for Prometheus. This was all for the sake of capturing the leader of Prometheus, Jamust. I thought this was my chance to finally catch that slippery bastard, but they've turned my entire plan to ash. Didn't they receive my instructions? He demanded. His secretary replied, yes, sir, they did. But they said if you insist on such a roundabout approach, it just proves you can't solve the problem yourself. Those madmen, he muttered. This was the Korean branch of the Hunters Association. The association will do its utmost to advance, based on the peace and development of all humankind. We are always working hard to protect the rights of special individuals. Kwang Yi cut straight to the point. Is the association president here? The employee's eyes widened in recognition. The scene shifts to a room with a stark white door. A man in a grand chair introduced himself. Welcome. I am the association president, Chun Bei. The two men faced each other. I have something to discuss with you, Kwang Yi began. You're a bit hasty, the chairman mused. Is it your youth? Have some tea first. Kwang Yi knew the man couldn't have predicted his visit, yet he remained infuriatingly calm. He's just so full of himself that he feels the need to make things difficult for me at every turn. Well then, Kwang Yi said, an eye for an eye. I'm sure you had plenty of nonsense to say while I was away, right? The chairman chuckled. Such a sharp tongue. I suppose that's another characteristic of youth. It's not just my mouth that's sharp, Kwang Yi retorted. My fists are too. I take it you don't want any tea, then. There's nothing to be gained by barging in here and acting like a common thug, you know. Kwang Yi's eyes tracked Chun Bei's every move. Then, in a flash, he lunged forward, grabbing the chairman by the throat. He was reminded of how his mother showed him bloodlust at a young age. If you keep whining, she'd say, I'll kick you so hard you'll fly out of this house. Thanks to that kind of noble love, he developed a great sense of tolerance. He leaned in, his voice a low growl. Tell me, what do you think will happen if I kill you right here? Kwang Yi's rage was real. All I'd have to do is kill anyone who comes after me next. And after that, I'll just tell Danon and the government that you were the mastermind behind it all. You should never have picked a fight with me. Where did you get the nerve? Or is tormenting people to death just some kind of hobby for you? So, do we have an understanding now? As he walked out, he ran into the orange-haired girl. Hey, Kwang Yi greeted her. Long time no see. Is your hand okay? She looked past him. What were you two talking about in there? Kwang Yi just scratched his head. Oh, just a little heart-to-heart. You should see the look on the president's face right now. It's priceless. She sighed, knowing exactly what he was like. Well, I guess he deserved it. I told you to hold back, but you never listen. Are you heading back to your company now? Kwang Yi shook his head, pulling out his passport. Nope, I'm catching a flight. A flight? She asked, surprised. He grinned. I'm going to America, and that's where this part of the story ends. So that was a summary of this incredible series. If you have any thoughts, be sure to drop them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. For now, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.